After Pangu separated heaven and earth in the primordial world, two great calamities, the Longhan and Wuyao, passed, and finally an era arrived where 6 saints presided. The teachings of the great saints flourished vigorously. On Jiejiao Island in the Eastern Sea, an ancient tea tree took root in the earth, frantically absorbing the essence of the land and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Beneath the tea tree, 8 disciples of the Jie sect sat in a circle, some meditating with eyes closed, others bowing their heads in contemplation of the Tao. The tea leaves rustled in the wind, and a mysterious rhythm of the Tao diffused from among the leaves, wrapping around each. The identities of these 8 were not simple. Duo Bao Doran Jinling, Xingmu, Gailing, Xingmu Wudong Xingmu Plus, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xia ladies Sanxiao Yang. The first 4 were direct disciples under Tongtian Jiaozhu of supremely noble status. The latter 4 were outer sect disciples of the Jie sect, with Zhao Gongming being the senior disciple of the outer sect, managing all outer sect affairs. His status was in no way inferior to that of the 4 direct disciples. As for this tea tree, its origins were even greater. It was said to be an extremely rare top-grade, innate spiritual root, the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree, capable of helping people comprehend the principles of the Great Tao. In some ways, its efficacy was even more powerful than that of a top-grade, innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, heaven was jealous of such divine objects. During the war between Wu and Yao, the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree suffered severe damage, and its grade fell to upper grade. Who would have thought that after waking up I would fall into the primordial world and become the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree? Yi Wu muttered to himself. 3,000 leaves of the Wudao tea tree rustled in the wind, each leaf engraved with Tao runes. Shanqing immortal light transformed into a vast expanse, spreading outward from the tea tree as the center. The entire Jiejiao Island seemed to be submerged in immortal radiance. Yes, Yi Wu was a transmigrator from a previous life on Earth. His soul merged with the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree, becoming the new master of this tree. As an upper-grade, innate spiritual root, Yi Wu's foundation was naturally solid enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the primal great gods of the primordial world, born a great supernatural being. For example, the space chaos demon God Yangmei Daxian and the Saint Junti. The former was the incarnation of the Hollow Willow, having cultivated the body of a chaos demon god. The latter was the incarnation of the Bodhi tree, now one of the heavenly Tao saints of the Western teachings. Both of these were among the 10 great innate spiritual roots. Although the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree was not ranked among the 10 great spiritual roots in terms of capability, it was no less than them. However, after the Longhan Cataclysm and the Wuyao calamity had ravaged the primordial world, the heavenly Tao had long been stabilized, and the order of the heavenly Tao was deeply imprinted in every corner of the primordial world. There was simply no way for a top-grade innate spiritual root to transform into human form. Take the creation green lotus, for example. It was eventually split into 3 parts and became spiritual treasures in the hands of others. Although Yi Wu was still an upper-grade, innate spiritual root, transforming into human form was still as difficult as reaching the heavens. The Wudao Ancient Tea Tree was naturally close to the Great Tao, so the heavenly Tao exerted especially heavy suppression in this regard. Though it hadn't completely cut off his path to transformation, without outside help and relying solely on his own efforts, there was basically no hope. In short, the time when Yi Wu transmigrated was simply too late. If it had been before Hongjun Daozu had attained sainthood, not to mention transformation, there might even have been a place reserved for him in the Xixiao Palace. In this present world, the only way to smoothly achieve transformation was to seize that faint thread of life in the midst of obscurity. Yi Wu naturally thought of Tongtian Jiaozhu. The Shangqing saint had established his sect using the character Jie to intercept, specializing in intercepting a thread of life for all beings, and this worked very well. Yi Wu felt it was most suitable. After several attempts and many twists and turns, Yi Wu actively delivered himself to the doorstep. Tongtian Jiaozhu gladly accepted him into his sect. An upper-grade, innate spiritual root that had lost its grade, yet still gave birth to self-awareness, and could seize that faint thread of life from obscurity. Such a foundation was unquestionably solid. It was only fitting that it should enter the gate of his Shangqing Jie sect. Tongtian Jiaozhu was naturally overjoyed. After transmitting the Shangqing immortal method, he also promised Yi Wu that once he succeeded in transforming, he would take him as a direct disciple. The 5th direct disciple. One must know that before this the Jie sect had only 4 direct disciples in total. Even Zhao Gongming, formidable as he was merely the senior disciple of the outer sect. Although Tongtian Jiaozhu taught without discrimination, it didn't mean he completely disregarded foundation. From this one could see how much importance Tongtian Jiaozhu placed on Yi Wu. The Wudao Ancient Tea Tree was naturally close to the Tao. The Ancient Tea Tree had 3,000 leaves, exactly matching the number of the Great Tao. It not only helped others comprehend the Tao, but also cultivated itself at an astonishing pace. Although Yi Wu had not yet transformed, he had already cultivated the Shangqing immortal method to an outrageous level. Even Duo Bao Daoren and the others were far behind. One must know that Duo Bao Daoren and the others were already at the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. They were just one step away from touching the threshold of Hunyuan Quasi-Saint. Little junior brother, when will you be able to transform? Bixiao asked, resting her chin in her hands. Among the 3 Xiao, Bixiao was the youngest and most mischievous. Tongtian Jiaozhu liked her the most. Duo Bao Daoren and the others had just woken up and were all staring at Yi Wu. Exactly, little junior brother, the Shangqing immortal method you have evolved. Even I, your senior brother, feel I cannot compare. The teacher has praised you countless times. Every time, senior brother, I feel quite discouraged. The Shangqing immortal method was profound and deep, directly pointing to the Hunyuan Great Tao. Duo Bao Dao stared at the figure beneath the ancient tea tree, and only one thought churned in his mind. This kid's comprehension was simply inhuman. Looking across the entire primordial world besides their own teacher Tongtian Jiaozhu, the only one who could reach this level was the untransformed monster Yi Wu. Duo Bao knew very well in his heart that once this little junior brother truly transformed and emerged into the world, his future achievements would far surpass his own. To be honest, he was jealous. For others, the senior disciple taught the younger one hand in hand, but here it was completely reversed. And it wasn't just him. Jinling Xingmu and the other senior sisters and brothers were the same. They claimed to be sitting under the Wudao ancient tea tree to contemplate the Tao, but in truth most of the time, Yi Wu used his own original body to demonstrate the operation of the Shangqing immortal method for them. He helped them gradually grasp the mysteries within bit by bit. Every time he stood before the little junior brother Duo Bao, felt his face grow hot, finally understanding what it meant to be crushed by talent. This thing simply couldn't be compared. Suddenly a thought popped into his mind: those people from the Chan sect were always looking down on everyone from on high. Once the little junior brother transforms, he would have to make them taste this feeling too. This bitter feeling of being crushed shouldn't be borne by him alone. When Jinling Xingmu and the others heard this, smiles tugged at the corners of their mouths. Of course, they too had experienced what it meant to be dimensionally crushed in talent. Tongtian Jiaozhu guarded this future fifth direct disciple very closely. Apart from the 8 of them, no one outside knew of Yi Wu's existence. Soon I feel it's just the final push and I can break out of the shell. Yi Wu was also anxious in his heart. Time waited. The Wu Yao calamity had long ended. The 3 pure ones went their separate ways. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the mortal world had all taken their positions. Now the human race had progressed to the Xia dynasty. Once the Xia dynasty ended, what would take over was Cheng Tang, whose totem was the heaven-ordained blackbird. Yi Wu understood better than anyone what this signal represented. The canonization of the god's calamity was about to arrive. This tribulation would be even more dangerous than the Longhan and Wu Yao calamities. The entire Jia sect would be drawn in and eventually shattered. Yi Wu understood clearly that his own fate would likely be no better. Either walk onto the canonization list, be taken away by the Western teachings, or truly annihilate in form and spirit and be reborn. He didn't want any of these 3 outcomes. Amidst the surging torrent of this great calamity, what Yi Wu most wanted to do was to save his own life. To extricate himself. Under the heavenly Tao, the general trend could not be moved, but minor trends could still be manipulated. His fate happened to belong to the category of minor trends that could be changed. As for how far he could change it depended on how he planned. At the same time, he also wanted to pull up those in the Jia sect who were equally ill-fated. Take Sanxiao for example. Yi Wu sighed. It's a pity I didn't get a system, otherwise why would I need to work so hard? Just add points and it's done. It had been so long since he transmigrated. If there really was a system, it would have popped up long ago. Although he didn't have a system to rely on, Yi Wu still gained some benefits. His comprehension, building upon the original talent of the Wudao ancient tea tree, had shot up dramatically in epic grade. No matter what divine ability or magical art, he could learn it just by glancing at it without having to trouble himself with study. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to push the Shangqing immortal method to such a level in such a short time. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu couldn't help but praise him several times. In the Saint Sanctuary, there was simply no distinction between spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On this day, the Wudao ancient tea tree suddenly exploded with a dazzling burst of immortal light, the radiance shooting straight into the clouds, piercing through heaven and earth. A figure slowly walked out from the tree trunk. Transformation. After a long eon of years, it is only today that I truly know who I am. Yi Wu stood in midair, dressed in a green robe. The Wudao ancient tea tree shrank smaller and smaller until it completely drilled into a sea of consciousness, where a miniature primordial spirit sat upright, steadily holding the tree in its palm. Yi Wu felt a surge of exhilaration in his heart. After cultivating for so long, he finally had a human form. Indeed, the human body was comfortable. Being a tree rooted in the ground and unable to move, that feeling was too stifling. The tribulation is coming. He instinctively looked up to the sky. In the obscurity, a feeling suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Rumble. At that very moment, above Jiejiao Island, a dark, oppressive tribulation cloud appeared out of nowhere, covering an area of tens of thousands of acres. The clouds were as thick as a mountain, pressing down on people until they couldn't breathe. Countless thunderbolts and arcs of lightning wildly darted within, dyeing the entire sky purple-black. A destructive aura rushed forward as if about to grind everything into powder. The Jia sect disciples on the island were the first to react. They froze for a moment, then all rushed out to see who was so audacious as to act right under the saint's nose. But before their feet had even steadied, they were forced back by the terrifying pressure. Every face was filled with terror, and they cursed under their breath. A transformation tribulation at the level of Zixiao, divine thunder. Which immortal is this with such nerve? Tired of living? Look at the direction of the tribulation cloud. The one transforming is right here, on our Jiejiao Island. Who could it be? A transformation tribulation of this power. Can he really withstand it? The whole bunch of Jie sect disciples was dumbfounded. In all their lives they had never seen such a terrifying transformation, heavenly tribulation. They immediately spread their divine sense, searching frantically to find the one undergoing the tribulation. They wanted to see who was so ferocious as to reach this level. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find even a trace. No, that's not right, it's not on the island. Could it have emerged from the Eastern Sea? Could it be from the Dragon Clan? After the two great calamities of the Dragon Han and the Lich Tribulation, the Dragon Clan still had such a hidden trump card left in reserve. It was not only the disciples of Jiejiao who were curious, many mighty beings throughout the Great Desolation turned their gazes in that direction. A tribulation of this level for a being to take human form had not been seen for countless years. Those divine gazes swept across the entire Eastern Sea region, frightening the Dragon Clan youths and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals so badly that their whole bodies trembled. Once the overlords of the Great Desolation, the dragons now felt unspeakable humiliation in their hearts, yet did not dare utter a single word. Their former glory was already a thing of the past. The present Dragon Clan was no longer what it once had been. They had to live with their necks shrunk. Even the dragons themselves were staring fixedly in that direction. If this tribulation truly belonged to a dragon's transformation, it would mean the Dragon Clan would definitely produce a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Yet even after they turned the Eastern Sea upside down, they still could not find the one who had triggered this purple firmament divine thunder transformation tribulation. Only one possibility remained. The one undergoing tribulation was not from the Dragon Clan, but someone on Jiejiao Island. A Saint's Tao field could not be struck by heavenly tribulation, thus such a situation had arisen. But since when had Jiejiao produced such a fearsome figure? There had been not the slightest rumor beforehand. This made many mighty beings of the Great Desolation secretly burn with envy. It truly lived up to its name as the foremost sect of the Great Desolation. Although they were consumed by curiosity, not a single person dared step onto Jiejiao Island to investigate. They did not even dare to secretly peek. To pry into a Saint's Tao field without permission was a grave affront to a saint, one that could cost a person their life. In Ba Jing Palace and Kunlun's Yushu Palace, curious gazes were likewise cast forth. They had been to Jiejiao Island before. While that place was indeed extraordinary, it had never produced such a heaven-defying being. Since when had their third brother Tongtian taken in such a disciple? Its little junior brother. Duo Bao Daoren was the first to react, a trace of lingering shock still hanging on his face. Immediately afterward, worry rose within him. A purple firmament, divine thunder, transformation tribulation. Can little junior brother withstand it? The tribulation he had undergone back then had been formidable enough, yet compared to the purple firmament divine thunder, it was not even on the same level. Once the Sanshao sisters came to their senses, they immediately rushed toward Yiwu's direction, their faces written full of worry. Yet halfway there they were blocked by an invisible force. Teacher, your little junior brother has already taken human form. Just wait for him to finish transcending the tribulation. Do not disturb him. Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice drifted over. To speak frankly, Tongtian Jiaozhu himself was somewhat bewildered at this moment. Yi Wu's true body was a high-grade, innate spiritual root. Naturally, his transformation tribulation would be no simple matter, yet no one had anticipated that what arrived would be the purple firmament divine thunder. Even a weakened version of the purple firmament divine thunder was enough to make him suffer greatly. This thing was truly deadly. Had the heavenly Tao's control over the transformation of spiritual roots become this harsh now? In the past, when innate divine spirits took on human form, what heavenly tribulation was there? Even heaven and earth would jointly offer their congratulations. But ever since the heavenly Tao fully awakened, everything had changed in flavor. The transformation tribulation could not be evaded. If one endured it, one could be reborn in human form. If one failed, there would be nothing left but body and spirit annihilated. Yi Wu's foundation as an innate spiritual root already carries the fortune of heaven and earth, not to mention, he has entered the gates of my Jiejiao. That is equivalent to him seizing that thread of life hidden within the unseen. Tongtian Jiaozhu calculated silently in his heart. Though he spoke thus, his confidence was not entirely firm. As a heavenly Tao saint, no one understood better than he how heavy the majesty of the heavenly Tao truly was. Yi Wu's transformation tribulation was likely to be somewhat tricky. Is this kind of tribulation deliberately out for a man's life? Even before Yi Wu stepped off the island, he had already sensed the aura of tribulation. He was completely dumbfounded. It was actually the purple firmament divine thunder tribulation. He truly wanted to curse heaven itself. If the heavenly Tao did not want him to take form, it could have said so outright. What was the meaning of such theatrics? Was this kind of tribulation something he could possibly withstand? It was clearly intending to kill him. This time I really might have to hand my life over here. A chill rose in Yi Wu's heart. It had been a long time since he had felt such despair. Yi Wu leave the island and face the tribulation. A Saint's Tao field cannot be entered by heavenly tribulation. This is the first trial of your transformation, and there is no avoiding it. Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice sounded beside his ear, jolting Yi Wu back to his senses. Understood. Yi Wu clasped his hands and bowed. Yet before he could move a formation diagram silently, the formation diagram had no name, yet 4 terrifying sword intents permeated its surface as though they would drag the entire great cosmos into boundless annihilation. Could this be? Yi Wu's eyes lit up and a name immediately leapt into his mind. This is the Zhuxian formation diagram. Though it may not be an ultimate treasure of pure defense, it can still protect your true body, preventing the tribulation from injuring you. I originally intended to give you the 4 Zhuxian swords as well for protection, but you have only just transformed, and your origin is still unstable. Those 4 swords bear an excessively heavy killing and demonic nature. If you were tainted by them, it would do more harm than good. Tongtian Jiaozhu was always fiercely protective of his own. Though the transformation tribulation could not be dodged, there was no rule saying one could not use treasures for protection. This was to guard against the unexpected. A miscalculation. Had I known, I should have borrowed that Heaven and Earth Xianhuang pagoda from Senior Brother, or the Away from Ground Flame banner to hold the field. One was a post-natal merit treasure renowned for its protective power, the other one of the innate 5-direction banners formed from a petal of the Chaos Green Lotus. Both were supreme defensive treasures. If it truly comes down to the final moment, at worst, I will personally shatter that tribulation. With the saint's exalted status, a single command would make the tribulation obediently disperse. Tongtian Jiaozhu had already laid down several layers of contingency, determined to ensure that Yi Wu survived this calamity. With Yi Wu's extraordinary foundation, so long as he successfully took human form, the road ahead would be boundless. Achieving sainthood was out of the question, but becoming the foremost under the saints was by no means a fantasy. As for that realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, he simply did not concern himself with it. It was too difficult. In the present great desolation, that path was almost entirely sealed. Many thanks, Master. Receiving the Zhuxian formation diagram, Yi Wu's heart surged with emotion and his eyes grew slightly hot. Joining Jiejiao had truly been the right step. Had he not entered this sect in today's transformation tribulation, he would undoubtedly have perished. Even if he somehow survived by a stroke of fortune, it would have been a near-death ordeal, costing him half his life. But now he had seized that sliver of life that belonged to him alone. Wrapping the Zhuxian formation diagram around his body, Yi Wu took a single step off Jiejiao Island. In an instant, the terrifying might of the tribulation locked onto him. Yi Wu's scalp tingled as though the end of days had descended upon him, and he involuntarily shivered. Brother, my life is in your hands now. With my meager skills, I really can't withstand that purple firmament divine thunder. The Zhuxian formation diagram trembled lightly. Its meaning was perfectly clear. Rest assured, Elder Brother will carry you through this. This weakened purple firmament divine thunder was nothing worth fearing. As the diagram of the foremost killing formation of the great desolation, its confidence was ironclad. Today I want to see with my own eyes just how vicious you purple firmament divine thunder truly are. Since I have come to the great desolation, how could I possibly let a single transformation tribulation bar my way? Yi Wu steeled his heart. No matter what he had to break through today's transformation tribulation, no one could stand in his way. Even if the heavenly Tao descended personally, it would still be of no use. Come. Yi Wu did not retreat, but advanced instead, charging directly toward the tribulation clouds. Countless mighty beings throughout the great desolation fixed their gazes on him at almost the same instant. As expected, he was from Jiejiao. Yet this youth appeared so unremarkable. On what grounds could he draw the purple firmament divine thunder as his transformation tribulation? Those mighty beings could not help but want to calculate Yi Wu's background to see just what origin this fellow had to provoke such a level of heavenly tribulation. Yet the result was a massive chaos. They could deduce nothing at all. Hey, if you could easily calculate anything, I might as well relinquish this saint's position and let you take my place. Tongtian Jiaozhu had long since sensed this. He had already paved every fallback in advance, using a saint's methods to completely sever the connection between Yi Wu and the heavenly Tao. The Zhuxian formation diagram not only protected him through the tribulation, it also quietly concealed his foundations at the same time. Once the fact that he was an upper-grade innate spiritual root, an enlightenment ancient tea tree, was exposed, countless people would fix their eyes on Yi Wu. Especially those two from the Western Church. They would absolutely not let such an opportunity slip by. In the next instant, Tongtian Jiaozhu sensed that something was wrong. The auras of his 2 elder brothers were clearly probing the origins of this little disciple of his as well. 2 eldest brothers, this is going a bit too far. The many disciples under Jiejiao likewise focused all their gazes on Yi Wu, their eyes filled with confusion. They had stayed on Jiejiao Island for so long. How had they never seen this person before? Where on earth had this fellow appeared from? Boom. The tribulation descended. Violet lightning crashed down savagely, twisting Yi Wu's face in pain. Even with the Zhuxian formation diagram upon him, that numbing force still could not be blocked, boring straight into his very bones. This purple firmament divine thunder is truly something. Fortunately, the Zhuxian formation diagram his teacher had given him was tough enough, or he would already have become a lump of charcoal. However, taking a beating without striking back is not this young master's style. Taste this move of this Taoist, Shangqing divine thunder. After confirming that the purple firmament divine thunder could not break through the Zhuxian formation diagram's defenses, Yi Wu's thoughts turned in another direction. If it could strike him, then he could strike it. Who did not have a thunder technique? The Shangqing Immortal Arts certainly included thunder divine abilities. Yi Wu pushed the Shangqing Immortal Force to its limit and with a raised hand condensed a bolt of Shangqing Divine Thunder that collided heat-in with the descending purple Firmament Divine Thunder. The opposing bolts of lightning clashed back and forth fighting without end. The Shangqing Divine Thunder personally deduced by Tongtian Jiaozhu inherently bore his characteristics. Its core was utter destruction. With a single strike it could destroy the land and obliterate all things. This encounter was like heavenly thunder igniting earthly fire, detonating a chain of earth-shaking commotions. The purple Firmament Divine Thunder seemed to have been enraged. The speed and power of the bolts descending suddenly soared, each strike fiercer than the last, each one thicker than before, every bolt as massive as a celestial pillar. Centered on Yi Wu, the surroundings quickly transformed into a sea of violet lightning. Heaven and earth were completely pierced through by that ocean of thunder.
He could not instantly slay Lin Shan. He had not anticipated that the pearl within Lin Shan, which did not belong to the primordial chaos, contained such terrifying power from the world's source.
Yi Wu knew clearly that it was not that the Shangqing Divine Thunder lacked power, but that his own strength was insufficient. If Tongtian Jiaozhu struck, personally, a single Shangqing Divine Thunder would be enough to blast this purple Firmament Tribulation into dust. Damn it. This time he had played it too far. Yi Wu stood there stunned. This damned tribulation was far too petty, its fury burning so fiercely. A palpable aura of death surged in from all directions, wrapping him up tightly. And then, Master of the Extermination Array, save me, Yi Wu shouted at the top of his lungs. The purple sky thunder had completely gone berserk. The commotion was utterly terrifying, and he could hardly withstand it. The eyes of the great figures of the primordial world trembled in unison. Is this guy really from the Jie sect? Could he be an imposter? His audacity is astonishing. To play so recklessly in front of so many people. One must know that the transformation tribulation is a decree from the heavenly Tao representing a fragment of its will. To use the pure yang thunder to clash against the heavenly tribulation is clearly a slap in the face of the heavenly Tao. The Master of Heaven was taken aback for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. No wonder he is my disciple, he has the same audacity as I did in my youth. Even when facing the heavenly Tao, he dares to draw his sword. Elder brother, second brother, what do you think of my disciple? To confront the transformation tribulation hidden in this era, very few possess such courage. The Supreme Sage and the Jade Pure Sage exchanged glances astonished. They retracted their previous remarks, realizing that Tongshan's disciple was truly cut from the same cloth. There's impressive. Duo Bao and the others were so shocked their mouths hung open, nearly drooling. How did they not notice before that their little junior brother was so formidable? He is truly a fierce individual. No wonder he belongs to the Jie sect. The Extermination Array fell silent for a moment. Although it is a top-grade treasure, it had never witnessed anyone playing so wildly. Isn't this guy rooted in the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree? Such an innate spiritual root should be tranquil and compliant with the will of heaven. How could he be so aggressive? He resembles his former master, Moa ancestor Luo Ho. He goes straight to fighting at the slightest disagreement. Thinking of this, the Extermination Array, which had been silent for countless years, seemed to suddenly ignite its spirit. Alright then, let's have some fun. The Extermination Array draped over Yi Wu silently unfolded. The astonishment of the primordial great figures quickly turned into fear. A massive array appeared in the purple sea of thunder, radiating 4 terrifying sword intents. Those 4 sword intents were like pillars supporting the heavens, fixed at the 4 corners of the thunder sea. The entire purple sky thunder sea was sealed within. If the purple sky thunder could destroy the earth, then this array also possessed world-destroying power. This is the Extermination Array. Did the Master of Heaven even bestow the Extermination Array? What is this guy's background that merits such importance from a sage? Even the son of a sage wouldn't receive this treatment. With the array protecting him, unless one truly uses the purple sky thunder to smash through, nothing can happen to him. In an instant, the great powers of the primordial world were in an uproar. Duo Bao Daoren bore an expression of as expected. He had guessed that his master must have left a backup plan. With the Extermination Array in hand, the little junior brother would surely pass the tribulation safely. The 3 Shao sisters also breathed a sigh of relief, hoping their little junior brother could smoothly weather the tribulation. On the other side, the Longyear Dinging Immortal, one of the 7 immortals, saw the Extermination Array, and his long ears perked up straight, a crimson glow flashing in his eyes. That is the Extermination Array. I, the Longyear Dinging Immortal, have never even touched it. Why is the master so biased towards him? The Extermination Array truly showed its might, awakening and unleashing its overwhelming killing power. The death threat Yi Wu felt earlier vanished in an instant. The master of the Extermination Array is mighty. Yi Wu shouted in his heart, finally witnessing the terror of the primordial top-grade treasures. The Extermination Array is merely 1/5 of the Extermination Sword Array, yet it possesses such power. How strong would the complete Extermination Sword Array be? His heart trembled. Once the Extermination Array fully awakened, this transformation tribulation was no longer of much concern to Yi Wu. He merely needed to wait for the array to shred the tribulation. Carefully sensing the power of the Extermination Array, Yi Wu's gaze fell upon the 4 colossal swords that could pierce heaven and earth. Suddenly he attained enlightenment. A faint extermination sword intent emerged from his body, resonating with the extermination array. However, the array's overwhelming might masked this minor change. Yet the extermination array erupted with even greater strength because of this. In the next moment, the 4 sharp swords hanging in the Bo palace began to tremble violently, as if responding to a call from the void. The Master of Heaven exclaimed. The extermination array was actually summoning the 4 extermination swords. He was completely dumbfounded. What does this array want? The Master of Heaven quickly suppressed the tremors of the 4 extermination swords. If the 4 swords were to merge with the array, it would cause a great disturbance. Once the extermination sword array comes into existence, all sages will turn their attention to it. In a vague sense, the Master of Heaven felt the extermination array was being willful. It was like a child throwing a tantrum. In the void above, the thunder tribulation finally dissipated. Purple energy spread across the sky, extending for 3,000 miles. Heavenly soldiers could be heard beating drums, celestial maidens scattering flowers, and golden lotuses erupting forth. The vast innate spiritual energy poured down like a waterfall, saturating the entire world. Countless cultivators benefited from this, with many breaking through their bottlenecks on the spot. At this moment, a young man dressed in a blue robe appeared. Wrapped in the extermination array, he emanated a temperament as warm as jade. Yiwu. He emerged with the cultivation of a golden immortal. The old monsters in the primordial world gasped at this, seeing the air around them growing a few degrees colder. His foundation is outrageous. It nearly rivals those earliest born innate deities. No wonder after passing the tribulation, the heavens grant such a grand display. Unfortunately, the heavenly secrets surrounding him were shrouded in thick mist, making it impossible for them to see through. It was obvious that this was all orchestrated by the Master of Heaven. To probe into another's foundation in front of them is courting death. Moreover, the extermination array is not something to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be crushed by the array in an instant. The reputation of the Primordial's first killing array was earned with blood. As the tribulation scattered, Yiwu felt a surge of lightness throughout his body. He nearly let out a hearty roar. From this day forth, in this primordial realm, he could wander as he pleased. He respectfully bowed towards the direction of Golden Ao Island. I did not disgrace my master. By a stroke of luck, I have attained the golden immortal level. With the immortality of golden immortals can live to the end of time as long as they do not self-destruct. He was well aware that without the protection of the extermination array, he would likely have perished during this tribulation. Good. This is the disciple I raised in the Jie sect. I did not misjudge. The Master of Heaven's grand voice suddenly erupted in the void, rolling like thunder across the entire primordial realm. Yiwu, from today onwards, you are the 5th direct disciple of my Jie sect. You have entered the true path of the Xuanmen, ranking among the 2nd generation. With the identity of a disciple of the Jie sect, you shall walk in this primordial realm, passing down the way of the pure Yang lineage. This declaration came suddenly, but was utterly unambiguous. Before the eyes of the entire primordial realm, the Master of Heaven elevated Yiwu's status to that of a sage's disciple. As this proclamation echoed, divine senses from all across the primordial realm surged towards him as if a pot had boiled over. There was envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions, all profoundly bitter. The disciples of the Jie sect were known to attract myriad immortals, their numbers akin to the stars in the sky. Yet truly being favored by the Master of Heaven and accepted as a direct disciple could only be counted on one hand. Compared to the 12 golden immortals under the sage of the Chan sect, it fell short. Now, after a long passage of time, this esteemed sage of pure Yang had taken on a new direct disciple. This was not just any outer disciple, it was a true heir to the sage's legacy. In an instant, many etched the name Yiwu into their hearts. In the future, when wandering the primordial realm, they must not provoke him. Every sage would treat him with utmost respect. Yiwu bowed again, his voice steady. I obey. I will never disappoint my master's expectations. After saying this, he finally relaxed his anxious heart. At this moment, he had truly stepped over the threshold of the Jie sect. From now on, he would be Yiwu of the pure Yang Jie sect, marked with the imprint of the Jie sect, as clear as if carved by a knife. In the depths of fate, Yiwu felt a surge of fortune suddenly enveloping him, like a warm current wrapping around his entire body. That was the fortune of the great sect. Wait, this is... Yiwu's eyes widened in shock. He discovered that his damaged spiritual root essence was slighted. It was a sign of impending restoration. Could it be the great sect's fortune at work? His mind raced and a warmth surged in his chest. The damage to his essence had always been his deepest pain. If he could restore his top-tier innate spiritual root essence, his foundation would become even more extraordinary and his strength would greatly increase. In the future, he might even learn from the great immortal Yang Mei, attempting to comprehend the path of the Hunyuan Daoyuo. This divine calamity is a great opportunity to gather fortune. For example, the heavenly court, Duo Bao Dao Run, and the others sincerely congratulated Yiwu with smiles. At this point, Yiwu had truly become their little junior brother. However, not everyone in the Jie sect was pleased to witness. Some were green with envy, their teeth itching with bitterness. After all, he was the direct disciple of a sage with a status so elevated. The long-eared, dinging immortal stood at the entrance of his cave, dwelling, his rabbit-like eyes fixed on Yiwu's direction, red as if about to bleed. Feelings of envy and jealousy surged within him, nearly causing him to explode. The third prince of the Dragon King of the East, Cao Bing, suddenly broke through the surging waters, transforming into human form and kneeling respectfully before Yi Wu. Immortal of the Jie sect, I the little dragon Ao Bing wish to follow you, serving you faithfully with no second thought. He raised his head, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Yi Wu, the implication clear to all. He wanted to actively become. The primordial powers around him were initially taken aback, then sighed in unison. The Dragon Clan's move was quite ruthless. Seizing the opportunity, they didn't hesitate to push their third prince forward. Being someone's mount sounds humiliating, but it depends on who you're serving. Who is Yi Wu? A direct disciple of a sage of second-generation Jie sect. This status is incomparably higher than the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Moreover, with the talent Yi Wu was now revealing, securing a Deluo fruit was an easy feat, and it was not impossible to break through to the quasi-saint level in the future. The Dragon Clan may appear to be like a lean camel that is bigger than a horse, but in reality they have long been unable to withstand the pressure. It is not just the fact that they fell from their position as the overlords of the primeval era. The more troublesome issue is the karmic debt they carry. That thing is something they cannot shake off even in reincarnation, and it will cling to them for an entire lifetime. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon's oath to protect the East back in the day, earning a measure of heavenly merit, the Dragon Clan would not only be hiding in the Eastern Sea to survive, but their existence would also be in question. At present, the Dragon Clan urgently needs a powerful ally to shield them from the predatory gazes of others. If they can board the ship of the Jie sect, it would be a tremendous gain. All eyes were fixed on Yi Wu, waiting to see how he would respond to this situation. He had watched several versions of the Investiture of the Gods dramas and the animated series, Nez's Legend. He immediately recognized the third prince Ao being the legitimate young master of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace who had been deprived of his dragon tendons. Memories rushed back like a bucket of cold water splashed into his mind, and Yi Wu was stunned for a couple of seconds. You mean, you want to be my mount? Are you sure? He asked again, still unable to fully wrap his mind around it. The myth had materialized right before him, and his memories became a tangled mess. Little Dragon sincerely wishes to serve the immortal and can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao on the spot. Ao Bing hurriedly stated, his tone urgent. In front of this fifth disciple of the Jie sect, he dared not act like the third prince of the Eastern Sea. That was tantamount to flirting with death. After the age of the saints began, the identity of a direct disciple of a saint was a golden sign. Everyone would look upon it with respect. The words of his father, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, still buzzed in his ears, weighing heavily on Ao Bing's heart. The Dragon Clan may seem like a lean camel larger than a horse, but surrounded by ravenous wolves they could not hold out much longer. The Western sect had already set its sights on the Dragon Clan. The people from the Jie sect frequently came to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace seeking benefits. It was a grim situation. Who told them to bear the debt of calamity? Anyone could step on them. Teacher. Yi Wu's first thought was to consult the Tongtian Patriarch for advice. Riding a true dragon as a mount would indeed be quite impressive. It was akin to the 9 dragons incense sedans pulled by true dragons, dazzling everyone each time they made an appearance. Yi Wu felt an itch in his heart, but could not muster the determination. In the primeval realm, taking in the Dragon Clan was no trivial matter. Each dragon was a moving karmic debt. If he was not careful, he could end up being blown to smithereens. Accepting the Dragon Clan would mean he had to bear a portion of their karmic debt, which was inescapable. Moreover, he was not alone. The whole Jie sect stood behind him. When the time came, this karmic debt would not only weigh on him, but also on the Jie sect. Just a third prince of the Eastern Sea, that little karmic debt is nothing. It's not like I'm asking you to resolve all of his calamities. The voice of the Tongtian Patriarch suddenly rang in Yi Wu's ears. He saw through Yi Wu's worries at a glance. As my direct disciple, let alone a dragon prince, even if the Eastern Sea Dragon King came to pull your cart, that would be his fortune. The pride of a saint was never hidden. As one of the rulers of the primeval world, the Tongtian Patriarch did not regard the Dragon Clan, which had fallen from grace, with any seriousness. A third prince of the Eastern Sea at the Xianxian realm as a mount is indeed sufficient for you at this moment. Take him in. Thank you, teacher. Yi Wu's heart surged with excitement. Riding a dragon through the heavens and the earth would be quite the spectacle. Ao Bing knelt below, tense, not daring to breathe. That gaze fell upon him, carrying scrutiny and an undeniable pressure. Fine, from today on you shall be my mount. However, you must remember the rules of the Jie sect. If you dare to entertain any crooked thoughts, heavenly lightning will strike you, scattering your soul. Ao Bing's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and he immediately bowed. Little dragon pays respects to the Lord. I, Ao Bing, swear I shall never have a second thought. Without hesitation, he invoked the power of the heavenly Tao to swear an oath on the spot. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Dragon King Ao Guang clenched his fists tightly, unable to hide the smile on his face. It worked. Even if he is just a mount, he has officially joined the Jie sect. The karmic debts on him finally have hope of being washed away. Come prepare grand gifts for me. At first, Ao Guang was just testing the waters, thinking to try his luck, but he did not expect to truly hit the jackpot. Now that they had latched onto a powerful ally, they definitely had to find a way to hold on tighter and not let go. After Yi Wu transcended his tribulation, the news gradually spread throughout the primeval realm. Many were whispering that the Jie sect, the #1 power in the primeval world, was about to gain another formidable character. In the Outshines palace, the Grand Master called Xuandu over, asking him to fetch a furnace of 9 revolutions golden elixir to send to Jiejiao Island. Your Tongtian master uncle has accepted a direct disciple. You go congratulate him on my behalf. Yes, teacher. Xuandu bowed and withdrew. At the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial beginning sage sighed heavily. Such a promising talent, how did he end up in the Jie sect? This foundation, this fortune, should clearly belong to him, the Chan sect. What a pity. Although the Tongtian had concealed many things, the primordial beginning sage, being a saint, could still discern some of the details about Yi Wu. Guangqingzi, go to Jiejiao Island. Guangqingzi accepted the command and turned to leave. At Shumi Mountain in the west, the Jain saint withdrew his gaze from the eastern sea direction, his frown deeper than before. Amitba, why is the fortune in the east so good? How come we in the west cannot produce such talents? Transforming into a golden immortal at once, even their most outstanding figures like Methria and the medicine master in the western sect could not compare to this foundation. The Zhuani saint suddenly spoke, his eyes burning like fire, that Yi Wu is destined to have a connection with our western sect. Jian's face stiffened. Junior brother Yu. But he is a direct disciple of the Tongtian master. This. He was also envious, but if they truly acted, the Tongtian master would likely overturn their Shumi Mountain. The Zhuanti saint smiled slightly. The west is barren, the east should naturally support us. I believe Master Tongtian will not fuss over this small matter with us. In the Bo Palace, the 8 direct disciples were present, and Yi Wu suddenly sneezed, finding it strange. He had already reached the golden immortal realm. How could he still catch a cold? Most likely someone was gossiping about him behind his back. He took off the cloak made from the array diagram of the Zuzhen and returned it to his master teacher. Here is the array diagram, back to you. Although he felt a bit reluctant, this treasure did not belong to him. Tongtian did not reach out to take it. Instead, he asked if Yi Wu had any insights from the array diagram. Previously, due to the array diagram's concealment, he had not seen the changes in Yi Wu. Now the hidden Zuzhen sword intent was as clear as a bright lamp in the darkness. Yi Wu was not hiding anything either. He directly nodded, admitting that he had indeed gained some understanding of the Zuzhen sword intent. In the next moment, he released that sword intent on the spot. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Bo Palace, and Yi Wu seemed to transform into the Zuzhen sword itself. The Zuzhen sword hanging on the wall responded, humming and vibrating incessantly, as if in harmony with him. The sword energy burst forth, and the temperature in the great hall suddenly dropped. Ding! The Zuzhen sword suddenly flew up, its tip pointed directly at Yi Wu. Daobao Daoist and the others stared in shock, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. The Zuzhen sword moved on its own. Although it was not aimed at them, that killing intent still caused their divine senses to ache faintly. Yi Wu's body tensed momentarily but quickly relaxed. Though the Zuzhen sword had locked onto him, it merely bestowed its sword intent upon him, showing no intention to harm. At this moment, his understanding of the Zuzhen sword intent deepened once again, and a leaf on the ancient tea tree of enlightenment in his divine sense rapidly manifested new runes. The Tongtian patriarch waved his hand, and the Zuzhen sword was returned to its place on the wall. However, the sword was still restless, buzzing incessantly like a child throwing a tantrum. Junior brother, what is this? Daobao Daoist wiped his cold sweat, utterly astonished. How did you comprehend the Zuzhen sword intent? He himself had tried to comprehend the sword intents of the 4 swords, but it was truly too difficult. He could not grasp any approach. Every time he attempted to sense, his divine sense felt like it was being roasted over a fire, almost splitting apart. But how long had Yi Wu been in contact with the Zuzhen array diagram? It's simple. Yi Wu shrugged. Just look at the array diagram more, and you'll naturally comprehend it. It's not difficult at all. Isn't it just like eating and drinking? He had merely shown a glimpse of his methods, yet he had already reached the limit that the entire Jie sect could imagine. This talent was outrageous. He himself could do nothing about it. Daobao Daoist's mouth twitched incessantly. Truly, comparing people makes one die, comparing goods makes one throw them away. This junior disciple, just beginning, was simply a master at showing off. Why hadn't he learned this skill before? The Tongtian patriarch's lips moved slightly, his face showing both joy and an indescribable feeling. People often say that teaching a disciple can lead to the teacher's downfall. But if the disciple is too clever, the teacher feels a lack of accomplishment. Yi Wu's compatibility with the Zuzhen array diagram far exceeded his expectations. He had effortlessly grasped the Zuzhen sword intent. Could this kid also comprehend the remaining 3 sword intents? Since that's the case, keep the array diagram for now, but use it for protection. Additionally, you can try to comprehend the sword intents of the Xian Lu and Zhu swords as well. If you can fully understand the complete Zuzhen sword intents of the 4 swords, I might even be able to hand over the true forms of the 4 swords to you. The Tongtian patriarch's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Zuzhen 4 swords are not only the #1 killing array in the primeval world, they also represent the path to ultimate destruction. If Yi Wu can thoroughly grasp the principles within it, means he holds the most powerful means of slaughter. At that time, giving him the 4 swords would not be a problem. Thank you, master. I will do my utmost to deduce the Zuzhen 4 swords sword intents, and will not bring shame to my master. Yi Wu's heart was overjoyed. Those are the Zuzhen 4 swords. Together they form the #1 killing array in the primeval world. If he were to truly obtain them, would he not be able to walk through the entire primeval world with ease? Right now you have the Zhujian array diagram for protection, but you still need a treasure that can fight and kill. The Tongtian Patriarch casually produced a hammer, its body crackling with lightning. This is the innate spiritual treasure, Purple Lightning Hammer, which contains a portion of the laws of thunder. When struck, it can unleash purple lightning, perfectly complementing the Shangqing divine thunder you practice, serving as your protective tool. At this point, the Master of Heaven paused. Had it not been for this tribulation, he would not have known that Yi Wu had evolved the Shangqing divine thunder to such an extent. This purple lightning hammer is indeed suitable for Yi Wu. Thank you, Master. Yi Wu took the purple lightning hammer, and as soon as he grasped it, he felt the immense power of countless thunderbolts within. His palm tingled slightly. It felt as though he was not holding a hammer, but a living bolt of lightning. Truly fierce. Yi Wu was filled with ecstatic joy. This item was indeed a solid treasure, the purple lightning hammer, the master of all thunder, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Searching throughout the vast wilderness, few could be found. Even in the hands of the Master of Heaven, it would still be ranked among the top innate spiritual treasures. With this item, his mastery of thunder techniques would surely reach new heights. Congratulations, senior brother Yi Wu. May you soon attain the great Tao of the great Luo. In the Taoist hall, many disciples of the Jie sect had come, all bringing gifts to congratulate him. The gifts ranged from innate spiritual treasures to rare spiritual herbs, each one worth a significant amount. Although they all worshipped the same saint, their statuses differed. Being a direct disciple is not comparable to being an ordinary external or registered disciple. Taking this opportunity to build rapport is always wise. Junior brother, stabilize your cultivation and solidify your foundation, or we won't disturb you any longer. After the Jie sect members left, Yunxiao advised. But remember one thing. Never let others see through your true origins. Your true self is the enlightened ancient tea tree. Such an innate spiritual root is too conspicuous and many covet it. Especially those two heavenly Tao saints from the West. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Yi Wu was well aware that Yunxiao was referring to the two Western saints Jane and Juandi. Those two would say, fellow Taoist, you and I have a fate in the West. And with that line, they had tricked countless Eastern cultivators into heading west. It was truly an extraordinary skill. He did not wish to fall into that pit. Ao Bing, find a place to cultivate. I will call you if needed. After everyone from Daobao left, Yi Wu casually instructed. Yes, my lord. Ao Bing respectfully withdrew, though he was internally churning. This time he had made the right bet. His lord's position within the Jie sect was even higher than he had previously guessed. As long as Yi Wu did not perish halfway, he had secured a strong ally. Given how much the Master of Heaven valued his lord, how could anything happen to Yi Wu? That was simply impossible. If I have Ao Bing, will the events of Neza wreaking havoc in the sea still unfold? Looking at Ao Bing's departing figure, Yi Wu revealed a strange smile. Did he just alter the future? Was this a minor change? Or a major upheaval? Unaware of the impending danger, Yi Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After counting the items he had acquired, Yi Wu felt secretly delighted. His previously meager resources had now become significantly richer. It's a pity that I missed out on many good treasures due to not timing my arrival correctly. With a sigh, Yi Wu settled down and began to refine the purple lightning hammer. If he could fully master this top-tier innate spiritual treasure, his combat strength would multiply several times. As he cultivated, he lost track of time. Suddenly the voice of the Master of Heaven echoed in his ears. Elders are to be revered. I dare not refuse. As soon as the Master of Heaven's voice fell, Yi Wu froze for a moment. Understood. He adjusted his robes and quickly entered the Bio Palace. Within the hall there were already many people standing. As soon as Yi Wu appeared, several gazes turned towards him, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Daobao approached with a smile, introducing. Junior brother, these two are your Grandmaster's disciples, Xiandu senior brother and Guangqingzi senior brother, who have come specifically to congratulate you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Rinjiao and Changjiao sects. In the future, these two factions would not spare Jie sect any trouble. No need to elaborate on the Rinjiao side. Although their disciples were few, each was a powerhouse on the elite path. The key was Guangqingzi from Changjiao, a top golden immortal known for ringing the bell in the Yushu Palace with a rather notorious reputation. During the Fengshen War, he smashed the Tianfan seal, directly obliterating the Golden Light, Holy Mother, and Daobao's top disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Later, under the pretext of returning the Holy Mother's relic, the Golden Cloud Crown, he ascended to Golden Ao Island and reverted the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit to her original form. Even more ruthless to fill the ranks on the Fengshen list, Guangqingzi made 3 trips to the Bio Palace, deliberately instigating trouble, causing many Jie sect immortals to be embroiled in the calamity. If Shengwangbao was the top contributor to the Jie sect's destruction, then this bell-ringing golden immortal's contributions were equally significant. He was truly one of the key figures stirring the Fengshen situation. I have met Xiandu senior brother and Guangqingzi senior brother. Yi Wu stepped forward, bowing respectfully, demonstrating impeccable etiquette. Although the two sects were destined to be at odds in the future, that was a matter for later. For now, it was not the time to fall out. Moreover, his own teacher valued the bonds between the 3 purities above all else. Junior brother Yi Wu need not be overly courteous. Xiandu and Guangqingzi also returned the greeting. As they spoke, their eyes roamed over Yi Wu, seemingly trying to see through him. before coming their own teacher had hinted that Yiwu's roots were unusual and should be some sort of special innate spiritual root. Although the Master of Heaven had concealed part of the heavenly secrets, the aura of clarity and fortune could not be hidden. Yet they were unsure of exactly what type of innate spiritual root it was. No matter how curious they were, neither dared to pry into Yiwu's true nature. Furthermore, with the Master of Heaven seated in the hall, forcibly prying into Yiwu's secrets in front of the third senior uncle could lead to dire consequences. Yiwu's demeanor was courteous and his behavior was proper, completely unlike those of lowly individuals. Guang Qingzi observed this and could not help but feel a few degrees of admiration. First impressions often dictate how others perceive you. Everyone knows that the Chanjiao sect traditionally looks down upon those of humble origins and mixed bloodlines. Their demands for etiquette and decorum were extremely strict. Yet the Jie sect members had never been particular about such. This was also a significant reason for the mutual disdain between the two factions. Xiandu did not speak, yet he was secretly astonished. This young man's fortune was truly astonishing. Fortune is elusive, ordinary cultivators cannot see, or only those who reach the Hunyuan quasi-saint level can glimpse its mysteries. However, the Rinjiao inherits the Tao of the highest saint, naturally possessing unique methods. Although Xiandu was merely at the Great Luo level, he could clearly sense the exceedingly rich aura of fortune emanating from Yiwu. That belonged to his personal destiny, not something bestowed upon him by the Jie sect. Even Dao Bao, the Jie sect's eldest brother, did not possess such profound fortune. No wonder the third senior uncle valued him so highly. Yiwu, this is a congratulatory gift from your Grandmaster and Second Master. The Master of Heaven spoke from his seat, and two gourds flew in front of Yiwu. One gourd was golden yellow, seemingly ordinary, but covered in intricate runes that made it immensely valuable. The other gourd gleamed with a purple-black sheen as if it would swallow everything around it, emanating a chilling and terror. The golden yellow gourd contains the 9 turns golden pill, personally refined by your Grandmaster. Once you reach the perfect state of the Tai Golden Immortal, taking one will allow you to directly step into the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Upon hearing this, Yiwu's eyes instantly lit up. He had long heard of the 9 turns golden pill. This was arguably the highest tier golden pill in the realm of immortals. Having this golden pill was akin to receiving a ticket to enter the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in advance. The value of this gift was simply immeasurable. The generosity of the Grandmaster was truly extravagant. The purple-black gourd has an even greater origin. Back in the days on Mount Buzhou, there grew an innate gourd vine, which bore 7 innate gourds, each falling into the hands of 7 great figures. 6 of them were refined into renowned magical treasures. The 7th, however, was taken by your Second Master and refined into this chaos gourd. The gourd harbors a small world of chaos, thus also known as the innate chaos gourd. Upon hearing this, Yiwu's eyes widened even further. This too was an extraordinary treasure. In certain aspects, its value even surpassed that of the 9 turns golden pill. He certainly knew about the innate gourd vine. That item, like him, was also an innate spiritual root, but its roots were even more formidable, ranking among the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Unfortunately, that gourd vine was too defiant and had long since perished. Standing there, Yiwu's heart was a tumult. If that thing were to mature, it would surely rank among the innate supreme treasures, and perhaps even rise further. Alas, the heavenly Tao does not comply. When the heavens spoke, that innate gourd vine did not merely take form, it was ripped apart. The 7 gourds it bore fell into the hands of several great figures. Who would have thought that the most special of them, the 7th gourd, would be collected by the primordial heavenly venerable? Even less did he expect that it would now fall into the hands of Yiwu. Throughout the vast wilderness, besides the mysteriously potent chaos pearl, this purple-black gourd was the only other treasure capable of harboring a small world of chaos. The weight of this is astonishing to contemplate. Elders bestow, I dare not refuse. Yiwu thanked the Grandmaster and Second Master, wishing both senior masters a path to the heavens. A windfall is not to be taken lightly. Moreover, at the moment he encountered the innate chaos gourd, the ancient tea tree in his mind quivered slightly, conveying a deep desire. It seemed to really want this gourd. This gourd would benefit his true self. Yiwu could no longer sit still. This news came too timely, a truly unexpected joy. Putting away the 2 treasures, Yiwu didn't think twice, and turned to bow respectfully toward the direction of the Bairing Palace and the Yushu Palace as a gesture of thanks for the grand gifts from his 2 masters. With the good things in hand, one must not neglect the etiquette. The heavenly Tao Saint is a paramount existence in the primordial era. Even a mere fragment that slips through his fingers would be enough to fill one's mouth with oil. By cultivating good relationships, one might benefit even more in the future. Yiwu, your Second Master, has given you a congenital gourd. Oh, I cannot be stingy either. Let me gift you this as well. The Tongtian cult master casually unfastened the purple-yellow gourd hanging from his waist and tossed it to Yiwu. This is called the congenital water and fire gourd. Just like the previous one, it is also picked from the congenital gourd vine. It contains the powers of both water and fire and has nurtured a water-fire Qilin. When used in battle, its power is truly formidable. It is a genuine weapon. Moreover, the innate water and fire energy inside can also be used to nurture various spiritual herbs, doubling their efficacy. Xiandu and Guang Qingzi were practically wide-eyed, staring fixedly at Yiwu. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, they might have drooled. There was no way around it. The items given by the Tongtian cult master were simply too extravagant. Although the congenital chaotic gourd is not bad, it is still the latest ripened one. By the time it was its turn, not much of the essence was left, and when picked it didn't fully grow, so it can only be considered a top-grade congenital spiritual treasure. Though still quite valuable, it pales in comparison to what the Tongtian cult master has given. That waterfire gourd is not an ordinary item. It is a mature spiritual treasure that naturally grew from the congenital vine, and is directly at the level of a supreme congenital spiritual treasure. Even among their seasoned experts, there are very few such treasures in hand. Daobao Daoist felt a bit envious in his heart, but he maintained a composed facade. It's just a congenital gourd. Oh, what's so special about it? One must remember that before this the master had already given the junior brother the purple lightning hammer, which is a solid supreme congenital spiritual treasure. Even the Zhujian formation diagram, a top secret item, was used to protect him. Given this momentum, it wouldn't be surprising if the 4 swords of Zhujian ended up in his hands in the future. Compared to this pile of top-tier treasures, although the congenital waterfire gourd is nice, it doesn't stand out as much. Thank you, master, for the generous gift. Yiwu happily accepted the waterfire gourd, feeling overjoyed. Who wouldn't want a supreme congenital spiritual treasure? However, why does the gourd have a hint of a wine scent? He looked up and coincidentally met the Tongtian cult master's meaningful gaze. At the same time, the master's voice, the purple-black gourd given to you by your second master contains congenital chaotic qi, which can nurture all kinds of sacred items, even allowing treasures to advance in rank. Using the congenital chaotic gourd to nurture the waterfire gourd will enhance its power. Yiwu's lips twitched, almost bursting into laughter. Now he understood what the master intended with the waterfire gourd. Master, are you nurturing gourds? Do you even believe that? Clearly he just wanted to use the gourd to enhance the wine, yet he fabricated such an excuse. It's truly a challenge for the elder. The Tongtian cult master could tell what Yiwu's gaze implied, yet he felt no embarrassment. Taking his own disciples' things, can that be called taking? It's giving Yiwu an opportunity to honor his master. With a wave of his hand he dismissed them. Upon leaving the Bo Palace, Xiandu and Guang Chengzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this person is the third master uncle, he is still a heavenly Taoist saint. The majesty of a saint is as oppressive as heavenly might, making it hard to breathe. Yiwu, junior brother, let's take this opportunity to discuss the Tao and jointly deduce the 3 pure ones, celestial methods, learning from each other. After all, the red flower lotus and the green lotus leaf are originally of the same family. The Taoist methods between the 3 pure ones must have some connections. Guang Chengzi proposed actively. However, as his gaze swept over the gathered figures from the Jie sect outside the Bo Palace, a hint of barely perceptible disgust flickered in his eyes. Just as the master said, the Jie sect is filled with numerous individuals who neglect virtue and are deeply sinful. This idea is not bad. Xiandu nodded in agreement. Discussing the Tao among the 3 sects and exchanging insights can indeed help them improve their cultivation. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to gauge the foundation of junior brother Yiwu and see why he is so highly regarded by his 2 masters. Sure, right here. Yiwu's eyes lit up as he immediately agreed. Daobao, standing nearby, couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. He sighed and secretly transmitted a message. Junior brother, you're being too careless. Yiwu was taken aback and quickly asked what was going on. Daobao Daoist brought up old grievances. Back when we were still in Kunlun Mountain, every time the Jie sect held such discussions, they were always the ones at a disadvantage. It was supposed to be an exchange of Tao, but in reality, it was just the human sect and the Chan sect taking turns to put on a show. Especially the folks from the Chan sect, if they couldn't win an argument, they would resort to personal attacks. Adding to that, the master doesn't allow us to clash with them too harshly. Even if we gain the upper hand, we ultimately can't win. After every discussion, the resentment in the sect skyrockets and morale plummets. Upon hearing this, Yiwu understood. The Chan sect folks seemed to have fully mastered the art of personal attacks from the Grandmaster Yuan Shi, and naturally looked down on the Jie sect, their disdain evident on their faces. They had long maxed out their skills in personal attack. Of course, they couldn't fully blame them. The Jie sect does indeed have all kinds of people with a mix of good and bad, and many with deep sins. If it weren't for the Jie sect serving as a protective talisman, some would have died countless times by now. With their weaknesses grasped by others, and not cleaning house, they could only accept the insults. Big brother, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Yiwu smiled. When it comes to discussions of the Tao, I'm the best at it. Daobao was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Only then did he remember that junior brother is the reincarnation of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, inherently close to the Tao. Discussing the Tao, isn't that just an open book exam? Moreover, since the master values junior brother so highly, he certainly won't restrict him like before. We can discuss the Tao, but today only the methods will be talked about. Exchanging insights on that alone, nothing else is permitted. Yiwu took the lead and set the rules firmly. He wouldn't be foolish enough to hand over a knife to bind himself. Guang Chengzi gave Yiwu a deep look. This kid is quick-witted. The Tongtian master has taken in a good disciple. That is only natural. Guang Chengzi nodded. Since it is a discussion of the Tao and an exchange of methods, then of course we will only speak on that. Xiandu wasted no time and directly began to expound the supreme mysterious method. The void resonated with the sounds of moral teachings, manifesting the illusion of the opening of heaven and earth. This was a unique spectacle of the Supreme, symbolizing the process of Pangu creating the universe and the birth of all things. Following closely Guang Chengzi, the golden immortal, who rang the bell, recited the Jade Purity celestial method. With each syllable spoken, a golden flower would condense in the void, swaying and falling. Truly splendid celestial methods. As the two Deluo golden immortals discussed the Tao, Yi Wu felt no pressure at all, instead his fighting spirit soared. He smiled radiantly, resembling a wildcat that had caught the scent of fish. In the sea of consciousness, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment trembled violently. 3,000 leaves of ancient tea rattled incessantly, desperately recording the supreme celestial methods and the J purity celestial methods discussed by Xian Du and Guang Chengzi. Indeed, Yi Wu was stealthily learning. Just the supreme celestial method alone was not enough to satisfy him. He wanted all of the supreme celestial method and the J purity celestial method. He himself was the reincarnation of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, having already perfected the supreme celestial method. Yet upon reaching this stage, he discovered that relying solely on the supreme celestial method felt like something was lacking. Although this set can indeed point directly to the primordial Tao, there are clearly gaps in certain areas. Attempting to rely on it to break through to the primordial realm is possible, but as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is why many in the three sects can attain the Deluo, but no one has stepped into the primordial realm. Although the three pure methods are taught directly by saints, and are a shortcut, they also serve as a shackle. Yi Wu had asked the Tongtian cult master about this matter. The answer he received was similar to what he guessed. The core inheritance of the three pure methods originates from the great Pangu, yet can be divided into three, just like Panga's primordial spirit was divided into the three pure ones, each being incomplete and having its own deficiencies. Even if the three celestial methods are pieced together, they cannot restore the original Panga true method, as if the most crucial link were missing. It seems as if there is a force in the void preventing the Pangu true method from re-emerging in the world. Later, the three pure ones relied on their own insights combined with the immortal path passed down by Hong Jun to separately create the supreme celestial method, the Jade Purity celestial method, and the Supreme Purity celestial method. The Tongtian cult master told Yi Wu that if he could integrate and master all three celestial methods, even if he couldn't restore the Panga true method, he would unleash unimaginable power. Perhaps he could even use this opportunity to touch the threshold of the primordial Tao. However, this path is incredibly difficult. So far, no one in the three sects has been able to traverse it. Yet Yi Wu did not believe in this superstition and wanted to give it a try. He was currently troubled about how to find an opportunity to learn the supreme celestial method and the J purity celestial method. At this moment, the opportunity presented itself. His extraordinary enlightenment erupted completely at this moment. The supreme celestial method and the J purity celestial method were smoothly mastered and fully grasped by him. The powers of the three pure ones simultaneously flourished within him, sometimes clearly distinct, and at other times intertwined and fused, as if they were one, emanating a bizarre phenomenon. As the news spread, many from the Jie sect on Jiejiao Island hurried over surrounding the area. The opportunity to hear the teachings directly from the three sects was rare and could help them enhance their cultivation. They also wanted to take this chance to see why the brother named Yi Wu could become the fifth direct disciple of the master. Sister, hurry up and go. The little junior brother is going to debate with the human sect and the Chan sect. We mustn't let them bully him. Bi Xiao urgently pulled Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao along, clearly remembering the scene of the three sects uniting for the Kunlun debate. Yin Xiao and Qiang Xiao's expressions also darkened, fearing that the little junior brother would be overwhelmed. When the three sisters arrived, they saw the three celestial lights from the Supreme Purity, Jade Purity, and Supreme Celestial methods soaring into the sky, with the heavenly sounds resonating and dispersing. At a glance, they locked onto their little junior brother. Although he was only at the golden immortal level during the discussion among the three parties, Yi Wu surprisingly did not fall behind at all. He managed to withstand all the pressure with the Supreme Celestial method, showcasing the intricacies of the Supreme Celestial method to its fullest. It was as if the Supreme Immortal was delivering teachings and expounding methods, exuding astonishing might. No wonder he is our little junior brother. He did not disappoint the senior sisters. Bixio's eyes curved into crescents, smiling with delight for Yi Wu. Xian Du and Guang Chengzi are likely to fall into a big pit this time. Yin Xiao understood that in this discussion the little junior brother was clearly at ease, without any pressure. Second sister, third sister, let's hurry and join in to listen. The disciples of the Jie sect looked on with gleaming eyes. The scene was too astonishing. An ordinary golden immortal was debating with two great Luo golden immortals, and it was surprisingly a draw. Not everyone could achieve this. No wonder the master took him as a direct disciple. Now they finally understood. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and comprehend the Tao. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The voice of the Daobao Taoist echoed in the ears of the Jie sect disciples. After regaining their senses, the disciples of the Jie sect quickly surrounded Yi Wu and sat down. They directly entered a state of cultivation. The celestial phenomena such as heavenly flowers and golden lotuses transformed from innate spiritual energy and merged into their bodies, enhancing their cultivation levels. Seeing this scene, the Daobao Taoist finally felt at ease. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have clapped in delight. So impressive. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked. He already knew Yi Wu's comprehension of the Qingxian method, but witnessing him hold his own against Master Xuandu and Guangchengzi left him astonished. Yi Wu had clearly mastered the Qingxian method, raising his cultivation to the peak of great perfection. But what Daobao Daoist did not know was that Master Xuandu and Guangchengzi were even more tumultuous in their hearts. Both of them were great Luo golden immortals who had struggled for countless epochs, and the celestial techniques of Taiji and Yuqing were already second nature to them. The three teachings were fundamentally one family, and they understood the Qingxian method to some extent. However, that bit of understanding was utterly insufficient before Yi Wu, who crushed it into dust. It was like an ant on the ground looking up at a divine dragon in the sky. There was simply no comparison. What shocked them even more was that even their own primary techniques of Taiji and Yuqing were faintly suppressed by Yi Wu's Qingxian method, as if they were unable to compete. This did not imply that Taiji and Yuqing were inferior to Qingxian, rather they had not fully grasped their own techniques. Thus they found themselves under Yi Wu's foot. Outside the Bo Palace, three beams of celestial light intertwined, and the domains of the three pure ones clashed fiercely, each pulling at the other, creating a lively spectacle. However, anyone with eyes could see that Master Zandu's Taiji domain and Guangchengzi's Yuqing domain were already struggling against Yi Wu's Qingxian domain, gradually being eroded. Daobao Daoist felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The breath he had held for so many years was finally released. How refreshing! Master Xuandu and Guangchengzi exchanged a furtive glance, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. It's over. They initially wanted to take advantage of the discussion to probe Yi Wu's background, but they never expected the situation to turn out like this. Relying solely on their mastery of the three pure ones techniques, they were already unable to best Yi Wu. Both were acutely aware that Yi Wu seemed to have thoroughly grasped the Qingxian method and could apply it flexibly, managing to keep them pinned down at critical moments. In previous discussions they could suppress the Jie sect, but now the tables had completely turned. How embarrassing. If they returned like this, their own master would likely scold them to death. Quietly changing their approach, the two stopped insisting on the three pure ones techniques, and began to incorporate their own strengths into the debate. The patterns of laws intertwined, leaving traces in the heavens and the earth. The path of the great Luo ultimately revolves around cultivating one's own Tao. Master Xuandu and Guangchengzi, as direct disciples of the heavenly Tao saints, had long since paved their own paths. Compared to learning the techniques taught by their master, their understanding of the laws they had derived themselves was deeper, and thus their application was naturally more powerful. Although they knew this was taking a shortcut, and felt somewhat embarrassed, they truly had no other way. Who would have thought that the little disciple of Tongtian would be capable of such extraordinary feats? From Yi Wu's expression, it was evident that this was not a mere discussion. He not only felt no pressure whatsoever, but seemed to be enjoying himself. Moreover, Xuandu and Guangchengzi had a vague feeling that Yi Wu was using the opportunity of this discussion to grasp the essence of their Taiji and Yuqing techniques. And it seemed he was truly beginning to uncover the secrets. The aura of Taiji and Yuqing could not be hidden. This was not a discussion at all. This was clearly them imparting their teachings to Yi Wu. If things continued like this, they might genuinely become the stepping stones for Yi Wu's enlightenment. How frustrating. They had to find a way to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the Taishang Saint and Yuanshi Tianzuan both sensed the moment Yi Wu comprehended the Taiji and Yuqing techniques. The two of them simultaneously turned their gazes over. Elder brother, second brother, what do you think of my newly accepted disciple? Upon seeing the gazes of his two elder brothers, Tongtian raised his chin, his tone full of pride. From the very beginning of the discussion, he had been focused on Yi Wu. His later performance only filled him with surprise, and just relying on the discussion to thoroughly grasp the Taiji and Yuqing techniques and smoothly enter the door, such aptitude is unmatched among all the disciples of the three teachings, or even the four great saints. If the saintly techniques were truly that easy to comprehend, they would have long since lost their value, and could they still be as precious as they are now? In the Eight Scenes Palace, the Taishang Saint lifted his eyelids, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, but he remained silent. Yet he thought to himself, the third brother has picked up quite a jackpot. How did such a talented disciple not come across him? Although that child Xuandu was not bad, especially with his aptitude in alchemy, the gap with Yi Wu was still quite obvious. His Taishang lineage emphasized non-action. However, there are times when one cannot always be passive. When it's time to compete, one must still fight for it. To simultaneously comprehend the three pure ones techniques, this kid's ambition is quite substantial. However, it is ultimately just a momentary impulse. This path is unsustainable, and they will have to turn back eventually. The Taishang Saint had already seen through Yi Wu's intentions, but he did not intervene. Inside the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzan's expression was tightly drawn. Tongshan's pride could not be suppressed, and he inwardly cursed Guangchengzi for being useless, letting such a talent slip away. How could such a good seed fall into Tongshan's hands? Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed again in his heart. Unwilling to look at Tongshan's expression, he simply turned his gaze away. Out of sight, out of mind. Tongtian noticed that both of his elder brothers had withdrawn their gazes and silently smiled in the Bo Palace, focusing on Yi Wu outside the palace. Kid, I've paved the way for you. Whether you can walk it depends on your own abilities. In these times, even the saints walked among mortals. The path of the saints is not something everyone can touch. Even if you lay out the complete path of the saints before you without the saints' approval, try and see if you won't be struck by heavenly lightning. Only those who have received the saint's permission can learn the saint's techniques. Tongtian's words, though sounding boastful, were actually supporting Yi Wu. He made both Taishang and Yuanshi tacitly acknowledge his identity. However, the two disciples of elder brother and second brother are likely to suffer greatly. Temporarily changing techniques may be somewhat useful for others, but when faced with such extraordinary comprehension, they may end up making clothes for others. The Shangqing saint had a belly full of dark humor. Sitting in the Bo palace upon sensing that his two senior brothers' disciples were making moves, he immediately intervened. Master Yu, Dao Bao was puzzled. Why did Master want to stop him? Master Xuandu and Guang Chengzi were being too. They had agreed to evolve the three pure ones techniques to discuss and validate, yet midway they changed their minds. They were actually evolving their own great Luo Dao, incorporating offensive methods. This was clearly breaking the rules. Don't be anxious. Tongtian waved his hand. Your little junior brother won't suffer losses. Perhaps he will even reap great benefits. Just watch calmly. Don't ruin his opportunity. Daobao's mind was racing, but he still couldn't understand. Tongtian offered no further explanation. He conjured a plate of spirit fruits and seeds, watching the performance with great interest. He also suppressed the actions of the Sanshao, who were ready to scold. Changed again. Yi Wu regained his senses, realizing that the techniques of Xuandu and Guang Chengzi had taken on a different flavor. They were no longer purely the three pure ones techniques. The level of the techniques and rules had surpassed the previous golden, immortal realm. Having crossed the Tai realm, they had evolved into the Tao and principles of the Great Luo. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, a strange smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Good. So you can't play fair, huh? But this is even better. With them using their own paths and laws for the debate, I could grasp the threshold of the Great Luo realm ahead of time. Under normal circumstances, finding two top Great Luo to simultaneously demonstrate their cultivation paths would be a dream. In the sea of consciousness, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment trembled, the entire tree rejoicing. Every tea leaf was madly recording the insights from this discussion, with patterns of laws emerging on the leaves, capturing even the subtleties of the Great Luo level completely. The power of this tree lies in its ability to compare with the primal chaos jade dish. In certain aspects, it can record the laws, Tao, and principles of heaven and earth, even though it has not yet reached that level. It is precisely because of this that Yi Wu's transformation into a talent seemed so arduous. But the benefits were substantial. Unbeknownst to him, his accumulation in the golden immortal realm surged again, with a foundation even more solid than before. On the trunk of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, the patterns of the Tao became increasingly profound, and the barrier of the realm that had previously hindered him was now shaking as if struck by a heavy hammer. This time of discussing the Tao brought Yi Wu an outrageous harvest. Not only did he comprehend the Taiji and Yuqing techniques, but he also reorganized his own cultivation path, broadening his future and solidifying his foundation. The accumulation had boiled over, and he could no longer suppress it. Yi Wu no longer hesitated. The three pure ones techniques he had comprehended simultaneously evolved at this moment. When did the cultivation of the golden immortal realm become so easy? But this is just the beginning. After Yi Wu broke through to the midstage of the golden immortal realm, he showed no signs of stopping, and his aura continued to surge upward. Little junior brother's opportunity. His talent is terrifyingly impressive. Zhao Gongming murmured to himself, feeling both shocked and sincerely happy for Yi Wu. Bai Xiao smiled with her eyes curved, unable to hide her pride. Look, our little junior brother is truly remarkable. He can even explain the Shangqing immortal technique thoroughly. Oh, let's see how that guy Guang Chengzi still acts so smug. Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged glances and nodded silently. Little junior brother indeed did not let them down. Chong Er Dingwang's rabbit-like eyes turned red with fury, and he gritted his teeth, spitting out two words, damn it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt indignant. The fire in his heart burned hotter, convinced that the Tongtian patriarch was being biased, allowing this kid to rise uncontested. He's making a strong push now, but who knows if it will remain so smooth later. Just then Yi Wu spoke, softly muttering something, and the aura around him suddenly changed drastically. He broke through another barrier. Golden immortal, late stage. It was only at this moment that his surging aura gradually stabilized. He was so close to perfection. In the Bai Yao Palace, the Tongtian patriarch laughed heartily. Yi Wu's performance was simply beyond his satisfaction. How long had it been? Now he was at the late stage of the golden immortal realm. How far could the Deluo be? Yi Wu felt the changes within his body, his lips curling into a broad smile. After this debate, breaking through two minor realms was a tremendous gain. Xian Du and Guang Qingzi were awakened by this commotion, their mouths opened as if to say something, but then swallowed their words. In the end, only a long, helpless sigh remained. They silently put away the Deluo techniques, deciding not to continue the debate. Guang Qingzi spoke first. Junior brother Yi Wu is indeed living up to his name, who I concede defeat. Xian Du followed suit. The master often says that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Today I have witnessed that firsthand. I wish junior brother a prosperous path ahead. From the moment Yi Wu broke through, this debate lost all meaning. Not only did they fail to grasp this kid's true capabilities, but they also helped him draw closer to the Tao. This level of comprehension is simply ridiculous. No wonder the Tongtian patriarch values him so highly. Although it felt frustrating, what could they do? Yi Wu wore a bashful expression, waving his hands like a sunny young man. You two senior brothers flatter me. But deep down he felt a bit regretful. Why didn't the discussion continue? He still wanted to look deeper into the path of the Deluo. Today discussing with the two senior brothers has truly been rewarding. I've gained profound insights. How about the two senior brothers stay at Jiejiao Island for a few days? Let me show you some hospitality. And by the way, let me learn from you both properly. As soon as the words came out, Xian Du and Guang Qingzi's expressions changed, almost making them turn to flee. They felt that Yi Wu was mocking them indirectly, yet they couldn't even muster a retort. The Taishang Legian's banana fan trembled slightly, and a burnt smell wafted out from the Bagua furnace. This batch of golden cores was utterly ruined. Nearby Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao clung to each other in fright, huddled in a corner, not daring to make a sound. In the Yusu Palace, it was as cold as an ice cellar, and a thick layer of white frost formed on the walls. Bai He Tongzi stood there shivering, not daring to even breathe. Too terrifying. Meanwhile, the laughter in the Bai Yao Palace grew louder and louder, intentionally drifting towards the 8 Scenery Palace and Yusu Palace. Little junior brother, you're truly impressive. It's been a long time since I felt this relieved. Daoist Duo Bao laughed, slapping his thigh. The surrounding members of the Jie sect all wore expressions of delight. The laughter echoed back and forth above Jiejiao Island. Previously during the debates on Kunlun Mountain, the members of the Jie sect had suffered plenty of grievances. But today, all the pent-up frustration was thoroughly released. Yi Wu instantly rose to the top in the hearts of this group from the Jie sect. Ultimately, it all relied on the opponents to highlight one's strengths. Once those who came to congratulate from the Jie sect dispersed, Daoist Duo Bao's expression turned serious, his tone deepening. Little junior brother, you indeed shone today in this debate, but you've also solidified the grudges between the two sides. The people from the Rinjiao side are manageable, but senior brother Xian Du follows the Taishang Patriarch's non-intervention nature and isn't likely to be petty. But the people from the Chan sect are not easy to deal with. Guang Qingzi, as a major figure from the Chan sect, represents the face of the Chan sect outside. Today's event, your slap was firmly delivered to his face. Guang Qingzi might not make trouble for you due to his status, but will the others from the Chan sect let you off? In the future, when you encounter people from the Chan sect outside, you must be vigilant and not let them take advantage. Exactly, someone interjected. It sounds nice to call them the 12 golden immortals, but in reality, each one is more scheming than the last. Bai Xiao curled her lips, her tone dripping with disdain. Those people value their reputation more than their lives, yet they are particularly hypocritical. They allow themselves to oppress others, yet when others retaliate, it's deemed utterly rebellious. After taking such a huge fall, they surely won't swallow this grievance. They must be pondering how to reclaim their lost dignity. They haven't learned any real skills, but they have managed to pick up a bit of Bai Xiao. Hurry and shut your mouth. Yun Xiao's sharp reprimand cut off Bai Xiao's words. Her expression was stern and her tone frighteningly severe. Is the dignity of a saint something you can casually gossip about behind their back? It seems I've been too lenient with you. Daoist Duo Bao immediately shouted, his face filled with tension. He instinctively looked up at the sky, looking. Bai Xiao suddenly woke up, her face turning pale. She quickly lowered her head, her voice softening. Master, brother, sister, I absolutely won't do it again. Knowing you were wrong means you must be punished. After returning, you will be under house arrest for 1,000 years. Yi Wu silently mourned for Bai Xiao for a second. For someone like Bai Xiao, 1,000 years of confinement would be tantamount to taking her life. As expected, she began to wail on the spot, but Yun Xiao had no intention of changing her mind. Then Yun Xiao turned to Yi Wu, her tone becoming earnest. Little junior brother, don't think I'm overreacting. Now I will teach you the first lesson on surviving in the Honghuang. In Honghuang, the heavenly Tao is supreme, and saints are paramount. The majesty of saints is not to be casually trampled upon. Even if we are direct disciples of the saints, it's still not permissible. We must adhere to the rules ourselves and respect the dignity of other saints. Only then will they respect the saintly might of our Jie sect. This is mutual. If everyone disregards the rules and shelters each other, not only will the saints lose face, but the rules will also fall into chaos, and the entire Honghuang will descend into disorder. Moreover, saints wield the authority of the heavenly Tao. If you offend the majesty of a saint, they can sense it in the saints do not easily impose punishment, but if they truly wish to uphold their dignity, they can deliver saintly punishment at any time. When that time comes, even if you are also a saint, you won't be able to find protection. Yi Wu nodded and clasped his hands. Thank you, sister, for your guidance, I will remember it well. Now he fully understood that the rules of Honghuang were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The majesty of a saint is like an unfathomable abyss, and it is like punishment. Touching it means death. He recalled the Honghuang novels he read in his previous life, where the protagonist would curse at saints without consequence, and the saints would endure. Looking back now, it was truly laughable. The real Honghuang was 1,000 times more terrifying than what was written in those novels. After all, this is a living world, and every being has flesh and blood. They are not mere NPCs. In the future, he truly needed to be more cautious and not trip over this issue. Yi Wu sat cross-legged, pulling out the bottle of 9 transformation golden core from his bosom. As he twisted off the cap, a rich and potent medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire cave. The magical power within him seemed to awaken, beginning to operate on its own and gradually increasing. The 9 transformation golden core truly lives up to its name. Yi Wu said softly before quickly sealing the cap tightly again. This item should not be consumed carelessly, it must be reserved for crucial moments. Using it recklessly would be pure waste. He casually took out the innate water and fire gourd, bringing it to his nose to sniff the alcoholic scent inside. Utterly speechless. Truly speechless. His master was actually a drunkard. But it seemed that what was inside this gourd was not ordinary stuff. Yi Wu inhaled deeply several times, his eyes suddenly brightening, his breathing becoming heavier. It makes sense. How could the wine drunk by a saint be subpar? At the very least, it must be of the level of exquisite nectar. He uncorked the gourd, and the fragrant aroma rushed at him, overwhelming. Yi Wu's face instantly turned bright red, almost making him drunk to the point of collapsing. Frightened, he quickly capped it again. This potency is probably enough to make even a golden immortal pass out. Just from a single whiff, his head began to spin, and even his primordial spirit felt fuzzy. He hurriedly practiced the 3 clear immortal technique for half a day to suppress the effects of the alcohol. Master didn't give a heads up. Ooh, I almost capsized. Although he almost got into trouble, there were still benefits. His magical power had increased a notch, and his foundation became more solid. In the Bai Yao Palace, the Tongtian Patriarch happened to witness this scene, and couldn't help but chuckle. Little brat, this is for secretly mumbling about me in your heart earlier. Yi Wu put away the innate water and fire gourd, and took out the purple-black innate chaos gourd. As soon as he removed it, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment in his consciousness began to shake wildly, exuding an irresistible thirst. Alright, I want to see what secrets this gourd holds. Yi Wu completed the initial refinement of the innate chaos gourd and directly moved the ancient tea tree of enlightenment's essence into it. Inside the gourd, a small chaotic world formed, filled with pure innate chaotic essence. This essence is entirely different from the chaotic energy found in the outer void. The latter carries both creation and destruction with extremely extreme attributes. Even a Deluo golden immortal could suffer injury to their physical body or destruction of their primordial spirit if they carelessly traverse through genuine chaotic energy. Yi Wu realized these matters only after refining the innate chaotic gourd himself. Originally, if that gourd had fully matured, this small world could have transformed into a complete chaotic realm. Unlike now being only half-baked. To gain something, one must lose something. The heavens have it all arranged. If it truly became a complete world, it would be of no use to me. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, speaking of which, we are indeed kindred spirits. The Wu Dao Ancient Tea Tree was originally a top-grade innate spiritual root, yet it had been forcibly reduced to a high-quality one. The chaotic gourd was the same. It should have been made of materials for an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, but due to a missing piece of its origin, it could only be considered high quality. Both were victims of heaven's jealousy, facing calamities that were astonishingly similar. Perhaps this is called a fated connection. Once the Wu Dao Ancient Tea Tree entered the chaotic gourd, it was like a cat catching the scent of fish. Its roots unfurled completely, firmly burrowing into the innate chaotic essence. This pure chaotic energy was unbearable for the tree, and the spiritual root's essence would be eroded away. After all, the top 10 innate spiritual roots are unique and possess their special traits. However, the pure innate chaotic essence is different. It is a great supplement for this tree. Wait a minute, this. Yi Wu was suddenly stunned. He noticed that after the Wu Dao Ancient Tea Tree absorbed the innate chaotic essence, its spiritual root's essence began to stir again. The essence that had been lost before was gradually being replenished. Although the replenishing speed was slow, it was indeed. Yi Wu understood what this represented. Apart from the great fortune of the sects, this innate chaotic essence was equally. This was an unexpected delight. No wonder when I first obtained that innate chaotic black gourd, the Wu Dao Ancient Tea Tree was so excited. Although it was just a slight change, this transformation still reflected back on Yi Wu. His own essence also became denser. At every moment, he could feel subtle changes occurring within himself. The path Yi Wu walked did not abandon the essence after the spiritual root took form. Instead, both coexisted as one. Like that Western sage of the Tao, the Junti Taoist, who was originally rooted in the innate Gung Gold Bodhi tree. However, after taking form, he fused his essence with 7 treasures to refine a treasure known as the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree. This thing is said to be unstoppable in the world, more terrifying than the unparalleled divine ability of the 5-color divine light. It is rumored that during the future divine sealing war, it shattered the Qingping sword of the Tongtian teacher, showcasing immense power. But Yi Wu did not want to do it this way. The spiritual root remained the same, merging with him, capable of leveling up together. Just like that Yangmei immortal. Because of this, the recent changes in the Wu Dao Ancient Tea Tree began to gradually restore his Dao body. Each path has its advantages, though none is superior to the other. Let's leave the essence here in the innate chaotic gourd, and see what it can evolve into, whether it can replenish the essence that was previously consumed. Above the Wu Dao Ancient Tea Tree, the sounds of the Grand Dao echoed, and the 3 Pure Ones celestial method continuously operated, assisting in refining the innate chaotic essence. This effect was far better than just using the pure Yang celestial method. Yi Wu held on to a glimmer of hope, but did not place all his expectations on it. If the innate spiritual root's essence could be repaired so easily, it would be strange. Even the Tongtian teacher, a sage of the Tao, had no good methods, and could only rely on Yi Wu's own fortune. One must either become a primordial golden immortal or a sage of the Tao to completely restore the innate spiritual root's essence. After discerning the usefulness of the innate chaotic gourd, Yiwu casually tossed the innate water and fire gourd inside as well, using the innate chaotic essence to nourish the wine within the water and fire gourd. That is a true treasure. Does the master want a drink? Just wait. After counting, Yiwu felt quite pleased. He now possessed 4 innate treasures and a golden core, all top-tier goods. Looking across the entire primitive world, not to mention the 3rd generation, even among the 2nd generation few could boast such a fortune. He was akin to a living treasure vault. Now that my wealth is amassed, it's time to carefully contemplate the road ahead. Although I have offended the Changjiao this time, the gains are truly immense, completely offsetting this debt. Moreover, with the upheaval of the divine sealing calamity, the enmity between the Jiejiao and Changjiao is destined to deepen. This is the great trend of the Tao pushing from behind, and mere human strength cannot overcome it. Whether to maintain relationships is irrelevant. Previously, I lacked the opportunity purely due to insufficient strength. Now that I have taken form, and am no longer bound with the identity of a sage's direct disciple shielding me, this is my greatest trump card. This trump card must be utilized to its fullest. Expecting to inform the Tongtian teacher about the direction of the divine sealing and relying on him to make preparations in advance is unrealistic. Currently, the Tongtian teacher is still somewhat naive. Only after experiencing the harshness of the divine sealing calamity and understanding the pain of his sect's destruction can he truly grasp the severity of this world. Yiwu's mind was struck like lightning, and he suddenly woke up. Relying on the master. It's better to rely on myself. He squinted his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the 33 heavens. The divine sealing calamity appears to be a process orchestrated by the Tao itself, but that Uncle Haoyan is no simple character. He has reaped considerable benefits during this calamity. The root cause of the divine sealing affair, to put it bluntly, is that Haoyan went to the Tao ancestor to cry poverty, saying that the heavenly court cannot even gather a few workers, and the 3 realms are simply unmanageable. But those from the 3 teachings nominally entered the heavenly court, yet they actually obey their own master. Whether they heed Haoshan's words is another matter altogether. Attitude is simply one: I am a disciple of a sage, what can you Haoyan do to me? These people not only couldn't help, but also often caused disruptions. They were inept at doing proper work and were exceptionally adept at creating chaos. Currently, Haoyan is named the ruler of the 3 realms, and the Supreme Emperor is in reality merely a figurehead, pitifully so. He is still far from the great Taoist who commands the 3 realms with a single command. Since you lack personnel in the heavenly court, I will personally present myself. Yiwu smirked, his eyes glinting with an indescribable smile. The fact that the saints of each sect had not yet gathered in the Zhixiao Palace to discuss the divine sealing indicates that Haoyan has not yet gone to the Tao ancestor to complain. At this moment, the heavenly court is in dire need of personnel, with many divine positions still vacant. He still has a chance. The divine sealing pertains to the proper gods of the heavens. But once one is on the divine sealing list, even if they become a genuine deity, they must still be governed by the divine punishment whip and be manipulated by Haoyan. They walk the path of divinity. No longer a person of the immortal path, their cultivation will be locked in place, and they will have no way to ascend further. However, if he can occupy those positions of the proper gods before the divine sealing, that would be a completely different matter. That is entering the official ranks. The paths of the divine sealing and the official position are 2 different routes. Yiwu has already made up his mind to enter the heavenly court and secure a position as a proper god. First, he must remove himself from the candidate list for the divine sealing catastrophe. The heavenly court should not be involved in the divine sealing affair. Furthermore, there is another benefit to joining the heavenly court that Yiwu values greatly. As the future core of the operation of the 3 realms, all worlds must respect the heavenly court. The fortune of the entire heavenly court will reach its peak. That fortune is precisely what Yiwu currently lacks, and it can be used to mend the injuries on his spiritual root's essence. However, whether this matter can be accomplished still requires consulting the master. He must give his approval. After stabilizing his realm completely, Yiwu knocked on the door of Bo Palace once again. Upon meeting the Tongtian teacher, he expressed his thoughts candidly. You want to enter the heavenly court? The Tongtian teacher was taken aback for a moment, his face revealing surprise. He did not expect that his youngest disciple would entertain such thoughts. This path runs counter to the mainstream. Looking across the entire primitive realm, those prominent disciples of the great sects would never look favorably upon that wretched place, called the heavenly court. Who would go there except for rootless loose cultivators? The current Haoyan Jade Emperor cannot be compared to the demon clan's heavenly court from the time of the Wuyao War. Moreover, that Haoyan is ultimately just a gatekeeper. Not only do the sages think this way, but even their disciples, to have these people assist a gatekeeper. That would be a joke. Thus, when the Hongjun ancestor appointed Haoyan as the heavenly emperor, he wished for various sects to send people to support the heavenly court. What happened? No one paid any attention. The great sages looked down on Haoyan, and they certainly wouldn't allow their disciples to help him save face. Not only did they not help, but they also waited to see Haoyan make a fool of himself. Observing the teacher's reaction, Yiwu already had an idea in mind. It was pretty much what he had conjectured. He sighed inwardly. In the future during the Divine Sealing War, the three teachings will stumble, and it will be due to this arrogance. Hao Yin may be a gatekeeper, but who stands behind him? That is a big shot of the primitive world, the Hongjun Dao ancestor. You, what are you thinking? Running to the heavenly court at this time. After the initial surprise, the Tongtian teacher did not rush to reprimand him, but instead asked for the reason. Teacher, I was contemplating. Yi Wu laid out his prepared arguments. The heavenly court is the core of the operation of the primitive realm. Since the Dao ancestor has pushed his disciple to the forefront whether for face or other reasons, he cannot allow Hao Yin to remain a mere figurehead. If that were the case, it would not reflect well on Hongjun. In the future, the Dao ancestor will certainly find ways to add bricks and tiles to the heavenly court. Restoring the heavenly court to its former glory is not impossible. Hao Yin is currently in need of personnel. Providing assistance during a difficult time is much more heartwarming than mere compliments. Most importantly, I discovered that this fortune is extremely beneficial for restoring the innate spiritual root's essence. Entering the heavenly court will yield even more fortune. Is there really such an effect? While Tongtian did not take other words to heart, this particular statement made him alert. Yi Wu nodded. This was no lie, it could be verified with a simple inquiry. Alright, no problem. After confirming that the fortune could indeed help Yi Wu restore his innate spiritual root's essence, a satisfied smile spread across Tongtian's face. In that case, you should make a trip to the heavenly court. You are my direct disciple of the Tongtian teacher. That boy Hao Yin should at least give me some face and not make things difficult for you. What you said earlier does make sense. The great sages may look glorious now, but the heavenly court still holds the right. With the blessing of the heavenly divine position, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. It was worthwhile to The master of the heavenly path nodded in agreement with Yi Wu's plan. Since this matter is beneficial for cultivation, they must give it a try. The path of immortality is, to put it simply, a competition. Wasn't Hongjun Jiaozhu the same back then? However, that Hao Yin was once a servant beside your master ancestor, and is already a powerful figure at the semi-saint level, a legitimate heavenly emperor. When you reach the heavenly court, you still need to show some respect and maintain a humble attitude. Since you are working under him, do not act like your senior brothers and sisters, nor should you emulate those from the Changjiao, who leave no room for personal relations. Calling him Shirshu Uncle Master is not a problem at all. Yi Wu's lips twitched. He could see that his teacher was not completely oblivious to these matters. It's just that the demeanor of a saint has made him accustomed to overlooking the hidden dangers behind such trivialities. Although Hao Yin is of servant origin, it doesn't mean he lacks ambition. Disciple, remember this. Giving face is one thing, but we must not lose the face of our Jiejiao. If Hao Yin dares to show you a disrespectful expression, you should confront him directly. He won't dare to retaliate against you, and if anything happens, your teacher will have your back. Teacher, you are so formidable. Rest assured, I am well aware of it. I will never allow our Jiejiao to be disgraced. Yi Wu gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising his teacher. The master of the heavenly path not only understood him, but also actively offered advice, which deeply moved Yi Wu. If it were Yuan Shitianzuan, he would have slammed the table and scolded people on the spot, refusing to listen to any explanation. It is no wonder that the Fengshen calamity is called the Immortal Slaughter Calamity. The 12 golden immortals of Changjiao were not the harbingers of this calamity. Maintaining a high and mighty posture sometimes only lays a significant danger for the future. After Yi Wu had walked far away, the master of the heavenly path's gaze darkened slightly, and his eyes began to flicker. The heavenly court, huh? Perhaps it's time to set a few chess pieces in advance. It would be just right to let Yi Wu go and scout the way. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, the master of the heavenly path was not one to be clueless. Although the future path was shrouded in mist and hazy, he could still vaguely see some things. In the future, the position of the heavenly court in the Honghuang world would be crucial. Its vast fortune would not be inferior to that of the current great saint sects. Just based on this point, it would be enough to entice people. However, the fortune of the Honghuang is predetermined. It cannot simply appear out of thin air. If the heavenly court is to rise, then a certain great sect must suffer. The fortune of the sect will be siphoned away. It is just like how the Wu and Yao clans perished back then, which allowed the great saint sects to emerge. Which great saint sect will suffer in the future? At Bo Palace, the master of the heavenly path's gaze seemed to have encountered the unseen timelines and fate lines. He was desperately trying to peer ahead. He wanted to use the power of a saint to part the thin mist covering the river of fate and time. A saint is almost capable of knowing everything and doing anything. But there is a prerequisite. One must rely on the power of the heavenly Dao to achieve this. This brings about another problem. If the heavenly Dao is intent on obstructing, even a saint cannot foresee the future changes. This is the weakness of a saint of the heavenly Dao. Saints are indeed powerful, but they are also bound by the heavenly Dao. The long river flows swiftly, transforming into countless future diverging paths. Each path is a possibility. While observing, the master of the heavenly path pondered. Hutu has turned herself into reincarnation, staying hidden in the underworld. As long as the underworld does not collapse, she will not die. The fortune of the underworld will certainly not be lacking. Niwa has not established a sect. As long as there are no great disasters, she won't fall. The human sect is also quite stable. As long as Taishang Laojun remains securely in the position of the human sect leader, the human sect cannot collapse like Mount Buzhou. As for the remainder, there are only his own Jiejiao Changjiao and the western sect left. These three are the most likely to encounter problems. There is no such thing as unchanging circumstances in this world. There has never been a permanent winner. Even the powerful innate 3 clans and the Wu and Yao clans, which were inherently endowed with great fortune, ended up being destroyed. Can these 3 great saint sects really last for thousands of generations? The master of the heavenly path remains, which great force rises if not by stepping on the bones of others. It has always been this way since the opening of the Hongwang. How Yin, if your heavenly court wants to ascend, whose bones will you step on to reach the sky? A gust of wind swept through Bio Palace. It disturbed the unseen river of time. Water splashes erupted. But in the next moment, a terrifying purple lightning exploded above the river of time. It directly shattered the gaze of the master of the heavenly path. Humph. The master of the heavenly path snorted. His expression turned extremely grim. The purple cloud divine thunder was a method created by Daozu Hongjun. Since Daozu merged with the heavenly Dao, this thunder has become an exclusive ability of the heavenly Dao. Do you forbid me from seeing? Or is it that I have bumped into some timeline that I shouldn't touch? The master of the heavenly path was well aware. The response from the heavenly Dao was overly intense, which was odd, as if it were desperately concealing some secret. He didn't press further, but he had already noted this down in his mind. If the heavenly court can truly grow to the level of a great saint sect in the future, then aligning with it now might not be a bad move. With the master of the heavenly path's nod, Yi Wu rode the rainbow light straight to the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor resides in the 9th heaven, surrounded by 4 heavenly gates that protect the heavenly palace securely. Just as Yi Wu caught sight of the shadow of the southern heavenly gate, his vision suddenly blurred. His expression changed dramatically. Who was the blind one? Someone was actually scheming against him at the entrance of the heavenly court. Without giving him any time to react, he was directly pulled into another space. A master. Without a word, Yi Wu activated the Zhuxian array diagram, instantly enveloping himself. The Qingling divine thunder transformed into countless thunder dragons, surging through the purple lightning and smashing outward. The power of the supreme innate spiritual treasure erupted completely, as if summoning 1,000 thunders to resonate. The force of the Qingling divine thunder skyrocketed, turning the entire sky into a sea of thunder. In this instant, even a tiny golden immortal would not be able to withstand it unscathed. A golden immortal would instantly be reduced to ashes with their souls scattering. Yet unexpectedly, the Qingling divine thunder disappeared halfway, as if it had been fundamentally disintegrated by a stronger force. Yi Wu's heart sank to the bottom. It was over. He was simply no match. Who was it that was targeting him? Xixiang Tongtian is indeed generous. Aside from the Zhuxian array diagram, even the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer, has been given to you. Yi Wu should seize your luck is indeed quite remarkable. A Taoist adorned with a halo behind his head suddenly emerged from the void and stood before Yi Wu. His eyes fixed intently on the Zhuxian array diagram on Yi Wu and the purple lightning hammer in his hands, his gaze sharp and unrestrained. Yi Wu instinctively tightened his grip on the purple lightning hammer. This gaze felt too familiar. You are Zhuan-Ti, Saint. Recognizing who it was, Yi Wu's pupils constricted fiercely and his feet instinctively took a step back as an inexplicable sense of oppression surged from his heart. The reputation of Zhuan-Ti Taoist in Hongwang was simply explosive, infamous. That saying there is a connection between me and the West is practically a rule-level divine skill. In the Hongwang world, no one can resist it. Why would Zhuan-Ti Taoist come looking for him? Why had he been targeted? Was he planning to take this opportunity to convert him and drag him to the West? Yi Wu's mind exploded with a series of questions, unable to suppress his anxiety. On the surface, he still calmly saluted. I have met Zhuan-Ti Shirshu. You have made such a grand entrance, I wonder what orders you have. But inside he was already in a panic. Teacher, save me. If you don't come, your disciple will really be in deep trouble. Faced with a completely hostile saint of the heavenly Dao, he had no qualifications to fight back. His only way out, only a saint can withstand another saint. It is obvious to anyone that Zhuan-Ti Taoist's secretive approach means nothing good. Zhuan-Ti Taoist wore a faint smile, as if he could see through all of Yi Wu's calculations. Yi Wu should seize. Do not waste your efforts calling for Xixiang Tongtian. Although saints can do anything, simply calling a name can resonate. There are also limitations. As fellow saints, it is easy to shield each other's perception. His tone was light and carefree, showing no fear that Yi Wu might truly summon the master of the heavenly path. Although this place is not the pure land I created, it is still an illusion supported by the power of a saint. With this layer of interference, Xixiang Tongtian will not be able to sense you for a while. A chill shot up from Yi Wu's feet to the top of his head, causing him to tremble. No wonder he had been calling in his heart for so long, yet his teacher made no response. His heart turned completely cold. As a dignified saint of the heavenly Dao, to act so cautiously must mean he harbored ill intentions. The Zhuxian array diagram quietly revived on him, and the four-sword intents of Zhuxian, Xinxian, Luxian, and Zhuexian lit up with a hum. The array diagram exerted force, attempting to tear open this small space of the saint. However, Zhuan-Ti Taoist merely extended a finger and gently pressed down. All sword intents instantly extinguished, leaving not even a trace. The Zhuxian array diagram, which had just awakened, was once again pressed into a deep slumber. It was over. Completely over. Yi Wu took a deep breath, steadied his trembling heart, and spoke heavily. What exactly does Zhuan-Ti Shirshu want? At this moment, he truly saw the means of the saint of the heavenly Tao. The gap was too vast. Even wielding a supreme treasure, it was like a mantis trying to stop a cart. There was not even a shred of room for resistance. Zhuan-Ti Daoist waved his hand, looking dissatisfied. Alas, why does my disciple speak so harshly? Is my uncle really that kind of person, who has been spreading rumors about my reputation behind my back? Don't be fooled by others wrongfully accusing a good person. Zhuan-Ti Daoist smiled, amiably speaking lightly. The West is barren. Oh, I only see that my disciple has a connection with the West, so I came to make a good connection. In the future, if my disciple achieves the Tao and reaches the primordial level, I will lend a hand if needed. His face, having been polished through countless calamities, had become incredibly thick-skinned. Though he spoke politely, he secretly activated the power of a saint to discern Yi Wu's true roots. In this world, there are no walls that do not let the wind through. Xian Du and Guang Qingzi had debated with Yi Wu on Jiejiao Island, only to be completely suppressed. This matter had long spread within the three teachings. Their silence wouldn't change anything. A golden immortal can suppress two top-tier Deluo golden immortals, so they cannot lift their heads. This talent and background are undoubtedly among the very best. How could the Zhuan-Ti Daoist not be moved? At the sage level, he had already aligned with the authority of the Tao, and Yi Wu could not possibly notice his probing. But in the next moment, the expression of the Zhuan-Ti Daoist froze for a second. The probing force was forced to retreat. It could not reach the depths. Within Yi Wu, there was a restriction set by the Tongtian leader himself. As soon as he touched it, it would trigger, and the Tongtian leader would sense it immediately and descend. The void he had set up this time could not block the sensing between sages. Now was not the time to offend the Tongtian leader. But this also made the Zhuan-Ti Daoist determined to convert Yi Wu to the Western Church. If Yi Wu were of ordinary roots, how could the Tongtian leader expend so much effort to hide him? Tongtian senior brother, he sneered inwardly, your cleverness has backfired. The more you hide, the more it proves this kid is extraordinary. But thinking of this, he sighed. How could such a prodigy not be born in their West? How pitiful for their West. Yi Wu frowned, not believing a word the Zhuan-Ti Daoist said. He was not like the kind-hearted Honyun ancestor who was deceived and lost his sage position, ultimately losing his life. This is the wonderful method of our Western Church, the Great Dream Sutra. The Zhuan-Ti Daoist spoke again. It allows one to attain the Tao in dreams, transforming into 3,000 worlds, transcending the mundane, and enjoying the supreme bliss of Tao fruits. You are fated to have this wonderful method. In the future, if you have questions, feel free to come to my Western Pure Land to discuss the Tao. Oh, as your uncle, I will surely welcome you, making you feel at home. No, absolutely not. I'm not interested. Yi Wu watched helplessly as the Zhuan-Ti Daoist pointed a finger at him, cursing internally, wishing he could disappear on the spot. The teachings of the Western Church, to put it bluntly, were just heretical paths indeed, producing some strange and powerful things. He knew this without needing to practice. But the problem was that broken method had no equal in the entire Hongwang. Once involved, it was like being possessed, and unknowingly it could change your mind. Once he wanted to withdraw, it would be difficult. But no matter how he struggled, the Zhuan-Ti Daoist only became more enthusiastic seeing him like this. Yi Wu could only watch as the Zhuan-Ti Daoist forcibly stuffed the Great Dream Sutra into his mind. He didn't even have a chance to refuse. Yi Wu, your uncle will be waiting for you in the pure land of bliss. The illusion instantly dispersed, and the southern gate reappeared before him. The Zhuan-Ti Daoist had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. The only proof that what just happened was not a dream was the faintly glowing broken, the previously sealed Zhujian formation diagram, and the purple lightning hammer had also regained their functions. Who are you? What brings you to the heavenly court? What do you want standing at the door for so long, without saying a word? The guard at the southern gate stared fixedly at Yi Wu, his hand gripping the sword tightly. This kid was too strange, appearing out of nowhere at the southern gate, and saying nothing. Surely he wasn't here to cause trouble. Are you saying? I was just standing dumbly in front of you the whole time. That's right. The gate guard's expression towards Yi Wu was becoming increasingly suspicious, ready to call for help. Was this person mentally challenged? Did he not have any idea of what he had done? After hearing this, Yi Wu let out a heavy breath. The methods of sages were indeed beyond human imagination. He tried to forget the Great Dream Sutra in his mind, but found it utterly impossible. It was as if it had been engraved into his bones. The more he tried to forget, the more firmly it stuck. Yi Wu's head was spinning. It was too sinister. He knew that this was definitely a trap set by the Zhuan-Ti Daoist. The value of the Great Dream Sutra goes without saying. If the teachings of a sage were to spread, it would surely cause a storm of bloodshed across the entire Hongwang. Even those ancient beings at the level of Hunyuan Junxing would personally come to compete for it. However, Yi Wu truly did not dare to practice it. The pit was too deep. The trap was too great. If he were to practice it, it would be worse than death. He had already guessed the intention of the Zhuan-Ti Daoist. This book was bait designed to hook him in and lead him to the Western Church. If he could not withstand this bait, Heoshin's expression was somewhat troubled. A single sage's scripture exchanged for a Yi Wu, the Zhuan-Ti old fox's calculations were ringing. This matter is difficult. I need to return to Jiejiao Island to discuss it with my master. With a plan in mind, he no longer lingered on this. First, let's handle the matter at hand. I am Yi Wu, a direct disciple of the Jiejiao, personally taught by the Upper Clear Sage. I come to find Hao Yin, uncle master. Please announce my arrival. What? A direct disciple of Jiejiao. Wait, you are Yiwu, the fifth direct disciple of Jiejiao whose name has been spreading everywhere recently. The guard's eyes widened in shock and his voice rose a pitch. Yiwu's face nearly turned green. What did they mean by this? Was about his fame shaking the Hongwang. If there is no one else with this name, then it should be me. He did not expect that before he even formally left Jiejiao Island his reputation had already spread to such an extent that even the soldiers guarding the southern gate recognized him at a glance. What Yiwu did not know was that his fame had already spread. Initially, after overcoming the Transformation Tribulation, he gained some recognition. Later on Jiejiao Island he had brutally defeated the leaders of the Chan sect and Rin sect, and the news spread privately. His fame grew even louder. The Chan sect tried to suppress the news, but such gossip only exploded the more they tried to contain it. More and more people became intensely curious about him. The trivial matters of the great sages were considered huge news in the Hongwang. Now Yiwu, to put it bluntly, was a celebrity in the Hongwang. Every move he made was being watched. The Hongwang did not have the internet, but the immortals transmitted news faster than anything. After realizing this, Yiwu also felt quite frustrated. He wanted to keep a low profile, but heaven was not allowing it. Please wait a moment, I will report this right away. Confirming that it is Yiwu, the guard did not dare to hesitate and quickly dashed into the heavenly court. But after running a few steps he stopped and quickly bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the Star Lord. An immortal with an aura of a Taoist floated over from the direction of the Lingxiao treasure hall, smiling warmly as he approached Yiwu. Yiwu, fellow Taoist, the Emperor anticipated your arrival and specially sent me to greet you. Please follow me to the Lingxiao treasure hall. The person was none other than the trusted aide of Haoyan, Tai Bai Jinxing. Tai Bai Jinxing secretly observed Yiwu, curious about this rising star of the Jiejiao. The fifth direct disciple had just left Jiejiao Island and was heading straight to the heavenly court. No one knew what he was really after. Thank you for leading the way, Star Lord. Yiwu slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful yet assertive posture. Despite Tai Bai Jinxing's celestial appearance and kind expression, if one thought he was an easygoing person, they would be sorely mistaken. What is Tai Bai Xing? He is the Star Lord of combat. In terms of fighting ability, he is a genuine warrior with astonishing combat strength. However, later, he submitted to the Jade Emperor and became a high-ranking official by the Emperor's side, gradually adopting a civil servant's demeanor. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Yiwu finally met the Emperor Haoyan. On either side stood civil and military ministers. The scale was not small, but in terms of actual power, it was merely a shell. There were hardly 2 golden immortals among them. Most were merely at the level of heavenly immortals or profound immortals. The current Haoyan Emperor, compared to the imposing figure he would become in later days, was simply a far cry. It was truly too shabby. Yiwu, I pay my respects to Haoyan, Uncle Master. Haoyan, who had originally been maintaining his stance, instantly broke into a beaming smile upon hearing this. The sense of closeness was suddenly bridged. What brings you here today, disciple? Haoyan asked. No one from the 3 teachings usually bothered to come to this heavenly court. Previously, he had personally visited the 3 teachings hoping to recruit some to serve in the heavenly court. What was the result? He was met with nothing but rejection. The disciples of the great sages did not regard the positions in the heavenly court at all. Haoyan felt both angry and helpless, but he had no way to deal with them. I just felt a bit idle and thought I'd come here to ask Uncle Master for a job. Yiwu did not beat around the bush and directly revealed his intentions. Oh. Haoshan's expression shifted slightly, never expecting Yiwu's intention to be this. He actually wanted to take a position in the heavenly court. Did not the Jiejiao members always look down upon the divine positions of the heavenly court? Why the sudden change of, is this the intention of senior brother Tongtian, or? Haoyan asked thoughtfully, his gaze seeming to pierce. It is my own idea, but I have also discussed it with my master. Yiwu paused for a moment, fixing a meaningful gaze on Haoyan. We are all disciples of the Tao ancestor. Does it matter where we make a living? To put it simply, if you really think about it, we are like family and should naturally interact more. This statement was flawless, sounding like flattery, yet not truly flattery. Because it was indeed the truth. They were all disciples of the Tao ancestor, and on some level, there was no difference from being family. There was nothing wrong with this. Moreover, if things go well on the heavenly court side, I imagine my fellow senior and junior brothers and sisters wouldn't mind. Yiwu did not finish his sentence, but the implication was already clear. He was just short of saying it outright. Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes lowered, but the tremor in his gaze was impossible to hide. What exactly was this upper clear sage up to? The Jiejiao has always emphasized inclusiveness, rarely intervening in the actions of its disciples. This has led to the disciples of the Jiejiao having particularly unconventional thoughts and methods, some even absurdly so. Yiwu claimed this was his own idea, with the Tongtian leader merely giving a nod, but Tai Bai Jinxing did not believe there was no ulterior motive. He was an insider by the Emperor's side, knowing far too many details that outsiders did not know. Moreover, Yiwu was no ordinary Jiejiao disciple. He was the direct disciple of the upper clear sage. With such a status, the weight and implications of the same matter were the Jiejiao, currently the foremost sacred sect of the Hongwang. Could it be that they wanted to stand on the side of the heaven? At this moment, countless thoughts surged through Haoshan's mind, wildly speculating the true intentions of the Tongtian Patriarch. Is it a gesture of goodwill? Or something else? Logically, as a dignified sage, the Tongtian Patriarch has no need to play such tricks. However, at this moment, Haoyan truly cannot fathom any other possibilities. After all, he had not yet reported to the Zhixiao Palace, nor had he provoked any heavenly tribulations. Naturally, he couldn't understand what Yi Wu aimed to achieve by acting this way. Haha. Since my nephew is interested in the affairs of the heavenly court, I, as your uncle, will certainly not be stingy. Hao Qian waved his hand, grandly displaying a generous demeanor. Which divine position in the heavenly court catches your fancy? Choose freely. Currently, there were a lot of vacant divine positions in the heavenly court, with no one to fill them. Regardless of Yi Wu's true intentions for coming, he must not appear stingy in this matter. There was nothing else. When it came to divine positions, he had plenty to offer. It's all up to you, uncle, to decide. After hearing this, Hao Qian slightly squinted his eyes. Then how about the divine position of the North Pole Ziwei Emperor? The North Pole Ziwei Emperor, also known as the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor, presides over the Ziwei, and is known as the Master of the Stars and the Root of all gods. He governs the heavenly principles and the myriad stars and mountains of the universe. He can summon winds and rain, commanding all thunder. He is the supreme being of all astronomical phenomena. One of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. His status is equal to that of the Jade Emperor, capable of mobilizing all the deities of the heavenly court. His power is astonishing. Yi Wu was momentarily stunned. He truly did not expect that this generous uncle of his would offer such an important position in the heavenly court, it directly throwing the divine position of one of the 6 sovereigns at him. The Fengshen Bang was created to confer the gods of the heavenly court. What Hao Qian presented this time was indeed sincere enough. Beyond the Fengshen Bang, the real authority in the heavenly court is held by the 6 sovereigns. With the 6 sovereigns standing in front, the later Fengshen Bang came into being. Just this point alone demonstrates the significance of these 6 positions. The Tai Bai Jinxing was momentarily taken aback, pondering in his heart. This time the heavenly emperor truly made a grand gesture. Although the immortals from the 3 teachings usually look down on the heavenly court, they are still quite envious of the position of the 6 sovereigns. For instance, the Southern Polar Immortal from the Changjiao has long held the title of Southern Polar Longevity Emperor in the heavenly court, occupying one of the 6 sovereigns' positions, effectively planting a flag for the Changjiao in the heavenly court. But the problem is this old fellow occupies the position, yet never does anything useful. He merely occupies the latrine without contributing. Disgusting as it is, who can argue when he has the backing of the Changjiao sage? Hao Qian could only grit his teeth and accept it. However, if he could bring the Jiejiao to his side, then sacrificing a position among the 6 sovereigns would be worth it in any case. Hao Qian had long since calculated this in his heart. Even if he couldn't pull the Jiejiao in the future, simply using this matter to annoy the sages of the other 2 teachings would be enough. Nephew, how does this sound? If you're not satisfied, there are also the positions of the Gochun Emperor, the Qinghua Emperor, and the Hudo Emperor, all of which are vacant. Choose freely. I will nod in agreement without another word. With this statement, Haoshan's sincerity was laid bare. The ministers in the Lingxiao Palace widened their eyes, not daring to breathe. They had been following the heavenly emperor for so long, yet had never seen their boss this generous before. After all, that's one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. It's not a cabbage on the street. In the Southern Polar Longevity Emperor's residence, the Southern Polar Immortal was originally sitting in meditation, but upon hearing that Yi Wu had ascended to the heavenly court, his expression immediately changed. What does this little junior from the Jiejiao want by suddenly coming to the heavenly court? Surely it can't be for the divine position, right? Could it be that the Jiejiao wants to interfere in the affairs of the heavenly court? The more he thought about it, the worse his expression became. Ever since the Jiejiao moved away from Kunlun Mountain, the friction between the 2 teachings had been escalating. Although they did not fall out during the last debate on Jiejiao Island, the Changjiao lost face entirely. The feud between the 2 sides had only deepened. If the Jiejiao were to insert themselves into the heavenly court, then the days for the Changjiao would truly become difficult. The Southern Polar Immortal could no longer sit still and hurried toward the Lingxiao Palace. He wanted to see if this little junior from the Jiejiao was truly as sinister as the legends say. Haha, since my uncle thinks so highly of me, I will not be polite. Yi Wu was momentarily stunned, then smiled, and cupped his hands, accepting the position of the North Pole Ziwei Emperor. Good, good, good. Hao Qian laughed loudly, shouting good 3 times. Edict. Yi Wu from this day forth shall be the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor. Conferred, 6th sovereign divine position. The luck of the heavenly court surged like a tide, and a divine position slowly manifested, directly falling upon Yi Wu. He immediately felt as if he could mobilize a portion of the heavenly court's authority. With the enhancement of this power, even the perspective of viewing the world changed, and his perception of the surroundings became much clearer. Not bad. Yi Wu's eyes lit up. The divine office of the 6 sovereigns brought him even more surprises than he had anticipated. The effect of the divine position's enhancement was incredibly powerful. With this kind of enhancement, future cultivation would undoubtedly become much easier. Especially at the moment when the luck of the heavenly court enveloped him, it gave him an even greater surprise. The speed at which the ancient tea tree regained its essence in the innate chaotic gourd had accelerated significantly. This step he took was indeed the right one. At this rate, the essence will eventually be fully restored, revealing the roots of the supreme, innate spiritual root. That day is already not far off. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Wu bowed and saluted. This time he did not address him as uncle, but used the title of his divine position. At that moment, a sense of imperial might quietly enveloped him. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor. Tai Bai Jinxing with keen eyesight immediately called out loudly. The ministers in the Lingxiao Palace echoed in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. Hao Yin nodded, his expression very satisfied. Just as the Southern Polar Longevity Emperor reached the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, he heard the thunderous cheers from within. His expression suddenly changed, and his whole body trembled slightly. The Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor ranks among the 6 sovereigns, his status on par with his own. But in terms of actual ranking, he was only below Hao Yin, even surpassing him by a half rank. Since when did Hao Yin become this generous? How could he so easily bestow such an important divine position? Back in the Zixiao Palace during the reign of the Yuan Tian Emperor, when the Primordial Lord of Heaven nominated the Southern Polar Immortal, it was ultimately vetoed by the Dao Ancestor. The Dao Ancestor appointed his own disciple Hao Yin as the Heavenly Emperor. Later, the Primordial Lord of Heaven had to settle for the next best option, seeking the position of the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor, only to be rejected again. In the end, he was left with the title of Southern Polar Longevity Emperor. Now unexpectedly, this little junior from the Jiejiao had just arrived and secured this pivotal position among the 6 sovereigns. Moreover, there was an even more critical point. The decree of their Changjiao was following the heavenly principle, leading all immortals to settle in all directions. Yet the authority of the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor bears similarities to theirs and even overlaps in some areas. This is troublesome. It is bound to affect the luck of their Changjiao. Hao Yin, the Southern Polar Longevity Emperor, took a deep glance at the Lingxiao Palace, saying nothing more, and turned to leave. The Southern Polar Longevity Emperor was well aware Hao Yin was deliberately trying to provoke them, intending to make it difficult for their Changjiao. He needed to hurry and gather a few junior brothers to discuss how to clean up this mess. But before he could take a step, Haoshin's voice floated out from within the palace. Since the Southern Polar Longevity Emperor has already arrived at the door, why not come in and sit down and meet the newly appointed Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor? After all, we are all colleagues in the Heavenly Court, working for the Heavenly Court. It is only proper to get acquainted first. Moreover, the North Pole Ziwei Emperor is after all also a junior of the Longevity Emperor, so it makes sense to meet. The Southern Polar Immortal's footsteps halted and placed his back stiff as a stone. Good one, Hao Yin. The Southern Polar Immortal's heart was filled with resentment. As the saying goes, do not hit someone in the face, but Hao Yin had directly trampled on his dignity. Such blatant bullying. Since your Majesty has extended an invitation, how could the Southern Polar dare to refuse? The Southern Polar Immortal wished he could turn around and leave, but his legs obediently moved toward the Lingxiao Palace. After all, Hao Yin was nominally the leader of the 3 realms, and now he was one of the 6 sovereigns of the Heavenly Court. If he were to storm off in anger, rumors of his disrespect would surely spread throughout the 3 realms by tomorrow. A faint smile hung at the corner of Haoshin's mouth. He immediately sensed when the Southern Polar Immortal arrived. His previous silence was intentional, waiting for the moment the Southern Polar Immortal turned to leave to speak up, aiming for this very effect, deliberately provoking him. While this may not injure the Southern Polar Immortal in the least, seeing the other party's predicament brought Hao Yin great satisfaction. As long as he could vent his anger, it was worth anything. After all, that group from the Changjiao had been a thorn in his side for quite some. At that moment, Yiwu not only received the enhancement of the divine position in the Heavenly Court, but even in the distant chaotic starry sky, countless stars suddenly erupted with dazzling light, the explosive starlight, more terrifying than ever before. The Ziwei star even spewed forth a sea of purple chi spanning the entire chaotic starry sky, directly descending upon the Heavenly Court. The purple chi transformed into a crown, and the starlight wove into a robe, layer upon layer, wrapping around Yiwu. This was the star robe, a unique item of the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor, a blessing from millions of stars to their supreme ruler. Although it is not an innate spiritual treasure in terms of might, it surpasses many innate spiritual treasures. It allows for the mobilization of the power of countless stars at any time to be used freely without any cost. Such a commotion in the chaotic starry sky could not escape the ears of those great powers. One by one, they turned their gazes, calculating with their fingers, eager to understand what event could cause such a stir in the chaotic starry sky. In the next moment, these top-tier figures all widened their eyes in disbelief. The stars had actually been claimed by some. The divine position of the Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor, one of the 6 sovereigns of the Heavenly Court, had indeed been occupied. Even more outrageous was that this newly appointed Middle Heaven North Pole Ziwei Emperor was actually the person they had been hearing about incessantly. As a sage, although the Tongtian leader looked down upon the affairs of the Heavenly Court, believing that the young Hao Yin was unworthy of his position, he did not underestimate the divine rank of the 6 sovereigns. To be honest, he was quite envious of that position. Unfortunately, none of his disciples in the past were willing to serve in the Heavenly Court under Hao Yin's rule. They all preferred to be carefree, loose immortals. He let them be. But now with Yiwu's actions, he naturally felt more satisfied. Holding the authority of the 6 sovereigns, the possibilities of manipulation are endless. The Tongtian leader was no fool. Just from the position of the 6 sovereigns, he could discern why Hao Yin was so generous. It was merely to draw them, the Jie sect, out to confront the Chan sect heathen. In the past, there was no such opportunity, but now that Yiwu had delivered it to their doorstep, Hao Yin would certainly grasp it tightly. However, the Tongtian leader did not care at all. The group of Jie sect led by Duo Bao had naturally deduced the cause and effect, leaving them all dumbfounded. Yi Wu, the junior brother, was too formidable, silently securing the position of one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. While some were happy for Yi Wu, there were naturally others who were extremely jealous or even furious. On the Chan sect side, several of the 12 golden immortals had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just as the Nanji immortal thought, they felt that Yi Wu taking the position of the northern emperor of the Ziwei in the heavenly court would greatly affect their Chan sect's fortune. But the problem was that the ship had already sailed. Even if they wanted to intervene now, it was already too late. The Yuan Shi Tianzun lifted his eyelids with the changes of countless stars reflected deep within his pupils. This Yi Wu is rather interesting. He actually sought out Haoshan's little boy. Or should I say third brother, do you also wish to place a piece in the heavenly court? As he spoke, the Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression suddenly turned cold, and the myriad stars in his pupils instantly shattered into ashes. He's merely a gatekeeper. It's one thing to be opportunistic, but now he wants to watch our Chan sect's jokes and scheme against the sage. I think you're tired of living. The Taishang sage casually glanced towards the heavenly court, continuing to fan himself, while refining pills not. The Nanji immortal entered the gate of the Lingxiao hall with a stern face, but Yi Wu seemed to completely ignore his expression, greeting him with a smile. Brother Nanji has arrived, eh? With a welcoming smile, even though the Nanji immortal had a belly full of anger, he could only swallow it back down. Meanwhile, the 3 corpses silently left the Byring Palace and headed straight for the heavenly court. The Zhuan-Ti Taoist had just stepped into Mount Shumi when he sensed the disturbance from the heavenly court. He calculated with his fingers, and his expression froze in shock. That Yi Wu actually became one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. This was indeed a tremendous surprise. As long as Yi Wu enters the door of our Western sect, the power within the sect can rightfully go to the heavenly court. The Zhuan-Ti Taoist had already begun to plan for a better future. Back then, their Western sect had wanted to seize some territory in the heavenly court during the election of the heavenly emperor, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of the Eastern sages. In the end, it was all for naught with no benefits gained. Now they finally saw a glimmer of hope. The Jiayin Taoist had a face full of worry, as if he owed the heavenly Tao several million rays of primordial purple energy. Junior brother, won't this be too risky for us? What if Yi Wu reveals this to brother Tongtian? The extermination sword formation would probably be set up right at the gate of Mount Shumi. He always felt a stone weighing heavily in his heart. The Great Dream Sutra was a method for attaining Tao that he had personally created. The Zhuan-Ti Taoist had inscribed it into Yi Wu's heart, and he felt it keenly. This was clearly an underhanded maneuver. If discovered, the trouble would undoubtedly be immense. Brother, you are just too timid. You can't catch a wolf without parting with a cub. Do I really need to teach you this principle? You know what kind of roots Yi Wu has given his current position. As long as he enters our Western sect, the sect can quickly rise. This could bring us a significant amount of heavenly court fortune. Our Western sect still owes a heap of merit debts to the heavenly Tao. If we don't take a risk and fight for it, when will we ever pay it off? Hearing this, the Jiayin Taoist's face grew even more troubled. Their Western sect was truly in a tough spot. Brother, there's no but about it. No one can withstand the means of a sage, not even a sage's disciple. You know about the matters on Kunlun. The Zhuan-Ti Taoist spoke with deep meaning, and once he finished, the Jiayin Taoist completely fell silent. Upon careful reflection, the junior brother did indeed have a point. However, he still hoped that things would develop as his junior brother envisioned without any mishaps along the way. Once the Nanji immortal left, Yi Wu's fake smile disappeared. His earlier polite demeanor was half to appease and half to probe the old man's intentions. The Chan sect had repeatedly fallen into his traps, and the Nanji immortal personally, coming over this time, clearly showed that he could not sit still. Hao Ian sat on the dragon, thrown, his eyes narrowed, watching everything. This cheap uncle of his was at odds with the Chan sect, which was exactly what he liked to see. This move was certainly the right one. There would definitely be more excitement to watch ahead. The civil and military officials in the Great Hall all lowered their heads, wishing they could block their ears. Such high-level conflicts were beyond their ability to involve themselves. The more one knows, the harder it is to keep one's life safe. The two exchanged some superficial pleasantries. The Nanji immortal excused himself, saying he still had matters to attend to, and turned to leave. Stepping out of the Lingxiao hall, he paused for a moment, not returning to the residence, but directly descending from the heavenly court towards Kunlun Mountain. Stepping out of the Lingxiao hall, he paused for a moment, not returning to the residence, but directly descending from the heavenly court. Tai Bai see off the northern emperor of the Ziwei. Hao Yin waved his hand and added, "Nephew, if you need anything in the future, just instruct Tai Bai directly. Then I won't be polite." Yi Wu chuckled. Tai Bai Jinxing was about to lead the way, but Yi Wu waved his hand, saying he wanted to explore by himself, taking a stroll in the chaotic starry sky. Hao Yin did not insist, only reminding him, "Be careful of the chaotic storms in the starry sky. I don't get swept in. That's the aftermath of the war of the witches and demons. No one has been able to clean it up until now." Yi Wu nodded. Of course, that war had shattered the heavens and earth. Mount Buzhou collapsed, and the chaotic starry sky was nearly shattered, leaving behind this disaster in the starry sky. His origin was injured during that battle. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Tai Bai Jinxing stood in place, watching Yi Wu's figure disappear at the edge of the chaotic starry sky. After the court session, Hao Yin walked along the path to the Yaoqi, when he suddenly asked, Tai Bai, do you think my nephew can entangle the Chan sect and bring me some surprises? Tai Bai Jingxing's eyes flickered, and he bowed his head to answer. Your Majesty, I cannot see through the Northern Emperor of the Ziwei. He seems to be wrapped in a layer of mist, and I cannot grasp his details. Your Majesty's move might really break the current stalemate. Hao Yin smiled, not continuing the conversation. Yi Wu floated in the chaotic starry sky, enveloped by starlight, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. The surrounding myriad stars seemed to come to life, buzzing and trembling towards him as if cheering. With just a thought, the power of those stars could surge into his body. In the midst of it all, a faint trace of the star's origin quietly entered his body, gradually transforming his meridians and bones. That feeling was like all the blood vessels in his body being nourished by starlight, becoming increasingly attuned to the power of this starry sky. If placed among the myriad worlds, this physique would undoubtedly be the body of the stars. Yi Wu smacked his lips and murmured, the authority of the Northern Emperor of the Ziwei is indeed no joke. He savored the changes brought by the divine rank, his eyes filled with newfound clarity. The authority at the level of the 6 sovereigns was even more terrifying than he had imagined. That cheap uncle of mine really made a significant investment. Heoshin's calculations were clear in Yi Wu's mind. But so what? Reaping the benefits for himself was the hard truth. As he thought this, a bolt of Xinxing divine thunder suddenly burst forth from his palm. The lightning danced like a silver snake writhing at his fingertips. Yi Wu casually pushed it forward, and the divine thunder crashed into the chaotic starry sky ahead, exploding into a sea of thunder. The lightning splattered everywhere, illuminating his youthful face. The power has increased by at least half. This discovery startled Yi Wu. A half increase was already— this was merely a preliminary fusion. If he completely mastered the authority, wouldn't the enhancement soar to unimaginable heights? Just as he was feeling proud before he could withdraw the sea of thunder, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The nearby starry storm suddenly seemed to be attracted by something swirling wildly towards the sea of thunder. With a loud bang, the sea of thunder was engulfed, and the chaotic flow instantly erupted. Dense arcs of lightning sprayed out in all directions, as if they were free of charge. Yi Wu, his scalp exploded, and he turned to run. Relying on the authority of his divine rank, he desperately charged outward, and finally escaped from the edge of the storm. Panting heavily, he landed on the Ziwei star, where dense purple energy rushed at him, causing him to cough. Damn it! This chaotic starry sky is too treacherous. I was just showing off and almost lost my life. Yi Wu patted his clothes, feeling a chill in his heart as he recalled the terrifying storm from earlier. He finally understood why that cheap uncle had been the heavenly emperor for so long, yet couldn't resolve this troublesome issue. It wasn't that he didn't want to manage it, it was that he truly couldn't. No matter how powerful a Quasi Saint is, when faced with such ubiquitous starry storms, they too would have to kneel and sing conquer. Yi Wu raised an eyebrow and murmured, I really want to see what sort of character this Ziwei star is. He focused in earnest, relying on the power grasped from his divine rank, who every blade of grass and every tree on the Ziwei star could not escape his perception. The Ziwei star is the imperial star, ranking among the 365 main stars in the chaotic realm. Each of these stars can represent a vast world, each containing its own universe, hiding the mysteries of the cosmos. However, the current Ziwei star was eerily desolate. Not to mention human figures, even the shadow of living beings could not be seen. This blame must be placed on the Great War from back then. The two clans of the witches and demons battled to the end, not only wiping out their own, but also leaving no remnants of the various races they governed below. The beings residing in the chaotic starry sky were all taken as sacrifices by the great array of the heavenly stars, serving as fuel to exterminate the witch clan. As soon as Yi Wu stepped in, the Ziwei star seemed to wake from its slumber, exuding a sense of excitement, as if welcoming him. With the imperial star having a master, its spiritual energy naturally solidified. Yi Wu took a deep breath, feeling the rich primordial Ziwei star power infiltrating his body, through his pores, transforming into a torrent of magical force surging through his meridians. In the next moment, his expression suddenly darkened. His divine sense surged wildly in a certain direction. In the depths of his consciousness, Yi Wu felt a vague, tugging sensation coming from the very core of the Ziwei star. The feeling was quite familiar. However, it came too suddenly, catching him completely unprepared. Instinctively, Yi Wu tensed his nerves, not daring to be careless. Is my opportunity finally here? He waited for a long time, but sensed no danger. He then activated his authority to probe around, but still detected nothing amiss. Strangely, even his Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree trembled slightly, as if responding to that call. Could it really just be a simple opportunity? A light shone in Yi Wu's eyes. Something capable of stirring the Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was certainly not an ordinary item akin to the primordial chaotic gourd he encountered previously. He followed the sensation, but was abruptly blocked when he reached the solid earth layer. Deep underground, or hidden near the star core. Without hesitation, Yi Wu directly activated the 5 elements escape technique, passing through layer after layer of earth until he stood before the star core of the Ziwei star. The scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. His pupils uncontrollably dilated. A towering tree entirely tinged in purple and exuding endless purple aura rooted deep within the earth's core. Every leaf on the tree resembled a miniaturized cosmic star densely hanging from its branches. Purple fruits adorned the branches, each resembling a star that had fallen from the sky. The trunk bore a total of 365 fruits glowing with purple light and engraved with star patterns. These fruits were not simply hanging still, but were slowly rotating along some invisible trajectory. From a distance, this tree appeared to have shrunk the entire universe into a small space. The Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree began to shake violently, as if it had encountered something extraordinary. The Zhoutian Star Tree. Yi Wu finally recognized the origins of this purple fruit tree. It was indeed that legendary entity from his memories. The elders often said that in the primordial universe there existed a primordial spiritual root that grew in the chaotic starry sky, carrying the destiny of the entire star river's flow. It was just a hair's breadth away from ranking among the top 10 primordial spiritual roots. Just eating one fruit could potentially grant an entire epic's worth of magical power. Such treasures are true peerless gems no matter where they are placed. However, legends are ultimately just legends. From the dawn of time until now, no one has truly seen this primordial spiritual root. The ancient demon race that once dominated the entire primordial starry sky searched every nook and cranny of the chaotic starry sky, yet they couldn't find even a shadow of it. Later, when Hao Yin became the heavenly emperor, he secretly turned the primordial chaotic starry sky upside down. And the result? Nothing. Yi Wu never expected that upon stepping into the Ziwei Emperor's star, this legendary spiritual root would come seeking him. This was an opportunity and fortune that even two heavenly emperors had not encountered. However, when he saw the primordial formation enveloping the Zhoutian star tree, he understood what was going on. With the protection of star aura, the heavenly secrets were completely concealed, and coupled with the innate formation that this tree inherently possessed, even the most formidable experts couldn't discover it. That's how primordial spiritual roots are. Heaven always leaves them a way out, and the formations that spring forth are meant to protect them from untimely demise. Upon seeing Yi Wu, the Zhoutian star tree began to shake incessantly, its spirituality radiating a clear sense of closeness. Is it because of my primordial spiritual root identity? Or is it due to the fruit position of the Zhongtian Ziwei Northern Pole Emperor? Yi Wu thought for a moment and pulled out a branch from the Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. In an instant, the Zhoutian star tree's brilliance intensified several times, and that feeling of closeness grew even stronger. Yi Wu attempted to reach out and touch the layer of accompanying formation. To his surprise, he encountered no expected resistance. His hand easily passed through the barrier. Yi Wu's eyes brightened. A great opportunity had arrived. Without a second thought, he stepped forward. Overwhelming primordial star spiritual energy surged toward him as if it were about to condense into liquid. Before Yi Wu could make any move, a star fruit fell from above, landing steadily in the palm of his hand. The Zhoutian star tree trembled slightly, emanating a subtle spiritual aura, as if inviting him to taste the fruit. Yi Wu grinned. Since you are so hospitable, I shall not refuse. He reached out and plucked a star fruit. The fruit appeared to be the size of an adult's fist, yet once in hand it felt as heavy as if he were holding an entire star, nearly slipping from his grip and crashing onto his foot. The weight was indeed alarming. If he used it as a projectile weapon, this sheer force could easily leave a hole in the body of even a golden immortal, resulting in a significant loss. Yi Wu hesitated no more and bit into it. The fruit's flesh melted upon touching his tongue, requiring no chew. Immediately a surge of starlight erupted from his pores, blasting forth like a bursting star river, all of it flooding. There was no need to actively operate to refine it. This medicinal power transformed into magical power by itself, surging ceaselessly through his meridians. The magical power filled every part of him, layer upon layer, not only filling the amount needed for a latest-stage golden immortal, but surprisingly even providing a surplus. With just one bite, he saved at least several hundred years of arduous cultivation. Yi Wu threw his head back and let out a long howl, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes. Just one star fruit, and the effect is astonishing to this extent. It has directly increased my magical cultivation by an entire epoch. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. While realms can surge through enlightenment, magical power, on the other hand, is something that must be painstakingly accrued over time. Each point of magical power must be drawn from the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, slowly transformed. There are no shortcuts, it purely consumes time. Because of this, pills and spiritual fruits that can directly boost magical power are exceedingly precious. Yi Wu's gaze shifted to the remaining fruits on the Zhoutian star tree, his eyes nearly shining with excitement. An entire epoch of cultivation for free with no side effects. Who could resist such a thing? He recalled the calamity from the battle between the witch and the demon when Gongong's headbutt broke the Buzhou mountain, causing the entire primordial universe to suffer great wounds. Since then, primordial spiritual energy began to dissipate little by little, slowly transforming into postnatal spiritual energy. Although the rate of dissipation was not fast, it was irreversible. Now only the sanctuaries where saints reside and certain naturally formed paradises still contain sufficient primordial spiritual energy. Postnatal spiritual energy poses no significant issue for newcomers just starting on their cultivation journey. However, from another perspective, it is entirely different for those who have already ascended. Especially for cultivators above the golden immortal realm, the impact is even greater. After Haotian became the Heavenly Emperor, he went to great lengths to search for the Zhoutian Star Tree precisely for this reason. Yiwu pondered, if news of this tree were to spread, the entire primordial stronghold would surely erupt in chaos. For cultivators above the golden immortal realm, the value of this tree exceeded even that of the peach of immortality. He stared at the tree, his thoughts racing. I need to find a way to get this Zhoutian Star Tree away. Since the Zhoutian Star Tree had come to him, it would be foolish for Yiwu not to accept it. The heavenly path itself had delivered this entity to him. Who would dare claim it was not his? He gazed at the enormous tree rooted deep within the Ziwei star for a while, gradually furrowing his brow. This tree appeared to be growing on the Ziwei star, but its roots had long penetrated deep into the cosmic starry sky, connecting with every star. Thinking of moving it, it wouldn't be that easy. If he forcibly uprooted it, the commotion would undoubtedly be immense, attracting countless eyes. Moreover, there was another troublesome matter. Such primordial spiritual roots are very particular about their locations. They cannot simply be moved anywhere and expect to survive. He managed to let the Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree take root in his chaotic gourd, but that does not mean the Zhoutian Star Tree would follow suit. Just like the ginseng fruit tree of Zhen Yuanzi, it would wither the moment it was moved. If the Zhoutian Star Tree were to perish due to his meddling, it would be a tremendous loss. Yet if he left it be, he wouldn't feel at ease either. This thing had remained undiscovered before allowing it to hide well, but now that he had found it, it was only a matter of time before someone else stumbled upon it, even if he remained silent. At that point, he might just find himself robbed. Although he was currently bearing the title of the Zhongtian Ziwei Northern Pole Emperor, he could not simply remain on the Ziwei star as a guardian. The calamity of the canonization was about to arrive. He needed to quietly get involved and carefully plan. After thinking for a long time, Yiwu simply asked the Zhoutian Star Tree whether it intended to remain here or come with him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zhoutian Star Tree trembled violently. In that instant, it felt as though billions of stars were shaking simultaneously, causing the entire cosmic starry sky to tremble, and a terrifying aura erupted, distorting the surrounding starry sky. Yiwu's heart tightened, and he quickly mobilized his magical power to stabilize himself. As expected of a top-tier primordial spiritual root, it truly packs a punch, he mused inwardly. This entity was a true supreme primordial spiritual root, ranking among the top within all primordial spiritual. The Zhoutian Star Tree did not rush to provide an answer. Instead, it connected with the Tao Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, directly manifesting a scene before him. It depicted the scene from when the primordial chaotic starry sky had just come into being. The Taiji diagram spanned across the starry sky, calming the wildly surging cosmic storm, as one cosmic star after another slowly took shape amidst the violent turbulence. Time swiftly passed, and Yiwu felt like an observer witnessing the gradual evolution of the primordial starry sky into its current form. A strand of star power carrying a unique aura quietly coalesced during this evolution, eventually landing at the core of the Ziwei star. Yiwu's eyelids twitched as he beheld this scene, a clear look of astonishment rising in his eyes. This strand of star spirituality, is it not the very essence of primordial beings? If it were to grow smoothly, it would surely become a primordial deity, capable of commanding the stars of the primordial realm. Perhaps it would even be the legitimate Zhongtian Ziwei Northern Pole Emperor. That would be one of the 6 sovereigns nurtured by heaven itself. Once such a sovereign emerges, they would undoubtedly be qualified to truly govern the heavenly court, far surpassing that cheap master Uncle Haotian. Yiwu suppressed his thoughts and continued to observe. A slender strand of sentience coiled deep within the stellar core of Ziwei, star nourished by the offerings of countless stars. Before long, the Zhoutian Star Tree began to sprout. It became the companion spirit root of that unusual being, and it waited until the Yao clan united the Honghuang heavens, established the celestial court, and erected the Zhoutian Star Array, its star pennants enfolding every ancient star. Ziwei Star was no exception. That strand of sentience could not hide. It was brutally severed, and its gestation halted. Then the climactic war of the Wu Yao calamity exploded, and the Zhoutian Star Array ravenously siphoned the power from the Honghuang sky. Even many of the star pennants were blown to pieces. The entire Honghuang chaotic firmament descended into chaos, riven with star storms and turbulent currents. Through the Zhoutian Star Tree's evolution, Yiwu saw with his own eyes the terror of that ancient Wu Yao cataclysm. It was utter devastation. The outer wastes of the cosmos were pierced, the great Tao was eroded time and again. In the process, the strand of sentience nurtured by Ziwei Star inevitably was ground into oblivion. By the time it dissipated, it had never grown sufficient awareness, let alone assumed a shape. A born great deity destined to become a top-tier powerhouse, the Ziwei Emperor, thus faded away without a sound. It died in a corner where no one could see, a pitiful end. At this point, Yiwu finally understood why the Zhoutian Star Tree had suddenly shown him that vision from the past. After the Ziwei Emperor's failed gestation, the sentience did not vanish utterly. Instead, it fused into the Zhoutian. By borrowing that force, the Zhoutian Star Tree's essence underwent a qualitative change, becoming stronger than even an exceptional innate spirit root and acquiring the potential to take on form. What was this? Yiwu's expression was complicated. The Zhoutian star tree ought to have been the companion root of the Ziwei emperor, yet with the emperor gone the tree had reaped the benefit. It had in effect woven a wedding robe for another. The Zhoutian star tree trembled gently and halted its transformation. It was extending goodwill toward Yi Wu. You wish me to help you take shape to grow an innate Tao body? Yi Wu asked tentatively. The tree's branches quivered more exuberantly. The whole tree spun like a little cosmos, its motion nearly too swift for Yi Wu's eyes to follow. Because of that aberration, this tree's sentience long ago differed from ordinary spirit roots. It yearned to become human-shaped. Moreover, the prematurely fallen Ziwei emperor's involvement lay entwined in the matter. No one could say for sure whether the Zhoutian star tree was a pure innate spirit root or another continuation of the. Perhaps it was both. So when it detected on Yi Wu that peculiar aura of an innate spirit root, it immediately could not contain itself. The tree's sentience trembled and conveyed a single meaning. It had reached the point to relocate, no longer bound by terrain, able to root within the Xiantian chaos gourd like the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree, and follow Yi Wu wherever he went. But it set one condition. Yi Wu must help it take form. In that moment, it would be willing to acknowledge Yi Wu as master. All the star fruits it bore would belong entirely to Yi Wu. It was a fair bargain. Huh, how could I refuse? Yi Wu laughed aloud. It was an enormous piece of good fortune. There was no reason to refuse. He drew forth the Xiantian chaos gourd, preparing to receive the Zhoutian star tree as it continued to shrink. But at that moment the tree bestowed upon him a stupendous surprise. When the Wu and Yao clans once fought their great war, two world-shaking formations had been born in Hongwang. One was the Wu clan's 12 capitals, celestial fiend array. Wielded by the united power of the 12 ancestral Wu sorcerers, it could summon the true body of Pangu. When it first appeared, even the Dao ancestor Hongjun had been taken aback. The other was the Zhoutian star array deduced by the Yao Lord Dijuan through the innate treasures Hichu and Luoshu. That formation matched the Wu clan's 12 capitals array blow for blow, showing no inferiority. After the Wu and Yao clans fell, the legacies of those two sweeping death arrays were severed. Yi Wu had never imagined that the Zhoutian star tree's great gift would be but a fragment of the Zhoutian star array. Though only a corner of the great formation, it was terrifying enough. The fragment of the Zhoutian star array lay before him, yet at his current cultivation, he could not fully evolve it. Yi Wu sighed, his expression tangled with emotion. Such a surprise falling on my head truly leaves me bewildered. When the two Yao scampers once laid the Hongwang star array, 365 principal pennants were driven into the main star, and countless minor pennants scattered elsewhere, twisting the force of the entire firmament into a single rope. Yet who would have expected that the Hongwang firmament itself quietly recorded the memory of that great array? Yi Wu was the one chosen by this starry sky. The remnant sentience of the prematurely fallen Ziwei emperor naturally carried the operational memory of the Zhoutian star array. Alas, that final battle had been so brutal, the emperor's sentience shattered for the most part, and the formation passed down was missing its corners. Let it be missing. This is sufficient. The Zhoutian star tree contracted bit by bit. Though it stirred ripples among the universe's stars, Yi Wu deliberately muffled the commotion so no one detected anything amiss. Everyone assumed the newly installed potentate was still learning the stars under his command, so a few anomalies were natural. The Xiantian chaos gourd shimmered, opened its mouth, and swallowed the tree. Once inside the gourd, the tree behaved as if it had returned home, ravenously drawing in the Xiantian chaotic primordial qi. Its reaction matched the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree's exactly. There was no sign of maladaptation. Yi Wu finally breathed easier and refocused on the formation. With this, harnessing the power of the myriad stars becomes far easier, and it will integrate more snugly with my Dao fruit's functions. However, at the thought of the materials required to forge the star pennants, his head ached. Rumor had it the Yao celestial court storehouses had been nearly emptied just to scrape together pennants for a single Zhoutian star array. To think of forging a second set, no way. Had their reserves held up, the outcome of the Wu Yao war might well have been different. Yi Wu checked his modest assets. He could at best fashion a few small pennants. Principal pennants. Don't even think about it. Forget that. First, I'll fully master this fragment of the formation. As for the star pennants, one person immediately sprang to mind: his teacher. If trouble arose, let the teacher shoulder it. If he wanted benefits, he could mooch a little off Tongtian. In Bo Palace, Tongtian unexpectedly sneezed. Who was whispering about me behind my back? He counted with his fingers. Good heavens. The divination pointed straight at his young disciple Yi Wu. Tongtian murmured. What mischief was that boy stirring in the celestial court now? Curiosity flared, and Tongtian threaded his fingers in divination only to find his brow suddenly furrow. The heavenly patterns had become hazy. Even a sage of his stature could not for a time deduce any clear conclusion. To his surprise, he could not sense Yi Wu's precise whereabouts. Only that the lad remained within the Hongwang star. Interesting. Has he stumbled upon something valuable again? Were those recent stellar changes in the Hongwang sky? Not feeling that his young disciple was in danger, Tongtian waved his hand and once more scrambled the divinatory traces concerning Yi Wu. Protect first, question later. Time moved quickly. Hao Yin returned from the jade pool and immediately asked Tai Bai Jinxing about the situation with Yi Wu. Tai Bai Jinxing's face looked strange. He said that after Yi Wu entered the Hongwang sky, he had plunged straight into Ziwei star and had not emerged. He dared not violate any taboo nor probe too closely. Haotian paused and instinctively tried to gaze towards Ziwei star. But before him was a thick purple mist sealed tight. That was the power of the Ziwei Imperial Star. It has so quickly activated Ziwei Star's might and seized the authority of the Tongtian Ziwei Beiji Great Emperor. Their affinity is astonishingly swift. It seems my bestowal chose well. Haotian laughed heartily and then ceased to dwell on Ziwei Star, instead asking whether there had been any stirring from Nanji Xianwing's side. Jiejiao has produced a Luyu. I refuse to believe Changjiao will sit idly by. Yi Wu sat cross-legged within the Zhoutian Star Tree's companion innate formation, head bowed, as he diligently studied that corner of the Zhoutian Star array. Before long he had chewed through its vain work. Boom. A fragment of pattern suddenly detonated, radiating outward in all directions with Yi Wu at its center. In an instant a formation rose. Endless phantasmal stars adorned it, and turned slowly with each rotation. They drew in great concentrated gulps of starlight. Seated squarely at the center, Yi Wu seemed the sovereign of those stars. At a lift of his hand, he could marshal the forces of the heavenly constellations. He could shift stars and exchange mansions, the sky itself birthed killing intent. Phew. Yi Wu opened his eyes and exhaled long, joy shining within them. At last I have thoroughly seized this corner of the Zhoutian Star Array. No wonder it ranks among Hong Huang's notorious death arrays. The power is truly terrifying. And this is only an imperfect formation evolved from sheer cultivation power. Already it is so fierce. If the complete Zhoutian Star Array were intact, how incomparably formidable would it be? The more Yi Wu pondered, the more his heart quickened. With such a thing, he might very well reap richer spoils from the coming investiture. With the Celestial Court's matters just settled, Yi Wu wasted no time. After exchanging greetings with his convenient junior uncle, he slipped quietly down from the heavens. Back on Jiejiao Island, he did not pause, heading straight for Bio Palace. At sight of him, Tongtian beamed. Well played, you brat. Your talent is considerable. You've even managed to grab a Luyu. Yi Wu grinned and scratched the back of his head. All by riding my teacher's coattails, otherwise how could my uncle be so magnanimous? He knew perfectly well the title Tongtian Ziwei Beiji Great Emperor was in truth a mere ornament. Its real role was to serve as a bridge between Jiejiao and the Celestial Court. What Haotian truly sought to connect with was Yi Wu's teacher. Good that you understand. I was afraid you might become arrogant, Tongtian said with satisfaction. He shifted tone and continued, you are now a Luyu Great Emperor seated on equal footing with Haotian. As for the Celestial Court's affairs, govern them as you wish, you fear no one. With Jiejiao backing you, act without restraint. If you lack manpower, draw on those senior brothers and sisters of yours. They will be acting on behalf of their own. Even if you wish to sideline that Haotian youth, it would not be impossible. Hearing this, Yi Wu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His own master's ambition was truly immense, daring even to covet the position of the Heavenly Emperor. If they continued down this path and seized control of the Heavenly Court, the entire primordial wilderness would on the surface fall into the hands of the Jie sect. Unfortunately, he had no interest in such matters. Otherwise, with the power of the Jie sect, it wouldn't have been impossible. There was room for maneuvering both before and after the investiture of the gods. But deep down he knew this seemingly promising endeavor was fraught with difficulty. None of the various saints would give their nod of approval. Even Dao ancestor Hongjuan, though silent, surely harbored his own thoughts. The primordial wilderness of today was the domain of the saints. Offending so many saints for the mere seat of the Heavenly Emperor was simply not worth it. But you must remember one thing, Tongtian Jiaozhu said, his expression turning serious. Matters of the Heavenly Court are for the Heavenly Court. If it involves the great teachings of the saints, don't let that old fellow Haotian use you as a pawn. Some murky waters are not something you can wade into with your current abilities. Yi Wu nodded vigorously, sensing the profound meaning behind Tongtian Jiaozhu's words. The saints' conflicts were entangled with the karma of the great Tao. If he delved too deeply, he could be consumed at any moment. That level of karma was not something he could afford to touch. With his meager skills, it was best to stay low. Tongtian Jiaozhu changed the subject, asking Yi Wu if he had encountered any great fortune during his trip to the primordial wilderness starry sky. Master, your predictions are indeed impeccable. Yi Wu grinned, not holding back, and poured out all the gains he had made in the primordial wilderness starry sky. After hearing him out, Tongtian Jiaozhu was stunned. He took a deep breath and took a long while to recover. Your luck, kid. He didn't even know how to describe it. Yi Wu's origin was clearly the Enlightenment Tao Ancient Tea Tree, yet the fortunes he encountered along the way seemed as if he were possessed by the primal spirit of fortune. Even those heavenly Tao saints would grow envious at the treasures he had obtained. That sixth imperial spirit was born to sit in that seat, but unfortunately, it was born at the wrong time and ultimately fell short. Tongtian Jiaozhu had little sentiment for the ill-fated Ziwei Emperor. Pity as it may be, such occurrences, though not common, were far from rare in the entire primordial wilderness. Just like the Red Cloud ancestor who had obtained the primordial purple chi only to perish and lose his saintly seat. And wasn't demon ancestor Luhu the same? Having seen too much of it, he no longer felt much emotion. That cosmic starlight tree, you must nurture it well. This innate spiritual root had only ever existed in legends. Even the Tao ancestor had failed to find it back then. Who would have thought it would end up in your hands, kid? If Haotian finds out, he'll probably regret it until his guts turn green. Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed as he spoke. Hao Yan had originally intended to use Yi Wu as a chess piece, but instead Yi Wu had reaped such a massive benefit. Eating the starlight fruit yourself is the most worthwhile. One fruit can increase your magical power by an epic's worth of cultivation, saving you millions of years of arduous practice. It saves you a tremendous amount of time. As for whether to help it transform into human form, the karma is already tied. The decision is yours. The cosmic starlight tree curled up inside the primordial chaos gourd sensed Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze and trembled all over, nearly extinguishing its starlight. It didn't dare to move an inch. Under the current heavenly Tao environment, no matter how special that cosmic starlight tree is, smoothly transforming into human form won't be easy. It is not you the variable. Tongtian Jiaozhu's words carried a deeper meaning. His willingness to accept Yi Wu as a disciple back then was not solely because he was the Enlightenment Tao Ancient Tea Tree. Yi Wu was special. If you keep following me, perhaps you might truly transform one day. That depends on its own destiny. The heavenly machine was unpredictable, and the variable was something indescribable. Yi Wu understood in his heart that for this cosmic starlight tree to cultivate a human form would be far from simple. Master that cosmic star array. I suspect it would be of great use to you. His mind worked quickly, and he immediately handed over that fragment of the array to Tongtian Jiaozhu. I'll take my leave now, master. Call me if you need anything. Yi Wu bowed respectfully, turned around, and exited Bio Palace. This trip to the heavenly court, using another's name, had netted him considerable gains. If he didn't share some of it, it wouldn't be right. This was called honoring one's master. Handing over that fragment of the cosmic star array to Tongtian Jiaozhu was a clever move. After all, when it came to mastery of arrays, few in the three realms could match Tongtian Jiaozhu. There was even a rumor that the GSX Guardian formation, the 10,000 immortal array, was derived from Tongtian Jiaozhu's study of the cosmic star array. Now with an authentic reference, the power of the 10,000 immortal array could likely be enhanced further. This kid. Tongtian Jiaozhu shook his head with a smile, said no more, and immersed himself in studying the array in his hands. He was genuinely interested in the cosmic star array. The fact that Demon Emperor Dijuan, with merely a quasi-saint's cultivation, could create an array that even heavenly Tao saints feared spoke volumes of its might. If those old bastards Dijuan and Dongwang Tai knew the cosmic star array had fallen into an outsider's hands, they'd probably be so furious they'd crawl right out of their coffins. Karma cycled, no one could escape it. The moment Yi Wu stepped into his cave dwelling, he was completely stunned. A thought he had utterly forgotten suddenly exploded from the depths of his memory. It seemed he had forgotten something of monumental importance. He hadn't mentioned a single word to Tongtian Jiaozhu about Zhuani Daoren forcing the Great Dream Heart Sutra on him. On the way back, he had repeatedly reminded himself to bring this up at Bio Palace. And what happened? He forgot it. While talking with Tongtian Jiaozhu, the matter never even crossed his mind. It was as if it had never happened at all. At the golden immortal realm, one's thoughts were clear and memories undying. How could something that just happened be forgotten so easily? There was only one explanation. Someone had tampered with it from behind the scenes. Yi Wu's face darkened instantly, turning a terrifying shade of livid. Someone has tampered with my memory. Such an act, silent and unnoticed, could fool even a powerful golden immortal. Even a quasi-saint might not possess this ability. The only ones capable of this were saints. Zhuani Daoren. Yi Wu gritted his teeth, hatred seeping through the gaps. He traced through his recent experiences. The only one who could have set such a trap was none other than Zhuani. Using this method to interfere with him was meant to silence him, preventing him from speaking certain things. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Master's wrath at all. He had already set this trap for me. A wave of powerlessness washed over. Taking a deep breath, Yi Wu forced himself to calm down. This time he had truly witnessed the terrifying extent of a saint's methods. It was utterly beyond reason. He turned and walked toward Bio Palace, but halfway there he suddenly stopped, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why am I going to Bio Palace? Didn't I just come back from there? He turned around and went back to his cave dwelling. But the moment he stepped into his own domain, the memory surged back instantly, and he immediately understood what was happening. After going back and forth a few times, Yi Wu finally stopped wasting his energy, his expression growing calm. True, he realized that the path of telling his master to break this situation was already sealed off. At least for the short term, the unfathomable power of a saint was something his current level could never shake. This was a dimensionality reduction strike. West Mount Sumeru. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhuani Daoren's mouth. The moment Yi Wu triggered the hidden trap he had left, he sensed it immediately. But he wasn't the least bit flustered. A trap laid by a saint, trying to break it with a golden immortal's power. A pipe dream. Even if this golden immortal was somewhat different, he still couldn't stir up any waves. Once he practices the Great Dream Heart Sutra, he'll naturally come to appreciate the excellence of our Western Dharma. Zhuani Daoren was brimming with confidence. In other matters perhaps not, but when it came to heretical techniques, the Western sect's wondrous methods could leave the orthodox Taoist schools in the dust. In this domain, they were the true masters. Even if Tao ancestor Hangjun came, he would have to concede defeat. Brother, keep a close eye on Yi Wu. Don't let anything go wrong. Such a fine seedling would be a shame to lose. Zhuani didn't forget to remind him. Junior brother, rest assured. My Great Dream Heart Sutra is not something he can choose not to practice. The moment he obtained it, he was already initiated. I can sense him at any time, and the imprint will only deepen. Once he steps through the door of our Western sect, there's no running away. A trace of worry still lingered on Jane Doran's face, but it quickly shifted to a strange hint of joy. That Yiwu. Has he already sunk into it so quickly? Inside the cave-dwelling Yiwu was silent for a long time. Finally, he came to a realization. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well lie back and enjoy it. He discovered that not only could he recite the entire Great Dream Heart Sutra, but more incredibly, he had unknowingly already touched the threshold of its entry. Within his primordial spirit, a illusory dream world was even beginning to slowly weave itself together. Yiwu understood all too well what this meant. There was no escape. That Great Dream Heart Sutra was like a stubborn plaster firmly stuck to him. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Alright, then let me see for myself the true power of your saintly artifact. Is it really better than the immortal techniques of the three pure ones? Muttering to himself, Yiwu gritted his teeth and plunged headfirst into the dream. The Great Dream Heart Sutra began to circulate silently, and a dream world unfolded, swallowing him whole. No one knew how much time had passed before Yiwu finally woke from the dream. A burst of energy exploded from him, and his cultivation level soared directly from the late Golden Immortal stage to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. There wasn't a single hitch. A dream of 3,000 years, and only now do I truly recognize who I am. Yiwu sighed, expelling a mouthful of turbid qi, his eyes filled with complexity. As expected of a saint-level treasure, the power of this Great Dream Heart Sutra is truly terrifying. Once the dream world unfolded, it felt like living through a complete reincarnation. A sleep of 3,000 years not only allowed him to fully digest all the insights he had accumulated, but also pushed him a notch higher on his original foundation. He had directly crossed one minor realm. From a certain perspective, this dream was akin to living another life. The accumulation of several lifetimes could solidify one's foundation to an unfathomable depth. Of course, this wasn't a free lunch. There were pitfalls buried within as well. The cycle of reincarnation within dreams closely mirrors the true 6 paths of reincarnation, with each lifetime cultivating distinct personalities. Only through this can the capabilities of the Great Dream Heart Scripture be fully realized. However, if upon awakening one fails to thoroughly assimilate the personalities from previous lives, trouble ensues. On a lighter note, the dream personas might consume one's identity, transforming them into an entirely different person. On a graver scale, the individual plunges into a chaotic self-awareness, unable to discern their true self. In simpler terms, this equates to a mental disorder. If cultivation goes awry midway, the chance of falling into demonic deviation surpasses orthodox Shin sect methods by several folds. Such as the price of the unorthodox path. Success yields great rewards. Failure, however, leaves nothing but shattered bones. On his first cultivation attempt, Yiwu discerned these intricacies with clarity. Deep within, an involuntary admiration and envy toward the Western sect stirred in his heart. If only I could go to Mount Shumi and seek teachings directly from Master Jane, how exhilarating that would be. It shall be so. Master Jane opened his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips, the burden on his face visibly lightened. Yiwu was currently on Jiejiao, unwilling to blatantly observe from afar, yet relying on a faint spiritual connection, he managed to catch fragmented impressions. Even this alone left him utterly astonished. Junior brother, you were absolutely right before. That boy Yiwu possesses an extraordinary comprehension, far beyond any normal person. On his very first dream cultivation, he spent a dream of 3,000 years, completing an entire lifetime of practice without a single misstep. Even among our Western sect's prodigies, such a talent is unmatched. Master Yaoshi and Mithriya are exceptional, yet when it comes to aptitude they pale in comparison. As the originator of the Great Dream Heart Scripture, Jane understood better than anyone how difficult it was to master. He merely manipulated the scripture slightly to guide Yiwu into the door. The rest was entirely accomplished by Yiwu himself without any exertion from him. The Western sect's prodigies like Yaoshi and Mithriya had also been guided by him, but progress remained unimpressive. Yiwu's achievements in a single night equaled their efforts accumulated over centuries. The disparity was terrifyingly vast. Jane had to admit Junior brother's risky move was truly correct. Fortunately, the seed had been sown, now it not only sprouted but grew robustly. We must deliberate carefully and find a way to bring Yiwu into the Western sect. The Western sect cannot do without him, just as the primordial world cannot exist without Pangu. Master Junti was momentarily stunned, lips moving as if to speak, but swallowing the words. Senior brother's appraisal of Yiwu was remarkably high. That boy's talent with the Great Dream Heart Scripture is truly terrifying. He knew better than anyone how difficult the scripture was to cultivate. Even he had never been praised so by Senior brother. Could it be that he truly found a treasure? A treasure capable of inheriting Senior brother's entire legacy. Yiwu was completely unaware of how deeply his dream cultivation had shaken the two saint lords of the Western sect. At this moment his heart was filled with an indescribable awkwardness. He knew well that harboring such admiration for the Western sect was illogical, yet he could not suppress it. Truly worthy of being the progenitor of that system, their subtle methods of persuasion quietly seep in ensnaring. Truly worthy of being the progenitor of that system, their subtle methods of persuasion quietly seep in ensnaring people without a sound. No wonder those great powers of the past, once joining the Western sect, became utterly devoted, as if transformed into different persons. The women were the same, their loyalty unshakable. All things have cause and effect. Yi Wu sighed, realizing he had stepped into a deep pit. Escaping cleanly would be extraordinarily difficult. Yet, if used wisely, this great dream heart scripture could save me countless years of arduous cultivation. After all, cultivation ultimately revolves around the mind. The great dream heart scripture perfects the path of mental power. Though the three pure one's immortal arts are formidable, this scripture takes a different approach, focusing singularly to reach peak potency. Within the dream, it can evolve 3,000 great worlds, cycling through countless reincarnations, accumulating profound Taoist essence in a terrifying manner. During this process, the nascent soul and Tao heart are refined to their utmost. No wonder some great cultivators favor reincarnation for retraining. The benefits of such renewal are immense. However, severing the past and truly entering the cycle entails enormous risks. Not only is the time investment prolonged, but even the slightest mistake can lead to utter demise. Even if one returns later, they are no longer their original self. The great dream heart scripture, however, resolves this flaw. While it has similar side effects, the risks are negligible compared to true reincarnation. Only the entry threshold is slightly higher. Fortuitously, this threshold poses no obstacle for Yi Wu. With the impending Fengshen Tribulation, time is his most precious resource. The great dream heart scripture perfectly compensates for this shortfall. When exhausted, a pillow is offered. As for the subtle influences, they are by no means insurmountable. It is said that Buddha is originally Tao. As long as one remains within the great Tao, nothing is truly insurmountable. At first, Master Zhuani feared that the patriarch of Tongtian's sect might detect matters too quickly, so he refrained from being overly ruthless. The side effect of the great dream heart scripture merely causes Yi Wu to develop a slight fondness for the Western sect. This is not forced thought reform or coercive conversion, which would fix cognition and corner a person. The Western sect strategists are indeed shrewd. Once Yi Wu truly masters the great dream heart scripture, he will inevitably gravitate toward them. At that time, becoming a Buddha is not beyond possibility. This tactic is executed with finesse. Benefits are presented up front, the path paved, yet no pressure is applied to take it. Even if the patriarch of Tongtian wished to rage, he would find no grounds. This move, in fact, leaves Yi Wu alive. Currently, the Western sect is propped up solely by Jin and Zhuanti through unorthodox means, far from the grand stature of later Buddhist traditions. Yet even in later Buddhism, a single thought of a high monk turning demonic nearly severed the entire lineage. To put it plainly, mastering the doctrines of the Western sect allows entry and exit at will. Whether one becomes Buddha, Taoist, or demon depends entirely on personal choice. The deliberately implanted fondness is merely a lure at best, fostering a sense of closeness. Yet closeness does not equate to compulsory allegiance. This chess game is indeed exquisite. If it were someone else, they would have surely fallen in. Pity. This time you are bound to fail. Do you truly believe that by sealing my thoughts with saintly methods you can in your dreams? Even if Master does not intervene, I will overcome this hurdle myself. Watch closely. The meaning of failing to steal the chicken but losing the rice. Yi Wu came from the future, having studied numerous Buddhist scriptures. The Lankavatara Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Heart Sutra. Which one had he not perused? Though not as versed as monks reciting sutras daily, he understood all essentials. Previously lacking conditions to delve deeper, he could not grasp the essence. But this lifetime, as an enlightened ancient tea tree, he spared no effort before joining the Jie sect. Taoist, Buddhist, Confucian, various schools of thought. Every classic he recalled was pondered repeatedly. These understandings had almost fused into his very bones. Thanks to this foundation, during the debate on Jiejiao, he quickly comprehended the Tai Ching and Yu Qing immortal arts. The great dream heart scripture crafted by Master Jian inherently carries Buddhist traits, even hinting at future Buddhist influences. No one understood Buddhism better than Yi Wu. This matter must not be voluntarily reported to my teacher, lest I myself be implicated. If the teacher discovers it independently, then it is not my fault. Yi Wu grinned broadly, thoroughly pleased. Since he was going to act, he might as well make a grand move. It all depended on whether the two senior uncles of the Western sect could withstand this impact. Yi Wu closed his eyes and once more sank into the dream. This time, he chose the path of cultivating Buddhism. Using the great dream heart scripture as foundation and the Buddhist classics remembered from his past life as fuel, he ignited the fire of dream cultivation. Uncle Jane, you must lend me your aid. On Mount Shumi, Master Jane sneezed, inexplicably frowning as a sense of unease crept in. It felt as if someone was secretly watching him. Consulting his fingers for calculation yielded nothing. Jane had never suspected Yi Wu. Yet little did he know the pit he dug with his own hands had been gnawed clean by Yi Wu through the great dream heart scripture. That astonishing comprehension had conjured remarkable feats. Within the entire Western sect regarding understanding of the great dream heart scripture, Yi Wu claimed second place, with only Jane himself daring to claim first. The situation had long since exceeded the control of the two saint lords. Within the dream, Yi Wu was reborn life after life. His spiritual nature was repeatedly hammered and tempered. Though the Western sect belongs to unorthodox paths, its refinement of the mind is undeniably effective. Yi Wu's great dream heart scripture grew increasingly smooth and his innovations more ruthless. The illusions birthed within the dream became strikingly realistic. Truth and falsehood blurred beyond distinction. With each reincarnation, Yi Wu commanded himself strictly. to focus solely on Buddhist teachings. Whether common folk or cultivators, nothing else was practiced. Only Buddhism. To break free from the grip of the great dream heart scripture, one must tread perilous paths. One must enter the tiger's den to catch the cubs. Through countless lifetimes, Yi Wu's grasp of Buddhism soared to an absurdly high level. Deep within his spirit, a faint root of primordial Buddhahood quietly emerged. He was truly a born Buddha's child. More precisely, he resembled an ancient Buddha reincarnated. On the scale of great Buddhas. Had others dared such play, they would have long been driven mad by the cycles of reincarnation. To comprehend the essence of Buddhism and cultivate primordial Buddhahood is beyond imagination. Most likely they would be driven insane. No matter how steadfast the Tao heart, encountering the Western sect's cognitive barriers would cause even the strongest to fall. Across the entire Western sect, no one dared to play such games except that old fellow Jane. This was nothing short of suicide. Even a ruthless figure like Zhuanti wouldn't dare to touch this thing lightly. However, the problem was that Yi Wu simply didn't play by the rules. Not only had he thoroughly mastered the Great Dream Heart Sutra, but as an innate spiritual root like the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, he was inherently extraordinary. Being able to record the myriad Tao of heaven and earth, imprint the laws of the great Tao, and yet not be devoured by the laws of heaven and earth. This in itself was absurd. It simply couldn't be measured by common sense. Even a heavenly Tao saint wouldn't dare to do this. But for the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, it was only natural and perfectly logical. Every time the reincarnation cycle spawned those other self-personalities, before they could even emerge, they were crushed by the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. The true self remained stable within the body, leaving behind only the purest Buddhist Dharma experience from that lifetime. The hidden dangers of the Great Dream Heart Sutra simply didn't exist for Yi Wu. His primordial spirit was still cycling through the dream world, yet the root Buddha nature had already reflected back onto his true body. Even he couldn't stop this. Strands of Buddha light emerged unconsciously. Centered on Yi Wu, it was as if a land of Buddha had suddenly spread out, with a Buddha seated in meditation and monks chanting sutras. It looked just like the pure land of ultimate bliss. That day in the Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly furrowed his brows. As if sensing something, he instinctively swept a glance toward Yi Wu's cave dwelling. Why is the scent of the Western sect emanating from Yi Wu's place? The next second, he saw the strand of root Buddha light exploding from Yi Wu's body. Though not yet strong, the light was blinding. It nearly dazzled Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes. A string of question marks involuntarily popped into Tongtian Jiaozhu's mind, nearly leaving him dumbfounded. How could there be Buddha light on Yi Wu? Judging by the scale, it was clear that he had cultivated the Buddhist Dharma to a very high level, producing such an astonishing phenomenon. According to the Western sect's teachings, this was the Buddha's true nature, already touching the edge of the Buddhahood fruition. But when had his little apprentice secretly practiced the Western sect's methods? How had he as the master not heard even a whisper of it? Tongtian Jiaozhu initially wanted to summon Yi Wu directly for questioning. But upon sensing that Yi Wu was still in seclusion, he hesitated. His brows knitted into a tight knot. With the backing of heavenly Tao laws, saints could indeed foresee all things, but if they weren't deliberately focusing on a particular place, things could slip by. This time, Tongtian Jiaozhu fixed his gaze on the anomaly in Yi Wu. Upon closer inspection, he immediately discovered that this boy's cultivation wasn't meditation at all. He was dreaming. Cultivating through dreaming. This path. Isn't this Jane the Bald Donkey's Great Dream Heart Sutra? Tongtian saw through it at a glance, and the crease between his brows deepened. Knowing Yi Wu's temperament, even if he really wanted to dabble in the Western sect's teachings, he would absolutely inform me first. He'd definitely run to ask me, and only touch it after I gave the go-ahead. Tongtian thought he had a good grasp of this little apprentice's nature. That kid, polite and courteous on the surface, was incredibly proud at his core. He treated everything with indifference, carrying himself like a lofty passerby strolling through the mortal world. Even when facing him, a heavenly Tao saint, it was the same demeanor. Like a saint standing atop the clouds looking down upon the ants below. Though it was well hidden, it couldn't escape his eyes. With that nature, there was no way Yi Wu would secretly practice the Western sect's methods. Besides, while those Western sect teachings had some merit, they were far inferior to the Sanqing lineage. Not even in the same league. Unless... Zhuanti. Jane. The thought suddenly struck Tongtian, and his face darkened instantly. He ground his teeth. The saint's power surged skyward, heavenly Tao laws entwined, like parting mist, quickly revealing what had happened to Yi Wu before. When the boy went to the heavenly court, that dog Zhuanti had set his sights on him. He secretly slipped the Great Dream Heart Sutra to Yi Wu and even used the saint's supreme power to alter Yi Wu's memories from a causal level, forcing Yi Wu, unable to speak of it, to grit his teeth and practice the Great Dream Heart Sutra. Now it all made sense. But Tongtian Jiaozhu's thoughts were stifled. You Zhuanti and you Jane, I've turned a blind eye to your poaching of immortals from the east in the shadows. But now, Zhuanti, you've grown so bold as to secretly try to convert my Tongshan's personal disciple. Do you really think my 4 immortal slaying swords are mere decorations? Killing intent exploded from Tongtian like an invisible blade, piercing straight through the void above Bo Palace. The 4 immortal slaying swords hanging on the wall, sensing Tongtian Jiaozhu's fury, hummed and trembled as if eager to fly out and strike. Zuni's actions had utterly trampled Tongtian Jiaozhu's bottom line. At this moment the disciples of the Jie sect on Golden Ao Island were all terrified, exchanging pale glances. Who was the fool who had angered the master so? Atop Sumeru Peak, Jin and Junti seemed to sense something, their gazes snapping toward the direction of Golden Ao Island in the east, their faces turning pale. They exchanged a look full of tension, their mournful expressions as contagious as an epidemic. They feared that at any moment an immortal slaying sword would descend from the heavens. It's over, it's over. I didn't expect senior brother Tongtian to find out so soon. Jian's face was so bitter it could drip water. Junti was even worse, wishing he could turn and flee. He knew full well how hateful his poaching was. It would have been fine if undiscovered, but now Tongtian had caught him. The trouble was immense. Tongtian Jiaozhu initially planned to grab the 4 immortal slaying swords and storm Sumeru Mountain to blockade the Western sect's gates. But sensing that Yi Wu hadn't been forcibly converted by Junti, he suppressed the urge to kill a saint. He knew too well how sinister the 800 side paths of the Western sect were. Forcible conversion would have dire consequences, potentially even erasing one's very self. Even if the conversion were later lifted, deep sequelae would remain. If you're wise enough. Tongtian Jiaozhu snorted coldly, feeling slightly relieved. If Junti had dared to do that, he wouldn't have minded letting the 4 immortal slaying swords taste saint's blood. But since he wasn't forcibly converted, why would Yi Wu practice Buddhism this way? And he even cultivated the root Buddha nature. As far as he knew, even within the Western sect, those who could cultivate this root Buddha nature were pitifully few. It seemed that only Medicine Master and Mithriya had achieved it. Especially those who attained accomplishments through the Great Dream Heart Sutra were even rarer, countable on one hand. Otherwise Jane and Junti wouldn't be constantly lamenting the Western sect's barrenness. He knew his little apprentice's comprehension was formidable, but he hadn't expected it to reach such an absurd level, far surpassing the disciples of the Western sect. From this perspective, the trap Jane had set for Yi Wu with the Great Dream Heart Sutra might resolve itself. Yi Wu frowned, staring at the changes in the other's aura, feeling something was off. The Buddha energy on this guy seemed somewhat different from what Junti and Jane emitted. Hard to describe, but smoother. In the unseen realm, it felt as if he had quietly seized a corner of the entire Western sect's future fortune. Tongtian Jiaozhu grew intrigued, his gaze locking onto Yi Wu's true form, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. After observing for a while, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Though he couldn't see it fully, his intuition told him the Western sect was about to stumble. When the final reincarnation cycle ended, Yi Wu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. He murmured, "The golden shackles are broken, the jade locks are opened, the wondrous Dharma comes from Sumeru Mountain, and only now do I truly know who I am." The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree hovered above his primordial spirit, shaking lightly, shattering the last fragments of personality imposed by others. In that instant, Yi Wu was completely awakened. All the Buddhist Dharma insights from past and present lives merged into one, becoming uniquely his. Stolen from the Western sect, yet more exquisite than the Western sect's own. The influences those two saints had left on him had long since dissipated cleanly, leaving no trace of goodwill. His earlier guess had been spot on. The root Buddha nature exploded within Yi Wu's primordial spirit, its golden light growing ever stronger like a miniature sun. Waves of Buddha light surged outward. A halo of Buddha nature also rose on the branches of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, but quickly faded, leaving only dense Buddhist Dharma runes attached to the leaf surfaces. Yi Wu stared at the root Buddha nature for a long while, the curve of his mouth growing stranger. With this thing, can I go to the Western sect and become a Buddha? He suddenly shook his head, rejecting the idea himself. Why go to their turf? I can establish my own sect. Create a Mahayana Buddhism, and it'll be the Mahayana Buddha. Once the journey to the West kicks off, it might actually work. Then I can wade in and tear a few chunks off the Western sect without. If you can't beat them, change your approach. Join them. Yi Wu himself hadn't expected that his spuro-femin idea to build a dream reincarnation world with the Great Dream Heart Sutra to delve into Buddhism would accidentally yield the root Buddha nature, the Western sect's foundation. Further evolution of the root Buddha nature would lead to what they called the Buddhahood fruition. But his version of the Buddhahood fruition was different from what the current Western sect had, and most of it was from the later Mahayana Buddhist system. In other words, his wild maneuver had essentially stolen the highest fruition of later Mahayana Buddhism and brought it forward. Unfortunately, he didn't remember many of the Mahayana sutras from his past life. The light of the Buddhahood fruition in Yi Wu's palm slowly dimmed. To be honest, if Tongtian Jiaozhu hadn't personally severed the connection those two Western saints had with him, Jane and Junti would probably be unable to sit still by now. Those two would sooner rip their masks off and open a war of saints with Tongtian than allow Yi Wu to be stolen away to Shifangjiao. After all, the nascent form of a Buddha fruit attainment, now sprouting within Yi Wu, had already unsettled his Jinxian realm, nudging it toward the threshold of Tai. Jane and Junti could not possibly have imagined that this youth in so brief a time would evolve the rudiment of a Buddha fruit attainment, and in the process pilfer the later era fortune of the Buddhist path. Yet none of that compared to the great thing Yi Wu had just discovered. The gains from rigorous study of the Dharma were pale beside. His breath quickened as realization struck the cycles of reincarnation within the Great Dream Heart Sutra could mend the primordial damage to his original body. One reincarnation repaired only a sliver, almost negligible. But numbers can be amassed. If once is insufficient, then 10 times 110,000 a million. Quantitative accumulation will eventually breed qualitative change. Given enough repetitions and sufficient stacking, those wounds to his primordial source could be healed. Compared with the restoration brought by the Xiantian Hundun Hulu and the fortune it conferred, reincarnation ranks third in effect, but in cost-effectiveness it utterly outclasses the other two. Moreover, the three paths of repair do not conflict and can be superimposed. With a three-pronged approach, Yi Wu would sooner or later drag himself back to the foundations of a peerless, innate spiritual root. At the thought, a smile crept to Yi Wu's lips that he could not suppress. Jane Taoist, Junie Taoist, you are truly been. He laughed brilliantly. A timely boon is a weighty gift indeed. Next time we meet, I shall thank you properly. With that hidden danger at last averted, Yi Wu felt a great lightness. He drew back the cosmic manifestation produced by the root source Buddhic essence. This must be hidden well. If Shifang Jiao makes a fuss later, I will give them a surprise. Yi Wu's magnanimity was small. He remembered how Xuanti and the others had schemed against him. If he did not return it, then he was not truly Yi Wu. But he stopped abruptly and frowned. Wait, Xunti's influence. He was stunned as the invisible shackles dissolved. A single thought flashed through his mind. His master must have perceived it and stepped in to handle the trouble. Only a power of the same level could counteract a saintly effect. Besides, Tongtian Jiaozhu's cultivation far exceeded Xunti's. They were not on the same plane. With that in mind, Yi Wu rose and had just stepped out of his cave when the sky cleaved with a thunderclap. Thundering, he shivered and instinctively looked up. A chill raced down his spine, and he understood at once. This was heaven. The reason was simple. He had secretly taken a Buddha fruit attainment, and the fortune not meant for this age from Shifang Jiao, imperceptibly disturbing part of the heavenly order's operation. The first signs of heavenly punishment. Tongtian Jiaozhu had been watching Yi Wu, and the instant he saw the omen did not hesitate to exert saintly power and temporarily veil the heavenly secrets surrounding Yi Wu. The oppressive weight of the impending retribution dissipated bit by bit. Come to Biogong at once. Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice sounded directly in his ear, snapping Yi Wu back to himself. So the crisis of heavenly punishment vanished just like that. As you command. Outside Biogong, Yi Wu scarcely arrived before he saw the courtyard filled with members of the sect. Duo Bao Daoist met him, his face grave, and recited the events that had just occurred in full. Master won't let us inside. No one knows what the situation is within. Yi Wu understood the sequence and lowered his voice. This matter involves me. You do not speak of it for now. I will explain when I come out. Duo Bao stood stunned, watching Yi Wu push open the doors of Biogong and stride inside. Worry clouded his face. What in heaven's name did the junior brother do to make Master so enraged he would harbor murderous intent? Duo Bao could not make sense of it, and turned to seek San Shao and the others, repeating Yi Wu's words in the hope of Yi Wu bowed low. I pay my respects, Master. May you enjoy boundless longevity. Tongtian Jiaozhu sized him up from head to foot, as if trying to see through him. This kid was a freak. He had nearly invoked heavenly punishment, something even Tongtian had not expected. If Tongtian guessed correctly, the root of the omen lay with that sliver of root source Buddhic essence within Yi Wu. Master's gaze grew stranger and stranger. Yi Wu felt uncomfortable under that stare, and before Tongtian could question him, quickly recounted everything that had happened and the full chain of events. Naturally, he dared not mention the matters of his past life. His eyes darkened as he murmured, if this were discovered, the trouble would be immense. It was not that he distrusted Tongtian, but certain things were safer the fewer knew. Tongtian had already pieced together much of the cause and effect, and glanced at him coolly. Now that it has come to this, how do you intend to finish it? If you wish to vent that resentment, I can take you up to Shumishan now, and settle the score with Junie myself. He spoke without lifting an eyelid, but the killing intent beneath his words could not be concealed. Yi Wu felt a warmth in his chest, and a secretive smile crossed his face. Master, I have a plan. It will both carve a large piece off Shifang Jiao, and make them suffer the loss with a smile on their faces. Xuanti and the others intended to pass you into Shifang Jiao. This move was a misstep. Tongshan's expression turned odd. That was not merely a misstep, it was nearly a humiliation. Yi Wu retorted with feigned earnestness. Master, you are wrong to call it a loss. Yi Wu protested solemnly. This is not compensation. It is the fee for psychic harm. It is what Xuanti owes. Even if we report it to the Patriarch, justice would be on our side. He grew more aggrieved. Besides, Xunti's treatment of me is a slap to your face, Master. Can you bear it? I cannot. They must taste the sting of the 4 immortal slaying swords. No sooner had he spoken than a light knock landed on his head. Tongtian kept a stern face, but his eyes were amused. You brat, using reverse psychology on your master. Yet I am exactly the sort to fall for it. He laughed heartily. After laughing, he added a warning. But one thing you must heed. I see you have produced a root source Buddhic essence. That thing is the rudiment of a Buddha fruit attainment belonging to Shifang Jiao. It is indeed a fine thing, and will aid your cultivation. But Shifang Jiao cultivates 800 Sidor methods. Many of them are crooked and deviant. Acting apart is one thing, but if you act and thereby entangle yourself, the consequences will be grave. Tongshan's tone was laden with meaning. He did not distrust Yi Wu, he warned, because he and Jane and Juni were of the same generation and knew those two saints' tricks, while a facade of compassion, masking insidious methods. Were it not for the fact that the two were genuine heavenly saints, he would have sworn they practiced demonic arts. Countless primordial beings had silently fallen to their schemes. Especially after Jane and Junti attained sainthood, their methods became even more deceptive. Without vigilance, even a saint might be momentarily influenced. Tongtian's greatest fear was that Yi Wu would fall into Shifang Jiao's perceptual snare, believing himself to have seen through the truth, while remaining trapped within it. Like a frog at the bottom of a well. Shifang Jiao excelled at such tricks. Haha, master, rest assured. Their sideoar methods are indeed formidable. If one cannot penetrate them, one will be ensnared. But if one can truly digest them, they become tools to be used. To hold fast, never regress, never fall into error. Some doctrines of Shifang Jiao are indeed penetrating. I understand Shifang Jiao better than Shifang Jiao itself. Yi Wu brimmed with confidence. He paid the lurking danger no heed. After condensing the rudiment of the Buddha fruit attainment, he truly believed Tongtian's worry to be needless. In a sense, he was now one of the very sources from which future Buddhism would spring. The Buddhism of the Moro would owe its existence to him. To reassure Tongtian, Yi Wu fully displayed that wisp of root source Buddhic essence. A terrestrial Buddha land appeared before Tongtian, as if ready to evolve into a genuine pure land. A Buddha fruit attainment manifested in Yi Wu's future, bobbing in the river of time and enclosing him in its protection. Tongtian saw clearly at last and laughed loudly. The vexation he had been nursing evaporated, and he felt uncommonly relieved. Jane and Junti this time had suffered both loss and defeat. Yi Wu had quietly seized an enormous advantage over Shifang Jiao without their knowing. No one knew exactly by what means, but he had unseen and unheard stolen the future fortune of Shifang Jiao and preemptively claimed a crucial future fruit attainment. Since that is so, I am wholly at ease now. But you must still take care of one thing. With that, Tongtian condensed a Shangqing Fu Yin and implanted it into Yi Wu. This Shangqing Fu Yin was formed with my saintly power to conceal the heavenly secrets within you. It can temporarily suppress that strand of root source Buddhic essence and prevent the earlier signs of heavenly punishment from re-emerging after you leave Jiejiao Dao. Tongtian's tone carried warning. Your method has merit, but restrain yourself. Do not through carelessness wear yourself out. Heavenly punishment is no trifle. Today, by coincidence upon Jiejiao Dao, I could shield you from this calamity, though elsewhere the result might have been uncertain. However, to suppress this oddity for the long term, you will need treasures capable of veiling destiny. I will keep an eye. When the Shangqing Fu Yin merged into his body, the vague sense of looming danger completely dissipated. He breathed a deep sigh of relief and bowed, thanking his master. The earlier omen of heavenly punishment had frightened him thoroughly. If that thing truly came crashing down, it would be a completely different matter from the heavenly tribulation during the transformation. That would be lethal. This incident also served as a warning to him. Although many of the treasures from later eras were genuine, not everything could be brought prematurely into the primordial era, especially those key items tied to major events of later ages. Once they appeared in the primordial era ahead of time, they would attract a tangled web of karmic consequences. Even mere knowledge was forbidden. Knowledge itself was a force. The heavenly Tao in the primordial era monitored everything. Breaking the rules and disrupting the order ordained by the heavenly Tao would invite its suppression. The appearance of the divine punishment was a clear example. However, such a treasure capable of concealing the heavenly intent is not so easy to obtain. Yi Wu found himself in a dilemma. The situation was clear unless the doctrines of the Western sect could be propagated swiftly, allowing Jane and Junti to transform the Western sect into the Buddhist path ahead of time, otherwise bearing the future Buddha fruit, and venturing out he would be targeted by divine punishment at any moment. Disrupting the temporal order ordained by the heavenly Tao meant opposing the will of fate. Before the torrent of fate, his meager strength was utterly insufficient to withstand it. After handling the matters here, the celestial master Tongtian directly took down the 4 swords of Zhuxian hanging on the wall. Wait here, master, will go to Mount Sumeru. Tongtian tore through the void, his figure vanishing from the palace of Bio. He intended to stage a performance. And by the way, vent his fury thoroughly. Yi Wu turned his gaze toward Mount Sumeru and sighed softly. Such a splendid spectacle, and he could not witness it. What a pity. Yet the problem was that he could not yet control that sliver of root Buddha nature. If he got too close and came into contact with the 2 heavenly Tao saints of the Western sect, even with Tongtian's concealment, he might be exposed before true experts. Yi Wu had no desire to reveal his depth in Buddhist Dharma to Jane and Junti so soon, otherwise his subsequent plans would likely be severely impacted. Duo Bao Daoren and the 3 Shao fairies were guarding outside the palace of Bio. The moment they saw Yi Wu emerge, they swarmed around him. What exactly happened? Did the Western sect cause you trouble? Yi Wu did not hide anything and recounted the previous events in full detail. After hearing the story, the fellow disciple's anger flared up instantly. Those bald donkeys have gone too far. The Western sect's methods are insidious. Haha, don't worry. Master has already taken action. All we need to do now, Yi Wu grinned. Before his words faded, a curtain of light suddenly spread over the sky above Golden Ao Island. The figure of celestial master Tongtian appeared within it. Duo Bao and the others widened their eyes, their faces flushed with excitement, as they shouted, "Master is incredible." Yi Wu's mouth twitched, thinking that this saint truly knew how to put on a show. Such a spectacle would make anyone exclaim. Over at Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junti waited anxiously for a long time, finally seeing the outcome they both feared and anticipated. Celestial Master Tongtian had indeed come knocking. The four swords of Zhuxian descended from the heavens with a thunderous crash, sealing the entire Mount Sumeru tightly. A murderous aura surged skyward, throwing the primordial era into chaos. Jane and Junti roared on the spot. The great powers of the primordial era were all startled, staring wide-eyed toward the west, their jaws nearly dropping. Celestial Master Tongtian had actually carried the four swords of Zhuxian and blocked the entrance of the Western sect. Over at Nuwa, Heaven Goddess Nuwa immediately perked up, watching the excitement with great interest. As for why the fight started, who cared? As long as there was drama to enjoy. The Supreme Saint and Yuanshi Tianzuan were also taken aback, puzzled as to why their third brother had suddenly charged toward Mount Sumeru. Tongtian, what is the meaning of this? Attacking a saint's great sect without cause. Are you looking for trouble? Junti Doran's voice trembled with both anger and fear. He was truly intimidated. No wonder they say the two Western saints have thick skins, thick enough to collapse Mount Sumeru. Tongtian stood in the void, hands behind his back, his arrogance practically overflowing. Saints valued face above all. With this move, Tongtian had essentially torn off the faces of the two Western saints and trampled them underfoot. The great powers of the primordial era were all stifling their laughter, their cheeks nearly cramping from holding back, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. The onlookers had a very clear view of the scene. The group of saints watching from the sidelines were not so restrained, laughing without any pretense. Was this an insult to the two heavenly Tao saints of the Western sect? How could it be? Senior brother Tongtian was merely recounting the misdeeds those two had committed in the West, where, at the same time, each of them eagerly wished to witness firsthand the might of this foremost killing formation of the Primordial. Senior brother Tongtian, if you barge into our Western sect with such fanfare and fail to provide an explanation, this matter will not end peacefully today. Jane Doran's face was more wrinkled than a bitter gourd. Even if we go before our teacher, we brothers must seek clarity. Junti Doran's eyes were red. He could vaguely sense many primordial era big shots laughing at them behind their backs. Taishang, Yuanshi, and Nuwa were laughing openly in their faces, not even bothering to pretend. This was utterly outrageous. How the two of you have long mastered the art of speaking nonsense. It's enough to qualify you for sainthood. If Mount Buzhou had been wrapped in your faces back, then even the ancestral, which Gonggong couldn't have broken it. Tongtian snorted coldly, dismissing the threats of Jane and Junti entirely. On Golden Ao Island, the disciples of the Jie sect stared at their master's image in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. When had their master learned to be so sarcastic? Yi Wu laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, it was so satisfying. He never imagined Tongtian could be so cutting with his words. Jane and Junti trembled with rage, but before they could speak, Tongtian directly activated the thunder method to resonate with the four swords of Zhuxian, slashing down and shattering billions of Buddhist lights over Mount Sumeru, causing the two Western heavenly Tao saints' hearts to bleed. Not only the disciples of the Western sect on Mount Sumeru, but even the living beings of the entire Western world trembled in fear. No one dared to harbor the slightest thought of resistance. The power of a saint, the might of the foremost killing formation of the primordial era, it was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. Yi Wu is a disciple personally accepted by Mishanqing Tongtian. Not only did you two dare to scheme against him, but you also resorted to underhanded methods, forcibly implanting thoughts using the art of conversion. Do you truly think I, Tongtian, am easy to bully? Today, if the two of you cannot give me a proper explanation, I will not hesitate to overturn this entire Mount Sumeru. As his words fell, the entire primordial era fell into dead silence. Countless great powers instinctively held their breath, once again stunned, speechless. Even the other heavenly Tao saints wore the same expression. What had they just heard? A brief stillness enveloped the primordial era, followed by an explosion of clamorous discussion. Have the two Western saints lost their minds? Before they forcibly abducted Eastern immortals, always picking scattered cultivators without backing. But this time they've dared to reach for a saint's direct disciple. Such audacity is beyond words. That phrase, Taoist friend, you have a destiny with our West, is truly nauseating. This time Junti and Jane have— Wait, isn't that Yi Wu the one who caused such a stir recently? Good heavens, just how deep are his connections that the two saints of the Western sect would cling to him so relentlessly? The great powers of the primordial era exchanged words without pause. This piece of gossip was too juicy, their mouths full of savory details. It was utterly delightful. At the same time, everyone's curiosity about Yi Wu piqued instantly. What kind of foundation and origins could drive the two heavenly Tao saints of the Western sect to discard all pretense of dignity just to get their hands on him? The two saints in the 8 Scenery Palace and the Jade Void Palace, having heard the whole story, turned livid with fury. Fine, Junti, you have quite the nerve to even covet the direct disciples of my 3 sects. You must be tired of living. Yuanshi Tianzuan was ablaze with rage. Although he was at odds with Tongtian, and there were long-standing grudges between the Chan sect and the Jie sect, things had not yet reached the point of open conflict. Since Jane and Junti dared to forcibly act against the direct disciples of the Jie sect, it meant that Yuanshi's own disciples were also at risk. This was not only a slap in the face to Shanqing Tongtian, but also an insult to Yuqing Yuanshi. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who valued face above all else, could not swallow this humiliation. He immediately summoned the Panga banner and hurled it toward Mount Sumeru. Guang Qingzi stood frozen in place. Tongtian's voice had spread across most of the primordial era, so he naturally understood what had happened. He was utterly stunned. Could Yi Wu's talent and background truly be so terrifying? To the point that the heavenly Tao saints of the Western sect would risk everything to forcibly convert him. Just from the scale of this commotion, one could glean much. Jane, Juanti. The Supreme Saint considered himself even-tempered, but at this moment he could no longer contain his fury. Since he could no longer endure, he would not. Time and again you have poached immortals from the Eastern world. I previously chose to overlook it. But now you dare to extend your claws to us three pure ones. You have truly overreached. The lineage of Taishang had few disciples to begin with. Though Yuanshi and Tongtian had many followers, losing one or two direct disciples would not be catastrophic. But for him Xuandu was his sole heir. If he were forcibly converted, the lineage of Taiqing might be severed. A coiled dragon crooked staff silently departed from the 8 Scenery Palace. Tongtian, don't slander us. There is no such thing. Zhuandi Daoren was frantic. He had indeed entertained the thought of converting Yi Wu, but it was nowhere near as vile as Tongtian claimed. Tongtian was blatantly smearing them. No matter how Zhuandi defended himself, Tongtian paid no heed. His mind set on one thought. You say your piece, I'll fight my fight. He hadn't come to reason, he had come to cause trouble. Boom. The full power of the 4 swords of Zhuxian erupted, sword light spinning wildly in the void, directly slashing toward Jane and Zhuandi. Strike first, talk later. The battle of saints shook heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure of saintly might swept across the entire primordial era like a tidal wave. The beings on the vast primordial land trembled, their minds blank, consumed by endless fear. For many years the saint of the heavenly Tao had never truly acted, but today a precedent was set. The top Quasi saints across the primordial regions looked up towards Mount Shumi, desperately trying to capture the fluctuations of the saint's power. They sought to find a chance to become a saint, to glimpse the hope of proving their Tao. Tongtian had already made his move, and Jane and Zhuandi had no choice but to confront him. Tongtian, unrestrained and pressing forward, left the 2 Western saints feeling suffocated with anger, their rage burning so hot they could hardly hold back, yet they dared not unleash their full strength. Mount Shumi was the foundation they had cultivated for countless years, adorned with numerous restrictions of the saintly Tao. Attacks of quasi-saint caliber could not harm it in the slightest. However, with 3 saints battling, even the slightest ripple could topple the mountain. Once they truly let loose, Mount Shumi would be utterly destroyed. Tongtian, do you dare to fight in the chaos beyond the heavens? Jane roared, unleashing countless rays of Buddhist light from his magic staff, as if to recreate the heavens and the earth. The Eastern Qinglian treasure flag simultaneously erupted with boundless azure light, protecting all sides of Mount Shumi to prevent it from being crushed by the raging forces. Zhuandi waved the 7 treasures mysterious tree, unleashing 7-colored brilliance, fiercely striking at the 4 swords of Zhuxian, trying to shatter the 4 fearsome swords directly. The power of the 7 treasures mysterious tree needs no elaboration, yet once the 4 swords of Zhuxian united, their murderous aura surged, and the 7-colored divine light was instantly scattered. Huh. You not only tried to undermine me, but also want to flee to the chaos beyond the heavens to fight. Do you really think I, Tongtian, am a soft persimmon? If you want to fight, fine. I'll just smash Mount Shumi to pieces and obliterate your western lands altogether. Tongtian stood alone against 2 heavenly Tao saints fully engaged in combat, his sword light wildly flying around, and surprisingly, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Especially the 4 Zhuxian swords, their killing intent increasingly terrifying, the murderous aura coalescing into tangible blades threatening to tear apart the entire Mount Shumi. Though the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag was there to block, many areas of Mount Shumi were still devastated by the sword chi of the 4 swords of Zhuxian, causing spiritual energy to dissipate completely. The Western sect's foundation was already thin, and this situation was adding insult to injury. In that moment, the mighty beings of the primordial world felt a sharp pang in their hearts. Could it be that Tongtian had truly gone mad and intended to demolish Mount Shumi? If that truly happened, Mount Shumi collapsing, now that would be delightful. In the Wuzhuang Temple, the celestial Zenyuanzi stood high watching the battle above Mount Shumi, his face displaying both delight and a hint of fierce killing intent. Tongtian, don't go too far. Do you think we brothers are easy to bully? Zhuanzi was completely furious, unleashing one powerful saintly spell after another, his heart bleeding at the sight of Mount Zuma's plight. He could hardly imagine that Tongtian would go this wild over a personal matter, recklessly ignoring everything. Had he known it would escalate to this point, he would have been far more cautious and avoided such a massive trouble. Just as he was thinking, Zhuanzi suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, an inexplicable sense of danger exploding within him. A coiled dragon staff appeared out of thin air, crashing hard against his back, and he barely had time to dodge. Bang! The impact was solid as Zhuanzi staggered, falling directly from the sky. His 6-foot golden body cracked with fissures resembling a shattered mirror. Taishang! Zhuanzi shouted in anger, his gaze piercing like daggers towards the direction of the 8 Scenery Palace. Jane was startled, wanting to rush over to save him, but a terrifying sense of crisis pierced through, causing his divine sense to ache. Yuanshi. Jane was flustered, hurriedly summoning the Jane treasure banner, but it was swept away by the chaotic sword chi and sent flying. Yuanshi. Jane was flustered, hurriedly summoning the Jane treasure banner, but it was swept away by the chaotic sword chi and sent flying. With no options left, he had to endure with his 6-foot golden body. Like Zhuanti, his golden body was instantly crushed. The sudden turn of events was too swift for anyone to react. The Taishang Saint and Yuanshi Tianzuan had also directly engaged in the battle. The three pure ones united against the two Western Saints. This scene was explosive. Tongtian was taken aback, not expecting his two senior brothers to join in. But he quickly understood the reason. Jane and Zhuanti had crossed the line this time, treading on the bottom line of Taishang and Yuanshi. You dare to scheme against our three pure lineage, you deserve to be unlucky. The Taishang Saint's voice was calm, yet chilling, sending shivers down Jane and Zhuanti's spines. This is merely a warning. If you dare to play tricks again, your Western sect will cease to exist. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, without mincing words, delivering a blunt threat. The major figures of the primordial world were all excited. They had originally thought it was a battle between 3 saints, but it turned into a chaotic fight among 5 saints. Today's drama was truly spectacular. Centered around Mount Shumi, the void split open with countless black cracks, as if unable to bear the weight of the power of the 5 heavenly Tao saints. Jane and Zhuanti's expressions grew even more grim. Just dealing with Tongtian was already a headache for them, and now with Taishang and Yuanshi involved, they had no chance of winning. The coiled dragon staff and the Panga banner hesitated slightly before locking onto Zhuanti and Jane. As long as they dared to move, these two treasures would strike. Tongtian did not continue attacking, instead sealing Mount Shumi with the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, keeping a close watch on Jane and Zhuanti. The situation suddenly became stalemated. Yi Wu, seeing the 2 iconic treasures, was momentarily stunned. His master uncle and second master uncle actually took action. He truly did not expect this. However, this was a good thing. With the 3 pure ones united, the 2 Western Saints should no longer be able to stir up trouble. Tongtian, what exactly do you want? After a long moment, Zhuanti gritted his teeth and broke the silence. He knew their brotherhood had truly stumbled this time. Compensation. Tongtian did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. You forcibly enlightened Yi Wu, causing him severe mental damage. You must pay for this mental loss. Zhuanti's face turned green with anger, ready to retort. Tongtian was clearly being unreasonable. He admitted he had done a little something, but it was absolutely not as exaggerated as Tongtian made it out to be. He hadn't truly harmed Yi Wu in any way. Junior brother. Jia Yin's low shout silenced Zhuanti's ensuing words. He then turned to Tongtian, his tone becoming serious. Brother Tongtian, this matter is indeed something we brothers did not consider carefully. Here are 3 merit Bodhi seeds, which are seeds from the Bodhi tree soaked in the 8 treasures merit pool, absorbing ample merit power. Wearing them will calm the mind, enhance comprehension speed, and prevent inner demons from arising. If swallowed, it can directly increase cultivation by 10,000 years. How about this compensation, brother Tongtian? Zhuanti's eyes widened, hardly believing what he was hearing. His brother actually conceded so easily, and even offered the merit Bodhi seeds. That item was more precious than life itself in the Western sect. But when he saw Jia Yin's eye signal, he could only bite his teeth and swallow his words, falling silent. Merit Bodhi seeds. Tongtian raised an eyebrow and grinned. Indeed a treasure. But well, this isn't enough. Yi Wu had anticipated this. As long as the situation escalated, Jane and Zhuanti would definitely yield, wanting to settle the matter. Had it not been for Yi Wu's prior instructions, Tongtian would have accepted these 3 merit Bodhi seeds without hesitation. But now, brother Tongtian, don't be too greedy. Jia Yin's expression had already turned grim, barely suppressing his anger. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. Tongtian smiled and waved his hand. With all this commotion, my little disciple suffered a mental blow, and as his master, I have also been worried all day. You must compensate for this loss. Moreover, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian are the foremost killing formation of the primordial world. I personally made this trip, so you should cover my travel expenses, right? Well, for now that's all. You two can discuss how much compensation is appropriate. Jane and Zhuanti were completely dumbfounded. They rubbed their ears in unison, doubting they had heard correctly. This kid, is he speaking human language? At this moment, all the mighty beings of the primordial world fell silent, their minds a chaotic mess. Was this really the Tongtian they knew? How did it feel like he had become a different person? He had actually learned to extort. This tactic was something they had never seen him use before. But this idea of extorting sounded quite interesting. Taking note of it, it might come in handy later. The Taishang Saint and Yuanshi Tianzuan were left stunned by Tongtian's words, unable to regain their composure for a long while. Yaoshi and Mithreya from the Buddhist sect were fuming, their foreheads nearly smoking, but all that remained in their hearts was an indescribable sense of helplessness. In the face of an existence like Tongtian, a heavenly Tao saint, they had no qualifications to even open their mouths. In the eyes of the saints, they were merely ants easily crushed. Duobao Taoist rubbed his eyes vigorously, the words almost on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed back. He had followed his master for countless years and had never seen him act like this. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos were also rendered speechless. Yi Wu stared at the scene on the light screen, the corners of his mouth curling up, smiling with delight. The real show had only just begun. Oh, if the Western sect didn't cough up blood, how could he swallow his anger? This is outright robbery. Zhuanti, completely lost it, trembling with rage, seizing the 3 merit Bodhi seeds from Jane, glaring fiercely at Tongtian, his eyes nearly popping out. You won't get a single bit of compensation from us. Tongtian's rhetoric was clearly treating them like fools. If they agreed, how could the Western sect hold their heads high in the primordial world afterward? They couldn't afford to lose face. Jane remained silent, but his attitude clearly mirrored Zhuanti's. Is that so? Tongtian spoke slowly, having long predicted Jane and Zhuanti's reactions. Since you're not convinced, then let's continue fighting. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian suddenly shook violently, striking towards Jane and Zhuanti. I want to see how much longer you two can hold out. After all, the battlefield was in Mount Shumi. If it was destroyed, it would be Jane and Zhuanti who would feel the pain. The coiled dragon staff and the panga banner hesitated for a moment before joining and occasionally launching sneak attacks from the side, leaving Jane and Zhuanti in a flurry. Tongtian, however, found the battle increasingly smooth. Jane and Zhuanti were so enraged they could barely speak. The 3 pure ones were clearly bullying them. What kind of skill was it to outnumber opponents? Unfair. The golden bodies of the 2 saints shattered incessantly, and Mount Sumru shook violently, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Amid the Great War, countless Buddhist disciples suffered a collapse of their Tao hearts, and the fortune of the Western sect was visibly weakened by a large margin. Their already impoverished situation grew even more dire. Senior brother Tongtian, stop. We, your junior brothers, admit defeat. Zhuanti and Jane, grinding their teeth, if they continued fighting, Mount Sumru, which they had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, would likely be reduced to ruins. The loss would be something they simply could not withstand. This Vajra scepter, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, should be sufficient to compensate senior brother Tongtian and junior disciple Yi Wu. As Zhuanti handed over the Vajra scepter, his heart bled. That was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Western sect had few valuable possessions to begin with, and losing another one was like draining their very foundation. It wasn't that he wanted to be stingy, he had no choice. Tongshan's appetite was terrifyingly vast. Even 3 merit Bodhi seeds couldn't satisfy him. If he didn't offer enough, this matter would never end. Another battle, and the loss would be far more than a single top-grade spiritual treasure could cover. After all, they were outmatched. If they only had to deal with Tongtian alone and the battlefield wasn't Mount Sumru, they wouldn't have bowed their heads so readily. But the problem was, haha, junior brother Zhuanti is indeed refreshing. Then I, your senior brother, won't stand on ceremony. Tongtian snatched up the Vajra scepter without the slightest pretense. Even he hadn't expected to obtain a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Since these 3 merit Bodhi seeds have been brought out, don't bother taking them back. Consider them a meeting gift from you uncles to your nephew. Before Zhuanti could speak, the 3 merit Bodhi seeds were already in Tongshan's pocket. Zhuanti was instantly ablaze with fury, but Jane held him back. Let it be as senior brother Tongtian says. This matter was indeed our fault as uncles. Jane conceded. Having already given away a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, what were 3 merit Bodhi seeds? The most urgent matter now was to send Tongtian away as quickly as possible. Any further delay would only lead to greater losses. The cost was truly unbearable. Haha, then I thank you on behalf of Yi Wu. Stowing away the Vajra scepter and merit Bodhi seeds, Tongtian was immensely pleased. He had initially thought extorting a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure would be a win, but Jane had thrown in a top-grade one along with 3 merit Bodhi seeds. A purely unexpected bonus. Remember this lesson. If you transgress again, you will bear the consequences. With those words, Tongtian, having secured his gains, said no more. He withdrew his 4 swords of Zhu Xian and left. Yuan Shi Tianzuan raised an eyebrow, the panga banner in his hand, trembling slightly, clearly tempted. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Could he perhaps snatch one too? Though the Western sect was poor, Jane and Zhuanti still held some good treasures. But he glanced at the 2 brothers' faces, as black as a pot bottom on the verge of a falling out. After some deliberation, Yuan Shi Tianzuan ultimately abandoned the idea. The panga banner and the coiled dragon crutch vanished in succession, leaving only the ravaged Mount Sumru. Jane and Zhuanti gazed at their ruined dojo, exchanged a look, and nearly wept. Bitter. Life was simply After a long while, the great powers of the primordial world erupted into discussion, once more their voices overwhelming and their eyes red with envy. Easily obtaining a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, just like that. Wasn't the Western sect notoriously poor? How had they become so generous all of a sudden? Had they been faking poverty all along? At that moment, Yi Wu's name spread across the primordial world, arousing even more curiosity. There was no avoiding it. He was the protagonist of this grand drama. In the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin smirked silently. The embarrassment of the 2 Westerners pleased him greatly. Yet his expression darkened as he mused, my senior brother Tongtian truly cares deeply for the Ziwei Emperor. If I can secure Yi Wu's loyalty, the support of the Jie sect will likely be within my grasp. Recalling the recent stream of Chan's sect disciples visiting the heavenly court, Hao Yin sneered coldly. This Ziwei Emperor is truly my lucky star. Not only has he stirred up the Chan sect, but even the usually aloof senior brother Taishang has grown restless. Not long ago, Taishang Laojun had secretly sent an avatar, and the 2 had spoken at length. Finally, the Saint Taishang decided to dispatch his good corpse to the heavenly court to oversee the Tishita Palace and assist in alchemy. All these changes stemmed from Yi Wu's ascension. Congratulations, junior brother. Duobao Taoist beamed, bowing to Yi Wu. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure and merit Bodhi seeds. All exceptional treasures. He himself possessed innate spiritual treasures, but who would ever tire of such high-level artifacts? The celestial projection vanished, and Tongtian appeared. His hair disheveled, and the 4 swords of Zhuxian strapped to his back. He wore a smile, clearly in high spirits. Yi Wu, these are for you. Take good care of them. The Vajra scepter and 3 merit Bodhi seeds fell into Yi Wu's hands, and the surrounding disciples of the GS sect were green, with envy, their eyes burning with jealousy. Yet no one dared to speak out of turn. This was Yi Wu's rightful reward. In the corner, Dingguang changed Xian's eyes. As one of the 7 attending immortals, he watched Tongtian bestow all the treasures upon Yi Wu, his heart seething with bitterness. The master was far too biased, favoring his personal disciples with every precious item. Disciple, thanks, master. Amidst a sea of envious and jealous gazes, Yi Wu did not refuse. He accepted the Vajra scepter and merit Bodhi seeds directly. Returning to his cave dwelling, he sat down to tally his gains, a grin spreading from ear to ear. First, ill-perfect my golden immortal cultivation. The primordial world is now riddled with pitfalls. I've attracted enough attention these past few days. I need to lie. He knew well that after the incident on Golden Ao Island, many eyes were already fixed on him. The moment he set foot off the island, he would almost certainly be targeted. Within the primordial chaos gored the Zhoutian star tree trembled, dropping another star fruit. Yi Wu swallowed it whole, transforming it into surging magical power. Yet this time the medicinal power of an entire star fruit, a full epic's worth of power, still failed to fill the gap to golden immortal perfection. Senior brother Duobao was right. After attaining immortality, each realm requires immense power to sustain. The perfection stage demands more than the early, middle, and late stages combined. No wonder cultivation is so difficult. Just accumulating power takes eons, not to mention comprehending the Tao and breaking through realms. Realizing this, Yi Wu sighed and took out a merit Bodhi seed. Let's see how miraculous this treasure of the Western sect truly is. He placed the seed in his mouth, and as its power slowly dissolved, a sudden surge of Buddhist insight erupted deep within his mind. The Bodhi seed itself was a supreme treasure of Buddhism, inherently attuned to Buddhist doctrine. Using it solely for cultivation would be wasteful. Using it to comprehend Buddhism is the true path. With a shift in thought, Yi Wu hesitated no longer. He activated the Dream Heart Sutra, manifested a dream world, and cast all 3 merit Bodhi seeds into it. The merit burned, and a strand of Bodhi Buddha nature quietly merged into his primordial spirit. The root of Buddha nature illuminated a great light deep within his soul, as if countless Buddhas were chanting in his ears. The Buddha fruit on that future timeline seemed to grow more tangible. After a night passed, Yi Wu awoke from the dream. The 3 merit Bodhi seeds were exhausted. Yet the root of Buddha nature in his primordial spirit had become far deeper and more powerful. The transformation was so swift it felt unreal even to him. Lu Xian opened his eyes, his mind still churning. The Dream Heart Sutra from his dream had deepened, and his understanding of the Western sect grew increasingly profound. The 2 patriarchs of the Western sect were truly remarkable. Jane and Junie actually managed to devise such a system. They say that once Buddhist doctrine is understood, one can become a Buddha on the spot. It sounds mystical, but upon reflection this path is entirely different from orthodox Xianmen. He pondered, growing more uneasy. The Western sect had indeed branched off from Xianmen initially, but after its separation it forged a heretical path. That path strayed further and further, eventually becoming what was later known as Buddhism. Compared to Zuomen's cultivation methods, there is already an essential difference. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, a single word surfacing in his mind: demon. This thought struck him like a thunderbolt, sending chills down his spine. Those 2 Western saints originally emerged from the Western lands. But don't forget, whose domain was that place back then? Demon ancestor Luahu. Mount Sumeru was Luhis. In the ancient Tao demon war, Luhu lost, detonated the Western veins, transformed into the outer Tao heavenly demon, and founded the demonic path in opposition to the immortal path. Those 2 inherited Luhis dojo, so Lu Xian's heart pounded. Did they also inherit what Lu left behind? He couldn't believe that Lu had left nothing in such a vast place as Mount Sumeru. This thought immediately brought an old saying to mind. One thought becomes Buddha, one thought becomes demon. Buddha and demon are one. These 4 words grew more chilling the more he thought about them. What Xianmen calls demonic possession is being invaded by outer Tao heavenly demons, leading to chi deviation and being devoured or replaced. That is a tribulation of the immortal path where the heavenly Tao uses Luhis power to balance cultivators. But the Buddhist version? Lu Xian clenched his fists. It seems different. They aren't invaded by demons. They become demons themselves. As if they were demons from the... Examples of this were not rare within the Western sect and Buddhism. The most famous occurred after the journey to the West Tribulation. A great Buddha turned into a great demon, nearly destroying all of Buddhism. Thinking of those events, a chill ran down Lu Xian's spine. If my guess is true, then things will get interesting. Those 2 from the Western sect are incredibly audacious, showing no regard for the Tao ancestor at all. I wonder whether the ancestral Taoist himself is even aware of this matter. And of course Lu Xian knew full well that these were mere conjectures. As for truth or falsehood, only the two sacred beings of the Western teaching truly knew. Yet, and he shook his head, sharply dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and let out a light laugh. Whether it is Buddha or demon matters not. And so long as it propels my cultivation forward, it is a worthy path. Not black cat, or a white cat. Whichever catches mice is the finest feline. Yi Wu swallowed 2 more starlight fruits, and only then did his divine energy reservoir brim completely full. And the aura of a perfected golden immortal naturally radiated outward from his being. Having reached the pinnacle of golden immortality, the next step must be the Tai realm. I must grasp its fundamental principles thoroughly. His primordial Buddhic nature was deeply rooted in his nascent soul, like an invisible thread linking him to the nascent form of his future Buddha position. That force flowed backward, ceaselessly pouring into his present self. And this granted Yi Wu an initial insight into the Tai realm. In essence, this was akin to possessing a subtle advantage, a hidden boon bestowed by his future position. The concept of a Buddha position defies simple definition, yet within the Western teaching it is exceedingly rare, akin in later eras terms to securing an official celestial appointment. With such a position, many things become vastly easier. Yet, and my future Buddha position has indeed conferred immense benefits upon me. Simultaneously, however, some unseen force has already fixed its gaze upon me. The moment the Supreme Qing Talisman loses efficacy, heavenly retribution will strike without delay. And that retribution hung over him like a blade suspended above his brow, capable of severing his life at any instant. This predicament was profoundly vexing. Artifacts capable of concealing one's fate from heaven's scrutiny are exceedingly scarce throughout the entire Honghuang realm. Scarcely more than a handful exist. Even if my master were to seek them on my behalf, success remains uncertain. The creation jade disc qualifies, the chaos pearl qualifies, and the Taiji diagram may serve, albeit imperfectly. Yet none of these 3 artifacts lies within my reach. The chaos bell also qualifies. It is currently unclaimed. But ever since Dongwang Tai's demise, it vanished utterly from the mortal plane, leaving not even the sacred beings able to trace its whereabouts. Relying on it, not even worth contemplating. And, thus the optimal solution remains to dissolve the heavenly retribution itself. And why had heaven's retribution fixated upon him? Because he had prematurely manifested the Buddha position of Mahayana Buddhism, effectively seizing the supreme Tao fruit destined for Buddhism's ultimate evolution. Consequently, when Buddhism reaches its final stage of development, it shall discover its highest attainment already claimed, stolen outright. At the terminus of the cycle of formation, existence, decay, and emptiness, all shall culminate in utter void. This revelation was cataclysmic. Yet in this era, Mahayana Buddhism had not yet emerged. Not even its foundational doctrines existed. And the very concept of Buddhism remained embryonic, still gestating in silence. The grand celestial pattern forbids disruption to Buddhism's evolutionary rhythm. At the very least, before its core tenets and doctrines have even surfaced, one must never prematurely manifest its supreme spiritual position. One must preserve heaven's dignity, nor heaven shall withhold its grace in return. And having clarified these foundational truths, Yi Wu naturally refrained from courting certain death. Yi Wu inwardly cursed himself. Why stir up trouble where none existed? Yet upon reflection, true Mahayana Buddhism would not emerge until after the investiture of the gods were concluded. He possessed neither the patience nor the time to wait so long. And he needed a method to accelerate Mahayana Buddhism's emergence, to hasten the Western teaching's transformation into the authentic Buddhist path. Otherwise, every step beyond his threshold would be fraught with dread, fearing heaven's thunderbolt descending without warning. In lifting his gaze toward the heavens, Yi Wu's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. The Western teaching's metamorphosis into Buddhism was inevitable. The grand celestial pattern permitted no interference. Yet the precise timing of that transformation remained a minor detail. And through the nascent resonance of his Buddha position, his perception of heaven's intricate patterns had grown markedly sharper. To thrive within the Honghuang realm, one must comprehend heaven's intent. In the domain of Buddhist Dharma, he had already attained mastery. Further progress demanded propagation, spreading Mahayana Buddhism across the realms. Yet the question remained, how precisely should he begin? In turning his attention elsewhere, he began contemplating the 3 pure ones Tao arts. And Buddhism and Taoism were intrinsically united, mutually illuminating, their principles resonating across disciplines. He had mastered the supreme Qing Tao art most thoroughly, its entirety absorbed and internalized. Yet the grand Qing and Jie pure Tao arts remained incomplete, lacking crucial final sections. Truly fitting for elder and second elder brothers, these arts ran profoundly deep, diverging fundamentally from his master's own path. Alas, the grand Qing and Jie pure Tao arts he acquired from senior disciple Xuandu and Guangchengzi were fragmentary. The final pivotal chapters remained beyond his grasp. Only after reaching a certain level of proficiency did he discern this deficiency. Not because Xuandu or Guangchengzi deliberately withheld knowledge, but because they themselves lacked mastery of those final sections. During past discourses on the Tao, those segments had simply never been expounded, thus Yi Wu could never acquire them. To complete the grand Qing and Jie pure Tao arts, the sole recourse lay in seeking elder and second elder brothers directly. Yet this matter. And presently the three pure ones' relationship bore no resemblance to its former unity. An outwardly harmonious, inwardly fractured, functionally severed. Were he to join the Jie sect prior to the Demon Clan War and demonstrate exceptional merit, he might yet obtain the complete three pure ones' Dao arts. In those earlier days their fraternal bond ran deep. Their respective Dao arts shared freely, without reservation. They frequently gathered for joint discourses with disciples of all three sects attending collectively cross-verifying and refining their understandings of the Dao. It was precisely through such exchanges that figures like Duobao Xuandu and Guangchengzi gained broad familiarity with the three pure ones' Dao arts. Though incomplete, what they possessed sufficed. Naiwu harbored no greed. And unseen, the ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree emerged behind him, its 3,000 leaves shimmering, without wind chiming softly, as though heaven itself played the zither. The Dao resonance of the three pure ones' arts permeated the air, with the tea's fragrance coalescing into three radiant orbs, crimson, violet, and gold, that enveloped him completely. Those three orbs circled him, sometimes separating, sometimes intertwining, responding fluidly to the fluctuations of his thoughts. My master once said the three pure ones' arts were forged by extracting their essential natures, integrating them with the ancestral Taoist Hongjuan's celestial Tao, and infusing fragments of the primordial god Panga's legacy. Yiwu pondered inwardly. And, ultimately, this is their personal path, the extension of their own Tao. If I could synthesize all three arts, extracting their quintessential essence, Ni's eyes gleamed. And perhaps I might reconstruct fragments of the primordial god Panga's authentic legacy. This was Yi Wu's true intention. In cultivating the three pure ones' Tao arts, that was merely a stepping stone, not the destination. And to ascend to the great Luo realm, one must ultimately forge one's own unique Tao. Without a personally realized Tao, the great Luo realm remains a hollow jest. And even with the three pure ones' arts guiding the way, it remains their path, not his. Unless he willingly adopted their path as his own, becoming a faithful inheritor. Yet doing so would inevitably render him increasingly indistinguishable from the three pure ones themselves. Upon nearing the threshold of quasi-sacred immortality, each subsequent step would encounter resistance from their overwhelming Tao patterns. An initiation proves effortless, but progression becomes insurmountable. Senior disciple Xuandu and Guangchengzi recognized this truth long ago. Having cultivated the Grand Qing and Jade pure Tao arts to a high degree, they unanimously turned inward, forging their own unique Tao patterns to breach the gates of great Luo immortality. Yiwu differed entirely. NAS, the ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree, his innate nature diverged fundamentally from others, intimately attuned to myriad Daopaths endowed with transcendent enlightenment capacity. To apply such a gift solely to mastering the three pure ones' arts or Buddhist Dharma would be sheer sacrilege. And he intended to use arts as vessels for Tao realization, casting all schools into a single crucible, forging 100 scriptures in one furnace. And Buddhist Dharma and Tao arts alike served merely as kindling along his path. And he sought to ignite a road uniquely his own. And the deeper he contemplated, the more convinced he became that the three pure ones' arts concealed profound secrets. Gradually peeling back layer after layer, he sensed something ineffable, touching ever so faintly upon fundamental truth. And this is, and he froze stunned. From the cosmic void, an immense, boundless power surged toward him, omnipresent, inexhaustible. It felt as though even heaven's grand pattern paled beside it. He sensed himself reduced to an insignificant ant, incapable even of summoning the will to resist. Yet this power stirred a strange familiarity, reminiscent of his master's own essence. In this young disciple, his enlightenment capacity is astonishingly uncanny, already grasping the core of the supreme Qing Dao art so swiftly. Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed heartily, a genuine, unreserved joy radiating from his mirth. The cultivation methods of the three pure ones' lineage, be it Grand Qing Jade Pure or Supreme Qing, naturally expose practitioners to the three pure ones' authentic power upon reaching advanced stages. After all, the three pure ones had long since achieved sacred immortality, their essences merging with heaven's grand pattern itself. In essence, attaining such profundity meant encountering the very power of sacred immortality. With the three pure ones' consent, and at appropriate cost, one could receive a sliver of sacred power. The same principle applied to the Western teaching and Yuhua's Dao lineage. This constitutes the distinctive hallmark of sacred immortals' arts, the exclusive privilege reserved for disciples under their direct tutelage. Reaching this juncture, should one choose to follow the sacred immortals' Tao to its absolute conclusion, with their power sustaining one's ascent, the pace of cultivation becomes breathtakingly swift. Within the three sects, who among those achieving this milestone does not stand at the threshold of great Luo immortality, or has already entered the quasi-sacred realm? Yet Yiwu, he remained at the golden immortal level, and yet stood precisely here. Across all three sects, he alone my devoted disciple, you have indeed touched the core of sacred immortals' arts and glimpsed the radiance of sacred status. Yet remember, well, never sink too deeply lest that power cloud your vision. Should you become fully immersed, permeated by sacred power, your own path shall forever remain obscured. In Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice pierced Yiwu's consciousness, gently drawing him back from that transcendent state. Master, what precisely is this? Naiwu hurriedly inquired, his awe still reverberating within him. Not only after his master elucidated the full origin and nature of this phenomenon, did Yiwu comprehend what had just transpired. Sacred Immortals' arts conceal such extraordinary boons. Naiwu stood dumbstruck. By the way, do not resent your master's current refusal to grant you sacred power. Such bestowal follows heaven's immutable laws. You must offer something in exchange to receive it. And though I am indeed a heavenly Tao sacred immortal, even I cannot bypass this cosmic regulation. Otherwise, if disciples under sacred immortals' guidance could draw upon sacred power limitlessly, the entire Hongwang realm would descend into chaos. Lord Tongtian first offered a brief explanation, then asked, you have already sensed the sacred seat's power through the supreme clarity immortal art. What of the grand clarity and jade clarity arts? His tone carried an unmistakable undercurrent of tension and anticipation. The grand clarity and jade clarity immortal arts remain incomplete in my cultivation. I lack only a sliver. Yet with a little more time I believe I shall reach that threshold. The difficulty is not insurmountable. Yiwu spoke candidly. Though the three clarity immortal arts differed in form, they shared a single unified essence. Having already grasped the sacred seat's resonance through the supreme clarity art, he now possessed clear insight into the other two. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Lord Tongtian burst into unrestrained laughter, his mirth radiant and unfeigned. Disciple, continue your cultivation. Should you encounter any impasse, summon your master without hesitation. Should you truly breach that threshold, I shall stake even my venerable reputation to secure for you the complete grand clarity and jade clarity immortal arts. Having spoken, Lord Tongtian immediately contacted the primordial celestial sage and the supreme elder sage to proudly introduce his newly accepted disciple. His triumph was palpable, impossible to conceal. The primordial celestial sage and the supreme elder sage exchanged baffled silence. So you've merely stumbled upon a prodigious talent. What on earth warrants such smugness? As if they had never nurtured exceptional disciples. Yet truth be told, no disciple under their tutelage, still at the golden immortal realm, had ever sensed the sacred seat's resonance embedded within a sage's Tao art. At this realization, both sages fell silent in unison, then severed the connection without another word. Locked. Infuriating. How could such an extraordinary disciple fall to them? How dare Tongtian, the reckless swordsman who knew nothing but brute force, lay claim to such a marvel? Within Bo Palace, though blocked by the others, Lord Tongtian remained utterly unfazed, laughing with unbridled soul-deep elation. It had been ages since he'd felt such exhilaration. Elder brother, second brother, you've long claimed my disciples lack merit. This time I intend to prove you wrong. Let us see whether your eyes pop from their sockets. His resentment over relocating from Kunlun Mountain was genuine, though he'd never admit it. Alas, his disciples had consistently disappointed him. Duo Bao and the three radiant maidens showed promise, but the rest were woefully inadequate. He knew full well the uneven caliber of those he'd taken under his wing. Thus that grievance had festered silently within his chest, until Yiwu appeared, offering him redemption. Yiwu, whether I reclaim my dignity before elder and second brother rests entirely upon you. Lord Tongtian's gaze locked onto Yiwu, deep in cultivation, brimming with fervent expectation. Mere resonance with the supreme clarity sacred seat was insufficient. Only by attuning to both the grand clarity and jade clarity sacred seats could he truly reclaim supremacy before his elder brothers. Do not disappoint me. All his hopes now rested solely upon Yiwu. It is near, just moments away. At that very moment, Yiwu had sunk into the deepest state of deorialization, pushing the three clarity immortal arts to their absolute limit. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment strained every root and branch, channeling the myriad Tao principles across all realms to bolster his cultivation. Three luminous hues coiled around one another, vivid yet distinct, sparking countless celestial laws with each collision. My original plan was to excavate the shared foundational root of the three clarity immortal arts, unearth its deepest core principles, and fuse them into a singular transcendent whole. Success would amplify the art's power exponentially, and unveil hitherto hidden truths. This serendipitous breakthrough, however, appears to be an unavoidable trial. Only by first resonating with each sacred seat can one perceive the true primordial visage of the three clarity immortal arts, and thereby trace them back to their common source Pangu. Each step demanded patience, no haste permitted. At last the three clarity immortal arts surged to their critical threshold, and Yiwu once again brushed against that ineffable cosmic force. The jade clarity sacred seat. The supreme elder sage, having just blocked Lord Tongtian, had yet to reprimand his own wayward disciples when his expression abruptly froze. He probed his own sacred seat, and his face stiffened rigid as frozen jade. Yiwu. When cultivated to sufficient depth, the jade clarity immortal art permits contact with the jade clarity sacred seat. Among the illuminated teaching, only South Pole immortal elder Guangqingzi and Yun Zhongzi have reached this threshold. Yet now his own jade clarity sacred seat had been stirred, not by one of his own, but by a disciple of the Jie teaching. And this disciple cultivated only a fragmented version of the jade clarity art. while having already attained resonance with the Supreme Clarity Sacred Seat not long before. The Supreme Elder Sage needed no calculation to foresee how Tongtian would gloat afterward. Could Yi Wu's innate constitution and enlightenment aptitude truly be this extraordinary? He attempted to divine Yi Wu's origins, only to find his divination obstructed by an invisible supreme clarity force. Second brother, what are you doing? Unprovoked divination of your own junior nephew violates propriety. Tongtian's voice drifted and laced with unmistakable mockery. Second brother, pray tell, how does my young disciple strike you? Does he meet your exacting standards? Oh, and remember, Yi Wu is your junior nephew. You must not wield your sacred seat's authority against him. Tongtian, of course, had long known Yi Wu had already activated the Jade Clarity Sacred Seat. Without a word, the Supreme Elder Sage severed his divination, out of sight, out of mind. Tongtian's triumphant swagger felt like a public slap across his face. Yi Wu has now resonated with both the Jade Clarity and Supreme Clarity Sacred Seats. Will he next awaken the Grand Clarity Sacred Seat as well? This thought arose unbidden in the Supreme Elder Sage's mind. Had Yi Wu been ordinary, no such speculation, but the boy's recent feats defied all precedent. Ha ha ha, my disciple truly does honor me. Tongtian's jubilation hadn't yet subsided when he suddenly perceived Yi Wu breaching the Grand Clarity Sacred Seat's threshold. The three clarity arts were, after all, one indivisible whole. Sacred seats resonated with one another across the cosmos. Hardly had the primordial celestial sage recovered from Yi Wu's disturbance of the Jade Clarity Seat, when his own Grand Clarity Seat trembled in response. Yi Wu, the primordial celestial sage, fell speechless. This youth, having mastered the three clarity arts to their zenith, had simultaneously awakened all three sacred seats. Such an act shattered ancient precedent. Even a sage could not deny the boy's preternatural genius. Why should Tongtian alone claim such a treasure? With a sigh, the primordial celestial sage summoned Xian Du de Shi, denying Tongtian any further opportunity to boast. Master, you summoned me. Xian Du de Shi had barely begun speaking when his vision blurred and reality shifted. All around him, searing flames erupted from every direction, engulfing him completely. These were no ordinary flames. They were the 6 ding divine fires capable of incinerating all existence. Xian Du de Shi screamed in agony, instantly recognizing his predicament, and frantically cried out, Master, what is the meaning of this? The 8 trigrams cauldron of the primordial celestial sage housed these 6 ding divine fires, normally used for alchemical refinement, yet equally effective for refining cultivators. Guided by a sage's sovereign will, the flames inflicted excruciating pain without consuming life. You have grown. As a primordial human, having cultivated under me for millennia, you still fall short of your uncle Tongtian's young disciple. If I do not discipline you properly, where shall I hide my ancient face? Xian Du de Shi finally grasped. He'd been collateral damage. Bitter resentment swelled within him. Meanwhile, Yisu Palace fared no better than Bajing Palace. The 12 golden immortals were each cast into unique trial realms by the Supreme Elder Sage, subjected to rigorous tempering. Upon learning the cause, their initial shock gave way to disbelief. Such a feat was unthinkable. Yi Wu had just simultaneously resonated with the seats of 3 sages, a phenomenon unprecedented in history. Once they absorbed this truth, their faces darkened like scorched iron. The news came straight from their master's lips, undeniable. Yet why did praise fall upon Yi while misfortune struck them? Achoo! Yi Wu let out a resounding sneeze, vigorously rubbing his nose. Who's grumbling about me behind my back? That grudge feels heavy. He pursed his lips thoughtfully. The 3 clarity sacred seats were indeed priceless treasures. Only after establishing genuine resonance did he fully comprehend their profound utility in future cultivation. It was like igniting a colossal lighthouse in utter darkness. Other sage disciples possessed but one such. He held 3, and it was far more than mere guidance. It was a lifeline. By paying the requisite price, he could repeatedly draw upon the sage's power to shield himself. Even against the Chaos Unity quasi-sage, he could stand firm. In mortal peril, this power could reverse fate, or even dispatch his foe outright. Yi Wu pondered deeply, then frowned. For the heavenly Tao to grant sage disciples such an advantage, it feels deliberately lenient. His brow furrowed, then suddenly brightened. With this boon, sage disciples effectively walk unchallenged. A great Luo golden immortal empowered by sacred seat resonance could dare confront a quasi-sage. And should a sage cult sect's quasi-sage engage in outsiders, the disparity would be staggering. Thus the dominance of sage cult sects would only deepen with time, becoming ever more unassailable. Is this heavenly Tao simply bestowing privilege upon sage disciples, or orchestrating a grander design? Yi Wu's thoughts spiraled deeper. The implications were vast beyond measure. This is profoundly unjust. A wry grin spread across his face. Fortunately, I am now a sage disciple myself. This overwhelming fortune has fallen squarely upon me. And thus it ceases to be a problem. Having established resonance with the 3 clarity sacred seats, Yi Wu had already touched upon a sliver of sage power. The precise path of the Tai Yi Dao had also clarified. This sensation of effortless transcendence was intoxicating. Though compared to the Supreme Clarity Sacred Seat, the Grand Clarity and Jade Clarity resonances remained notably cooler, more reserved. Although he did not refuse directly, there was still a noticeable difference in treatment. Yi Wu smiled and did not pursue the matter further. He had long seen through such distinctions of favoritism. That's quite normal. Ha ha, good disciple, you really bring me glory. The laughter of the Tongtian patriarch echoed. This time Yi Wu's performance was truly outstanding, silencing his elder brother and second brother. Although those two had already blacklisted him, he was fully aware of the happenings in Beijing Palace and Yushu Palace. The Taishang and Yuanshi must be feeling quite sour inside. Finally, they could vent their frustrations. Teacher, you flatter me, this is merely my duty. Yi Wu chuckled, and then asked his lingering doubts. Teacher, according to the path of the sage's immortal law, I should have already sensed the holy position. However, with my cultivation on the great dream scripture, I have even manifested the embryonic form of the future Buddha. Why have I yet to touch that holy figure of the guide? Logically, this should not happen at all. You see, you are too close to the situation to understand it clearly, the Tongtian patriarch explained. Under normal circumstances, with your mastery of the great dream scripture, you should have already grasped that holy position of the guide. But the problem lies in the fact that you have stolen future fortune from the Western sect, causing a deviation in your perception. Moreover, that fortune seems not to entirely stem from the current Western sect. Even I have not fully comprehended it yet. Touching the holy position does not mean you should pry into the essence of the saints, but rather to find the path. The fruit position spoken of by the Western sect is in plain terms a scaled-down version of the holy position, quite similar to the divine position of your Zhongtian Zhui Beiji Emperor. Since you have already formed this scaled-down version, the embryonic form of the Buddha fruit position, naturally you would not seek to touch that holy position of the guide. In the Western sect, the Buddha fruit position is already the most supreme existence. You have essentially skipped the intermediate steps and directly obtained the final result. Hearing the Tongtian patriarch's explanation, Yi Wu understood everything. To think he had harvested so much from the Western sect. Surely he would be shearing their wool bald. I hope the Western sect discovers this a bit late, otherwise it would be quite the fun. Despite saying this, Yi Wu felt little fear in his heart. He had learned firsthand about the Tongtian patriarch's protective nature, not in the least inferior to his second master Yuanshi Tianzuan. After being in seclusion for so long, it's time to get some fresh air. As Yi Wu stepped out of the cultivation room, he saw Ao Bing rushing over in a hurry. Your father, the Dragon King of the East Sea, has arrived? Yi Wu was taken aback, but quickly connected the dots. The Dragon King of the East Sea was likely here for that matter. Just in time, I can also broaden my horizons and see what kind of quality this Dragon King of the East Sea possesses. For someone he had heard of by name in his past life, Yi Wu was indeed somewhat curious. Outside Jiejiao Island, the Dragon King of the East Sea, accompanied by the Tortoise Prime Minister and others, displayed an extremely humble demeanor, looking very respectful. My son Ao Bing being able to associate with the Ziwei Emperor and follow the esteemed Yi Wu is truly a blessing earned over 8 generations. Even if he is just a mount, he is still the mount of the Ziwei Emperor. Just this layer of identity is enough to intimidate anyone. Who doesn't know about the Taiji Saint's blue-horned green ox? The white crane of the Yuqing Saint? The Kuei Niu of the Shangqing Saint? Which of them is not a mount? Yet among the immortals above and below, who would dare to look down on them? From the recent trends, the future of this Yi Wu is practically paved with golden light. One of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court, deeply favored by the Shangqing Saint, he even set up a sword formation to slay the immortals on Shumi Mountain for his sake. It is almost a certainty for him to achieve a proper saintly fruit in the future. If he can firmly hold on to this big thigh, not only would Ao Bing be able to ascend alongside him, but even their entire dragon clan would reap countless benefits. Oh, isn't this the Dragon King of the East Sea? What wind blew you to Jiejiao Island? A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, causing the Dragon King and his companions to shudder. I have met the Lingyao Immortal. The Dragon King's expression changed slightly, while the surrounding dragon clan, including the Tortoise Prime Minister, showed a mix of fear and hatred in their eyes. Yet no one dared to lift their heads or reveal even the slightest hint of anger. They were afraid that the Lingyao Immortal might perceive any underlying issues. Tisk, you all came over in such a large group to deliver dragon meat, didn't you? Just in time. I've been feeling a bit bland lately, craving a taste of dragon liver. The Lingyao Immortal scanned the group of the Dragon King of the East Sea, with his eyes naturally noticing the small movements of the dragon princes and princesses, feeling quite pleased in his heart. However, that gaze made the Dragon King and his companions feel a chill run down their spines. The younger dragons behind him were so frightened that they continuously retreated. The more timid ones fell to the ground in a heap. Lingyao Immortal, don't joke around. We dare not. We are here to pay our respects to the esteemed Yi Wu. The Dragon King of the East Sea braced himself and took a step forward, blocking the gaze of the Lingyao Immortal. Even with a raging fire of anger inside, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. After all, their dragon clan held no cards. Ever since the Tongtian Saint moved his dojo to Jiejiao Island, the disciples of the Jie sect have treated their dragon clan as meat on the chopping block. They either captured them to use as mounts or slaughtered them for their flesh and blood. This Lingyao Immortal, whose true form is just a white elephant spirit, took advantage of his status as a saint's disciple, frequently capturing their dragon clan for a feast with quite the appetite. Over the years, countless members of the dragon clan have perished at his hands. The people of the East Sea Dragon Palace felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet that figure before them was a disciple of a saint standing behind the Tongtian Patriarch, who would dare to act against him. If they angered that great figure, the entire dragon clan would face annihilation. Why did the Dragon King voluntarily send his third son to be a mount for Yi Wu and willingly kneel? What was he seeking? Was it not for protection to avoid being turned into a dish someday? Here to meet Yi Wu, my junior brother. The Lingya immortal was momentarily taken aback before swiftly reacting, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With your lowly ranks, how could you possibly meet Yi Wu, my junior brother? How about this Dragon King of the East see you go alone and the rest of the dragon princes and princesses stay behind, just right for me to fill my stomach? As soon as the words fell, the Lingya immortal's mouth opened wide, and his head transformed completely. A massive white elephant suddenly appeared with two tusks gleaming with bone-chilling light, as if they could pierce the heavens. He did not hesitate at all. With one wide mouth, he lunged at the dragon princes and princesses behind the Dragon King of the East Sea. If this had been during the Dragon Han calamity, even with 100 of the Lingya immortal's courage, he would not have dared to do so. But now the dragon clan had long been weakened, carrying immense primal karma. Who is this Lingya immortal? The attendant immortal of the Tongtian Patriarch, a direct disciple of the saint, his status and position far superior to the dragon clan. In his eyes, these dragon clan members were no different from livestock. He could eat them whenever he wished. Since arriving at Jiejiao Island, how many dragon beings has he devoured? He just had not eaten pure-blood dragon princes and princesses before. Today was just the right time to indulge and try something fresh. Many disciples of the Jie sect were watching this grand spectacle. Yet no one stepped in to intervene. Some Jie sect immortals even watched the commotion with keen interest, a smile playing at their lips. Others felt a twinge of conscience, but ultimately did not act. Who would offend one of the 7 attendants of the Lingya immortal for a few dragons? That would be sheer madness. Now, the dragon princes and princesses were already terrified out of their wits. Facing the Lingya immortal at the level of Tai Golden Immortal, they could not even muster the thought of resistance. Stop! The Dragon King of the East Sea's eyes turned red as he suddenly struck his Tai cultivation, erupting instantaneously, firmly blocking the Lingya immortal. Oh, Dragon King of the East, see you dare to make a move. You have quite the guts. The Lingya immortal was furious. His 2 massive tusks instantly turned into sharp swords, thrusting at the Dragon King of the East Sea, while his trunk was also busy curling towards the dragon princes and princesses. Trying to pressure me with Yi Wu? You Dragon King of the East Sea are worthy of that. You Dragon Clan is no longer the majestic sight it was during the Dragon Han calamity. Be sensible. It is my honor to feast on you. That is showing you enough respect. I, the Lingya immortal, am at least an attendant immortal beside the Patriarch. I have followed him for so many years, and even Yi Wu, my junior brother, must respectfully call me senior brother and stand aside until I finish my meal. The Lingya immortal weariedly scoffed as the tusked sword directly broke through the Dragon King of the East Sea's defenses, and the trunk slammed down hard, sending the Dragon King into the sea and creating a massive wave. Roar! In the seawater, the Dragon King of the East Sea was smashed back to his original form, dragon blood staining the nearby sea red. He was both shocked and furious, a wave of desolation flooding his heart. The Dragon Clan was ultimately no longer the primordial 3 tribes that once dominated the heavens and earth. Was he truly going to die here today? These dragon princes and princesses are finished. Why did they provoke the Lingya immortal? I wonder how many of them will be devoured this time. Sai, the Dragon Clan, one of the primordial 3 tribes, once the tyrants of the wilderness, now reduced to this state, is truly lamentable. That said, they are here to visit Yi Wu, my junior brother. The 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King is still Yi Wu's mount. Is it really appropriate for the Lingya immortal to act this way? The discussions among the Jie sect immortals had yet to cease when the Lingya immortal had already manifested his Dharma form, opening his mouth wide to bite at the dragon princes and princesses along with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals wearing a fierce grin. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, he did not dare to eat, not because he did not want to. Despite the decline of the Dragon Clan, there were still some hidden treasures. The Dragon Clan was entangled with karma and fate, like a moving treasure trove. Had it not been for this, they would have been dealt with long ago. Eating a few dragon princes and princesses was no issue, but if he truly swallowed the Dragon King, that would be tearing the face completely. The old antiques hidden away by the Dragon Clan would never let him off. No. Seeing this scene from afar, Ao Bing's eyes nearly burst. He instinctively tried to intervene. Those dragon princes and princesses about to be swallowed by the Lingya immortal were all his brothers and sisters. Lingya immortal, could you do me a favor and spare them a life? What do you say? Yi Wu arrived just in time to intercept Ao Bing's attack. He raised his hand and formed a seal, blocking the onslaught of the Lingya immortal. Glancing at the fallen dragon offspring around him, he let out a soft sigh. Once dominating the wild primordial world, the 3 ancient races had now fallen to the point of being easily manipulated by the Tai Golden Immortal. Just thinking about it felt tragic. Huh. The Lingya immortal's expression darkened as his massive body, resembling a man with an elephant's head, slowly turned towards Yi Wu. The pressure from the Tai Golden Immortals surged like a tidal wave. Yi Wu, junior brother, are you trying to stop me? Is it just for these few Dragon Clan scraps? Junior brother, you better think it through. Suddenly, Yi Wu stood in the middle, catching the Lingya immortal off guard. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. What surprised him even more was the strength Yi Wu displayed. Though he hadn't used all his strength in that last strike, it would have been more than enough to handle the Dragon King of the East Sea. Yet Yiwu, a mere golden immortal, effortlessly caught it, showing no signs of exertion. This was no ordinary golden immortal. The master is too biased. He must have secretly given Yiwu special treatment. The Lingya immortal thought to himself. Just like the Longyear Dinging immortal, he felt envious of Yiwu. Why was it that you, a newcomer, could garner such attention from a saint? Even the array of slaying immortals was bestowed upon you. Even more outrageous was that the master of the heavenly sect had set up the array of slaying immortals for Yiwu, directly targeting Mount Shumi. It almost ignited a major conflict. How many years had these 7 attendants been by the side of the master? Even if they had no merits, they surely had their share of hardships. Why did they not receive such treatment? Even if your roots were extraordinary, you shouldn't be treated so differently. The Lingya immortal, upon learning that the Dragon King of the East Sea had come to find Yiwu, insisted on taking action to put Yiwu in a difficult position. He wanted Yiwu to understand that in this heavenly sect, merely being valued by the master did not mean everything could be resolved. What's wrong? Do you want to give some guidance to your junior brother, Lingya immortal? Faced with the malicious pressure from the Lingya immortal, Yiwu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Then let your junior brother experience the prowess of you, Lingya immortal. Boom. The violent intent of the slaying immortals suddenly erupted from Yiwu. The space distorted slightly. The killing intent fell like stars from the sky, as if it would annihilate all existence. His fingertips became swords. The sword intent solidified, slicing towards the Lingya immortal with precision. This is the slaying immortal sword intent that junior brother has just comprehended. I hope Lingya immortal can offer some guidance. The Lingya immortal was displeased with Yiwu, and Yiwu felt no fondness for him either. What was the Lingya immortal? Just a white elephant that had gained a semblance of intelligence, having served in the heavenly court of the demon clan. Later, when the demon clan's heavenly court collapsed, he miraculously survived and was taken in as an attendant by the master of the heavenly sect. After entering the saint's great teaching, he had not changed his wicked habits, and his hands remained stained with blood. He was wrapped in a thick layer of sinful power, black energy surging like it was crawling with poisonous snakes. Bearing the title of an attendant immortal, in reality, he was merely a parasite of the heavenly sect. By the time of the journey to the west, the Lingya immortal and his 2 companions had taken over Shichuoling, leaving the entire Lion Troop kingdom stripped bare, with bones scattered everywhere, and the city filled with wronged souls. What sort of scum like this could even call themselves a heavenly sect immortal? The sword energy whistled towards him, and the Lingya immortal's face suddenly changed, feeling a sharp stinging pain erupting across his skin. Slaying immortal sword intent. How could you possibly comprehend the slaying immortal sword intent? The Lingya immortal screamed in shock, fear overwhelming him as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, desperately trying to stop that sword light. That was the slaying immortal sword intent. The spectators from the heavenly sect had their expressions change drastically, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The Dragon King of the East Sea and his companions, who had just crawled back from the gates of hell, were dumbfounded, feeling as if they were dreaming. The 4 slaying swords had been placed in the Bo Palace for many years, and until now it seemed that only Yiwu had truly comprehended this sword intent. Yiwu, senior immortal, you absolutely must win. The Dragon King of the East Sea and several others fervently chanted in their hearts, clenching their fists. Ao Bing even shouted in his heart, desperately cheering for his master. Lingya immortal is about to suffer now. Dao Bao Daoist stood at a distance, not approaching, watching the fight outside the island from afar. The little junior brother looks like a golden immortal, but the things he hides are far beyond just that. He had no doubt that Yiwu possessed the ability to confront a Tai realm. Sister, that Lingya immortal is being too much, clearly bullying the little junior brother. We the 3 Xiaos cannot. Bai Xiao was so angry she stomped her feet, pulling Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao to rush over to help the little junior brother, but was stopped by Yun Xiao. What's the rush? Let's watch first. The little junior brother won't suffer. Let's not forget Master has given him the protective slaying immortal array diagram and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xidian hammer. With just these 2, the little junior brother is already in an undefeated position. I just didn't expect that the little junior brother hid his abilities so deeply, even comprehending the slaying immortal sword intent. The Lingya immortal is likely to be flayed this time. For the Lingya immortal, who was notorious for his misdeeds, Yun Xiao felt no fondness either. Bai Xiao was slightly reassured, though her teeth were still clenched in anger. Lingya immortal, huh? Just a mere attendant beast by the master's side. Don't let me catch you at a good opportunity. When she did, I'll definitely bag you. Xiong Xiao nodded fiercely as she pulled her sister along, her eyes glued to the battle outside the island. Zhao Gongming was spinning 24 divine sea pearls in his hands, his gaze locked onto the battle situation outside the island. Xiong Xiao nodded fiercely as she pulled her sister along, her eyes glued to the battle outside the island. Zhao Gongming was spinning 24 divine sea pearls in his hands, his gaze locked onto the battle situation. Roots are roots, and talent is talent. No matter how high the Dao achievement, one must have means to protect the Dao. Combat power is the most direct proof of protecting the Dao. The master did not interfere, but rather looked forward to it. He wanted to see just how capable this little disciple was. True strength is forged through battle. Damn it. The Lingya immortal regretted deeply. He had underestimated his opponent from the start, losing the initiative and falling into a passive position. The slaying immortal sword intent was too domineering, forcing him to dodge continuously, and he dared not confront it directly. That sword intent had completely erased the gap between Yi Wu and his cultivation level. His attacks hadn't even touched Yi Wu before being torn apart by the sword intent. He couldn't lay a finger on him, not at all. The enhancement was too overwhelming. If you have the guts, don't use the slaying immortal sword intent. The Lingya immortal shouted, and the audience immediately erupted into a cacophony of boos. What he said was so shameless. Even if the slaying immortal sword intent looked like a cheat, it was still Yi Wu's ability, why shouldn't he be allowed to use it? Even the Longyear dinging immortal felt embarrassed. Is your senior brother feeling unsatisfied? Yi Wu grinned. Then go ahead and use it, and no one is stopping you. If you think the slaying immortal is ineffective, you can choose any from the slaying immortal, trapping immortal, or absolute immortal series. Oh, could it be that you haven't learned them yet? No way, no way. The entire venue fell silent for a second. The Lingya immortal's face turned crimson, nearly choking on his breath. It was purely irritating. The expressions of the surrounding heavenly sect members were quite spectacular, and Yi Wu's words filled the atmosphere with intensity. He was directly mocking him. Well said. The little junior brother is truly impressive. Bai Xiao laughed heartily without any decorum. The master of the heavenly sect couldn't help but shake his head and smile, though he never expected his closed-door disciple to be so sharp-tongued. However, the combat power that Yi Wu displayed did not disappoint him. It was indeed strong. Relying on the enhancement of the slaying immortal sword intent was one thing, but being able to pressure a Tai golden immortal with the foundation of a golden immortal was not something everyone could achieve. What the master of the heavenly sect did not know was that although Yi Wu had not fought many hard battles on the surface, he had long experienced countless reincarnations in the dream world of the great dream scripture. Every battle's gain would reflect back in reality. The accumulation over countless lifetimes had filled him with battle experience. However, since my senior brother has spoken, I must give some face. Before the Lingya immortal could say anything, Yi Wu directly interrupted. Let's set aside the slaying immortal sword intent for now. Yi Wu smiled slightly. I have some insights regarding Thunder Law, and would like to ask my senior brother about the essence of the Upper Clear Thunder Law. Senior brother Lingya, you should be familiar with the Upper Clear Divine Thunder, right? Before the words even landed, Yi Wu flipped his palm, and lightning erupted, charging directly towards the Lingya immortal. The Lingya immortal was so angry his face turned blue, his teeth grinding audibly. I refuse to believe that I can be outshined by you in this aspect of Thunder Law. Yi Wu's Upper Clear Divine Thunder, which he had used during his tribulation, was indeed ferocious beyond measure. But he, the Lingya immortal, was at least experienced. How could he, an elder, be suppressed by a younger generation? A pillar of lightning mixed with demonic energy soared into the sky, crashing towards Yi Wu. The Upper Clear Divine Thunder, which is righteous and capable of exterminating all things, yet you, senior brother, have somehow played it into a wicked and malevolent style. Yi Wu showed no mercy in his words. Only you, Lingya immortal, could pull off such a stunt. As he spoke, the lightning continued to pour down like a torrential rain, nearly filling the entire sky. As long as it can strike, what does it matter whether it is righteous or evil? The Lingya immortal appeared indifferent, frantically pouring in his magical power. Relying on his Tai golden immortal cultivation level, he did indeed have the upper hand in clashing thunder laws, and the two exchanged blows without a clear winner. Yi Wu shook his head, laughing even more casually. Does my senior brother think he is guaranteed to win? Then you are gravely mistaken. Zy Dadi, the Emperor of the Northern Pole, enhancement. In an instant, an overwhelming authority descended from the heavens, pouring into Yi Wu's body. All the myriad thunder was under his control. The power of the Upper Clear Divine Thunder surged to double. The violent sea of lightning seemed ready to tear the entire universe apart. The lightning crashed down like the sky was falling, ruthlessly crushing the Lingya immortal's wicked thunder, and in the process directly blasting the Lingya immortal himself. Ah! The shriek pierced the heavens, causing all members of the heavenly sect on Jiejiao Island to instinctively shrink their necks, their scalps tingling. It was terrifying beyond measure. As the lightning dissipated, the Lingya immortal's figure finally emerged. He looked utterly different from before. His entire body was charred black, with not a single piece of good flesh remaining, looking utterly wretched. Yi Wu. The Lingya immortal screamed with heart-wrenching fury, his eyes seeming to want to swallow Yi Wu whole. Oh dear, it's all my fault. Yi Wu appeared regretful, his face full of guilt. It's all the junior brother's fault for not considering it thoroughly. I didn't expect that senior brother Lingya would be so frail, unable to withstand this little thunder. Had I known, I wouldn't have made a move. The Lingya immortal was so furious he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Without saying another word, he turned and left. He could not stay in this place for even a second longer. The reputation of Lingya immortal had been thoroughly tarnished. Whenever the name was mentioned within the Jie sect, it would elicit bursts of laughter. But speaking of which, how could someone named Yi Wu be so formidable? With merely a golden immortal realm, he managed to overpower someone of the Tai level. Could it be that the divine position granted by the heavenly court indeed held such great power? To allow a golden immortal to turn the tables on a Tai. This was not something Lingya immortal alone could comprehend. Many disciples within the Jie sect also began to murmur among themselves. In the past, they had looked down upon the divine positions conferred by the heavenly court. As a disciple of a saint, one was born with a noble status. How could one go to the heavenly court and be subjected to restrictions, serving as a doorman? Wasn't that belittling oneself and inviting humiliation? Even if the other party was the heavenly emperor, that would still not be acceptable. However, after this battle, many began to shift their perspectives quietly. If the power conferred by the divine positions was truly this exaggerated, then a trip to the heavenly court might not be a loss. The clear sky divine thunder was already frightening enough on its own. Under the enhancement of the divine position of the Emperor Ziwei, its power doubled, reaching an entirely different level. Even Doubao, usually as steady as a mountain, felt a stir in his heart upon witnessing this spectacle and began to ponder. Yi Wu observed the changes in the expressions around him. With an unperturbed face, he had already burst into laughter. To be honest, if he simply wanted to defeat Lingya Immortal with his own mastery over the clear sky divine thunder, he would have been able to strike that fellow down easily. But he chose to utilize the divine position of the heavenly court. What he desired was precisely this effect. Firstly, it served as a warning, letting everyone know the consequences of opposing him. Secondly, it was also to plant a seed of curiosity in the hearts of these Jie sect disciples, making them wonder about the divine positions of the heavenly court, paving the way for him to bring people to the heavens in the future. To help the Jie sect avoid their original tribulations and ascend to the heavenly court in advance was undoubtedly the best way out. Speaking of which, I really must thank Senior Brother Lingya. Yi Wu smirked slightly. After this battle, I finally understand my own weight. A Tai Golden Immortal is not as terrifying as I imagined. Poor Lingya Immortal even now did not realize that he had become a sharpening stone in the hands of others. Junior brother, congratulations. Bixiao was the first to rush over, her face filled with joy. You have truly defeated a Tai Golden Immortal. Once these words were spoken, many Jie sect disciples present changed their expressions. Only at this moment did they realize this junior brother who had just entered the sect had accomplished something utterly out. A Golden Immortal had forcefully pinned down an established Tai Golden Immortal. For a moment, a chill crept in. Looking at Yi Wu's gaze, it was completely different from before. Yi Wu used Lingya Immortal's reputation to quietly establish his own standing. Though a Golden Immortal clashed head-on with a Tai, even if he borrowed the brilliance of the heavenly court's divine position with his own capabilities, he was already enough to handle Lingya Immortal. Tongtian Jiaozhu understood clearly. On the surface, Lingya Immortal appeared mighty, but in reality, he was no match for Yi Wu. The hidden disparity between the two was far greater than it seemed. Moreover, Yi Wu had only utilized his own magical powers, and the enhancement of the heavenly court's position, the innate spiritual treasures he possessed had not even been revealed. If he had used them all, Lingya Immortal would probably have lost, even more disgracefully. This disciple really is a good catch. Tongtian Jiaozhu grinned. As for the feuds and bickering among his disciples, he didn't pay it any mind, and was too lazy to intervene. Even if they were fellow disciples, there were times when they needed to spar. It couldn't always be a stagnant pool. Only with competition would there be motivation and progress. Otherwise, with such a large establishment as the Jie sect, there would truly be no hope. As long as no one rebelled against the sect, it would be fine. Thank you, Senior Yi Wu, for saving me. I am deeply grateful. The Dragon King of the East, Si, stepped forward and bowed deeply. Without Yi Wu, all his dragon sons and grandsons would probably have perished here today. The great kindness and virtue of the Lord shall be remembered by Ao Bing for a lifetime. Ao Bing also expressed his gratitude, and a group of dragon sons and grandsons along with shrimp soldiers and crab generals all stepped forward to thank him, expressing their gratitude profusely. Since you are here to visit me, I will naturally protect you. Yi Wu waved his hand, not claiming the credit for himself. So what is it that you wish to discuss? Firstly, we are here to thank you for taking in our child, allowing Ao Bing to have a place to rely on so he doesn't have to live in fear in the Dragon Palace. Secondly, we've come to congratulate the Emperor. Congratulations on ascending to the 6 sovereigns' divine positions, henceforth overlooking the heavenly court, mastering heaven and earth with an endless path of immortality. The Dragon King of the East Sea spoke beautifully, but to put it plainly, it meant we are here to hug your thigh. So please. After speaking, he turned to his dragon sons and grandsons and shrimp soldiers and crab generals, signaling them to bring up the congratulatory gifts that had been prepared in advance. Pearls, corals, spiritual herbs, and innate treasures were all present. One box after another almost filling Yi Wu's cave abode. As Yi Wu looked at the dazzling array, he couldn't help but sigh. The dragon clan was indeed wealthy. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. After presenting the lavish gifts, the Dragon King of the East Sea finally stated his true request, hoping to join under Yi Wu's banner. Not to join the Jie sect, but to submit under the command of the Emperor Ziwei of the Central Heaven. Though they were the same person, the nature was entirely different. At this moment, although the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas had not yet officially sworn allegiance to the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Emperor had already been secretly contacting them, wanting to recruit the Dragon Clan. Once this happened, the Heavenly Court would be able to extend its reach into the vast lands of the wilderness by leveraging the power of the Four Seas. The Four Seas Dragon Clan also had this thought. According to their functions, the Dragon Clan's allegiance to the Heavenly Court should fall under the jurisdiction of the Emperor Ziwei of the Central Heaven. Yi Wu pondered this. East Sea Dragon King has come to pay respects to his superior in advance. Yi Wu was not surprised by the Dragon Clan's choice to submit to the Heavenly Court. Looking at the current wilderness world, only the Heavenly Court was willing to accept the overwhelming karmic debt on their backs. Relying on the official positions granted by the Heavenly Court, they would have the opportunity to shake off these heavy shackles. The Heavenly Court valued the strength of the Dragon Clan, while the Dragon Clan needed legitimate divine positions. With both sides coming together, it was like dry kindling meeting fierce fire, a perfect match. No problem, once you formally enter the Heavenly Court, I shall naturally intervene. Yi Wu's words carried a hint of meaning. Old Dragon King, submitting to the Heavenly Court is the wisest decision your Dragon Clan could make in this lifetime. If you truly wish to wash away the karma attached to your Dragon Clan, you can only rely on the Heavenly Court. After all, this is something personally approved by the Tao Ancestor, a true legitimacy. Let me remind you, the sooner this matter is handled, the better. The longer you wait, the more unpredictable things may become. Not everyone in the Four Seas Dragon Clan thinks like the East Sea. Does the Emperor mean? The East Sea Dragon King's face turned pale. It's not just the Heavenly Court that has its sights on your Dragon Clan. There are others who have already set their eyes on you. Yi Wu glanced toward the west. This action made the Dragon King's hearts tighten. Does the Lord mean that the western side has its eyes on us as well? Ao Bing couldn't help but shout, his face completely changed. The East Sea Dragon King's expression darkened, a wave of pressure suddenly weighing on his heart. Hasn't the Western sect already taken away quite a few dragons? The East Sea Dragon King nodded. Everyone knew about this. It wasn't just the Dragon Clan, other powerful beings were also within their scope of recruitment. There's an organization in the Western sect called the 8 Parts Heavenly Dragons. The 8 Parts Heavenly Dragons is a critical part of their doctrine. Once Yi Wu said this, the East Sea Dragon King immediately understood. So what should we do? Being targeted by those two saints from the West leaves the Dragon Clan utterly defenseless. If they could join the Western sect openly and honestly, the East Sea Dragon King wouldn't mind. However, he had seen those dragons who had been taken away, their beliefs were firm, yet they had lost themselves, completely becoming puppets of the Western sect. It would be better to die than to end up like that. Therefore, you Dragon Clan must hurry. The East Sea Dragon King bowed and clasped his fist. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Ao Bing, quick-witted, hurriedly slipped out. The hall fell silent as Yi Wu looked towards the door. Are my senior brothers and sisters here for something? Bixiao, impatient, was the first to jump out about those divine positions from the Heavenly Court. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Can that thing really cause a surge in strength? Or is it just that your position is special and only sitting on the 6 sovereigns matters? Zhao Gongming also nodded. Yeah, junior brother, quickly tell everyone. He had watched the battle between Yi Wu and Lingya Immortal clearly and was anxious in his heart. Yi Wu chuckled. Sister, your thoughts are far from the truth. During the fight with Lingya Immortal, I didn't even use my full strength. He raised his hand, conjuring a clear sky divine thunder that crackled with purple light. Immediately afterward, a heavier and more domineering pressure stacked on top. This was the authority of the Emperor's Yi. The thunder technique instantly became several times more violent. Although the light sphere was small, once the aura was released, Doubao and the others all changed their expressions. How is this possible? The power has actually reached the level of half a step into the Great Luo. Doubao exclaimed. Half a step into the Great Luo refers to those who have not truly stepped into the Great Luo realm, but have already touched the threshold. They are not complete Great Luo Golden Immortals. Yet they possess some characteristics of Great Luo powerhouses. This level of power could already inflict minor injuries on some lower-level Great Luo beings. Saint Mother Jinling and the others were equally transfixed, staring at the clear sky divine thunder in Yi Wu's palm. Junior brother, let me personally test the strength of this thunder. Saint Mother Jinling extended her hand. Sister, be careful. Yi Wu released his grip and the clear sky divine thunder fell, lightning cracking and spreading wildly in all directions. The void gently trembled as if it were about to be torn apart. The thunder power of half a step into the Great Luo gathered into a small light sphere, and the destructive power unleashed was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even if a Great Luo powerhouse stood opposite their body could be pierced through directly. Doubao and the others furrowed their brows, instinctively wanting to channel their energy for defense, yet Saint Mother Jinling directly reached out and grabbed the Sunto Explode Thunderball. Boom! The divine thunder exploded in her palm, like a world-destroying energy bursting forth, causing the void to tremble slightly. However, that destructive force was firmly contained within the space of her palm, not leaking out in the slightest. Indeed, sister is impressive. Her control is simply masterful. The realm of the Great Luo is indeed different. I can hardly reach that height now. Yi Wu sighed. He was acutely aware of the power of the Shangqing divine thunder he had just witnessed. It could injure an ordinary Great Luo. Yet in the hands of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, it didn't even create a splash. The gap was laid bare and unmistakable. The power is slightly stronger than expected. A low-level Great Luo Golden Immortal might be injured, but for those in the Tai realm, unless they have reached perfection, it would be almost certain death. Even for a perfected Tai, it would still be a matter of survival with a high risk. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit made a judgment and affirmed the power of the Shangqing divine thunder. Junior brother, don't belittle yourself. With the cultivation of a Golden Immortal, being able to unleash such destructive power with lightning is rare in the entire primordial world, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit stated without exaggeration. Although the divine position plays a role, it is evident that your own mastery over the lightning techniques is profound. Otherwise, even with the divine authority of the Emperor of the North Pole of the Heavenly Court backing you, it would be impossible for you to control the power of divine thunder so skillfully. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was not an ordinary person and naturally saw through the intricacies. Taoist Duobao was thoroughly interested. If that's the case, then the divine positions in the Heavenly Court might not be as useless as we thought. Even for us great Luo Golden Immortals, we can reap considerable benefits. Now Duobao and his companions truly understood. Previously we misjudged, those divine positions in the Heavenly Court are certainly not mere decorations. No wonder when the Tao ancestor established the Emperor of Heaven in the Xixiao Palace, several saints fought so fiercely over it. The benefits of this matter are likely much greater than we imagined. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit sighed, her face filled with regret. Yet simultaneously everyone couldn't help but be tempted. Zhao Gongming frowned, saying, "The problem is now the Heavenly Court is under the control of that brat Haoyan. If we accept the divine positions, we will have to follow his orders in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The members of the three teachings had avoided the Heavenly Court because they couldn't lower their pride. Just the thought of having to call a child the Emperor of Heaven in the future made them feel uncomfortable. Yiwu watched their conflicted expressions, secretly amused. He never expected that by acting this way he would actually stir the thoughts of Duobao and the others. According to the original approach, this group wouldn't even spare the Heavenly Court a glance. It's not easy. However, he knew that relying solely on this little commotion was not enough. The inherent pride of these disciples of saints would not be easily diminished. "I need to stoke the fire further." Yiwu grinned and directly activated the divine authority of the Emperor of the North Pole of the Heavenly Court. A series of divine lights illuminated around him, clearly displaying all the functional effects to Duobao and the others. Brothers and sisters, what do you think now? Is this divine position in the Heavenly Court not appealing? Moreover, who says that once we enter the Heavenly Court, we must obey Haoyan? We can completely choose to listen to the adjustments, but ignore the commands. If it really doesn't work, we can just act as idle immortals. We can take all the benefits and avoid any obligations as long as we maintain our dignity. Once Yiwu said this, Duobao and several others exchanged glances and slowly nodded. This approach could indeed work. To be honest, when Yiwu revealed the authority of the Emperor of the North Pole, Duobao and the others were wide-eyed. That kind of power resonated too well with their cultivation paths. If an ordinary person were to obtain such divine authority, it would merely be an empty facade that no one would take seriously. But they were different. The entire Jiejiao was the foremost sacred sect of the primordial world. Who would dare to offend? Take Yiwu, for example. His authority as the Emperor of the North Pole commanding all deities was not taken seriously by those great powers purely based on his current cultivation. But if Jiejiao was backing him, that scene would be entirely different. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Yiwu sat face to face with Taoist Duobao. "I can't do anything about the position of the Emperor of the North Pole, but if it were a Jiejiao member, that would be a different story," Yiwu said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Taoist Duobao frowned and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "On the Heavenly Court side, there are probably not many positions available for us. The South Pole Immortal has already gone to the Heavenly Court on behalf of the Chan sect, taking the position of the South Pole Long Life Emperor, one of the 6 rulers. Junior brother, you are also one of the 6 rulers. We are of the same generation as the South Pole Immortal. If we enter the Heavenly Court, our status cannot be lower than his right. If it is lower, wouldn't that clearly imply that our Jiejiao is inferior to the Chan sect? We who are in charge can endure the shame, but we cannot let our master also lose face." Taoist Duobao's tone grew increasingly grave as he began pointing out the oversights in Yiwu's analysis. Now 3 positions among the 6 rulers are already gone, leaving only 3 vacant. How will they be divided? Even if people are indeed sent, at most 1 or 2 can go. It's utterly impossible to send more. Moreover, there's something else that is particularly crucial. Haoyan is no fool. Junior brother, if you take the initiative to go to the Heavenly Court, regardless of the reason, you represent our Jiejiao behind the scenes. And you are someone our master particularly values. Furthermore, since the South Pole Immortal has already occupied a position among the 6 rulers, Haoyan, in an effort to counter the Chan sect and to draw our Jiejiao to oppose them, has given you the position of the Emperor of the North Pole. However, if all our Jiejiao members rush to the Heavenly Court, Haoyan definitely wouldn't grant another position among the 6 rulers. If he assigns too many, he cannot justify it to the Chan sect or the Rinjiao. What's more critical is that if our Jiejiao occupies too many high positions, Haoyan might really lose sleep over it. He would definitely worry that we would undermine him, and then the Heavenly Court would become the Heavenly Court of Jiejiao. Taoist Duobao shook his head. Currently, the Heavenly Court indeed lacks manpower, but Haoyan would never engage in such a self-destructive act of inviting wolves into the house. Yiwu was stunned. He truly hadn't thought of this layer. He had been considering the issue with a modern mindset, forgetting one very important aspect. The concerns of the saints and their teachings were completely different from his own thoughts. What mattered most to the saints was face. The members of the great teachings also cared about face. Especially during times of conflict, the importance of face was even greater. The overt and covert struggles between the great teachings were far more complex than he had imagined. As soon as Taoist Duobao finished speaking, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded in agreement. He is right. The positions of the six rulers are different from other divine positions, since the Emperor of the North Pole has already been occupied by junior brother Jiejiao, cannot take a second position among the six rulers. This is a balance among various powers. However, if it's a common divine position, the level is too low and simply doesn't match. The direct disciples of the Jiejiao looking across the entire primordial world, who is not a prominent figure. They are all true great powers. If we were to casually give out an ordinary divine position, it would be a slap in the face to them. The sisters of the Sanshao were silent, as they naturally understood this reasoning. Taoist Duobao continued, the people of the Chan sect have always looked down upon us Jiejiao. If our official position were lower than that of the South Pole Immortal, then in the future, he could command us at will. In the heavenly court system, it would be impossible to refuse. Once we refuse, he has an excuse to trouble us. At that time, even if it escalated to our master, we would not have a After listening, Yiwu acknowledged his oversight. I hadn't thought of this aspect. It truly is a dilemma. The benefits of the divine positions in the heavenly court are numerous, and the enhancement effects are indeed strong and quite tempting. However, the downsides are equally glaring. The troubles mentioned earlier are not even counted. Merely operating the functions of the heavenly court requires a massive amount of time. For us cultivators, it is rather a thankless task. When the pros and cons are balanced, there isn't much benefit left to gain. With such an analysis, the previously tempted thoughts of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others also cooled down. To put it bluntly, these benefits are not worth enduring the unfavorable conditions. As disciples of saints, they indeed had the confidence to think this way. Yiwu sighed, saying, I haven't considered all. At this moment, Bai Xiao suddenly interjected. Actually, there is another way. We can enter the heavenly court and then fall under the jurisdiction of the Emperor of the North Pole. Bai Xiao's eyes twinkled as she smiled. At that time, even if the South Pole Immortal wants to stir trouble, he won't be able to reach us. The positions of the six rulers are equal. No one can suppress anyone. If he dares to cause trouble under such circumstances, we can conveniently use this to counter him. I've heard that recently many people from the Chan sect have been frequently going to the heavenly court, likely related to the South Pole Immortal. The Chan sect has a significant influence, and junior brother being all alone in the heavenly court, we must lend a hand. Taoist Duobao and your group may not find it convenient to intervene, but the three of us sisters can certainly manage. We can go up and take a look to see what fun we can join. Bai Xiao's eyes spun mischievously. Yiwu slapped his forehead. So this was her true intention. As expected of Sister Bai Xiao, she truly knows how to find pleasure. However, what she said was quite reasonable. The Holy Mother of No Dust nodded. Bai Xiao is right, we must have what others have, and we must have even more of what others do not. Junior brother is now the Emperor of the North Pole. If he has no one under his command, where will his dignity go? The Chan sect cares more about the divine positions in the heavenly court than we do, as this is closely tied to their doctrines. They rely on the heavenly court to implement their teachings. This time junior brother goes up, he has already applied considerable pressure on them, forcing the Chan sect to start taking action. With this in the future, junior brother's pressure will only increase. We need to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Yiwu was stunned for a long time, feeling perplexed. Are you all engaging in a primordial arms race? Who are you? He imagined the scenario if the Chan sect and Jiejiao were at odds, would the Rinjiao and the Western Church also be dragged into this mess? If there were movements in the heavenly court, the underworld would certainly not remain idle and would also get involved. And those remnants of the demon races will definitely not sit still. Would the entire primordial realm not fall into chaos before the calamity of the gods even arrived? Thinking about it, it was quite interesting. Taoist Duobao finally concluded, we must not harbor malicious intentions, but we cannot be without precautions against others. After all, the Chan sect has always been at odds with us. Their recent actions are surely related to the junior brother, perhaps they are secretly plotting something. We must remain vigilant. Although we are not in a position to intervene, the others from the Jie sect can go up to the heavens and see who is willing to take part. Duobao delegated the decision-making to Yiwu. Junior brother, you choose the people, it's entirely up to you, I won't interfere. After this battle, many should already have an idea of the situation. As long as we choose the right moment and add a little fuel to the fire, that will be enough. He left this matter entirely to Yiwu, not involving himself. Another reason was that Duobao vaguely felt that his Tao did not lie in this direction. Since senior brother has said so, I will make my own decision. Yiwu did not hesitate and agreed. This was something he had. This was a perfect opportunity to secure some incense for the Jie sect to avoid being completely wiped out later. However, I must first inform the master. That is obvious. In Bo Palace, Yiwu and Duobao explained their intentions to Tongtian. Tongtian was taken aback. Is this truly what you think? Previously, when I asked who was willing to take an official position in the heavens, none of you seemed keen. You all shook your heads vigorously. Now, however, everyone had changed their tune, which surprised Tongtian greatly. Duobao smiled and said, Master, that was then, and this is now. Can people remain unchanged? This time the junior brother showed his abilities, and it taught us a lesson, making us understand the weight of the divine positions in the heavenly court. Regardless of the motive, we must seize this opportunity. If we don't fight for it, it will belong to someone else. By then it will be too late to fight for it. Tongtian did not respond, but turned to Yiwu, asking if he intended to vie for the position of the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor. Yi Wu shook his head, indicating he had no intention of that at all. Whoever wants to be that, let them. The several sages are all watching from above, and the Tao ancestor oversees the entire primordial chaos. In the past Jun and Tai, he had a miserable time. The current Hao Yin is not having it easy either. I don't want to go through that again. Oh, it's meaningless. The current Emperor Ziwei is already enough for me. If it weren't for the GS sect to be able to extricate himself from the future enshrinement and to rely on fortune to mend his own damaged source, he would also not wish to ascend to the heavens. Having a sage as a support, being a carefree second-generation immortal, is much better than being an official in the heavens. Although the position of the Heavenly Emperor can bear great fortune, there are also significant karmic repercussions behind it. Once you sit in that position, getting down again is not as simple as a few words. Moreover, the position of Hao Yin was personally determined by the Tao ancestor. If one were to unseat him, wouldn't the Tao ancestor have thoughts about it? In the hall of the GS sect, the atmosphere was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Duo Bao and the others instinctively shrank their necks, wishing to block their ears. The junior brother's mouth really has no restraints, daring to casually slander even the ancestor. I never noticed before, you lad have quite the courage. Tongtian did not mean to scold, but instead chuckled. It's good that you are not lured by those empty titles from the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor may seem glorious, but if one steps wrong, it's a pit of eternal doom. In my day, I contended for the position of heavenly emperor in the Zhixiao palace, fighting for your senior brother. The other sages faced the same, only to be rejected in the end. Finally, the Tao ancestor established Hao Yin to govern the heavens and Yao Qi to manage the earth, governing the heavenly court together. Everyone present knew this, so it wasn't much of a secret. Tongtian shifted his tone. I have recently calculated the upcoming situation and vaguely sensed a trace of calamity energy starting to emerge. Calamity energy. Duo Bao and the others instantly turned pale, unable to suppress a gasp. Could it be another calamity? How soon did the last one just pass, and another one is coming already? They had personally experienced the war of the witches and the demons. That great calamity nearly destroyed the primordial chaos. The skies collapsed and the earth sank, the heavenly court shattered into pieces, and even now it sent shivers down their spines. Currently, there is merely the emergence of calamity energy. It is still uncertain if it is a real calamity. Tongtian shook his head. Perhaps it's just the initial manifestation of calamity energy, not yet matured. However, I have discovered something interesting. Over at the heavenly court, there are faint signs of avoiding calamity energy. If one were to go in and take an official position, perhaps they could evade the future tribulation. Yua's heart stirred slightly. The master's calculations were indeed accurate. One of the causes of the enshrinement calamity was the heavenly court, yet curiously, the heavenly court itself was not entering the calamity, remaining aloof. This wave of assistance came at the perfect time. Now it was up to Duo Bao and the others to decide. Of course, this is just a direction proposed by the master. Whether to enter the heavenly court to avoid the calamity is up to you to decide. Tongtian spoke in a calm tone. What you previously thought wasn't wrong. If it helps your junior brother establish himself in the heavenly court, it is indeed a good thing. Duo Bao was the first to stand up. My Tao does not lie in the heavenly court, unless it's to sit on the heavenly emperor's throne or take one of the 6 sovereigns' positions, otherwise it holds no meaning. I cannot sit as the heavenly emperor, nor do I qualify for the 6 sovereigns, so there's no need to be an official in the heavens. The turtle spirit saintess was well aware. With her fiery temper, she simply could not endure the rules of the heavenly court. What if a disturbance occurs and ends up causing trouble for the junior brother? Senior sister, what do you mean by that? Yi Wu glared, raising his voice. Your junior brother is now the Emperor Ziwei, one of the 6 sovereigns. Even that old fellow Hao Yin must give me some face. If something really happens, I will take the blame. Yi Wu was not anxious about whether Duo Bao would go to the heavenly court. In the enshrinement tribulations, even if the GS sect lost everything, Duo Bao would remain unharmed. At most, he would just change places to mix and sit in a different office, and could even rise in rank without worrying about his life. But the turtle spirit saintess was different. Just thinking about it made Yi Wu's scalp tingle. If that primordial aberration blood-winged black mosquito drained her true spirit blood and flesh, she would be left with nothing but an empty turtle shell. Not to mention making it onto the enshrinement list, even the chance to reincarnate would be lost. It would be tragic. Absolutely tragic. Among the entire GS sect, the turtle spirit saintess was a truly important figure who died completely in the enshrinement calamity. Even if Master Tongtian personally intervened later, it would not be possible to save her. Of course, this was closely related to her fiery temper. If she hadn't provoked the sages herself, she wouldn't have met such an end. However, senior sister, if you truly do not wish to, I won't force you. Yi Wu wanted to help the turtle spirit saintess partly because they were fellow disciples, and she had treated him well. Secondly, he also wanted to see what that Tao of heaven was all about. The turtle spirit saintess was still pondering when Zhao Gongming spoke up first. I want to go to the heavens and take a look. Any position, big or small, is fine. Even a nominal position would be okay. First, let's occupy the pit to prevent it from benefiting others later. Yes. Bixiao jumped up. She had long wanted to go out and play, and this opportunity was just right to stroll. Wherever big sister goes, I go. Bixiao smiled and said, the 3 of us sisters have always been of one mind. Jinling saintess and Wu Dang saintess exchanged glances, both uncertain. There's no rush to respond. You can go back to your dwelling and think it over, but don't regret it later. Once you ascend to the heavenly court, there are many rules, and it won't be as free as now. If you wish to resign later, it's not as simple as just leaving. Tongtian waved his hand, signaling Duobao and the others to withdraw. Yi Wu stay behind. In Bio Palace, only Yi Wu and Tongtian remained. Yi Wu encouraged these senior brothers and sisters to go to the heavenly court. What are your true intentions? Tongtian felt that something was off about this lad. Did I show it that clearly? Yi Wu's eyes widened, realizing that being a sage Tongshan's insight was indeed frightening. What do you think? Alright, I will confess, I do have some thoughts. The position of the Heavenly Emperor is not easy to sit in with the ancestor watching from above. However, the authority of the 6 sovereigns still has some operational space. Emperor Ziwei was born for this. Why can Haoyan sit, but I cannot? Fortunes turn in cycles. This year, it's my family's turn. Yi Wu casually made an excuse, not daring to reveal his true thoughts. You little rascal, I knew your ambitions were not small. Go back and discuss it properly with your senior brothers and sisters. If you really want to sit in that position, I am not unable to help. Replacing the Jade Emperor with Emperor Ziwei is not impossible. Tongtian spoke with a hint of depth. He's still caring for me, master. Yi Wu grinned as he exited Bio Palace. Tongtian murmured to himself, this lad Yi Wu, is he really just fixated on the power of the Heavenly Emperor? He always felt something was off. His intuition told him that this little disciple's schemes were far from simple. However, this plotting bore no malice and was actually beneficial to the Jie sect. Outside the palace, Jinling Saintis and the others had already left with only Duobao waiting. Your senior sister Jinling said to think it over before returning. This matter of ascending to the heavens is indeed no small deal. Yi Wu nodded, not expecting to convince everyone with just one go. By the way, junior brother, although you won against Ling Yixin this time, that guy is quite cunning. Moreover, with the teacher's retinue of the 7 fairies as a shield, he has considerable connections. You have offended him. You must be careful in the future so as not to let him find an opportunity. A direct attack is easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Petty people are the most troublesome. As he was leaving, Duobao mentioned, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. However, just a Ling Yixin, if he dares to cause trouble again, it won't be so easy next time. Yi Wu's words had a double meaning. He had not taken Ling Yixin seriously at all. Yi Wu scoffed softly. He's just here to stir. If he truly pushed him to the edge, he wouldn't mind directly taking care of this Ling Yixin. With my weight in front of the master, along with the little mischief Ling Yixin has caused, as long as it's arranged properly, taking down that group and cleanly pulling out the toxic weeds from the Jie sect is not impossible. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Yi Wu counted the pile of congratulatory gifts sent by the Dragon King of the East Sea. No wonder he used to dominate the primordial chaos. Even after his fall, his foundation remains, and after being scraped for so many years, he can still produce so many good things. If this trip can truly convince a group of people to ascend to the heavens early, it can be said to have slightly altered the fate of the Jie sect. Small matters can be changed, but the grand trend cannot. The enshrinement matter only requires that final result. How to stir things in between can play around with some tricks. After all, following the original path, that second master uncle did just that. Otherwise, it would be the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect ascending to the divine list. Yi Wu raised his eyes, directing his gaze towards the heavenly court's direction. The Dragon King of the East Sea should have ascended by now. Next we shall see how the play unfolds. Oh Haoyan, please do not make my efforts in vain. Operating the Great Dream Sutra, Yi Wu once again immersed himself in cultivation. It must be said that the Great Dream Sutra is truly effective, saving Yi Wu a great deal of effort. This time Yi Wu planned to thoroughly comprehend the Tao of Tai. He was prepared to grasp the foundation of the Tai realm and surge into the ranks of the Tai Golden Immortals. Once Tai is achieved, I must make a trip to Wui Mountain. That fallen treasure must be dealt with beforehand, as it remains a potential calamity. The Dragon King of the East Sea did not ascend alone, but called upon the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings as well. Upon meeting Haoyan, he got straight to the point. What you mean is the Emperor of the Purple Tenuities sent you, and you wish to serve under him. Haoyan sat upon the dragon throne of the Heavenly Emperor, looking down at the 4 Sea Dragon Kings with an uncertain gaze, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. The Dragon Clan should have obediently followed Haoyan. That was standard protocol. But who could blame them for encountering a better? Aligning with the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity equated to having a saint of the Jie sect as a backer. No matter how strong Haoyan was, he was merely a quasi saint. The leader of the Jie sect, however, was a true supreme saint. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, Yi Wu, also possessed the potential of a quasi saint. When it came to choosing between the two, the Dragon King of the East Sea was well aware. When seeking a strong ally, one must choose the strongest. Though Haoyan had the Tao ancestor backing him, that Tao ancestor had long since merged with the Tao and ceased to intervene. In the current primordial chaos, it was the 6 saints who held the power. In the distant heavens, the authority of the emperor was far removed, and local officials were less reliable. Tai Bai Jinxing stood silently to the side, having already seen through the Dragon King's little schemes. These old Dragon Kings have many thoughts. While they wish to ascend and use the authority of the heavenly court to suppress those who covet the Dragon Clan, they also wish to board the ship of the Jie sect. The third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Bing, who became the mount of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, is perhaps a pawn placed long ago. The Dragon Clan has managed to endure for so many years without perishing, indeed has some skill. You are right. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity is the master of all phenomena, overseeing countless stars and deities. The Dragon Clan has ascended to the heavens and should indeed be under the command of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. Hao Yin remained silent for a moment before smiling. Tai Bai draft the decree. Bestow titles upon the Dragon Clan, granting them authority over the water veins of the primordial world to control the clouds and rain, benefiting all beings. Furthermore, let the Dragon Clan be governed by the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, assisting him in regulating the natural phenomena and protecting all living beings of the primordial world. As you command. Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes turned, and he bowed to accept the order, beginning to draft the sacred decree. The matters of the heavenly court were not concealed. News quickly reached the ears of those who were attentive. Upon hearing that the Dragon Clan had ascended to the heavens and entered the heavenly court, many powerful beings of the primordial world were astonished. They admired both the courage of the Dragon Clan and the means of Hao Yin. It must be remembered that during the time of the war between the shaman and the demon, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun personally approached the Four Seas, hoping to pull the Dragon Clan into the ranks of the demon clan. However, what was the result? They failed. Yet Hao Yin succeeded. The claws of the heavenly court had finally reached the land of the primordial world. What a pity! In the future, if one wishes to eat some dragon liver or chew on dragon tendons, it might be difficult. Indeed, with the heavenly court as a backing, any future attempts to plot against the Dragon Clan will require more caution. Upon closer inspection, the Dragon Clan has aligned itself under the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. That Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, is he not the rising star of the Jie sect Yi Wu? The Dragon Clan. In the celestial abode of the Southern Polar Emperor, the expression of the Southern Polar Immortal Elder was grim. The celestial abode was in an uproar, voices overlapping chaotically. Senior brother with the Dragon Clan ascending to the heavens, Hao Yin has gained more cards in his hand. The situation is not looking good. Who can argue with that? Although that fellow Yi Wu has taken the position of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, his foundation is still empty. There isn't even a lackey. Now with the Dragon Clan coming in, his foundation will surely become more solid. The Southern Polar Immortal Elder sat in the main seat, his face betraying no emotion. The sudden allegiance of the Dragon Clan to the heavenly court indeed disrupted the plans they had laid out before, yet at this moment chaos could not yield any results. He raised his hand to calm everyone, his voice turning somber. What is the rush? We will proceed as originally planned. Do not lose your composure. Follow the original plan. Just keep an eye on your own affairs. In the Western sect on Mount Sumeru, the two great figures Jin and Juanti have not had a good expression these days. The last loss still brings them pain when recalled. Juanti slammed the armrest, fury surging. The Dragon Clan actually dared to ascend to the heavens. They have grown bold. Are they resolutely intent on opposing my Western sect? With a cold sneer, his gaze darkened. They think that by clinging to the heavenly court, they can avoid disaster. How naive. Since they refuse to listen to kind words, then do not blame me for being impolite. Killing intent surged in his eyes. The Dragon Clan's move was tantamount to slapping his face in front of the three realms. Jane joined his palms together, lowering his brows, his voice calm, yet carrying a chill. Even the Buddha has anger, even the Vajra has wrath. Since they have chosen this path, let them taste the bitterness. The 8-part heavenly dragons have just been established. It is just right for them to take a tour of the Four Seas. He paused for a moment. This can also be seen as a last chance for the Dragon Clan to turn back. Ao Ling. A distortion appeared in the void, and a 5-clawed golden dragon emerged from the pure land of ultimate bliss lying on the ground. You lead the 8-part heavenly dragons to the Western Sea. Jiayan's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Let your father and siblings witness the grandeur of my Western sect. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Ao Ling, enveloped in the light of the Buddha, bowed in response, as per the saint's decree. After rising, he turned and left, followed by a group of heavenly dragon warriors wrapped in Buddha light, heading straight for the Western Sea. The Tongtian Patriarch sat in the palace of Baiyu, tapping his fingers on the table, a playful smile gracing his lips. With the Dragon Clan joining the Purple Tenuity, Yi Wu, this Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, is no longer a mere figurehead. He gazed into the distance, his smile deepening. However, trouble also follows closely behind. Seeing the approaching storm, he did not intend to intervene. Boom. An immense surge of fortune suddenly descended from the void, crashing down on Yi Wu, jolting him from his meditation. What is this? Fortune. His mind raced, instantly understanding the situation. The Dragon Clan has successfully ascended and has returned. Yi Wu's spirit sank into the authority and power of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, immediately sensing that the scope of his power had expanded significantly and had gained considerable weight. Within the Four Seas, every ripple on the water was vividly reflected in his perception. The matter of the Dragon Clan, which Hao Yin had schemed over for so long, had he truly let it go so easily? Not even the slightest obstruction. Although they were part of the heavenly court structure, the differences in leadership were vast. Yi Wu furrowed his brows, finding Haoshin's actions somewhat puzzling. Originally, he had little hope that the Dragon Clan would fall under his command. That individual had always maintained a tight grip on the Dragon Clan, never allowing others to intervene. But this time, whatever schemes he has, can he expect me to spit out the meat that has already entered my mouth? Moreover, with this wave of fortune aiding me, it is just right to push me to a higher level. The trunk of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment materialized from the void, and Yiwu directly infused the newly acquired fortune into it. Instantly a transformation erupted. Boom. The innate divine would trembled violently, its essence seeming to boil. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly towards it, all being devoured. The innate chaos gourd poured forth a vast amount of primordial energy, and the celestial star tree swayed, showering down a myriad of starlight. In the blink of an eye, Yiwu's cultivation ground transformed into an ocean of chaotic star essence. The missing essence supplemented back to me. Tai realm break for me. The fortune burned hotly. Primordial energy roared alongside the starlight. The authority of the Northern Emperor of the Purple Tenuity also trembled at this moment. A thread of divine light descended from deep within the heavenly court, is striking directly upon Yiwu. In the entire world it seemed as if only that ancient tea tree of enlightenment remained. The surplus accumulated over these days was originally only enough to push into the Tai realm. But with the fortune of the Dragon Clan in hand, I can first supplement some essence. Then with this momentum, I will forcefully break into the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal. After years of hard cultivation compounded with various fortuitous encounters, Yiwu's missing essence finally reached the brink of transformation. The Tongtian Patriarch immediately sensed the disturbance, fixing his gaze upon it. With so many opportunities piling up, this kid's fortune is indeed quite profound. Boom. A terrifying divine light exploded from the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, spreading in all directions. However, the range of the divine light precisely locked onto Yiwu, enveloping him entirely. Suddenly, Yiwu's body shook violently, and his essence surged inexplicably. The trunk and branches of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, along with the 3,000 leaves of enlightenment tea, all underwent tremendous changes, with intricate Tao patterns crawling over every inch. The color deepened significantly, radiating an ancient texture, as if specially blessed by the heavens and earth. A vast wave of energy subsequently erupted from within Yiwu. The previously missing essence has finally been partially restored. Approximately a fifth of it has returned. Though it may not be much, it at least shows me a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, there is a chance to return to the pinnacle of innate spiritual roots. Given Yiwu's current abilities, if he could fully restore the missing essence and stabilize himself as a pinnacle innate spiritual root, his speed of cultivation would likely be terrifyingly rapid. The power of this fortune is even more intense than I had anticipated. Previously, I thought there was no movement. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient weight of the fortune. Yiwu's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but entertain some thoughts. That Heavenly Emperor's throne may not truly be impossible to sit upon. At this moment, Yiwu's mindset was entirely different from before. Just the fortune brought by the Dragon Clan's allegiance to the Heavenly Court had helped him restore a fifth of his essence. If he could grasp the entire Heavenly Court in his hands, how terrifying would the fortune he could acquire be? The title of Heavenly Emperor did not interest him. What he cared about was the immense fortune hidden behind that throne. Even if it were just for a short while in that position, I could reap countless fortunes of heaven and earth. At that time, combined with the efforts of other helpers, we should be able to heal the primordial wound in the shortest possible time. Now that he had stumbled upon such a shortcut, Yiwu would not let it go. Although it might stir up some trouble, it's not necessarily impossible. Yiwu did not dwell on the matter. Since the thought had taken root, he could gradually lay out a plan in the future. Having waited so long, it's time to make a serious breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. After restoring 1/5 of his damaged primordial source, the barrier of the Tai Golden Immortal was effortlessly shattered by Yiwu. Tai, also known as Tai, refers to the origin of all things in heaven and earth. The crux of the Tai realm lies in cultivating the 5 Qi within the chest. A 5-colored radiance emanated from Yiwu's chest, slowly spreading across his entire body like a multicolored cloud. An aura of invulnerability to all evils burst forth from Yiwu. Initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This pace of cultivation is a bit sluggish. Yiwu furrowed his brow, took out the 9 revolutions golden pill previously sent by the Supreme Saint via Xuandu Shi, and swallowed it without a second thought. A single 9 revolutions golden pill can directly achieve the Duo Golden Immortal, though it would be the lowest grade. Yiwu clenched his fist as the medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden pill exploded within him, rampaging like a runaway beast. This potency is fierce. His eyelids twitched as the power within surged forth like a cataclysm. He took a deep breath, suppressing the roiling blood, and Qi allowing the medicinal force to scour his meridians. The 5 Qi within the chest at the Tai Golden Immortal stage were no mere ornament. These 5 Qi threads not only represented cultivation level, but could also be unleashed as lethal attacks. The problem was that they were extremely delicate. Once scattered in battle, one's realm would immediately drop. During the investiture of the gods, the Sanshao ladies wielded the Chaos Golden Cauldron, directly stripping the 12 Golden Immortals of their top 3 flowers, and chest 5 Qi, erasing tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation in an instant. Yiwu dared not be careless. A faint phantom of a Buddha fruit position hovered above his head, suspended in the future, releasing a vast aura that firmly suppressed the power of the 9 revolutions golden pill. This power not only guided the medicinal force, but also stabilized his realm, preventing an inadvertent rush into Daluo Golden Immortal. The three Pure One's immortal arts activated automatically, like a beast starved for millennia, frantically devouring and refining the pill's potency. Has this kid lost his mind? Tongtian Jiaozhu, hidden in the shadows, watched with a darkened expression. Just reaching Tai, and he dares to swallow a 9 revolutions golden pill. Isn't this suicide? He stamped his foot in anxiety. Even if he forcibly achieves Daluo through the pill, it would be the most inferior kind. His foundation would be as hollow as, and future cultivation would be cut off. Tongtian Jiaozhu raised his hand and sliced through the void, appearing directly in Yi Wu's cave dwelling. The sage's aura pressed down heavily as he moved to seal the pill's power within Yi Wu. Are you brainwashed? Doing this means no further progress forever. Master, you misunderstand. Yi Wu, caught between laughter and tears, quickly explained. I'm not aiming for Daluo, though I want to use the pill's power to temper the 5 qi within my chest, honing them stronger. His tone turned earnest. I want to solidify the foundation of the Tai realm, preparing for the future breakthrough to Daluo. I have no desire to become a common Daluo Golden Immortal. Tongtian Jiaozhu paused, then released his hold. So that's your plan? He let out a long breath, having nearly thought the boy was about to ruin himself. Alright, since you know what you're doing, I won't stop you. Yi Wu grinned. Since Master is here, why not lend me a hand? Tongtian Jiaozhu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Yi Wu spoke bluntly. My plan is to use the energy of the sage position as a safeguard, allowing the 5 qi within my chest to absorb a trace of its aura. With the 3 Pure One's immortal arts as the foundation and a faint touch of the 3 Pure One's sage aura, perhaps my chest 5 qi can be elevated to their utmost potential. These chest 5 qi determine the depth of one's cultivation realm. The entire foundation of the Tai Golden Immortal stage was in essence the refinement of these 5 qi. The stronger the 5 qi, the more formidable one's combat prowess at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Given this opportunity, Yi Wu naturally wanted to boost his strength further. As strong as possible. What did you say? Tongtian Jiaozhu was stunned. You want to use a sage's power as the foundation for your chest 5 qi. Your audacity is incredible. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? At the Tai realm, all immortals racked their brains to polish their chest 5 qi. Some scoured the world for unique primordial spiritual energy to strengthen their 5 qi. Others relied on the power of innate spirit treasures to repeatedly temper them. Some used the uniqueness of their cultivation methods to hone the 5 qi. Some borrowed external forces, others relied on internal power. But someone like Yi Wu, setting his sights on a sage's power, had never been seen from ancient times to the present. Just a wisp of sage aura. Surely it won't cause a catastrophe. Yi Wu persisted. Besides, Master, you're watching nearby. Even in the worst case, nothing will go wrong. Using sage aura to temper the chest 5 qi. If successful, the benefits would be incalculable. Yi Wu simply couldn't abandon the idea. Your idea is indeed good, a viable path, but the risk is terrifyingly high. You can touch a sage's power, but your chest 5 qi cannot bear it. Tongtian Jiaozhu pinpointed the crux. No matter how faint the sage aura, it is still the power of a sage, utterly beyond what a mere Tai Golden Immortal's chest 5 qi can sustain. Once the chest 5 qi collapse, all your current cultivation will vanish into nothing. Even your main body will suffer another loss of primordial source because of this. Your imagination is vast, but you must cultivate step by step. Don't always chase shortcuts. Besides, even if you could withstand it, the sage aura cannot truly fuse with your chest 5 qi. Every sage position carries a unique sage characteristic too deeply imprinted for you to refine. If it did merge, your chest 5 qi would be polluted. At best, your cultivation would become impure. At worst, you would be assimilated by the sage power, becoming a puppet dependent on the sage, losing even your own will. Alright, I oversimplified things. Yi Wu shuddered at these words. Borrowing sage power to temper the chest 5 qi, he hadn't realized the immense trouble it entailed. This path was thoroughly blocked. Stop overthinking, boy. That 9 revolutions golden pill from your grandmaster, if fully refined and integrated into the Tai realm, will naturally make your chest 5 qi immensely powerful. Even among the great sect immortals, you'd rank highly. A fortune countless immortals pray for but never obtain. However, you're not without other paths. Perhaps you can try one. Tongtian Jiaozhu seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up as he shifted the topic. What path? Yi Wu, the Zhou Star Tree. Tongtian Jiaozhu pointed at the nearby tree that was frantically absorbing starlight. It shuddered, as if intimidated. You already hold the divine authority of the Ziwei Emperor, and this tree born from the primordial chaos stars is naturally in harmony with all stars. Have this tree take root in your chest 5 qi and inscribe the incomplete Zhou star formation, drawing endless starlight to constantly wash your 5 qi. Stellar divine power is inherently fierce. Using the primordial chaos stars to forge your chest 5 qi will elevate your Tai 5 qi to a terrifying level. Yi Wu's eyes lit up. Right? Why hadn't he thought of that? The Zhou stars in the sky could be utilized. Using stellar divine power to temper the chest 5 qi was perfectly fitting. Following this path, you might forge it, turning your chest 5 qi into true combat spirit treasures. Tongtian Jiaozhu grew more excited, already calculating the feasibility of this plan on his fingers. Your main body is an innate spiritual root plus the protection of the 9 revolutions golden pill fully capable of withstanding this tempering without collapse. Moreover, with the authority of the Ziwei Emperor, the stars in the primordial chaos sky won't oppose you. They'll watch from the side ready to suppress any mishap. Heaven, earth, and people all favor you. Since Master says so, we'll give it a try and see what I can achieve. The medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden pill had already taken effect, and the 5 qi in Yi Wu's chest were swelling and strengthening. Zhoutian star tree, come lend a hand. Without hesitation, the tree shrank into a ball burrowed into Yi Wu's body and firmly rooted itself within his 5 qi. Then it unfurled like a miniature Zhoutian star field, slowly evolving within the qi. Zhoutian star formation, activate. Yi Wu used his consciousness to inscribe the incomplete corner of the formation within the 5 qi. The Zhoutian star tree helped evolve that corner of the array. The starlight pouring from the void intensified several-fold. The chest 5 qi, like starving ghosts, began devouring the Zhoutian star radiance with wild abandon. I am the Ziwei Emperor, all stars heed my command. Boom. The primordial chaos starry sky trembled violently as countless stars at the command of the Ziwei Emperor burst forth with blinding light. Pillars of light crashed down. In that instant, the night sky of the entire primordial world went completely dark. Only one place remained illuminated, Jiejiao Island. To be precise, it was Yi Wu's cave dwelling on Jiejiao Island. What's happening? What's wrong with the Zhoutian stars? What's going on in the primordial starry skies? Countless primordial powerhouses were startled by this, extending their divine senses to investigate. But upon probing near Jiejiao Island, they all stopped in tacit agreement, none daring to advance further. I am mobilizing stellar power. Anyone who dares approach and spy will be killed. Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice thundered, and a Zhuxian sword chi flew out, drawing a line outside Jiejiao Island. Crossing the line meant death. What is my cheap nephew up to, wielding the Ziwei Emperor's authority to cause such a commotion? Hao Qian watched, baffled, his gaze following the starlight, but stopping at the edge of Jiejiao Island. Even senior brother Tongtian has taken personal action. This matter is clearly no trivial affair. What trouble is Tongtian stirring up now? With so many stars being mobilized and the fluctuations of authority power, it must be that Yi Wu fellow causing mischief. Many of the primordial great beings felt an itch in their hearts like a cat's claw scratching, yet none dared approach, gazing at that suspended Zhuxian sword chi. Others might just be bluffing with harsh words, but Tongtian Jiaozhu truly does cut people down. Moreover, defying a sage's command meant death in vain. The overwhelming starlight poured down like a deluge, madly burrowing into Yi Wu's body, tempering the 5 qis within his chest. Those rays of starlight were like countless invisible hammers, striking the 5 qis within his chest again and again, forcibly smashing energy and vitality into them. Beside him, the medicinal power of the 9-turn golden pill shielded the entire process, aiding Yi Wu's accelerated transformation. Using the power of stars to temper the 5 qis in the chest, this method really works. Yi Wu was ecstatic. He could clearly feel the drastic changes in his 5 qis. The intensity of every strand of the 5 qis is rising. At this rate, once fully tempered, my 5 qis will at least be as tough as a postnatal spiritual treasure of that level. The branches of the Zhoutian Xing Shu trembled wildly, and that incomplete corner of the Zhoutian Xing Do Grand Array emitted a hum resonating with the 5 qis within Yi Wu's body, as if seeking some point of harmony. The array diagram grew brighter, its light seeping into the 5 colored currents within Yi Wu's chest, as if taking root and growing there. Gradually, faint points of light emerged within those clusters of 5 qis, resembling a miniature night sky quietly taking shape. Tongtian Jiaozhu squinted, sensing the earth-shattering changes within Yi Wu's body, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Could this method actually work? The nature of the 5 qis is changing. Is it leaning toward the direction of stellar 5 qis? Well, since we've come this far, your master will give you another push. This path was originally just a conjecture casually mentioned by Tongtian, and no one had ever truly attempted it. Even the Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign of Yer had only used the sun's true fire to temper their 5 qis. None dared to set their sights on the entire Zhoutian Xingdo. But now Yi Wu had forcibly carved out a living path. Within the myriad stars, the fundamental forces of Taiying and Sun were inherently hidden. Suddenly, another bolder idea sprang into Yi Wu's mind. Since the divine light of the stars can merge in Kadai stuff, and even more things. I am Ziwei Great Emperor, not only in command of the stars, but also the myriad thunders of heaven and earth, and the countless deities fall under my rule. Deities were intangible and hard to turn into substantial power, but thunder was a different matter. Besides, Master was right by his side. Even if something went wrong, he could still catch it in time. With his mind made up, Yi Wu raised his hand and grasped the purple lightning hammer, this supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, immediately drawing forth the myriad thunders of heaven and earth. Let the myriad thunders merge into the body, fusing with the 5 qis. The power of thunder cascaded down like a waterfall, burrowing into that cluster of star-sparkling 5 qis. Yi Wu shouted inwardly, Master, don't let your disciple crash. The 5 Qis wrapped in starlight were instantly pierced by lightning, transforming into rolling clouds of tribulation, with every strand of Qi entwined with crackling electric currents. The power of the 5 Qis in his chest surged, and Yiwu's cultivation level shot up significantly. His eyes lit up. I bet right. After infusing the power of thunder, the quality of the 5 Qis has clearly risen another level. Now those 5 clusters of Qi within his chest possessed a quality so terrifying it could almost rival top-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Tongtian Jiaozhu was stunned by his move. You little rascal. But speaking of which, lightning inherently contains the creation of death and life. In ancient times some did indeed do this, using lightning tribulation to temper the 5 Qis in the chest. Yet blending so many domineering forces together to simultaneously temper the 5 Qis, Yiwu was undoubtedly the first. What was even more absurd was that with so many chaotic energies pouring in at once, his 5 Qis not only didn't explode, but grew even stronger. No one would believe this if told. Tongtian Jiaozhu was also a ruthless character. Seeing this, instead of panicking, he joined in brainstorming. He directly pulled out Yiwu's innate chaos gourd and poured innate chaos primordial Qi into it. Steady your mind, push the Sanqing immortal art to maximum power. Use your original form, the Innate Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, as the foundation rooted into the gourd to absorb the primordial Qi and transform it into your body. Let this thing merge with your 5 Qis, imbuing them with true innate aura. The innate chaos primordial Qi can also help harmonize those chaotic energies, accelerating their fusion into one mass. Understood. Yiwu dared not be careless in the slightest. This was a matter of great importance for his future cultivation. He immediately activated the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, frantically absorbing the innate chaos primordial Qi. Merging this and truly reversing to the innate state will allow the potential of the 5 Qis in the chest to reach a higher level. If it were ordinary chaos Qi, even after refining away its violent nature, Tongtian Jiaozhu wouldn't dare be so reckless. But the primordial Qi within the innate chaos gourd was different, both pure and gentle. It was filled with the life force of the great Tao. As soon as the innate chaos primordial Qi entered the body, it was immediately sent to the 5 Qis in the chest. Once there, it was as if a chemical reaction had occurred. The medicinal power of the 9-turn golden pill, the divine light of the Zhou Tian Xing Do, the power of the myriad thunders, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, all boiled over like mad wrestling with the innate chaos primordial Qi. The 5 Qis in his chest immediately fell into chaos. The entire interior of his body became a complete mess. Not good. Yiwu's face changed instantly, and he quickly increased the operation of the Sanqing immortal art, trying to suppress the rampaging primordial energy within. The Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu also desperately cooperated with that corner of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Array, striving to stabilize Yiwu's internal environment. Why did the innate chaos primordial Qi cause this when it entered Yi? This was completely different from what Yiwu had imagined. Shouldn't it be fusion? Why are they fighting? Don't panic, this is just the initial dissolution before fusion. Steady your 5 Qis, don't let them scatter, leave the rest to me. Tongtian Jiaozhu unhurried raised his hand and sent a jade-colored light into Yiwu's body, Wozeo creation. In the blink of an eye, the once chaotic inner breath completely transformed. It settled down entirely. The divine light of the stars, the medicinal power of the 9-turn golden pill, and the innate chaos primordial Qi, all were enveloped by that jade-colored light, slowly blending with Yiwu's 5 Qis in his chest. Yiwu's eyes widened. Wozeo creation. Among the 36 heavenly gang Dao arts, it was the supreme, great divine ability. Master, you even know this move. Yiwu took a deep breath, completely relaxing. Had I known you still had this card up your sleeve, I wouldn't have been scared into a cold sweat just now. That was Wozeo creation. Back then, Saint Mother Nuwa used this very move to create the innate human race. From that came the current destined race. Your master, after all, is a heavenly Dao sage. Oh, what great divine ability don't I possess? Tongtian Jiaozhu smiled faintly, increasing the output of the Wozeo force in his hand. Stop muttering in your belly, boy, and hurry up and cultivate. Yes. The Wozeo force harmonized within the body, completely stabilizing Yiwu's 5 Qis in his chest. The innate chaos primordial Qi, the power of thunder, the divine force of the stars, bit by bit all merged with the 5 Qis in his chest. They could no longer be distinguished from each other. It's done. Yiwu was overjoyed. The 5 Qis in his chest surged, rolling into clumps within his body, emanating 5-colored light, like an innate divine cloud. Within it, the divine light of the stars is wrapped, thunder roars, and creation chaos swirls, faintly hinting at a return to the innate. His cultivation level also followed, naturally, smoothly stepping into the midstage of Tai Golden Immortal. Not bad, not bad. This wave of transformation went smoothly. I didn't expect such a big commotion, and you actually pulled through. Tongtian Jiaozhu breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew the Wozeo force, and stared at the 5 Qis within Yiwu's body, examining them repeatedly in amazement. You kid, this is truly a blessing in disguise. To have tempered the 5 Qis in the chest to this extent across the entire primordial world among Tai Golden Immortals, it's unprecedented and will never be surpassed. I'm afraid only those chaos primordial gods of your could match you in this regard. Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke, not in vain. Even the three pure ones born as great divine beings, when they were Tai, golden immortals, the 5 Qis they tempered in their chests were inferior to Yi Wu's. This is likely unique throughout history. Even if someone tries to imitate you in the future, they won't reach this step. Tongtian Jiaozhu gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Imitating Yi Wu's path to retemper the 5 Qis in the chest was in theory not too difficult. But to gather all the necessary items one by one was an immense challenge. Not to mention the divine throne of the Ziwei Great Emperor, the innate chaos gourd, was the only one of its kind in heaven and earth. The authority of myriad thunders was also hard to come by, and the Zhou Tianxing Do Grand Array, along with the Zhou Tianxing, Qinshu, were not easily obtained either. Even if all these were prepared, Yi Wu's level of enlightenment and his foundation were not something anyone could learn. None of these conditions could be lacking. Your 5 Qis in the chest have not yet been cultivated to perfection. There is still room for improvement. I am quite curious about where they will ultimately reach, whether they can truly compare with powerful innate spiritual treasures. Back then, Father God Pangus' mighty righteous Qi in his chest transformed into the supreme grade, innate defensive spiritual treasure, the Zhutian Qingyun. This treasure, when protecting the body, renders all spells invulnerable and all evils impenetrable. Not to mention your Grandmaster Uncle Taisheng's Xianwang Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth, which can also clash Eden with it. For your 5 Qis to reach the level of the Zhutian Qingyun is impossible for now. But as long as it can match the defensive level of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure or a powerful postnatal spiritual treasure, when you break through to Dayuo Golden Immortal, at the very least your Dayuo Dao flower can bloom to the 9th grade. At this point, Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression grew serious. Remember this well. Since your 5 Qis in the chest have reached this point, you must not let this opportunity slip away. You must exhaust every means to bloom the 3 flowers above the head to their utmost. This holds immeasurable potential for your future path. Master, Yi Wu suddenly perked up. Tell me in detail about the Daluo 3 flowers. From your meaning, the Daluo 3 flowers and the 5 Qis in the chest are deeply connected. Your guess is correct. Today your master will thoroughly explain this to you, so you don't stray off the path and harm your own journey. The golden immortal realm cultivates the indestructibility of the golden nature, seeking longevity within heaven and earth. If heaven and earth are imperishable, then in principle a golden immortal is immortal. Only by successfully walking this path and proving the indestructible golden nature can one be qualified to touch the Tai Dao and have the chance to condense the 5 Qis in the chest. The 5 energies within the chest, in simple terms, are the divine energies evolved from the 5 organs, a product of the convergence of the 5 elemental forces and a manifestation of the divine essences of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, representing a layer of cycle in the universe. In some ways, the 5 energies within the chest are akin to the soil of the world. Only by nourishing the soil can the seeds of the great Tao be sown, leading to the blossoming of the 3 flowers of the great Tao. The 3 flowers of the great Tao, also known as golden flower, silver flower, and lead flower, are sometimes referred to as heavenly flower, earthly flower, and human flower. They represent the essence, energy, and spirit within the human body, and likewise embody the power of the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. The higher the grade, the deeper the potential, and the broader the future path. For beings like them, the saints of the heavenly Tao, the starting point is already above the 9th grade. His master was transcendent, having achieved a 10th grade bloom of the great Tao flower in his prime. Both his senior uncle and second uncle also reached that standard. The 2 from the west fell slightly short, only reaching the 9th grade. Aunt Nuwa is also at the 9th grade, but she is further along, just a hair's breadth away from the 10th grade. As for the saint of the underworld, at this point Tongtian paused. That individual is too special, so it's best not to mention them. Other great powers, whether they are currently alive or have perished in calamities, are generally at the 9th or 8th grade, and none are lacking. To become a powerful being, the most basic requirement is for the great Tao flower to bloom at the 9th grade. I didn't expect there to be such a connection between these 2 realms. Yi Wu suddenly realized, having never heard of this before, so you're saying I can at least reach the 9th grade. Currently it's certainly. Tongtian nodded. The 5 energies within your chest have become very special after multiple refinements, far exceeding what we had back in the Tai realm. There's a chance you might break through to the 11th grade. Of course it's just a chance. Whether you can truly reach the 11th grade, each grade increase of the great Tao flower is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The gaps in between cannot be measured by logic. Tongtian also hoped that Yi Wu could reach the 11th grade, the more grades the better. But he knew in his heart that this matter was too difficult. Even that individual from Xixiao Palace, it is said, has only achieved an 11th grade bloom of the great Tao flower. Is that all for our ancestor? Yi Wu was taken aback. I thought ancestor could reach the 12th grade. Do you think that an 11th grade bloom of the great Tao flower is as easy as picking cabbages by the roadside? Tongtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at the young disciple. The blooming of the great Tao flower is much rarer than you imagine. In ancient legends, only the primordial god Pangu and those extremely ancient chaos demons have achieved it. Most other chaos demons are merely at the 11th grade. Tongtian sighed. If it were really so easy to reach the 11th or 12th grade, the wilderness would already be filled with primordial golden immortals. Although you have this opportunity, don't be overly ambitious or your mindset may become erratic. Take each step steadily and strive to advance further. Yi Wu stood straight and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, master, I will never bring shame to you. Then he changed to a flattering expression, staring at Tongtian with eager eyes. Master, could you teach me the great power of transforming destiny? I feel that this ability is particularly useful and will surely benefit my upcoming cultivation. Tongtian was not stingy, directly passing on the method of transforming destiny to Yi Wu. Remember, don't be greedy. Although your comprehension is good, learning too many things can lead to distraction. Your most important task now is to quickly challenge the Great Tao fruit. Understood. Yi Wu nodded vigorously. I will definitely step into the Great Tao realm as soon as possible. The anomalies of heaven and earth gradually settled down. Tongtian had disrupted the heavenly secrets, so the outside world had no idea what had happened on Jiejiao Island. However, the disciples of Jiejiao grew even more curious. One after another they peeked towards Yi Wu's cave dwelling. Little junior brother, what was that huge commotion just now? Why did it even disturb master? Not long after, Bai Xiao rushed over, and then she was completely stunned. Wait a minute. Little junior brother, you actually broke through to the Tai realm. And it was not just a recent breakthrough. She could clearly see that he had already reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Just lucky. Yi Wu smiled and briefly explained what had happened earlier, glossing over the key points I stumbled upon. Little junior brother, your words aren't sincere. How many people wish for this kind of luck, but can't even get it? Bai Xiao's tone was sour. I've been cultivating for so long, and am still only at the late stage of Tai, not even close to completion. Cultivating in the Tai realm sounds simple. You just need to keep refining the 5 energies within your chest. But it only sounds simple. If it were truly that easy, the Tai Golden Immortals from various sects would already be everywhere. The refinement of the 5 energies requires careful and meticulous effort. A slight mishap can damage the 5 energies, causing one's cultivation to collapse entirely and rendering all previous efforts futile. There have always been methods to refine the 5 energies using external forces, but I've never seen someone like you create such a commotion. Little junior brother, could you let me see the 5 energies within your chest? What's there that can't be seen? Yi Wu was completely open, generously revealing the 5 energies within his chest. This. Bai Xiao's eyes widened. These 5 energies actually hide the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth, the secrets of the primordial starry sky, and the profundities of chaos lightning, while also emanating innate energy. She was at a loss for words, her mind left only with shock. Bai Xiao stared at Yi Wu for a long moment before coming back to her senses. Previously, she had witnessed the 5 energies of Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. Though they were all exquisite compared to Yi Wu's, they were worlds apart. One is in the heavens while the other is on the ground. Her elder sister Yun Xiao had long stepped into the realm of the great Tao Golden Immortal, yet even that level of 5 energies was clearly insufficient compared to Yi Wu's. Junior brother, the strength of your 5 energies is definitely sufficient to qualify for the pinnacle of the great Tao Golden Immortal. Bai Xiao came back to her senses, her eyes filled with envy. She felt that the power of Yi Wu's 5 energies was almost on par with a spiritual treasure. Little junior brother, does what you just said really work? Thinking of this, Bai Xiao became energized, feeling anxious. Among the 3 Xiao, she was the only one still stuck at the Tai realm, so the pressure was naturally not small. Does senior sister want to try as well? In theory, there should be no problem, but this matter carries considerable risk. Yi Wu understood the dangers involved. If it weren't for master supporting him, he might have also fallen. Has senior sister ever used heavenly spiritual materials or innate spiritual treasures to refine the 5 energies? I was originally formed from innate clouds and had used a plain cloud scarf for a while. Later, the power of the plain cloud scarf wasn't sufficient, so I stopped. Bai Xiao spoke, carefully, afraid of leaving anything out. It's good to have experience. Innate clouds inherently have strong adaptability. Yi Wu pondered for a moment and quickly formed an idea. If we expand the range of the clouds using the power of the same origin to refine the 5 energies, should yield better results. I have been to the primordial starry sky before and seen the swirling nebulae, which are incredibly vast and can even nurture stars. Senior sister, do you think those nebulae can be considered clouds? Bai Xiao was about to shake her head with a smile, but halfway through she froze, her eyes lighting up. That's right, nebulae. Who says they can't be considered clouds? No one has ever specified that they aren't, not even the Tao ancestor himself. In ancient times, I followed my master, who mentioned that there is an innate deity called Hongyun Laozu who is akin to my family and is the first red cloud to attain the Tao in the universe. During discussions on the Tao, Hongyun Laozu shared that he had borrowed many similar cloud-like entities to refine the 5 energies. Gathering various cloud-type origins is precisely to perfect the 5 energies and achieve the strongest effect. If Hongyun Laozu can walk a path, why can't I? Why can't I advance further and seek even stronger clouds? The more Bai Xiao thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, feeling a strong urge that this path was likely feasible. Shortly after Bai Xiao left, Yi Wu was pondering the possibility of refining with nebulae when there was a commotion outside his cave. Is little junior brother here? Was that commotion just now caused by little junior brother? A series of footsteps mixed with questioning voices reached the door, where several familiar senior brothers had arrived. Yi Wu looked up and saw quite a number of people, with the Longjir Jingguang, immortal, leading the way, followed by several familiar senior brothers. He knew these people were here for the earlier anomaly. Heavenly clouds descended, golden lotuses emerged from the earth, and even the Tongtian master personally intervened to protect you, such a grand spectacle, who wouldn't be envious? What brings you senior brothers here? Yiwu stood up smiling, but his tone was indifferent. The Longier Jingguang immortal took a couple of steps forward. Junior brother, what was going on just now? The entire Bo palace was almost stirred up. The anomalies in heaven and earth and master even helped shield you for a moment. Don't tell us it was just ordinary cultivation. Exactly. If there's something good, don't hide it. We are all from the same sect. What is there that cannot be said? Several of them spoke in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yiwu shook his head. Senior brothers, you've misunderstood. It was just a small divine power I cultivated that drew upon the power of the stars. Nothing special. Nothing special. Longier Jingguang immortal's expression darkened. When Bai Xiao left just now, her expression certainly didn't look like it was nothing special. Do you think we are blind? Yiwu, your way of speaking is rather uninteresting. Do you think we are like demons, not even qualified to listen? As the conversation grew increasingly unpleasant, the smile on Yiwu's face faded. If you senior brothers insist on thinking this way, I can't help it. He picked up his teacup. I still need to cultivate, so I won't keep you senior brothers. Please. The Longier Jingguang immortal was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Good. Very good. No wonder you're someone the master values such a temper. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left. The others also wore grim expressions as they followed out the door. Once everyone had left, Yiwu finally set down his teacup and sighed. Bai Xiao was different. She genuinely sought enlightenment and came to inquire about Xingyan's matters. Yiwu still remembered the ending on the Fengshen list, where Bai Xiao was turned into blood by the Yuan Shirtian, Zun using a jade box, unable to preserve her physical form. Now she was only at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. If she could truly refine the 5 energies within her chest using the power of Xingyun to reach the completion of Tai, she would feel more confident in advancing to the Deluo realm in the future. However, refining Xingyun was easier said than done. Although Xingyun was also a cloud, it was the nebula floating in the primordial starry sky, and refining a single cloud was even more challenging than refining a star. The Heavenly Court managed the operation of Xingyun, and the Purple Way Emperor happened to have the authority to mobilize it, saving a step in the procedure. Since senior sister trusts me, I will naturally assist you with all my strength. Yiwu muttered to himself. After Bai Xiao's visit, he felt a bit more at ease. At least there were still people in the Jiejiao who were not solely focused on opportunities and treasures. Yiwu stared at the remnants of the Zhoutian Star Do array, and suddenly a bold idea popped into his mind. He needed to find someone, specifically the Golden Crow's 10th Prince Luya or the Demon God Bai Zhe. These two fellows must hold the complete array diagram. As for the Demon Master Kunping, although his 2 treasures were valuable when it came to array diagrams, he probably hadn't even touched the edges. Otherwise, how could that old thing have hidden away at the bottom of the North Sea for so many years without showing up? If I can get hold of the complete array diagram, my strength will surely rise. With that, I can walk through the primordial world with confidence. Yiwu finished speaking, closed his eyes, and began to activate the rotating creation technique, diving deep into his cultivation. This top-ranked divine ability of the Heavenly Gang was something he must master. The power of rotating creation was too enticing. It could not only conjure innate substances out of thin air, but also reshape all rules. When he refined the 5 energies within his chest earlier, if it weren't for relying on this technique, even with the sage's assistance, he would have likely failed. If anyone understood rotating creation the most, it would be the Holy Mother Nuwa. She relied on this divine ability to touch the threshold of the Tao of creation. That person could be considered my master's aunt. It shouldn't be too much to seek her for guidance, right? On Sansient Island, Bai Xiao pulled Yun Xiao, and Xiong Xiao revealing everything Yiwu had said. After hearing this, Yun Xiao's eyes nearly fell out. Yun Xiao took a moment to recover, finally managing to say, this little junior brother is too ruthless. Creating such a huge commotion truly indicates he is no ordinary person. That kind of 5 energies in the chest is terrifyingly outrageous. Once it reflects back on his cultivation, even an average Deluo Golden Immortal might not withstand a few blows from him. However, that Xingyun you mentioned does seem quite intriguing. Yun Xiao became interested, gesturing in the air, starting to deduce successes and failures. Xingyun is after all also a cloud. This notion holds up conceptually. If it can be refined, you might just leap over the hurdle of Tai and achieve completion directly. Moreover, it could lay a solid foundation for the Deluo realm. By then, sprouting an 8th grade or above Deluo Dao flower would not be out of the question. However, sprouting a Deluo Dao flower is notoriously difficult. Even with all her efforts, Yun Xiao could only manage to sprout an 8th grade flower, always separated from the 9th grade by a layer. This path of the little junior brother has created a new model for refining the 5 energies in the chest. But it is far too risky. Yun Xiao shook her head. If not careful, the 5 energies could explode, and all cultivation would be wasted. That said, greater risks can lead to greater rewards. If successful, it would be a meteoric rise. After calculating, Yun Xiao concluded that the odds of success were only 30%. It was indeed a gamble. No wonder Master wants to intervene. The risks are too great. We should first consult our teacher to see if this can actually. If we don't have the teacher's help, relying solely on us, even with the authority of the little junior brother, the Purple Way Emperor, you won't be able to refine Xingyun into the 5 energies. That brat Yiwu is too arrogant. Upon returning to the cave, the Longier Dingguang Immortal's eyes flashed with cold light. I only asked him a few questions, and he was so secretive, not revealing anything, clearly looking down on us. Exactly. How long has it been since we entered, and he is already putting on airs? Dingguang Immortal's expression was also not good. If it weren't for the fact that he is the teacher's closed-door disciple, I would have made him understand what it means to respect one's superiors. After saying this, the Longier Dingguang Immortal and the others fell silent. After all, he is the teacher's personal disciple. Dingguang Immortal sighed. As long as this layer of identity existed, they had no way to deal with Yi Wu. Although the Tongtian Patriarch usually didn't manage affairs if they dared to harm each other, as disciples a dead end awaited them. Even fleeing to the ends of the earth would be useless. They might not even get the chance for reincarnation. Before long, Dingguang Immortal and the others gradually left, leaving only the Longier Dingguang Immortal and Pai Lu Immortal in the cave. Dingguang Immortal, have you made up your mind? Pai Lu Immortal smiled and waved his hand, deepening the cave's restrictions, locking the words of the two within that Yi Wu must have opportunities we are unaware of, perhaps even bestowed by the teacher. Otherwise the teacher wouldn't have used the sword chi of extermination to warn us before. We've followed the teacher for so long, but we are merely the attendant 7 immortals, not even personal disciples, let alone comparable to the closed-door disciples. Over the years we have only learned a bit of the Shanqing immortal techniques. We haven't even touched the core teachings. Those top-tier spirit treasures were never meant for us. Earlier, Dingguang Immortal, you noticed too, right? That Yi Wu has clearly already stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. He is almost catching up to us who have suffered through years of hard cultivation. Dingguang Immortal's expression finally changed, his face alternating between green and white. He had just broken through to the Golden Immortal realm, and in the blink of an eye he had advanced to the Tai realm. The astonishing phenomena earlier were clearly bestowed by the Tongtian Patriarch. This had allowed Yi Wu to break through his realm. Dingguang Immortal, are you really willing to accept this? Pai Lu Immortal's words were laden with meaning, appearing to consider Dingguang Immortal's feelings. The path of the Deluo is vast. Why must we focus solely on the Jiejiao? My lord, the Wui mountain you mentioned has been located. A.O. Bing rushed into the training room, interrupting. Yi was called. My father just sent news that the location of Wui mountain has been confirmed. Not only has the mountain been found, but an innate formation with a very special layout has also been discovered within the mountain. However, that formation is incredibly powerful. The Dragon Clan's people have tried several times without success. As for the two individuals you mentioned, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, they haven't been seen at all. Yi Wu immediately broke into a smile so quick. Truly worthy of the Dragon Clan. After controlling the water veins of heaven and earth, no one can surpass them in gathering information. He dismissed the jade light in his hand, retracting the power of rotating creation. No more delays, take me there now. Yi Wu could hardly wait. He had a hunch that the innate formation in Wui Mountain likely hid the treasures of falling wealth. He also called upon Zhao Gongming, who he had already arranged to meet. Junior brother, did you find that place you mentioned? Zhao Gongming asked with his head peeking in. Previously Yi Wu had sought his help, and he had been keeping this matter in mind. Yes. Yi Wu soared on a cloud. Senior brother, just stay hidden for now, but don't reveal yourself alongside me. If anything goes awry, you can later emerge from the shadows and strike hard at the enemy. His expression was tense, not daring to be careless in the slightest. I have a feeling that there is a valuable treasure hidden in Wui Mountain that could be of great use in the future. Yi Wu spoke earnestly. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell the truth. He simply couldn't. Revealing heavenly secrets could lead to divine retribution. That heavenly punishment was still watching him closely, not having wandered far. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Oh, we can't let others get ahead. Zhao Gongming patted his chest. Junior brother, don't worry, I will handle this. You pointed a path for that by Xiao girl. It might just be a Deluo path. Senior brother hasn't found an opportunity to thank you yet. Zhao Gongming had heard the news from Yun Xiao. What Bai Xiao was attempting sounded a bit fantastical, but upon deeper reflection, it wasn't entirely unfeasible. Besides, speaking of Wui Mountain, I have an inexplicable feeling of trepidation. Zhao Gongming frowned, feeling something was off himself. It seems that I also have some connections there. He was not speaking nonsense. Such feelings do not come from nowhere. Something at Wui Mountain must have some causal connection with him. Wui Mountain. With the Dragon King's third prince pulling the cart, Yi Wu quickly arrived at the location. Greetings, Immortal and third prince. The Dragon Clan's Golden Immortal on guard hurriedly approached. This is the innate formation we've been attacking for quite some time, but cannot break through. Yi Wu stared at the glowing screen before him, pondering his earlier thoughts. Could it be that this so-called heavenly secret and causality was this thing? According to the later developments of the Fengshen list, Qiao Bao directly turned against the Shang to aid his brother, Xiao Sheng, using the falling wealth to collect Zhao Gongming's 24C calming pearls, which caused Zhao Gongming to stumble. Zhao Gongming transmitted a message. Junior brother, this formation is not simple. It is not something of the Deluo level that can be opened. The things hidden inside are likely not mundane. Should I break it open? He said this, but inwardly he was perplexed. Why did he feel more uneasy the closer he got to? There was an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if he had a significant causal connection with it. Could it be that this thing is my opportunity? Zhao Gongming frowned, but that feeling doesn't seem to indicate anything good. Since Yi Wu mentioned this matter back on Jiejiao Island, he had felt something was amiss. Upon arriving at Wui Mountain, the feeling intensified. Yi Wu pondered and said, we need Deluo level combat power. He weighed in his heart that the level of falling wealth might be higher than he had imagined. Senior brother, don't act yet. I want to take this opportunity to see if I can break the formation. Senior brother, guard the surroundings for me. Don't let anyone suddenly burst in to create chaos. After secretly giving his instructions, Yiwu had Ao Bing and the others step back to avoid being caught in the aftermath. If the falling wealth was indeed hidden within this innate formation, the will of the cosmos would surely not allow him to obtain it easily. After all, this thing should not emerge into the world right now, let alone fall into his hands. At the same time, in the Yuanzhu cave of Lingzhou Mountain, the Randing Taoist suddenly felt a tightening in his heart. What is happening? This feeling. Seems like I am about to lose something important. This feeling came quickly and left just as fast, flashing in his heart for a moment before disappearing without a trace, making it impossible to grasp the clue. Randing Taoist walked back and forth in the cave several times and ultimately followed that feeling out of the Yuanzhu cave. Yiwu approached the edge of the formation, gently touching the layer of light, sensing the patterns within. This innate formation is no simple matter. In terms of grade, it is not inferior to the one that birthed me in my past life. He contemplated in his heart. There's nothing remarkable about this place, Wui Mountain. In his past life, he had never heard of any extraordinary innate spiritual treasures, only the name of the falling treasure money was quite renowned. Yiwu sat cross-legged, his gaze fixated on the innate formation before him. Zhao Gongming and others stood nearby, their faces filled with questions. Junior brother, what trick are you playing? Zhao Gongming couldn't help but speak up. If you're unsure, let me give it a try instead. Don't rush, senior brother. Yiwu waved his hand. I want to see if I can fully comprehend this formation. Every innate formation conceals the profound mysteries of the Tao of heaven and earth. The formation that trapped him in the past was something he had gradually gnawed away at. The spiritual treasure is within the formation. If I can grasp the formation's essence, securing it will be much easier, avoiding alarming the entities inside and causing them to flee. If I truly cannot comprehend it, we can always break it later. Zhao Gongming's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Good heavens! Is this the abnormality at the root of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree? Waves of astonishment surged in his heart, making it impossible to compare. Zhao Gongming instinctively glanced around, adding a measure of seriousness to his expression. Given Yiwu's attitude, the spiritual treasure inside was likely no ordinary item. He needed to be alert. At this moment, Zhao Gongming frowned. He sensed several divine auras rapidly approaching. From the sounds, it seemed like they were fleeing for their lives. Yiwu was fully focused on interacting with the formation, his extraordinary insight operating at full capacity. Soon he grasped the foundation of this formation. Indeed, after the source was replenished, my insight has increased significantly, allowing me to comprehend the Tao at a much faster pace. Yiwu's lips curled slightly upward. My instincts were not wrong. The item birthed within this formation is the falling treasure money. He could faintly sense the aura of the spiritual treasure within the formation. As his understanding of the formation deepened, Yiwu began to gradually control the formation's power, quietly infiltrating it. Junior brother, there are celestial beings approaching. Zhao Gongming suddenly spoke. Shall we have Ao Bing and the others lure them away? They are just a few celestial immortals and earth immortals. He worried that the appearance of those celestial beings might complicate matters for his junior brother. Are there really people coming? Yiwu opened his eyes. Is this the will of the heaven and earth forces causing trouble? Yiwu felt uncertain in his heart. He could clearly sense several celestial auras rapidly closing in. Behind those individuals there were pursuers. Ao Bing had just nodded, preparing to take the Dragon Clan member with golden immortal cultivation to lure away the pursuers, when a piercing cry for help suddenly came from afar. Fellow Taoists ahead, please save us. We will surely repay you. Before the voice faded, three figures rushed over. One was an earth immortal, and the other two were celestial immortals covered in blood and in a state of utter disarray. The leading chubby celestial immortal cried with snot and tears. We three are scattered cultivators, and we stumbled upon a spiritual root, but were targeted by two earth immortals. We are willing to hand over the spiritual root. The other two exchanged glances, and the earth immortal immediately took out a piece of celestial herb. This is the Xianyang celestial herb, which can help an earth immortal stabilize their power and offers a chance to break through to golden immortal. Without hesitation, the three directly handed the celestial herb to the Dragon Clan member with golden immortal cultivation. They clearly understood. The auras of those before them were unfathomably deep. There was someone seated far away, making it even harder to see through. Moreover, it was evident that there was an innate formation on that side. Everyone knew that where there was an innate formation guarding there either hid innate spiritual treasures or grew innate spiritual roots. It was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Unfortunately, this opportunity was no longer something they could touch. Hey, you three, where do you think you're running to? The two earth immortals chasing from behind sneered. Hand over the spiritual root, and perhaps you can keep your lives. The leading earth immortal glanced at Ao Bing and the others, his pupils slightly narrowing. Can't see through. Above earth immortal level. But so what, they were not afraid. The spiritual root is no longer in our hands. The chubby celestial immortal suddenly spoke, pointing at the Dragon Clan member. I have already given it to these Taoists. Kindly spare us and let us go, he added. By the way, there is an innate formation here which may hide great opportunities. Yiwu and the others were all stunned, staring blankly at the three chubby individuals. They We're just betrayed, and Ao Bing shook his head. You have just dug your own grave. He truly did not expect that there were such foolish people in the world. Why walk the path of death when there is a perfectly good road? The three chubby individuals lowered their heads, feeling a bit ashamed, but they had no regrets. In the primal chaos, merely talking about morals won't keep one alive for long. Better to die as a friend than as a poor cultivator. This trick of drawing the fire away was well played, giving them a chance to escape. Moreover, they were well aware that those two Earth Immortals were not easy foes. Those were members of the sect of the Holy Master, and they were not in the same world as these rootless, scattered cultivators. Not to mention those three from the sect of the Holy Master were notorious for their ruthlessness in this area. Anyone targeted by them would hardly survive until the next day. Is this an innate formation? Following the direction the chubby celestial immortal pointed, the two Earth Immortals were first stunned, and then their eyes widened, staring fixedly at the formation before Yi Wu as if their eyes were about to pop out. A treasure, a tremendous treasure. Ha ha ha, it must be hiding a top-notch innate spiritual treasure or a spiritual root. Senior brother, we are really going to strike it rich this time. As soon as the words fell, the expression of the Earth Immortal darkened, his gaze turning as cold as a knife, locking onto Yi Wu and the others. We of the sect of the Holy Master are conducting business here. Those who know what's good for them should leave immediately. From now on, this place belongs to our sect of the Holy Master. If you don't want to die, disappear at once. Yi Wu was momentarily stunned what was going on. How did these three fellows become members of the sect of the Holy Master? Could they be imposters? This was too coincidental. Could it really be that the heavens were secretly causing trouble? Did the flood wash away the Dragon King's temple? Ao Bing and the nearby Dragon Clan Golden Immortal were momentarily stunned, then came back to their senses, feeling a mix of incredulity and amusement. The actions of those three chubby Earth Immortals. Was that not digging a pit for themselves to jump into? Hidden in the shadows, Zhao Gongming frowned. He truly did not expect that these two Earth Immortals were actually from their sect of the Holy Master. He did not rush to reveal himself, intending to observe how things would unfold. Whoosh. Just in that gap, the three chubby Earth Immortals suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies transforming into three streaks of light as they frantically fled in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. If they run fast today, I will spare your lives. The two Earth Immortals were momentarily stunned, but did not pursue. The innate formation before them was the real matter at hand. What are you still doing standing there? Hand over the previous spiritual root, and quickly get lost, you are in the way. Ao Bing ignored the two Earth Immortals, and turned to Yi Wu. Master, do you want me to have someone bring them back? Yi Wu gritted his teeth, and nodded. Go catch those three rascals for me. It was my first time out, and I was played like this. If I let this get back, what will my senior brothers and sisters say? Do I still want to keep my face? He had never suffered such a silent loss in his life. From start to finish, he did nothing, only taking the blame for others, and being toyed with. A great humiliation. Ao Bing immediately ordered the Dragon Clan Golden Immortal to take action. Rest assured, Senior Immortal, I will definitely not let them get away. The Dragon Clan Golden Immortal did not hesitate and chased after them. In his view, the opponents were merely one Earth Immortal and two Celestial Immortals, and even if they used blood escape techniques, they could not possibly slip away from under his nose. He couldn't help but sigh for those three recklessly bold, scattered cultivators. Offending one group of sect of the Holy Master Immortals was not enough, they had offended two groups at once. What gall! You two, do you treat us brothers as air? The two Earth Immortals from the sect of the Holy Master were infuriated. Normally, as long as they mentioned the name of the sect of the Holy Master, which celestial being would dare not give them face. Even a Golden Immortal would have to give way, not daring to confront them directly. This was the source of their confidence. But today, for the first time, they were so blatantly ignored. Given the attitude of the other party, it was clear they were not taking them seriously. Are you two really from the sect of the Holy Master? Is there any doubt? One of the Earth Immortals sneered coldly. The sect of the Holy Master is the first Holy Master sect of the primal chaos. Who would dare impersonate us? You three insulting us like this is a slap in the face to our sect of the Holy Master. I see you are tired of living. The two sect of the Holy Master Immortals were very arrogant, completely disregarding Yi Wu and the others. Their words were dripping with murderous intent. Leave now, or die. One of the Earth Immortals from the sect of the Holy Master coldly snorted. Zhao Gongming could hardly contain himself. Are they truly from the sect of the Holy Master? They are clearly traitors. Could it be that someone is impersonating them? Calm down, senior brother, let me handle this. Yi Wu secretly held back Zhao Gongming, who was about to explode. Ao Bing, tell them who I am. He had no doubts about the identity of these two Earth Immortals. Their style of conduct was too familiar. Listen carefully, my master is the fifth direct disciple of the Supreme Sage of the Upper Purity, Yi Wu. Ao Bing stepped forward, looking down at the two Earth Immortals. You two have such audacity to dare to offend my master. What? Yi Wu. Yi Wu, the senior brother. The Earth Immortals' face changed dramatically. Although they were not within the sect, they had heard much about Yi Wu's reputation. Just because you say you're senior brother Yi Wu, does that make you senior brother Yi Wu? The other Earth Immortal came back to his senses, his eyes still fixated on the innate formation, sneering. Who can prove you are not impersonating members of our sect of the Holy Master? What do you have to prove? You? Ao Bing was so furious, he was gritting his teeth wishing to rush up and fight. Want evidence? Yi Wu smirked, opening his palm as a wisp of the sword chi of extermination slowly formed. The faces of the two Earth Immortals instantly turned pale as they watched the sword intent shoot out their bodies, seeming to be nailed in place. Is this wisp of sword chi of extermination enough to prove my identity? Senior brother Yi Wu, spare us. We were blind and failed to recognize your greatness. The two Earth Immortals who were just arrogant a moment ago now fell to the ground with a thud, trembling like a sieve, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Senior brother, please cease your divine art. We truly know our wrongs. It was the Zhuxian sword chi. How could anyone except the personal disciples of the Heavenly Lord of the Teachings have access to such a thing? Who else could comprehend and master it? This was an undeniable truth. The moment the sword chi approached, their magical power froze as if sealed, leaving them unable to mobilize even a single thread. The sheer sensation of facing death extinguished any thought of resistance. Only when Yi Wu withdrew that wisp of sword chi did the two gasp for air, drenched as if pulled from water. Truly a case of mistaken identity. I am Yao Gongbua, and he is Bai Da. We are both outer disciples. This offense against you, senior brother, we beg for your magnanimity. Please do not take it to heart. Yao Gongbua bowed his head, his voice utterly subdued. It was a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor, like two different people. Yes, it is entirely our fault. We implore senior brother Yi Wu to spare us. Bai Da echoed the pleas incessantly, yet in their hearts they cursed wildly. What rotten luck. The primordial wilderness was vast. Why did they have to stumble upon Yi Wu, the recently renowned fifth personal disciple, of all places? This kick had landed squarely on an iron plate. Blame those three rogue cultivators. If not for them, how would the two of them have courted such trouble? Hey, your skill at changing faces is quite swift. Ao Bing added a sarcastic jab from the side. Where is that Why not keep up that act? I rather enjoyed your previous look of disdain. Damn you, third prince of the East Sea Dragon clan. Weren't you just a mere mount beneath Yi Wu? Not even a member of the Jie sect, yet you dare mock them. Yao Gongbua and Bai Da fumed inwardly, but a single glance at Yi Wu forced their rage to swallow back down. Ao Bing was exploiting his master's power, yet they had no choice but to bow before Yi Wu. Third prince jests. We were in the wrong earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Yao Gongbua smiled bitterly. When under another's roof, one must lower one's head. A personal disciple valued by the sect leader himself. How could they afford to offend such a figure? Junior brother, how do you intend to deal with these two? Zhao Gongming's voice echoed from the shadows. They are outer disciples of the Jie sect. As their senior, I failed to discipline them. I share the blame. As the senior outer disciple, it was his duty to govern these juniors. Now that this incident had occurred, he too felt a loss of face. Zhao Gongming's face flushed crimson, utterly mortified. Let us first retrieve the three who fled, senior brother. Do not take it to heart. The Jie sect is vast with countless disciples. A few rotten apples will inevitably slip in. Nothing unusual. Yi Wu waved his hand dismissively. He swept his gaze over Yao Gongbua and Bai Da. A dark red aura of karmics encoiled around them, a clear sign of their frequent misdeeds. Such parasites were far too numerous to count within the Jie sect at present. Moreover, the sect's disciples were scattered across the primordial wilderness like stars in the sky. Zhao Gongming could hardly oversee them all. You two stay put for now. Once I finish my current matters, I will settle accounts with you. Yi Wu's words made Yao Gongbua and Bai Da shudder violently, their faces draining of color. It was over. Before long, the Dragon Clan Golden Immortal, who had left earlier, returned dragging the three rogue cultivators who had fled. Immortal Venerable, I did not bring shame upon you. The Dragon Clan Golden Immortal cupped his hands and hurled the three rogue cultivators, varying in build, to the ground. The three rogue cultivators had curled into balls, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled only with regret and terror. A Golden Immortal. They had never imagined that this immortal whom they had dismissed as low in cultivation was a genuine Golden Immortal. Before a Golden Immortal at full power, their earlier escape attempts were a mere joke. Yet such a formidable Dragon Clan Golden Immortal was merely an errand runner. Then who were the other two immortals? You three have quite the skill at deflecting blame. Yi Wu sneered at the rogue cultivators sprawled on the ground, his face frosty. I have walked the path of cultivation for long, yet this is the first time I have been so thoroughly duped. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Senior brother, I believe these three sought to sow discord among us Jie sect brothers, inciting mutual slaughter. 100 deaths would not be enough. Bai Da suddenly interjected softly, his face fawning as he looked at Yi Wu. Moreover, earlier they claimed to have gifted a spiritual root to you, senior brother. If I am not mistaken, that item is the Profound Sun Immortal Herb. The Dragon Clan Golden Immortal cooperatively produced the Profound Sun Immortal Herb. But if it were merely this herb, would we too have chased them for tens of millions of li? Hearing Bai Da's words, the three rogue cultivators turned even paler, nearly fainting on the spot. Their eyes held only overwhelming terror, tinged with profound shock. If their guess was correct from the words of those two Jie sect immortals, the ones they had framed were also members of the Jie, and their status was even higher than those two mystic immortals. At this thought, their minds could barely function. What kind of rotten luck was this? First they were cornered by two Jie sect outer disciples, and then by deflecting blame, they had offended other more exalted Jie sect deities. Heaven was determined to destroy them. Oh, Yi Wu's interest was piqued. His gaze fell upon the profound sun immortal herb. The Dragon Clan Golden Immortal also stared intently at the herb in his hand. The spiritual root you mentioned, is it not this? Correct. Though this profound sun immortal herb is fine, it is merely an accessory to that spiritual root. Bida nodded. That spiritual root is called the solar immortal herb. Though only one word differs, its effects are far superior. The solar immortal herb was originally a profound sun immortal herb, but it was nourished by golden crow blood it contains the solar power of the golden crow. Even for a Daluo golden immortal, it is a remarkable treasure, offering a chance to comprehend a sliver of the true solar fire. Hence it is called the solar immortal herb. Am I correct, you three? Immortal Venerable, it is all this minor immortal's fault. I should not have concealed it. We are willing to offer the solar immortal herb. Spare our lives, we beg you. The three rogue cultivators kowtowed, frantically pleading for mercy. They were utterly despairing, never expecting their secret to be unearthed despite their deep concealment. Search them thoroughly. Find the solar immortal herb. Ao Bing gnashed his teeth. The master's humiliation was his servant's death. The actions of these three rogue cultivators were an insult to their master's intelligence. It was an affront to them. Utterly unbearable. Without a word, the Dragon Clan Golden Immortal searched the three rogue cultivators from head to toe. Various treasures and spiritual medicines clattered to the ground. Among them, a herb wreathed in faint true solar fire instantly drew everyone's gaze. Excellent, excellent. So it truly is the solar immortal herb. Yi Wu laughed in disbelief. A mystic immortal and two celestial immortals, and you managed to toy with me so thoroughly. Truly impressive. Master, this little dragon will behead them now. Ao Bing drew a sharp sword, awaiting only Yi Wu's command to sever their heads. Darkness loomed before the three rogue cultivators as the breath of death spread in their hearts. The Western teachings have a saying, "Ill share with you, heaven cherishes all life." Constant calls for killing are not right. As a person, one's heart should be soft. Yi Wu spoke slowly. Ao Bing's hand holding the sword froze midair. Yao Gongbua and Bida stared wide-eyed. The Dragon Clan Golden Immortal opened his mouth, but said nothing. Even Zhao Gongming, hidden in the shadows, was struck speechless. Thank you, Immortal Venerable, for sparing our lives. In our next life, we will remember your great kindness. The three rogue cultivators kowtowed desperately, tears and snot smearing their faces. They had thought their end had come, but heaven had granted them a path to survival. Do not thank me so hastily. I have not finished speaking. And do not speak of a next life. Yi Wu took the solar immortal herb into his hand and continued unhurriedly. That was the doctrine of the Western teachings. But I, Yi Wu, after all, follow the orthodox path of the Xianmen. The expressions on the three rogue cultivators' faces froze instantly, leaving only one thought in their hearts. Then why did you have to speak? Yao Gongbua, tell me. In your place earlier, how would you have dealt with us? Yao Gongbua, called upon, stiffened. His lips moved, and he stammered. The master said that all things should be given a path to live. At most I would have driven you senior brothers away, not. Oh. Yi Wu's voice suddenly rose, and the chilling intent of the Zhuxian sword descended. Yao Gongbua shuddered in terror, unable to hold back the truth any longer. If they refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then we would strike hard, as before, seizing all the opportunities in the innate formation. In our Jie sect there is nothing we cannot take. If the other party is blind to reason, we would return with 2 or 3 brothers to reclaim our ground, and show them the might of the Jie sect. As he finished, Yao Gongba's face crumbled. He glared at the 3 rogue cultivators with eyes like those of a dead man, as if he wished to devour them whole. Bida was no better, cursing Yao Gongbua inwardly for his lack of wit in blurting out the truth. The emotions of the 3 rogue cultivators were like riding a roller coaster. The stone they had just set down was yanked back up to their throats. The master's words are sound. The great Tao has 50, and heaven evolves 49. One must always leave a path for others. Though there is karmic entanglement between you and me, I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Yet this karma must be resolved. After all, in the primordial wilderness, karma is the most troublesome thing. If it cannot be resolved, it will cause chaos on the path of cultivation in the future. Severing one's Tao path is worse than killing one's parents. There must be an end to this one way or another. Very well, I will cripple your immortal cultivation and spare your lives. This will vent my anger and clear this karma. As for whether you survive, that will depend on heaven's will. No. Mercy. The 3 rogue cultivators howled desperately, their eyes filled only with terror. Once their immortal cultivation was crippled, they would be reduced to the return to void stage. Though they would still be cultivators deep within Mount Wui, they had no hope of walking out alive. A swift death would have been Ao Bing quickly flattered. Master is truly merciful. The golden immortal of the dragon clan stepped forward without hesitation and swiftly crippled the celestial cultivation of the 3 scattered cultivators. Amid their desperate screams, their realms abruptly fell to the void return stage. Get lost. Remember, don't act like a white-eyed wolf. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. The 3 scattered cultivators walked away like puppets while Yao Gong and Bo felt their eyelids twitch, a chill creeping into their hearts. This method appeared merciful on the surface, but was in essence ruthless. It offered a glimmer of hope only to force people to extinguish that hope with their own hands. It was too cruel. They hadn't forgotten how they had planned to deal with senior brother Yi Wu earlier. It's over. Zhao Gongming opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. This junior brother had a truly dark heart. However, he liked it. In the wilderness, one can't genuinely speak of mercy. Even the Western teachings mantra of putting down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha first forces you to bow your head before you can take refuge deciding what kind of Buddha you will become. Yi Wu scanned his gaze, causing Yao Gong and Bo to shiver, their voices tinged with fear. Senior brother. They were genuinely terrified. This senior brother Yi Wu's methods were brutally ruthless. A heart of compassion, a hand of thunder. You two I leave to Zhao Gongming to handle. Yi Wu spoke. He wished he could act immediately to clear out all the pests of the Jie sect and help restore its fortune. However, he also understood that if he impulsively dealt with these two, trouble would follow. The sect rules were clear: disciples could not harm each other, so he couldn't act freely. He had to proceed step by step, ultimately sealing the matter and suppressing all chaos. To prevent the morale of the sect from scattering, Yao Gong and Baida quietly let out a sigh of relief. At least they weren't dealt with on the spot. But compared to the outer sect's senior brother, Zhao Gongming, they found themselves more afraid of this fifth direct disciple. This person was truly ruthless. Zhao Gongming had privately sent a message understanding that Yi Wu's actions were giving him a way out. Once we return to the mountain gate, I will definitely impose strict punishment and manage these outer sect disciples well. He realized that many within the Jie sect had long lost their discipline. Relying on being disciples of a great saint, they ran rampant in the wilderness, creating trouble everywhere. This was not called asserting Jie sect's prestige, it was tarnishing its reputation. A strict rectification was necessary. Turning around, Zhao Gongming asked Yi Wu how his comprehension of the formation was, and if he needed assistance. Almost there. Yi Wu couldn't suppress his smile. Senior brother, help me guard the surroundings. Don't let that innate spiritual treasure escape from the formation. I feel that the thing inside is not simple. Leave it to me, I guarantee not to let the junior brother down. Yi Wu had thoroughly understood this innate formation, and the true form of the spiritual treasure had revealed itself. A copper coin, round on the outside and square on the inside, with a pair of small wings growing on either side, inscribed with the writings of the heavenly Tao. The falling treasure coin. There was no mistake, it was this. Yi Wu's eyes widened, filled with burning desire. The falling treasure coin was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. It could draw any treasure in the world except innate supreme treasures, and could also deduce the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. The only drawback was that it couldn't capture weapons like the god-slaying whip. But even so, just its ability to gather treasures was extraordinarily terrifying. The falling treasure coin seemed to sense Yi Wu's aura, suddenly flapping its small wings, revealing heavenly clouds, and the entire copper coin shot out as a beam of golden light from the formation. Yi Wu reached out to grab it, but his hand missed. Following that, the innate formation shattered on its own, blinding, innate spiritual light shooting into the sky, coloring this void with a layer of primordial hue. Where do you think you're going? Yi Wu shouted angrily, his movements never pausing as various divine powers manifested in succession. The extermination of a mortal's formation unfolded, with phantoms outlining the shapes of four extermination swords sealing off a section of void tightly. The purple lightning hammer struck down with bolts of purple lightning, while the innate water and fire gourd spewed forth a pair of water and fire cheilants, all rushing toward the falling treasure coin to kill it. The meat that was already at the lips couldn't be let go. The power of the falling treasure coin was indeed formidable. If it clashed heat-in, both the extermination formation and the purple lightning hammer would be dropped in one blow. But as long as it showcased its power without a direct confrontation, it could do nothing. The falling treasure coin ignored the pressure of the spiritual treasures weaving through the void layer by layer, but its speed was ultimately slowed down, and Yi Wu took the opportunity to pursue. The formation patterns flowed continuously between his hands, gradually stitching together a fragmentary star array, tightly trapping that golden copper coin. This falling treasure coin is indeed well deserved of its name. It can resolve most of the attacks, even from spiritual treasures. Fortunately, no one is currently controlling it, otherwise I would really have a hard time handling it. Yi Wu sighed inwardly, once again experiencing the dominance of this copper coin. He didn't dare to confront it directly, fearing that it would sever his connection with the spiritual treasure. If that happened, it would take considerable effort to re-establish the ritual. Consequently, he was instead forced to withdraw, compelling Yi Wu to recall all the spiritual treasures from the extermination formation. However, this formation of mine is not a treasure. Let's see how you run. The falling treasure coin flapped its golden wings, crashing wildly as it tried to break free from the encirclement. The next moment, a layer of formation patterns suddenly descended. Yi Wu exerted all his strength, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing that this copper coin might slip away. Ao Bing and the others saw the shining golden coin, their hearts igniting with excitement. This was the legendary top-tier innate spiritual treasure. A tremendous opportunity. Yao Gong and Bo watched this scene, their expressions growing more pained. The greater the opportunity, the more dire the consequences of their previous misdeeds. Zhao Gongming also spotted the copper coin with golden wings, his heart racing. His divine sense trembled violently, as if sensing a fatal threat, making him feel uneasy all over. Is this the innate spiritual treasure that junior brother Yi Wu mentioned? It's actually a top-tier one. Truly a good thing. Moreover, the causal crisis he vaguely sensed seemed to stem from this treasure. Could it be that this copper coin will cost him his life in the future? Despite feeling uneasy, Zhao Gongming's actions did not falter. Junior brother will help you. Zhao Gongming intended to summon the 24 sea calming pearls to restrain the copper coin. Senior brother, don't act. Quickly withdraw the sea calming pearls. This item is the falling treasure coin capable of drawing all treasures from the world. Zhao Gongming's hand instinctively froze. This is actually the legendary falling treasure coin. A sudden exclamation exploded. Yiwu had not yet regained his senses when a powerful force of magic surged over from afar. His heart jumped, and the sense of crisis surged immediately, forcing him to sidestep. Seeing this opening, the falling treasure coin instantly seized the opportunity, shaking its golden wings and directly breaking free from Yiwu's grasp. Indeed a good thing, this treasure should belong to me, the poor wayfarer. Why does that sound so familiar? Could it be that bald monk from the Western teachings has come? Yiwu's anger surged, but his actions did not stop as he continued reaching for the falling treasure coin while glancing toward the source of the voice. A Taoist priest. Judging by their attire, they didn't resemble those bald ones from the Western teachings. Further sensing the aura of the magic power, it turned out to be a great Luo golden immortal. Which one are you? Yiwu's heart sank, and he quickly realized that this Taoist priest's sudden appearance was likely the work of... He didn't want him to obtain the falling treasure coin. But the poor wayfarer sensed a connection in the void, realizing that there was a spiritual treasure here that was destined for him, and upon seeing it today, he knew it was true. You like it lost quickly. If you dare to lay a hand on the poor wayfarer's spiritual treasure, don't blame me for being merciless. The Taoist priest acted decisively, pulling out a ruler and striking down toward the falling treasure coin. With a wave of the ruler, the force of the cosmos surged towards the falling treasure coin. The power erupting from that ruler instantly dispersed Yiwu's magic. It was utterly unbearable. This ruler, the Qianquan ruler. Yiwu squinted, recognizing the identity of the ruler in front of him, his heart stirring with a strange sensation. With this, the identity of the Taoist priest became crystal clear. The lantern-lighting Taoist. Ao Bing and Yao Gong also quickly recognized the lantern-lighting Taoist. They had seen this deputy leader of the Chan teaching before. A dignified deputy leader of the Chan teaching actually came to snatch the opportunity of the direct disciple of the heavenly teacher if this got out. What a good thing, truly a good thing. The lantern-lighting Taoist grasped the Qianquan ruler, striking down on the falling treasure coin, repeatedly, his heart burning with excitement. The moment he saw the falling treasure coin, the lantern-lighting Taoist felt a surge of enlightenment, as if all of his previous strange sensations had converged on this falling treasure coin. This copper coin had a profound causal connection with him, but he couldn't quite articulate where this causality stemmed from. Yiwu vaguely felt that this falling treasure coin merely had a layer of causal connection with him. Although the item was important, it wasn't his. However, with a top-tier innate spiritual treasure right before him, not reaching out to seize, it would be a great loss. As for who this treasure originally belonged to, he couldn't care less. In this wilderness, opportunities and fortunes are all seized by strength. Since it had come to him, it was fate. This falling treasure coin was destined to end up in his hands. Just like those two sages from the Western teachings said, this item is fated with the lantern lighting. As for the few immortals and gods standing nearby, the lantern lighting didn't pay them any mind. The highest cultivation among them was merely a supreme golden immortal. With a casual move, he could deal with them. Upon recognizing the lantern lighting's identity, Yiwu quietly took half a step back, no longer attempting to seize it forcefully, instead focusing on the falling treasure coin to prevent it from escaping. Using the Qianquan ruler to strike the falling treasure coin. This is truly courting death. Yiwu stood aside, waiting for the lantern lighting to stumble. You want to steal my treasure? Even if you are the deputy leader of the Chan teaching, it won't work. Good for you, lantern lighting. You even dare to lay hands on my GSX treasures. Zhao Gongming, hidden in the shadows, exploded at this moment, with 24 sea calming pearls appearing in his hands, eager to smash down. Senior brother Gongming, don't rush. Let's watch a good show. Are you sure you can deal with this lantern lighting? Yiwu quietly sent a voice transmission to ask. Rest assured, junior brother. Although the lantern lighting is the deputy leader of the Chan teaching and belongs to the same generation as our teachers, known as the 3,000 guests of the mortal world, that's just a title. At this point, Zhao Gongming's tone was filled with disdain. A supreme being of the same era actually went to become a disciple of second master and became the deputy head of the Chan sect, truly a disgrace for that time. I'm on the same level as him. Although we have never fought, I, senior brother, am confident. Even if I can't defeat him, we can at least fight to a standstill, and nothing bad will happen. Zhao Gongming's words made Yiwu breathe a sigh of relief. As long as we can deal with Randang, that's fine. Alright, senior brother, let's do it this way to avoid being seen as unjust and giving the Chan sect something to hold against us. After all, this Master Randang is, after all, the deputy head of the Chan sect, our nominal elder. Yiwu shared his plan with Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming nodded, repeatedly praising. Let's do it, as little junior brother says. In fact, Zhao Gongming had a thought he didn't voice. Once the Qianquan ruler appeared, his gaze was firmly drawn to it. There was a feeling in the air that a part of his fortune was tied to that Qianquan ruler. Yiwu always felt something was off about this Master Randang, fearing he was yet another deeply hidden old fox. What surprised him most was that this guy would actually appear here. The power of the heavenly Tao had pushed the person who profited the most from the Fengshen War, due to the falling treasure, to this critical moment. The previous farce, coupled with the current Master Randang, served as constant reminders to him. Trying to pull a fast one would not be easy. there were plenty of obstacles. The falling treasure was too heavy in the Fengshen war capable of influencing the entire battle's direction. This kind of treasure must not fall into Randang's hands. It would be best to snatch the Qinquan ruler along with it. Watching the Qinquan ruler about to collide with the falling treasure, a thought suddenly sprang into Yi Wu's mind. The Qinquan ruler is a good item. If combined with the 24 sea calming pearls, it could forcibly open up the 20. After the Fengshen ended, Master Randang betrayed the Chan sect and joined the Western sect, becoming the ancient Buddha Randang, relying on the power of the 24 heavens to attain the Tao. If senior brother Zhao obtains the Qinquan ruler and combines it with the sea calming pearls, perhaps he could also open up the 24 heavens and directly ascend to the realm of Hunyuan True Saint. Boom. The Qinquan ruler smashed down violently, colliding with the golden light produced by the falling treasure. But the expected commotion did not occur. Master Randang instead spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Blood sprayed from his mouth, his face turned pale, and he lost grip on the Qinquan ruler. The connection between him and the Qinquan ruler was abruptly severed, and his mind suffered a backlash. The ruler struck the falling treasure, softly falling straight down without any force. The layer of golden light on the falling treasure dimmed slightly. Master Randang came to his senses and immediately understood. This was the treasure's ability, capable of severing the ties between a treasure and its owner. Senior brother Gongming, now is the time. Act quickly. Yi Wu secretly transmitted, we must not miss this golden opportunity to strike a drowning dog. Senior brother, strike first, and act as if you just arrived. Hey! Zhao Gongming suddenly flashed from the shadows, the 24 sea calming pearls crashing down, without hesitation, towards the dazed Master Randang. Who dares to snatch my junior brother's fortune? How bold! Is he challenging the Jie sect? The momentum of the 24 sea calming pearls was akin to the collapse of 24. The space was being crushed and seemed ready to shatter at any moment. Master Randang's eyes widened. Sea calming pearls. Zhao Gongming. How did this guy appear? And when did he snatch Zhao Gongming's junior brother's fortune? Where did Zhao Gongming get a junior? Wait! Zhao Gongming's junior brother. A sudden thought flashed through Randang's mind, and his gaze involuntarily swept toward the Tai golden immortal who was reaching for the falling treasure. An absurd idea exploded in an instant. No, it can't be that kid, right? The one causing such a stir lately, the highly regarded Yi Wu. In the blink of an eye, Master Randang felt a chill of death beneath the 24 sea calming pearls. A single sea calming pearl is just an ordinary innate treasure, but when 24 are combined, they become a set of top-tier innate treasures. Their grade is even higher than the Qinquan ruler in his hands. Moreover, at this moment, the connection between the Qinquan ruler and him had already been partially severed by the falling treasure, leaving it tenuous. Senior nephew Gongming. Misunderstanding. I am your Master Randang. Master Randang shouted anxiously, it's all a misunderstanding. Quickly retract your powers. He never expected to encounter such a farcical situation. Master Randang. All I see is a shameless scoundrel. Zhao Gongming was crazily smashing down the sea calming pearls, his eyes bloodshot furious, as if he had taken something, completely ignoring Randang's explanation. What a joke. If he really listened to your explanation, how would the subsequent act unfold? Ao Bing and the old hands like Yao Gongbua exchanged glances, understanding each other. As a big shot of the Jie sect, how could Zhao Gongming not recognize Master Randang? Impossible. Unless. They all lowered their heads, their hearts pounding like drums. They had already guessed Zhao Gongming's intentions. This matter was simply too outrageous. Ha, Master Randang. A scoundrel like you dares to impersonate my Master Randang. Yi Wu once again firmly contained the falling treasure, gripping it tightly in his palm. At this moment, the aura of the falling treasure had noticeably weakened, and its struggle was much less intense than before. Master Randang's Qinquan ruler indeed helped significantly. If it hadn't consumed a lot of the falling treasure's power, it would not have been so easy to completely suppress that copper coin. Yi Wu calculated in his heart that the peak innate treasure, the falling treasure, truly had its ways. Each use required burning a certain special power. When the Qinquan ruler fell earlier, the copper coin had used its own essence, which was why it had weakened so much. Thinking of this, he felt a bit more gratitude towards Master Randang. This person was truly considerate. This guy is so audacious, daring to impersonate the deputy head of the Chan sect. Senior brother Gongming, take him down and send him to Kunlun Yushu Palace to be dealt with by second master. Yi Wu's words were both harsh and resolute, making Master Randang's eyes turn red with anger. As the deputy head of the Chan sect, if Zhao Gongming captured him and sent him to Kunlun Yushu Palace, how would he face others afterward? Although Master Randang didn't care much about face, this was too humiliating. Zhao Gongming, who was fiercely fighting, nearly laughed out loud. His junior brother was quite devious. However, he was quite pleased. Yao Gongbua and Baida trembled even more. If the deputy head was dealt with like this, what were the master is formidable. Ao Bing shouted frantically in his heart, but he was also a bit worried that offending the deputy head of the Chan sect too much would lead to trouble later. Master Randang was just urging his power to withstand the pressure of the sea calming pearls, anxiously trying to summon the Qinquan ruler back, when he saw Yi Wu fling out a formation map. It looked somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the extermination of a mortal's formation map. It really is the extermination of a mortal's formation map. As soon as the formation map appeared, it rushed straight towards the Qinquan ruler, causing Master Randang to panic. I truly am your Master Randang. The Qinquan ruler is his property for future Dao attainment, and he must not lose it. You claim to be Master Randang. What proof do you have? I could also claim to be Randang. Yiwu said dismissively, continuing. The three sects were originally one. If you were truly Master Randang, how could you possibly snatch from your junior? In front of everyone, he wielded the jade, clear, celestial method. Look, am I not more like a person of the Chan sect than you? Do you still dare to say you are the deputy head? The aura of the jade, clear, celestial method was so dense it could not dissipate, leaving Master Randang momentarily dumbfounded. At this moment, Master Randang's mind had not yet recovered, but Yi Wu was far from idle. The extermination of a mortal's formation map spread out extremely quickly, like a giant mouth, directly swallowing the Qinquan ruler. The ruler was struggling fiercely inside. Clearly the falling treasure had not completely severed its connection with Randang. It's still a bit lacking. Yi Wu understood that without anyone managing the falling treasure, relying solely on the spiritual treasure's own power, it would be somewhat lacking. But there was only that slight connection left. It wouldn't turn the tide. The Qinquan ruler must be retained. As for it being Master Randang's item, who saw it? Master Randang had never shown this ruler before. Yi Wu remembered clearly that throughout the Fengshen, the Qinquan ruler had only shown itself, once being hidden thoroughly by Randang. Without hesitation, he threw the innate water and fire gourd and the purple lightning hammer into the formation map. As the gourd opened, the water and fire qilin surged out one after another, bringing overwhelming water and fire force down upon them. The purple lightning hammer shattered the void, and purple lightning struck the Qinquan ruler, breaking apart the power within. As the extermination of a mortal's formation map was collected, it formed its own world inside, and no one outside could see what was happening. Master Randang spat out another mouthful of blood. The confusion on his face faded away, leaving only ferocity. What a thief, daring to steal my Qinquan ruler. You're seeking death. He was infuriated and finally realized that Zhao Gongming was clearly toying with him. Yi Wu had just entered, and it would be understandable for him not to recognize him. But Zhao Gongming, being a major figure of the Jie sect, how could he fail to recognize him? The earlier pretentious dialogue was clearly an act deliberately staged to not expose him, but instead to take the opportunity to trick him. Ultimately, it was still to retaliate against him for snatching the falling treasure from Yi Wu. Fine. Zhao Gongming, Yi Wu, if you want to play, then I shall not hold back. Let's see it through to the end. Master Randang swiftly summoned a lamp. The lamp burned with grayish-brown flames, dim and mysterious, as if it could lead straight to the underworld. The Qinquan ruler was too important to him. He must not lose it. Holding the palace lamp, Master Randang blew toward the wick. The ghostly fire suddenly surged up, heading straight for Zhao Gongming. After stabilizing himself, Yi Wu focused on the spiritual coffin palace lamp in his hand. One of the four innate lamps, the spiritual coffin palace lamp. Yi Wu took a deep breath. This kind of innate treasure, is it something someone like you can possess? Without needing to ask, it was definitely stolen. This treasure is born of heaven and earth. It is destined to be mine. This phrase sounded familiar. Just a moment ago, Taoist Randang had uttered the exact same words, attempting to snatch the falling treasure coin. Karma comes swiftly. Yi Wu fixed his gaze on the lamp, his eyes filled with determination. The four innate spiritual lamps, each possessing extraordinary effects, had long been the object of his envy. Since Taoist Randang had delivered himself to his doorstep, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Zhao Gongming laughed loudly beside him. Junior brother is absolutely right. Such a counterfeit should be dealt with directly to uphold justice. He waved his hand, sending the Dinghai Shinju flying. The nether fire scattered in all directions, sparks flying everywhere. Since junior brother has set his sights on this lamp, I, your senior brother, shall help you seize it. Zhao Gongming said, taking a deep breath. His mana surged wildly into the Dinghai Shinju, his aura instantly reaching its peak. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test the mettle of this vice master of the Chan sect. After all, Taoist Randang had once been one of the 3,000 guests of the mortal realm with considerable fame. Ao Bing and Yao Gongbua, who stood by, were utterly astounded. This was not a fight, it was clearly a one-sided massacre. Senior brother Gongming is indeed formidable. Yi Wu nodded in agreement. It should be no problem to take down that old man Randang. This was his first time witnessing the strength of this outer sect senior brother. Clearly he had started training many years later than Taoist Randang, yet, with a treasured artifact in hand, he was able to suppress and beat the seasoned De Luo Jinxian. With a roll of the Zhuxian array diagram, the remaining nether fire was instantly extinguished by the sword energy. Not even a spark was left for Yi Wu. Yi Wu casually tossed it into the innate chaos gourd. The Zhou Tian star tree rooted in the gourd shook gently, its branches wrapping around the Qinquan ruler tightly. The ruler struggled violently, but could not break free. In Yi Wu's other hand, the falling treasure coin was still trembling, trying to escape. Unfortunately, its momentum was fading. Falling treasure coin, oh falling treasure coin. Yi Wu looked down at it. You are destined to follow me in this life, so stop struggling. No matter how you thrash about it will be useless. Mana surged like a tide, washing over it time and again. The falling treasure coin trembled more violently, finally, emitting a soft sound. It had finally recognized its master. Yi Wu held it tightly in his palm, a smile creeping onto his lips. Did Taoist Randang appear, just to prevent the falling treasure coin from falling into my hands. He looked around, calculating in his heart. Regardless of the small or large forces, since it is in my possession, it cannot fly away again. He looked down at the falling treasure coin in his palm, grinning with satisfaction. This trip to Wui Mountain was worth it. Not only had he acquired this crucial treasure, but he had also scored a Qinquan ruler for free. Zhao Gongming felt a great weight lift from his heart, an indescribable sense of relief washing over him. After Yi Wu took those two treasures, he felt an invisible restraint on him completely shatter, as if he had unloaded a 1,000-pound burden. The ominous energy that had originally shrouded his fate seemed to dissipate entirely. At the same time, Taoist Randang's face turned pale, as if something had violently tugged at his chest. A wave of indescribable loss surged from the depths of his primordial spirit, as if the most important thing in his life had been forcefully taken away. Zhao Gongming on this side clearly felt a shackle in the air shatter at the moment. Yi Wu fully controlled the Qinquan ruler and the falling treasure coin. His whole being felt indescribably relaxed. His spiritual platform became exceptionally clear, as if he had swallowed a 9-transformation, great rejuvenation pill. The thrill was beyond description. Zhao Gongming immediately understood that this must be related to the falling treasure coin and the Qinquan ruler. The Qinquan ruler was Taoist Randang's treasured artifact, and the falling treasure coin seemed to have some causal connection with him. Reflecting on this, Zhao Gongming intensified his offensive, pushing Taoist Randang back step by step. Taoist Randang could not comprehend how Zhao Gongming seemed to suddenly transform into a different person, especially those red eyes, as if they had suffered a great injustice. But the problem was, it was clearly Taoist Randang who was being wrong now. This once top-tier Deluo Jin Xian was being beaten to a pulp, clearly at a disadvantage. The Lingzhou Palace lantern was powerful, but the combined might of the 24 Dinghai Shinju was evidently more formidable. "Senior brother, let me lend a hand." Once Yi Wu finished dealing with the Qinquan ruler and the falling treasure coin, he immediately freed up his hands. "I want to see just how capable this counterfeit is." Daring to impersonate the vice master of the Holy Tao. "I am the genuine Taoist Randang, the true vice master of the Chan sect." Taoist Randang could not help but shout, feeling incredibly frustrated. "What must I do for you to believe me?" "It's simple, just prove that you are indeed Master Randang." Yi Wu smiled slightly. "If you can't provide evidence, don't blame me for being impolite." The real Master Randang would never shamelessly take the belongings of his juniors. Taoist Randang was so stifled by Yi Wu's sarcastic words that he nearly choked. He truly had no retort. But how could he prove that he was himself? Where could he find evidence? In truth, when Taoist Randang revealed the Lingzhou Palace lantern, the word counterfeit had nothing to do with him. All the great figures of the primordial era knew well that the Lingzhou Palace lantern was Taoist Randang's lifebound treasure, and it was impossible for anyone to steal it. Yet Yi Wu stubbornly refused to acknowledge this, and Zhao Gongming played dumb, directly treating the evidence as if it did not exist. The Zhuxian array diagram suddenly flew from Yi Wu's body, enveloping Taoist Randang, with a virtual Zhuxian sword array appearing in midair. For streams of sword energy shot up to the sky, solidifying into the Zhuxian sword shadow, and struck down towards Taoist Randang. "Today I shall clear the way for Master Randang and eliminate you, the counterfeit. I will take you before Master Randang to bow and confess." Taoist Randang was so furious that blood poured from his mouth, his insides twisting in pain. It was intentional. Yi Wu was clearly doing this on purpose, aimed at avenging previous grievances and deliberately making him look foolish. Ao Bing and Yao Gongbo were so frightened that they shrank their necks. Yi Wu's move was too vicious, practically pushing someone to their death, while making them feel humiliated to the point of spitting blood. With the Zhuxian array diagram joining in, Taoist Randang's situation became even more precarious. A moment of inattention could lead to him being grazed by the sword energy of the 4 Zhuxian swords. He also had to constantly keep an eye on the Dinghai Shinju above him, fearing it would come crashing down. Yi Wu, being a cunning player, secretly transmitted sound to Zhao Gongming, coordinating with him to occasionally use the Zhuxian sword intent to greet Taoist Randang. "A ready target delivered to my door, just the opportunity one need to practice my Zhuxian sword intent and improve my proficiency." Proficiency in such matters needs to be practiced, otherwise its power cannot be raised. Yi Wu's gaze flickered as he chatted and laughed, urging the Zhuxian sword intent, secretly launching a barrage that made Taoist Randang scream in distress. His Taoist robe was tattered and wore not a single part intact, lacking any semblance of the grandeur of a vice master of the Holy Tao. He looked like a destitute old Taoist who had just stumbled out of a poor mountain valley. While Taoist Randang was in a dire state, Yi Wu's situation was entirely different. The proficiency of his Zhuxian sword intent skyrocketed, bringing a grin to Yi Wu's face. It was exhilarating. Ever since he comprehended the Zhuxian sword intent, he had never used it so freely. Every bit of proficiency gained meant a surge in sword intent power. Within the Zhuxian array diagram, the position corresponding to the Zhuxian sword was also climbing in compatibility. He must thank Master Randang later. This one truly knew how to sacrifice for others. When he returned, he would definitely set up an altar for him and offer daily prayers. "You are a crafty one, Yi Wu. How dare you use me as a whetstone?" Taoist Randang was not a fool. He naturally saw through Yi Wu's intentions, his anger almost causing him to explode. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Today you have mistreated me, so I will definitely go to Jiejiao Island and seek an explanation from the Tongtian Saint. Taoist Ran Deng was in a wretched state. He had lost the Qinquan ruler, and the Dinghai Shinju and Zhuxian array diagram took turns attacking, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. He was also puzzled. How could Yi Wu, clearly just a Tai Jin Xian, be so powerful even with the support of the Zhuxian sword intent? It shouldn't be to such an extent. Yet somehow he could injure him, a fully realized the Luo Jin Xian. This was unbelievable. Junior brother, isn't it about time? Zhao Gongming looked at Taoist Ran Deng's miserable state, feeling a bit of sympathy in his heart. If this continues, he really might be ruined. At that point, we won't have any explanations for second master and our teacher. After all, this one before them was not a counterfeit, but the real Taoist Ran Deng. All right, the treasures are secured, and my anger is soothed. We must leave some face for the master. Yi Wu withdrew his hands and turned to Taoist Ran Deng, wearing an expression of sudden realization. Actually, we would like to believe that you are indeed Master Ran Deng. However, the things you did previously were simply hard to trust. I am young and inexperienced, and if I have offended you, please do not take it to heart, master. But now I have thought of an idea that can prove you are indeed Master Ran Deng. Taoist Ran Deng's tattered garments made him furious, his teeth gritting. Having said everything he needed to, what else could he say? What idea? Speak quickly. He now just wanted to clear his name as soon. Master, you just need to swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao will testify. Who would dare say you are false? Yi Wu said slowly. I was just momentarily blinded by anger earlier, and I did not think of this. Taoist Ran Deng was stunned. The atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear their heartbeats. He suddenly felt that Yi Wu's words were deliberately meant to irritate him. Every word was like a knife stabbing right into his heart. Indeed, such a simple method, how had he not thought of it before? The Heavenly Tao witnesses, who would dare lie? Zhao Gongming nearly burst out laughing. Junior brother's plan was too malicious, clearly playing with Taoist Ran Deng. Yet somehow he found it quite gratifying. If this Taoist friend truly has a connection with Master Ran Deng, then what is the harm in swearing an oath to the Heavenly Tao? True gold is not afraid of being tested by fire. This principle should be understood. Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming were clearly collaborating to irritate him. Taoist Ran Deng was very aware of this, but he had no way to counter it. The two people opposite him, one holding 24 Dinghai Shinju, and the other secretly urging the Zhuxian array diagram, had already sealed off his escape route. If he dares to say a word of refusal or turns to run, he will undoubtedly be reduced to ashes in the next moment. By then there won't even be a place to cry for injustice. Yi Wu suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh my. This is truly a case of water flooding the Dragon King Temple. It turns out it really is Master Ran Deng." I said, who in the world would dare impersonate the deputy leader of our Chan sect? His exaggerated performance nearly caused Zhao Gongming and the others to burst into laughter. So fake, it's just too fake. It's my fault, all my fault. Yi Wu continued to shout, if Master had done this earlier, there wouldn't be any of these problems now. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have waited for the fallen treasure to be handed to me. I would have presented it directly with both hands. As your disciple, I apologize to you. If you are still angry, I can only go to Kunlun Mountain to seek forgiveness from the primordial supreme ancestor. Ran Deng Taoist suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had seen humiliation before, but never this level of humiliation. This was simply riding on his face and spitting. First they teamed up to beat him up, then they pushed all the blame onto him. How can one bully someone like this? The worst part was that if Yi Wu really went to Kunlun Mountain to seek forgiveness, Ran Deng Taoist's reputation would be completely ruined, and the entire Hongwang would laugh at him. At that point, he wouldn't even be able to act as the deputy leader of the Chan sect. It would be better for him to find a cave to hide away and not be seen at all. Don't blame your disciple for this matter. Master, I also have my faults. Ran Deng Taoist gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. It's all a misunderstanding caused by fate. He no longer dared to continue arguing. Originally, he was not completely in the right in this matter. Yi Wu's words were clearly meant to stir the waters. If it continued, the one who would be embarrassed would still be him. So now, does Yi Wu as your disciple need to return the Qianquan ruler to you? Ran Deng Taoist fixed his gaze firmly on Yi Wu. As a result, he saw Yi Wu with a confused expression frowning as he asked back, Qianquan ruler? What Qianquan ruler? When did I take anything from Master? Ran Deng Taoist was completely dumbfounded. The Qianquan ruler he had painstakingly cultivated was actually swallowed directly by Yi Wu using the exterminate immortals formation. Now this kid turned around and insisted he had never seen any ruler. Yi Wu, you wouldn't be trying to blackmail my Qianquan ruler, would you? Ran Deng was anxious, his beard nearly flying up to the sky. This ruler was vital to his future Tao, or it absolutely could not just vanish like this. Disciple, don't joke with Master. I admit my defeat, alright. Saying this, he had already lowered his stance to the ground. Zhao Gongming watched in astonishment, silently giving Yi. This kid is truly ruthless. Beating up Ran Deng wasn't enough, he also wanted to swallow his magical treasure. His audacity knew no bounds. However, Master Ran Deng, although you have lived a long life, you can't just speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. When did my junior brother ever steal your innate spiritual treasure? Zhao Gongming said sarcastically. Innate spiritual treasures come from opportunities and fortunes. Everyone knows that cutting off someone else's path is equivalent to cutting off their life. Although master, you have done this before, you can't apply your own standards to others and think my junior brother is the same as you. This was said with remarkable eloquence, and Yi Wu secretly praised it. Zhao Gongming's cooperation was simply Ao Bing, and the others immediately shook their heads vigorously, each insisting they had not seen Yi Wu snatch the Qiankuan ruler. They were joking. Their own lord and two senior brothers had already stated their position. Would they dare to sing a different tune? They still had to see people when they went back. Master, you see, everyone is saying this didn't happen. One or two people may lie, but if everyone lies together, that just doesn't make sense. Yi Wu looked sincere, his expression as earnest as could be, and even pointed at his own head. If master doesn't have a good memory, I have some connections with senior brother Xuandu, and can go to the Grand Supreme Master to request a golden core to supplement you. Randang Daoist was completely dazed. Was this kid implying he had a problem with his memory? You all. Good senior brother Tongtian truly has taught a group of good disciples. Randang was so angry he laughed. He had realized that Yi Wu was determined to swallow the Qiankuan ruler that had been taken away. Those so-called witnesses were all from the Jie sect. How could they possibly tell the truth? Glancing around, Randang knew that wanting to retrieve the Qiankuan ruler was basically hopeless now. After all, his fists weren't strong enough. The attitudes of Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming clearly indicated they were determined to take his Qiankuan ruler. They were even willing to turn black into white no matter the cost. With a darkened face, Randang Daoist transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. He understood that continuing to drag this out was futile. The Qiankuan ruler was destined to be unrecoverable. It would be better to retreat first and think of another way later. Ao Bing and the others were still frozen in place, feeling as if they were dreaming. Just like that, they swallowed an innate spiritual treasure. This was too outrageous. Yao Gonghua and Bai, both Jie sect immortals, were even more shocked than Ao Bing. They, as Jie sect disciples, had always felt oppressed by the Chan sect, counting the times they had managed to beat their opponents on their fingers. But today, a deputy leader of the Chan sect actually suffered such a huge setback at their hands. This was unprecedented. They had never even dared to think about it before. Junior brother, is it really okay for us to do this? What if this gets back to the master? No one can cover for us. Zhao Gongming regained his senses, feeling anxious, especially with the second senior uncle. We have no way to explain it. For a moment it felt good to vent, but trouble will come knocking later. The more Zhao Gongming thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He knew just how protective that group of Chan sect people could be. Yi Wu smiled, lightly, looking relaxed. Senior brother Gongming, don't worry. The Chan sect absolutely won't come looking for trouble over this matter. Even if the second senior uncle wanted to intervene, he wouldn't be able to lower his face. After all, from beginning to end, this matter was entirely Randang's fault. An elder came to bully a junior only to be beaten back. How could he have the face to go back and complain? If this were to spread, the entire Chan sect would lose face. The primordial supreme ancestor may be protective, but he also loved to bully the weak. However, in this case, he would have to save face. After finishing, Yi Wu casually pulled out the Qiankuan ruler and directly tossed it to Zhao Gongming. Senior brother Gongming, this treasure belongs to you. Consider it my hardship fee for coming out this time. This. Zhao Gongming hurriedly caught the Qiankuan ruler, completely stunned. He never expected his junior brother to be so generous, casually tossing him a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This reward was exceedingly heavy. Junior brother, this is indeed a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, Qiankuan ruler. In terms of value, it cannot be compared to ordinary things. Ao Bing and Yao Gongba's eyes nearly popped out, each bubbling with envy, and their faces twisted. That was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. If it fell into their hands, wouldn't their combat power soar to unimaginable heights? Senior brother, don't push it away. If you weren't here, forget the Qiankuan ruler. The fallen treasure might have long been taken by that old man Randang. Moreover, being able to get this Qiankuan ruler, senior brother, you deserve the credit. Yi Wu waved his hand, showing no interest in the Qiankuan ruler at all. It's just a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The things he holds in his hands start from top-grade, innate treasures, and he has several supreme-grade ones. Although the Qiankuan ruler is not bad, it truly doesn't stir much of a desire in him. Besides, I noticed that the 24C stabilizing pearls of senior brother Gongming seem to have an indescribable connection with this Qiankuan ruler. Yi Wu spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of something else. Randang, that old man, obtained the 24C stabilizing pearls. He then combined them with the Qiankuan ruler to forcibly create 24 heavenly worlds, stepping into the position of the ancient Buddha of the future. So why couldn't Zhao Gongming do the same? There was no reason for it. If senior brother can comprehend the principles of these two items, perhaps he can make another leap and break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal level, achieving the position of a perfected saint. If senior brother truly can step into the level of a perfected saint, then wouldn't I walk more confidently in Hongguang? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of excitement in his heart, as if a string had been plucked, itching unbearable. His expression changed slightly, and he finally said solemnly, since my junior brother has said so, then I will thicken my skin and accept this Qiankuan ruler. This time consider it a big favor I owe you, junior brother. In the future, if there's anything, just tell me. Even if it involves going to the heavens or the underworld, I will never frown. After all, the Qiankuan ruler is still an excellent spiritual treasure. In Honghuang, it could make those great powers fight like dogs, sparking a storm of bloodshed. This favor was too heavy. However, speaking of which, when I first saw this Qiankuan ruler, I did feel a bit of an unusual sensation, as if there was a thread of opportunity falling upon the ruler. In that case, when I return to the cave, I really need to ponder it carefully. Zhao Gongming accepted the Qiankuan ruler and imprinted his own mark upon it. An instinct told him that the chance for him to attain the perfected saint level was most likely tied to this ruler. After Yi Wu and the others had walked far away not long after the previously departed Ran Deng Daoist quietly returned. He fixed his gaze on the direction Yi Wu and his group had left, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Huffed, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his heart feeling as if it had been tightly grasped by an invisible hand, a tearing pain spreading throughout. That feeling was as if something that originally belonged to him had been forcibly severed from his life. Yi Wu, Zhao Gongming, this debt, I will remember. One day I will make you pay it back with interest. Ran Deng Daoist understood that the severed opportunity was most likely tied to the Qiankuan ruler. Thinking of this, his heart ached as if it had been gouged out by a knife. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Swish! Ran Deng Daoist suddenly raised his hand and pointed out. The junior Chao Bao bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to Senior Ran Deng. The two of them bent their waists in salute, occasionally sneaking glances at Ran Deng Daorin, their eyes filled with uncontainable fear. They had witnessed the battle just now with their own eyes. Although Ran Deng Daoren was defeated by the two celestial beings of the Jiejiao, it certainly did not mean he was easy to bully. They were merely minor heaven immortals, an insurmountable distance from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Ran Deng Daoren glanced at them and immediately saw through their origins. You were born from the place where the falling treasure money was nurtured, and there is an unbreakable causal connection between you and that treasure. He paused, his voice turning cold. You are indeed fortunate. Unfortunately, the falling treasure money has already fallen into someone else's hands. Chao Bao and Xiao Sheng exchanged glances, and without a word they knelt down and bowed their heads. We ask Senior Ran Deng to take charge for us, brothers. The falling treasure money was originally their brotherly companion. The two of them were nurtured together with that treasure, which was their confidence in later traversing the wilderness. Who would have thought that disaster would suddenly strike? The little disciple of the Jiejiao had come here, and without a word snatched the falling treasure money away. If it weren't for the quick wits of the two brothers, they would have been caught by the Dragon Clan's Golden Immortal. What they lost was likely far more than just the falling treasure money. They might even lose their lives. This was their birthplace, relying on their innate abilities, and with the cover of the terrain, they had not been discovered by Yi Wu. They had also not been noticed by those Jiejiao immortals. However, Ran Deng Daoren returned and yanked them out. Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng felt a deep sense of grievance. They had fallen into such a disaster for no reason, and to say they had no resentment would be deceiving. But who told them their fists were not strong enough? In this era, any opportunity or cause ultimately depends on who can fight better. As long as Senior Ran Deng is willing to help us, brothers, we are willing to serve you as cattle and horses without any second thoughts. Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng had just transformed and were not foolish. If Ran Deng Daoren suddenly pulled them out, there must be some calculations behind it. The other party was likely after two things: the falling treasure money and the lost Qiankuan ruler. Ran Deng wanted to use the causal connection between the brothers to reclaim those two treasures. Right now their lives were in the hands of others. If they did not behave, they would probably be summoned to the afterlife the next second. Alright, then make a vow to the heavenly Tao. Ran Deng Daoren spoke in a calm tone, noting that these two youngsters still had some value. If planned properly, relying on the causal connection between them and the falling treasure money, perhaps they could indeed retrieve that coin. Meanwhile, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly furrowed his brows. He observed the luck of the Jiejiao and discovered that the luck of his grand sect had changed unexpectedly. The saints of the great sect contended for the luck of the heavens and earth, and with the Jiejiao's development to this point, it was far more difficult to raise their luck than ascending to the heavens. Even to stabilize their current scale was challenging. Luck was always leaking out. Moreover, the Jiejiao lacked treasures that could stabilize their luck, causing the sect's luck to subtly diminish every day. While the four swords of Zuzhen and the Zuzhen formation were indeed powerful, they could not stabilize luck. To maintain the Jiejiao's luck, Tongtian Jiaozhu had to rely on his saintly body to withstand it, but that was not a long-term solution. However, now Tongtian Jiaozhu discovered something strange. What should have been gradually decreasing luck was actually stabilizing, as if something in the void was supporting it. Although it could not be completely locked down, the rate of loss had clearly slowed. What is going on here? Tongtian Jiaozhu was shocked. The stabilization of the sect's luck must be due to some treasured item, but where could such a treasure come from? Searching throughout the wilderness, there were only a few items that could stabilize luck, and all of them had owners. Not to mention, to stabilize the luck of the first saintly sect of the wilderness, it would need to be a top-grade, innate spirit treasure. Inside the Jiejiao main hall, Tongtian Jiaozhu's brows were tightly knitted. Inferior spirit treasures could not withstand the impact of the grand sect's luck, and would shatter in no time. He calculated with his fingers, running through all the top-grade, innate spirit treasures he could think of. It couldn't be those. Wait, could it be that brat Yi Wu? Suddenly Tongtian recalled that Yi Wu had just recently left Jinao Island with Zhao Gongming. The wilderness was vast and boundless. After obtaining the falling treasure money, Yiwu no longer felt anxious to return. He leisurely wandered around the wilderness. Having traversed since the time of the Wu and Yao calamity, he had never properly observed this world. It was a great opportunity to relax and loosen his tightly strung nerves. Meanwhile, he aimed to completely refine the falling treasure money. That copper coin appeared unremarkable, yet it was a crucial element in the Jiejiao's defeat during the Fengshen War. Since the item was in his possession, Yiwu would never allow history to repeat itself. As the refining deepened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. This falling treasure money possesses great power, but each use demands a hefty price. It was so steep that he fell silent for a long time, nearly wanting to discard it. This item was fundamentally unsuitable for him. The cost was too high and the damage was irreversible. Yiwu's previous speculation was correct. Using the falling treasure money indeed consumed a special kind of thing. That was the elusive luck. Money emphasized fair exchange. Falling treasure meant the treasure was given up in exchange, using luck to fell a magic treasure. No wonder in Fengshen, when Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng successively claimed Zhao Shixiang's magic treasures, they immediately perished. Having taken several innate spirit treasures with backgrounds nearly empty, their luck had long been drained. Surviving in such a situation would indeed be a miracle. Truly, this is a treasure birthed from the money path of innate origins. The consumption is astonishing, yet the returns after trading are equally staggering. Yiwu's mind raced. The flaws of the falling treasure money were evident. However, if used correctly, it could yield astonishing. Suddenly a thought sprang into Yiwu's mind, and his eyes brightened, his breathing quickening. The falling treasure money was indeed in his hands, but who said he had to use it himself? The magic treasure was his, but the user did not have to be himself. He could easily lend it out. Whoever used it would bear the cost, while he as the owner would reap the benefits. His gaze shifted to Yao Gongbua and Baida. The two Jiejiao disciples felt a chill run down their spines. After having fought with this fifth senior brother, they had thoroughly experienced what it meant to be ruthless and cunning. If it fell into his hands, they feared it would be a torment. Yiwu paid no mind to their small thoughts, retracting his gaze, and increasingly convinced that this path was feasible. After all, there were plenty of useless individuals in the Jiejiao who had been living off the fat of the land. They had enjoyed the benefits for years. Now it was time for them to contribute something for the Jiejiao. Even if they truly perished, they could ascend to the Fengshen list and enter the divine path, not truly ending their existence. At most, they would just change masters and continue to muddle through. Yiwu calculated this plan in his heart. If the falling treasure money could be put to good use, it would not have been a waste. In the Jiejiao, there were many scraps that could be repurposed like this. If each could be squeezed for all its value. Yiwu's eyes suddenly lit up at the prospect of immense benefits. However, this matter still had to pass through his teacher, Tongtian Jiaozhu. He needed to obtain the authority to deal with those who had committed offenses. Yet, thinking of his teacher's temperament, Yiwu understood that obtaining this authority would not be simple. He needed to consider this. Meanwhile, Ao Ling followed the instructions of Zhuan Ti Dao Run, leading the 8 parts heavenly dragons to quietly arrive at the West Sea. The army of the West Sea Dragon Palace was being pushed back, relentlessly unable to resist at all. Indeed, Ao Ling made it clear that he was going in hard, giving no face to the West Sea Dragon clan. This was the effect he desired. At this moment, within the West Sea Dragon Palace, Dragon King Ao Run and several of his sons were all gathered together. Each of them had a ghastly expression, looking extremely grim. They never expected that Ao Ling, the disgrace of the West Sea Dragon clan, would one day come knocking. Moreover, he had charged in and scattered their people, making them unable to fight back at all. The old grievances had not yet been settled, and new humiliations were added. Oh, Father truly values me, knowing I have returned, and putting on such a grand welcome. It truly takes me by surprise. Ao Ling strode in, a mocking smile on his face, completely disregarding the immortals in the Dragon Palace. The 8 parts heavenly dragons surrounded him, while the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals did not dare to approach, even trembling slightly. Though many of the 8 parts heavenly dragons were not pure-blooded true dragons, under the blessing of the Buddha's light, they fought fiercely. Any shrimp soldier or crab general that stood in their way was driven to flee in panic, clearly no match. The disparity was evident at a glance. Especially the Buddha's light, which carried a kind of sinister conversion effect, making those constantly exposed to it involuntarily wish to submit to the Western teachings. You wretch, how dare you return? Ao Run's face turned an alarming shade of pale, and upon hearing this, he was even more furious, his anger nearly bursting from his eyes. The cultivation of the Tai, golden immortal, erupted violently, forcefully, trying to block the Buddha's light with conversion effects. Ha ha, this West Sea has always been my home. What do I have to fear in returning? Ao Ling was enveloped in a brilliant Buddha's light, which even subtly emitted a scorching sensation akin to the wrath of a bright king. You just call me a wretch? I merely brought a few unfortunate clansmen to seek refuge with the Western teachings for a new path. Yet you, on the other hand, directly label me with such a hat. And what about you and a few uncles seeking refuge with the heavenly court, scrambling to serve that brat Yiwu as a lackey? What does that count as? Her voice suddenly rose in pitch. Shouldn't that also be called a wretch? Perhaps you are even less than a wretch. Father, could you clarify what a wretch is? Nonsense. The West Sea Dragon King shouted angrily, veins bulging on his face. Ao Ling smiled with a hint of mockery. What? Did I hit a sore spot? She narrowed her eyes and said, the Western Church is indeed a great and holy sect with 2 heavenly Tao saints stationed there. In terms of status and power, they far surpass the heavenly court by a significant margin. My dear father, are you looking down on the Western Church? Then I must invite the saints of guidance and Zhuan-Ti to have a word with. The Dragon King of the West Sea laughed in anger, but dared not continue to dwell on the topic. Who among the great powers of the primordial era did not understand the style of those 2 saints of the Western Church? If they truly had evidence against him, the West Sea Dragon clan would likely be uprooted. Ao Ling sighed inwardly. This old fox still had not fallen for the trap. As long as the Dragon King of the West Sea dares to utter a single curse, those 2 saints could immediately descend upon the West Sea Dragon Palace with rightful justification. At that moment, even the Eastern Saints and the Heavenly Court would find it impossible to raise a single objection. After so many years away, I thought the West Sea Dragon Palace would have made some progress. Ao Ling looked around, her tone laced with sarcasm. Yet the shrimp soldiers and crab generals under you remain as useless as ever, unable to withstand even one move from my 8 parts heavenly dragons. It's truly disappointing. Now does my father still believe that my joining the Western Church was a mistake? As her words fell, a burst of Buddha light suddenly surged from her body, clashing violently with the oppressive aura released by the Dragon King of the West Sea. Boom! The entire Dragon Palace trembled violently, and everyone present turned pale. Why you? The anger of the Dragon King of the West Sea froze on his face, replaced with shock, as if he had seen a ghost, a Tai Golden Immortal. You actually broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. The power of that Buddha light had evidently reached the level of a Tai Golden Immortal, which was precisely why it could clash head-on with the Dragon King of the West Sea. Although it was merely the early stage of a Tai Golden Immortal, it was still a Tai Golden Immortal. The dragon offspring of the West Sea Dragon Palace were all dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes vigorously, refusing to believe the scene before them. The brother whom they had always looked down upon, the one they mocked, ostracized, and trampled on, had now soared to new heights, leaving them far behind, unable to catch even a glimpse of his shadow. Indeed, a Tai Golden Immortal. Ao Ling's voice was calm, yet it pierced into the ears of everyone present like a knife. I am now also a Tai Golden Immortal, just like you, father. I wonder what my father is thinking right now. With every utterance of father, it was spoken with utmost politeness, yet each word struck the old face of the Dragon King of the West Sea like a slap. That face was nearly swollen from the blows. This son whom he had once looked down upon the most had now become the most successful among all his children. Ladies and gentlemen, Ao Ling turned her gaze to the members of the 8 parts heavenly dragons behind her. It's your turn. Let your old friends and acquaintances see what you have become today. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. All members of the 8 parts heavenly dragons revealed their true forms simultaneously, their dragon bodies twisting and turning, scales shimmering with golden light, their auras surging forth, multiplied many times over compared to before. That terrifying momentum transformed into waves of cultivation, sweeping madly in all directions from the West Sea Dragon Palace. What? A dragon recognized one of the dragons, a companion he had played in the mud with during childhood. That guy. He was just like me previously, a mixed blood dragon with cultivation, barely entering the celestial realm, but now he had already become a Xian immortal, and a mid-stage one at that. This comparison revealed a gap so vast it was shocking. Among the 8 parts heavenly dragons, there were far too many familiar dragons in the West Sea Dragon Palace. One after another they were recognized, causing an uproar in the entire Dragon Palace. Those dragons who had been their contemporaries, the highest cultivation among them, barely reached the Xian immortal stage. Yet the weakest among the 8 parts heavenly dragons had already approached the threshold of the top-tier celestial realm, just one step away from the Xian immortal stage. This difference was akin to comparing heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Even the princes of the West Sea Dragon Palace changed their expressions. The pride in their hearts began to waver for the first time. Who could remain indifferent to such achievements? Father, Ao Ling's voice rang out again. Are you satisfied with what I have shown you today? The Dragon King of the West Sea remained silent. He was quiet, yet the shock within him was surging like a tidal wave. Such a result he had never even dreamt of. Do the 2 saints of the Western Church truly possess such great abilities? But when he saw the fervent faith reflected in the eyes of those dragons from the 8 parts heavenly dragons, the kind of unwavering fervent belief, it was as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, and he jolted awake. Are these dragons still the same ones from before? Ao Ling swept her gaze around, her heart filled with cold disdain. Cultivating immortality, in essence, is merely about collecting the powers of the Tao into oneself, training one's own true heart. Yet now these fellows from the 8 parts heavenly dragons, their expressions, postures, and tone of speech were indistinguishable from fervent believers of the Western Church. Each of them had entrusted their lives to the Western Church, forgetting who they even were. What does it matter if their cultivation is high? What difference is there to a puppet? This old man, seeing so many shocking scenes, still refuses to relent. Ao Ling outwardly presented an arrogant demeanor, with golden lights swirling at her fingertips, yet her eyes remained as calm as ice. She was secretly observing the reactions of every dragon in the palace. This return was not merely for a moment of satisfaction, nor was it simply to settle scores. The task entrusted by Zhuan-Ti was of utmost importance. Striking at the West Sea Dragon clan was merely an appetizer. The true objective was to make the entire West Sea Dragon clan genuinely yearn for the Western Church and ultimately submit willingly. What does severing ties matter? That is the most low-level form of revenge. What he desired was to take the entire West Sea Dragon clan with him, incorporating them into his 8 parts Heavenly Dragon's army. He wanted those of his kind who had once looked down upon him to kneel obediently at his feet, calling him Lord. Ao Ling knew it was time to reveal his final trump card. He needed to make the string in the heart of the Dragon King of the West Sea snap completely. Dear father, did you think this was the end? A playful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. You are gravely mistaken. Today I, Ao Ling, will let my father and my siblings see with their own eyes, after joining the Western Church, just how far I have come. Before her words could finish, Ao Ling directly revealed her true dragon form in front of everyone. The golden light exploded and the dragon's might enveloped the entire palace, shaking it with a buzzing sound. The Dragon King of the West Sea and all the dragons were frozen in place, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. A pure-blood true dragon. The Dragon King's eldest son, Mo Ong, took a deep breath, his voice changing pitch. How did you manage that? A mixed blood could actually transform into a pure blood. Compared to Ao Ling breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the shock of transforming from mixed blood to pure blood was even more terrifying. Since the calamity of the Dragon Han, the Dragon Clan's treasure, the Dragon Transformation Pool, had been shattered, and no mixed blood dragon had been able to transform into a pure blood true dragon ever since. Only pure blood true dragons, when combined with other pure blood true dragons, could give birth to pure blood offspring. This was also the fundamental reason why the Dragon Clan had been declining since the calamity of the Dragon Han. Without a continuous emergence of pure-blood true dragons, talents naturally became increasingly scarce. Yet now the changes in Ao Ling shattered that ironclad rule into pieces. The Dragon King of the West Sea and all the dragons held their breath, their gazes fixed on Ao Ling, as if trying to... This was a matter of great consequence for the entire Dragon Clan. This one straw crushed the last line of defense of the Dragon King of the West Sea into dust. It completely collapsed. Ao Ling glanced at the surrounding dragons, watching their expressions shift from fear and anger to shock and envy, feeling immensely satisfied. He had waited far too long for this day. He was the 5th son of the Dragon King of the West Sea, yet his mother was not a pure-blood true dragon. Thus from the day he was born he had been a mixed blood. In a clan where bloodlines were valued above life itself, his situation was easily imagined. Many dragons didn't even know that the Dragon King of the West Sea had 4 sons, completely unaware that there was a 5th dragon. From a young age, Ao Ling had never been treated well by his siblings. Especially after his mother died, all the dark feelings within him were triggered. He vowed to make the West Sea Dragon clan pay the price. Later he ran away. By a stroke of fate he encountered the Heavenly Tao Saint of the Western Church, Zhuan Ti Dao. Upon seeing him, Zhuan Ti Daoren said, "You have a connection with the Western Church." Not only did he teach him the marvelous methods of the Western Paradise, but he also personally lectured him, patting his chest and assuring him, "If you join the Western Church, I will grant you a Bodhisattva position." Becoming a golden immortal would no longer be a dream, and he might even reach the threshold of the Great Luo. Having been bullied in the West Sea since childhood, suddenly encountering a lofty Heavenly Tao Saint who treated him with such sincerity, how could he possibly not feel grateful? Thus, disregarding the objections of his parents and siblings, he resolutely joined the Western Church. Even more ruthlessly, to repay the kindness of Zhuan Ti Daoren, he brought many pure-blood and mixed-blood dragons to join as well. In the Western Church, there was thus established an organization called the 8 Parts Heavenly Dragons. This was an everlasting disgrace for the West Sea Dragon clan. But today, whether this disgrace could still be called a disgrace was uncertain. Ao Ling, perhaps we can sit down and have a good talk. The Dragon King of the West Sea spoke, his voice hoarse. The rejection in his heart was gradually shattering. In a corner of the West Sea Dragon Palace, a dragon's eye sparkled. He held a piece of jade stone in his hand, silently recording everything that was happening in the Dragon Palace. On Mount Shumi, Zhuan Ti Daoren suddenly felt something, and the scene of the West Sea Dragon Palace immediately appeared before his eyes, causing him to smile. That little Ao Ling has indeed not disappointed me. It won't be long before the West Sea Dragon clan is in the bag. The existence of the 8 Parts Heavenly Dragons completed certain doctrines of the Western Church, making them more complete. If they could bring the entire West Sea Dragon clan over in one go, just how far could the 8 Parts Heavenly Dragons grow? It was unimaginable. However, just as the smile on Jia Daoren's face began to appear, it was quickly suppressed. This time, as long as nothing went wrong, the Western Church would be able to swallow a quarter of the Dragon clan's fortune, binding it completely. Shitty, the matter isn't settled yet, so don't get too carried away. If something unexpected happens, it will be too late to cry. Jia Daoren's face darkened, and the power of the saints spread out instantly, forcefully, crushing a certain causal thread that was faintly emerging in the heavenly secrets. Being cautious is never a mistake. This way, even if the heavenly saints from the east sense something, they won't be able to deduce the reason for a while. By the time they react, the West Sea Dragon clan will already belong to our Western sect. Master, this move was beautifully executed by your junior Imminent. The two exchanged a smile, finally releasing the tension that had been building in their chests. This time the Eastern Saints must take a hard fall. The Western sect should have its own dragon clan. The outlet to the wilds must also have their share. As the guiding sage just stirred the heavenly secrets, several heavenly saints sensed it almost simultaneously. Calculating with his fingers, he found that the layer of fog could not be torn apart in the short term, and thus he lost the will to exert more effort. Such matters had been dealt with many times by the two saints of the Western sect, and everyone was almost numb to it. These two shameless beings, could they possibly be plotting against Yi Wu again? The Master of Heaven squinted his eyes, not backing off like the other saints. Instead, he began to slowly unravel the threads. He wanted to see what these two were really up to. His intuition told him that the sudden move by the guiding sage had a lot to do with his little disciple. By the jade pool, Hao Yin was watching the fairies dance with the Queen Mother when suddenly he frowned. What are those two saints from the Western sect up to? What are they stirring the heavenly secrets for out of the blue? As a quasi-saint stationed in the heavenly court, Hao Yin had an exceptionally keen sensitivity to heavenly secrets. The little movements of the guiding sage could not escape his notice. Those two senior brothers are not idle people. They must have some ulterior motives. Hao Yin attempted to deduce the situation, but found that he could not calculate anything. The layer of fog was too thick, completely obstructing his line of sight. He was not surprised. Since the guiding sage had taken matters into his own hands, it would be a miracle if he, as a quasi-saint, could easily deduce the heavenly secrets. Your Majesty, is something the matter? The Queen Mother, who had been beside Hao Yin, noticed his unusual expression and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hao Yin waved his hand, his expression relaxed. It's nothing, those two from the west are just stirring up some minor antics. However, I have no sense of anything here. It's the Eastern saints who should be worried. With that, he waved his hand. Continue the music, continue the dance. The East Sea Dragon Palace had been lively lately, with Ao Guang hosting banquets for his subordinates every few days. Come, continue playing the music, continue dancing. The old Dragon King held up his wine cup, his face flushed. His third son Ao Bing had become the mount of the immortal Yi Wu from the Jie sect. On the surface he was just a mount, but in reality his status was not low at all, and he was relying on the Jie sect's large influence. Thanks to this connection, the East Sea Dragon clan finally escaped the days of being extorted by the Jie sect disciples, able to breathe a sigh of relief. The Four Seas Dragon clan had entered the heavenly court and obtained their official positions. On the surface it seemed like they were dependent on others, but they had been placed under the command of the Emperor Zhui, standing tall, with great pride, completely unlike the lowly image others imagined. All these good fortunes allowed Ao Guang to be cheerful for several years. Even the heavy stone weighing on his heart had finally been lifted. Those fools outside understand nothing. Our dragon clan entering the heavenly court is because of Haoshan's position. Wrong. It is because of the face of the Emperor Zhui. That is the Emperor Zhui of the Jie sect. Ao Guang understood the intricacies of the situation clearly. The title of the Emperor Zhui of the North Pole of the Celestial Court was merely a facade, but he was fundamentally a member of the Jie sect. The means of this emperor, while seemingly ordinary on the surface, appears to rely solely on the backing of the Master of Heaven, being treated as a second-generation immortal. But in reality that is not the case at all. His methods likely exceed everyone's imagination. That second-generation facade is merely a show for others. Following immortal Yi Wu, our dragon clan will eventually rise again. Even if it cannot compare to the grandeur of the ancient wilds, at least it can escape this awkward situation of being neither here nor there, truly gaining autonomy. Ao Guang had high hopes. He saw an opportunity for the Dragon Clan to turn the tide in Yi Wu. Since the Jie sect moved to the East Sea, it was the first time the old Dragon King had seen the Master of Heaven value his disciple so highly. Not only did he grant protective talismans of the extermination of immortals, but also took the 4 extermination swords to the western Mount Meru, defeating those 2 western saints and forcing them to bow and apologize. This kind of protective favoritism had never been heard of before. It also indicates Yi Wu's significant standing in the heart of that saint, a truly substantial support. The East Sea Dragon King was well aware. The Emperor Ziwei's strategy was exquisite. After the Dragon Clan ascended, just managing the rainfall and regulating the rivers and seas could accumulate merits. This business is quite profitable. However, the Dao becomes increasingly intricate over time, unlike in ancient times where any minor action could yield merit. Now, with more rules and constraints in place, one must put in effort to earn merit. However, it is advantageous in the long run with annual gains. These merits are just enough to alleviate the karmic tribulations and sins burdening the Dragon Clan. The path to becoming a saint is closed, but there is still a glimmer of hope for the Hunyuan quasi-saint. Based on the Emperor's foundation and talent, the position below a saint in the future will undoubtedly be his. With the upper clear saint protecting him, he is an exceptionally formidable character. The identity of the Emperor Ziwei and the power he will hold in the future Tisk, it is likely to soar to the heavens. Our Dragon Clan is the first to align with him. When the Emperor rises, our value will naturally increase. The East Sea Dragon King was calculating in his heart. This is called early investment. Movement. So soon. The Dragon King suddenly snapped back to reality, grabbing the jade talisman that was constantly vibrating. A hasty shout came from within. Dragon Lord. Something is wrong. The 5th prince of the West Sea Dragon Clan has brought the 8 parts of heavenly dragons from the Western sect. Pure blood true dragons. The West Sea people want to rebel against the 4 seas. Don't come over. Dragon Lord. Save me. The message cut off mid-sentence. Only a chilling scream echoed, reverberating within the Jade Talisman. Soon after, a brief scene emerged. Inside, the West Sea Dragon Palace was in chaos, and the cultivation level displayed by the 8 parts of heavenly dragons was simply outrageous. Then the image shattered. The East Sea Dragon King's face turned pale, and his breathing became heavy. What on earth is happening in the West Sea? He shook the Jade Talisman vigorously, trying to send messages inside. However, the other side remained silent. The Dragon King had a bad feeling the spies he had buried in the West Sea had likely already been compromised. His face was as grim as the bottom of a pot. Damn it. The Emperor Ziwei told Ao Bing to inform me to place a few watchmen in the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea to prevent any mishaps. I thought he was making a mountain out of a molehill, but I didn't expect. This slap was indeed loud. Something truly happened over at the West Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, it was a substantial disturbance right from the start. If not for the prior placement of spies, they would likely have been left in the dark until the situation escalated. The 5th son of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Ling, was certainly remembered by the East Sea Dragon King. This fellow was not just the joke of the West Sea Dragon clan. The entire 4 Seas Dragon clan shared in the embarrassment. Those tricked by Ao Ling were not only the impure bloodline dragons of the West Sea, other seas also had mixed blood dragons deceived, and even a few pure blood true dragons followed him as well. That Ao Ling is just a bastard. How could he easily become a Tai golden immortal in such a short time? The East Sea Dragon King felt a storm brewing within his heart. The time was simply too short. One must know that Ao Ling was the 5th son of the West Sea Dragon King, burdened with karmic tribulations and debts far heavier than ordinary dragons. Mixed blood dragons already faced significant challenges in cultivation, otherwise the East Sea Dragon King would not still be just a Tai golden immortal. But what was the outcome? Was the Western sect truly so fearsome in their methods? Could they really increase the cultivation speed of dragons burdened with karmic tribulations? With the Western sect's 8 parts of heavenly dragons returning to their positions, the hidden lines in the West Sea Dragon Palace sent back news that the West Sea Dragon clan was about to rebel. A sudden flash of insight struck the East Sea Dragon King, and he abruptly stopped his rambling, realizing this is bad. A major incident is about to occur. Everyone retreat. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals below had not yet reacted when the East Sea Dragon King split the water curtain and rushed straight towards Golden Eel Island. However, upon arrival, he was informed that Yi Wu had just left on his mount. The Emperor is not on the island. The East Sea Dragon King hurriedly contacted Ao Bing to relay the situation and instructed him to immediately report to Emperor Ziwei. As for seeking an audience with the Master of Heaven, Ao Guang didn't dare to even think about it. He had no such qualifications. Could a mere Dragon King casually meet a saint? Afterwards, Ao Guang flew without touching the ground to report this to the Heavenly Emperor Haoyan. The 4 Seas Dragon clan was responsible for controlling clouds and rain, managing the rivers of the world. If one sea were to be lost, it would not only harm the Dragon clan, but the Heavenly Court's fortune would also diminish, and the Emperor Ziwei's authority would be affected. As for the South Sea Dragon King and the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang did not dare to make contact, fearing that news might leak. What about the South Sea and North Sea? Were they also in trouble? Or were they on the verge of having issues? He had not detected any movements from his spies. The East Sea Dragon King felt a chill in his heart. This was going to lead to the destruction of their dragon clan. He cursed the West Sea Dragon King bitterly. If you want to die, no one will stop you, but don't drag the entire dragon clan down with you. The Dragon King's frown deepened. What exactly did Ao Ling do to stir up unrest in the West Sea? He couldn't figure it out at the moment. However, the problem was that once this matter was confirmed, the entire dragon clan would suffer. This was no longer a simple family. Once the Western sect got involved, the nature of the situation had completely changed, escalating to a battle for fortune between the major saints. Those bald monks were clearly trying to extend their reach into the territory of the Eastern Immortals, seeking to seize their foundation. The 4 Seas Dragon clan had early on chosen to align with the Heavenly Court, betting on the Emperor Ziwei. Want to turn back now? It's too late. Throughout history, there has never been a good outcome for those who try to sit on the fence. Fence-sitters have always met with dire ends. Which power can tolerate those who eat from both sides? The temper of that Lord of the Heavenly Court and the means of Emperor Ziwei are beyond what the 4 Seas Dragon clan can withstand. The price is simply too high to bear. Though the Western sect is a major saint faction, does Haoyan and Emperor Ziwei have no backing? This situation clearly smells fishy, as the Western sect is secretly stirring trouble, trying to drag the Dragon clan down. In the past, the Western sect enlightened a few dragon disciples, but at least they knew to restrain themselves and not go too far. But this time, the South Heavenly Gate is already in sight. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, bellowed, "Make way quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor." He showed no signs of slowing down and directly summoned his powers to charge forward. The guards at the Heavenly Gate turned pale with fear as they watched him crash through. "Your Majesty, this is bad." In the hall, Haoshan's eyelids jumped, and as his divine sense swept across, he saw Ao Guang madly rushing towards the Lingxiao treasure hall. "Your Majesty," Ao Guang shouted loudly, "the 8 parts heavenly dragons have descended. The Western Church has controlled the West Sea Dragon clan through unknown means, intending to make them rebel." Please your majesty save our dragon clan. Hao Qian gasped in shock. He suddenly stood up, his expression changed. Everyone stop. All of you retreat. Ao Bing was completely bewildered when he received his father's message. The West Sea Dragon clan is going to rebel. This is impossible. His mind was in chaos and he nearly lost his footing, almost falling from the sky. Stay calm in a crisis. Yi Wu quickly channeled a surge of energy to stabilize Ao Bing's body, preventing him from falling. Ao Bing, what happened? Sir, this is serious. Ao Bing was sweating profusely with anxiety. My father sent word that Ao Ling has brought the 8 parts heavenly dragons to the West Sea using dark sorcery to deceive the West Sea Dragon clan into betraying the great emperor and aligning with the Western Church to strengthen the 8 parts heavenly dragons. The 8 parts heavenly dragons. The West Sea Dragon clan is rebelling. The Western Church again. Yi Wu's mind couldn't process this information right away. Zhao Gongming, who was refining the Qinkuan ruler with closed eyes, suddenly opened them upon hearing this. Is this true? My father sent an urgent message. It shouldn't be false. Ao Bing's voice trembled. Zhao Gongming's face turned ashen and a chilling aura enveloped him as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Well, this is just splendid. The last time the Western Church targeted my junior disciple was one thing, but now they even dare to extend their hands to his divine authority. Do they think my Jiaozhu has no one left? He turned to Ao Bing and waved his hand. You go to the West Sea now. Oh, I want to see with my own eyes how those 8 parts heavenly dragons incite the West Sea Dragon clan to rebel. Those sea dragons were given a chance by my junior disciple to earn merits and cleanse their karmic debts through the positions granted by the heavenly court, yet this ungrateful bunch still wants to rebel. No matter the reason, they should be executed. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing immediately turned and rushed towards the West Sea without a second thought. However, Yi Wu called out to him, Wait, tell me about this Ao Ling. What is their background that they can lead the 8 parts heavenly dragons? He certainly knew what the 8 parts heavenly dragons were, was an organization specifically created by the Western Church to complete their doctrines. The leader of such an important department could not be just anyone. Ao Bing didn't delay and briefly recounted Ao Ling's background and experiences, but inside a storm was raging. The Ao Ling from before was not even his opponent, yet now they had already left him far behind. After listening, Yi Wu raised an eyebrow. A mixed blood dragon can reach this level? Interesting. It seems the Western Church is hiding more than anyone has guessed. I am becoming increasingly curious. Let's go to the West Sea Dragon Palace and see what those 8 parts heavenly dragons are up to. I want to know what methods they use to make the West Sea Dragon clan dare to betray me. When the last sentence was spoken, his tone suddenly turned cold, and the Imperial Majesty pressed down heavily, causing even the swiftly flying Ao Bing to shudder. Inside the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yin had already sorted out the entire situation. He looked at the fragmented images within the jade talisman, gripping his hands tightly, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. Very well. The Western Church and the West Sea Dragon clan, you dare to play this trick against me, huh? A mirror appeared out of thin air in Haoshan's hand. He swiped his right hand across the mirror's surface, and the originally blurry reflection immediately became clear. As Ao Guang leaned in to look, he saw the scenes from within the West Sea Dragon Palace. Hao Yin mirror. The name suddenly flashed in the mind of the Dragon King of the East Sea. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed by the Grandmaster Hanjun to Hao Yin, capable of seeing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, illuminating the vast world. However, the image in the Hao Yin mirror suddenly went dark after only a few breaths. Hao Yin fiddled with it for a long time, but could not bring forth any more scenes from within the mirror. The Dragon King of the East Sea shrank to the side, opting to remain silent. Speaking up now would only invite trouble. Haoshan's face was flushed as if he had just been slapped hard. There is interference from a saint's power. The Hao Yin mirror, being a supreme innate spiritual treasure, when used by a top-notch quasi-saint like him, could not hide anything outside of a saint's territory. But today something had gone wrong. Tai Bai. Haoshan's voice was heavy enough to drip water. Your Majesty, Tai Bai Jingxing quickly approached. Having followed Hao Yin for so long, he could tell that his master was about to explode with anger. Send a decree. Hao Yin initially intended to directly dispatch troops to the West Sea Dragon Palace, but the words caught in his throat. His nominal title, as the Emperor of the Primordial Chaos, yet he had no capable generals under his command. Send a decree to Emperor Ziwei, and have him investigate the West Sea Dragon Palace's situation. A streak of light descended along the connections of divine offices in the heavenly court, landing steadily in Yi Wu's hand. The Edict of the Heavenly Emperor. Thoroughly investigate the West Sea Dragon Palace. Looks like this Hao Yin can't sit still anymore. Yi Wu remarked, opening the decree and glancing at it with a smile, finding no surprise in Haoshan's reaction. Everything was within his expectations. That guy Hao Yin has worked tirelessly to tighten his grip on the power of the Heavenly Court. It took a lot of effort for him to finally bring the Four Seas Dragon clan under the Heavenly Court's control. Although the Four Seas Dragon clan is under your name, it is still considered an official divine position of the Heavenly Court. But now the Western Church wants to intercept midway and drag the West Sea Dragon clan to become part of the 8 parts Heavenly Dragons. Isn't this just digging at Haoshan's foundation and poking at his sore spot? If Hao Yin could endure this, that would be a miracle. Zhao Gongming's words pierced through the matter, directly hitting the root of the issue. If it weren't for the fact that there was truly no one available in the heavenly court, do you believe Hao Yin would have already sent heavenly soldiers to the West Sea to confront the Western Church? Now he can only rely on you, my junior disciple, to deal with the West Sea Dragon clan and the Western Church. Ao Bing, if you keep dawdling, by the time you arrive the soup will be cold. Before Ao Bing could react, Zhao Gongming directly tore apart the void of the primordial chaos, utilizing the power of the great Luo Golden Immortal to step across to hover above the West Sea. Let's go down and see what tricks the Western Church and the West Sea Dragon clan are playing. Deep in the West Sea, Ao Ling's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He never anticipated that a nail from the East Sea would penetrate his own territory. Although that hidden piece had been dealt with, one thing was undeniable. The East Sea must have sensed the disturbances in the West Sea. They didn't have much information, but it was enough to raise alarms. Ao Ling was uncertain about what the Dragon King of the East Sea would do next. Would they secretly send someone to make contact, or directly expose this matter to Hao Yin? The initiative was no longer in their hands. Have you all made up your minds? If this drags on, the worst-case scenario will truly arrive. At that time, even if you want to run, you won't be able to escape. Ao Ling urged them, anxiously feeling like ants on a hot pan. He knew better than anyone what he was doing. Who once exposed the heavenly court would surely be enraged, and he would be left with nothing. What was supposed to be a sure victory has unexpectedly produced such a complication. A chilling sense of crisis seemed to approach step by step, making him feel uneasy all over. The West Sea Dragon King was anxious but felt unsettled, not daring to make decisions hastily. Those two heavenly Dao saints from the Western Church had no lack of past offenses. They could blow their own horn with power, and the number of people they had deceived was countless. Even Zhen Yuanzi's old brother Hongyun Laozu had been completely taken down by them. Unless that saint personally promises me, the West Sea Dragon clan will immediately join the 8 parts heavenly dragons and obey the saint's commands. The West Sea Dragon King's attitude was clear. He wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. Ao Ling nearly choked and fainted from anger. He hated the Dragon King of the East Sea deeply. If it weren't for that guy placing spies in the West Sea Dragon Palace, how could such trouble arise? Old Dragon King of the West Sea, don't be so shameless. You expect the 2 heavenly Dao saints to personally give you promises. Do you think you are worthy? If the saints really come, be careful of losing your lifespan. A member of the 8 parts heavenly dragons coldly reprimanded, the Father King is not ungrateful, but this matter concerns the lives of our entire West Sea Dragon clan, and we cannot afford to be careless. After calming down from the initial excitement, the West Sea Dragon King gradually regained some clarity. He vaguely felt that this matter was likely more complicated than Ao Ling had said, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Especially after the spies planted by the Dragon King of the East Sea were exposed, his ominous premonition grew stronger. How could the saint's words be a joke? Ao Ling felt that the impending sense of crisis was intensifying so fiercely that even the relics he had cultivated began to tremble, as if desperately warning him. The West Sea Dragon King didn't say anything, but the expression on his old face had clearly revealed the answer to everyone. The promises from those 2 heavenly Dao saints of the Western Church had long been nothing but empty words. Whoever believed them would be in trouble. If they treated their empty promises as treasures, they would probably end up being sold and counting the money for others. He naturally had to be more cautious. You? Ao Ling opened his mouth, wanting to defend the Western Church, but the words got stuck in his throat. Bodhisattva, retreat quickly. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream erupted as a member of the 8 parts heavenly dragons had not even reached near before exploding into a mist of blood in midair. Even that relic was shattered into dust. The surrounding 8 parts heavenly dragons were filled with fear and hatred, yet none dared to charge forward. The overwhelming pressure coming from outside the Dragon Palace made their bones tremble. A chilling sensation surged from Ao Ling's feet all the way to the crown of his head. Oh, this place is quite lively. Even if I wasn't invited him here to join the fun. A teasing voice rang out, and the face of the West Sea Dragon King changed dramatically. Ao Ling stood frozen in place, a single thought racing through his mind. Too fast, isn't it? Emperor. The West Sea Dragon King trembled as he spoke, his tongue nearly tying itself in knots. He looked just like a thief. Yiwu led Zhao Gongming and others into the room, scanning the surroundings before finally locking eyes on the West Sea Dragon King. West Sea Dragon King, you truly have some audacity to dare betray me. Who gave you the courage? As his words fell, the overwhelming pressure belonging to the Ziwei Emperor erupted, crashing down heavily on the West Sea Dragon King's shoulder. Thud. With a pale face, the West Sea Dragon King collapsed to his knees. He felt as if he were facing not just a person, but the entire heavenly court pressing down on him, making it hard to even breathe. The surrounding dragon sons and grandsons were also trembling in fear, all kneeling down simultaneously. Yiwu, this is our West Sea Dragon clan's family matter. What business do you from the heavenly court have meddling in it? Ao Ling, stubborn as ever, raised his voice high, as if the louder he spoke would bolster his courage. Ao Ling scoffed and shot a disdainful glance at Yiwu, saying, what we the West Sea Dragon clan wish to do is our own business, if outsiders have no right to interfere. Ao Bing stared at his cousin with an inexplicable expression, unable to resist giving him a thumbs up. Harsh. Truly too harsh. Daring to confront his father like that, this kid must not even know how many strokes the character death has. Zhao Gongming leaned in with a playful expression, whispering to Yi Wu, "Junior brother, it seems you're indeed looked down upon. Such a newly ascended Tai Golden Immortal dares to act recklessly on your head." Yi Wu shook his head dismissively. Their vision is so limited, true dragons cannot emerge from such ignorance. Though he was a disciple of a sage, his mindset was still too narrow. As soon as these words left his mouth, Ao Ling's face darkened. "You seek death." Ao Ling shouted violently, his body radiating Buddhist light, blindingly golden. 8-part heavenly dragons empower me. In an instant his momentum surged, reaching the threshold of the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal. A terrifying shadow of a true dragon coalesced above his head, lunging fiercely at Yi Wu, mouth wide open, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. "Ao Ling, you are being reckless." Ao Bing shouted angrily and instinctively rushed forward, but was stopped by Zhao Gongming. "Don't get involved in this chaos. A small fish can't stir up any waves." At that moment the Taibai Jinxing had just arrived in the West Sea and happened upon this scene. "Ziwei Emperor, watch out." Ao Ling's eyes glinted with ferocity as he grinned menacingly at Yi Wu. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat the opponent. They were all Tai Golden Immortals. Who was superior? Besides, he had the power of the 8-part heavenly dragons backing him. Yi Wu glanced at the true dragon shadow charging at him and casually pointed. The intent of the extermination sword erupted instantly. The chilling killing intent exploded, enveloping the entire West Sea Dragon Palace in this terrifying aura. The beings in the Dragon Palace felt as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, shivering in fear. "Kill." Yi Wu uttered a single word, his expression completely calm, as if he were squashing an ant. "What?" Ao Ling's heart tightened. Suddenly a wave of icy death aura washing over him. Even the relic inside him seemed to freeze. In a daze he seemed to see the path to the Yellow Springs, with the gate of hell beckoning to him. The shadow of the true dragon descending had not yet touched Yi Wu when it was directly pierced by the intent of the extermination sword. The overwhelming assault crumbled in an instant. A bloodline split opened at the space between the true dragon's eyebrows, and then the bloodline spread along the dragon's body. Boom. The entire true dragon shadow split in half, collapsing on the spot. The 8-part heavenly dragons who had just gathered together were instantly blasted away, crashing to the ground, bloodied and mangled, staining the Dragon Palace's floor red. As the leader, Ao Ling naturally fared no better. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, even breaking one of his true dragons. He was completely dazed. They were all Tai Golden Immortals, and with the power of the 8-part heavenly dragons, how could he not withstand a single move from Yi Wu? This was simply unacceptable. Not only Ao Ling couldn't comprehend it, but the West Sea Dragon clan members were also dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist. Is the master really this formidable? Ao Bing was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up, nearly jumping. Zhao Gongming nodded slightly at the side, acknowledging that Junior Brother's extermination sword intent was indeed powerful, manifesting the sharpness of the extermination sword. Let alone a true dragon avatar. Even if the true dragon itself stood here, it would be cleaved in two. Taibai Jinxing's pupils contracted. He had long suspected that this Ziwei Emperor was extraordinary, but seeing this firsthand still left him astonished. The combat power displayed by the dragon avatar just now would take considerable effort even for him to overcome. Yet Yi Wu, with just a sword intent, directly split it in half. The true capabilities of the Ziwei Emperor were likely far more terrifying than he had imagined. The entire West Sea Dragon Palace was silent enough to hear a pin drop, with only Yi Wu's voice echoing. "Is this all the ability you have? You dare come here to poach my people? Who gave you the courage?" Yi Wu's lips curled into a cold smile. "It seems the Western sect is out of people to bring such trash here to embarrass themselves." "You?" Ao Ling's chest tightened with rage, fury boiling over as he spat another mouthful of blood. "The foundation of my Western sect is not something you can comprehend." Swish. Ao Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he crushed a Buddhist bead. A burst of terrifying power at the Deluo Golden Immortal level exploded forth, rushing straight at Yi Wu. Seeking death. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened as he was about to make a move. To ambush Junior Brother in front of him was truly not taking him, the Outer Sect's Senior Brother of the Jie sect, seriously. "Senior Brother, let me handle this." Yi Wu raised his hand to stop Zhao Gongming and directly activated the authority of the Ziwei Emperor. Just the right opportunity to test how strong my attack power really is. Heaven unleashed killing intent. Stars shifted positions. When humans unleash killing intent, the world turns upside down. Countless stars were startled, simultaneously erupting with dazzling starlight, killing intent rushing down from the primordial starry sky. In that moment, many powerful beings in the primordial realm sensed the disturbance and looked towards the point where the starry killing intent landed. In the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, Hao Yan sat on the dragon throne, watching the disturbances in the primordial starry sky with a smirk. The Hao Yan mirror, which had dimmed, suddenly brightened again, and the scene from within the West Sea Dragon Palace reappeared. Oh no, something's about to happen. The two Western sect saints who had been monitoring the West Sea paled instantly. How did Yi Wu get to the West Sea Dragon Palace? A sense of foreboding surged up. The starlight descended like knives, shattering the Deluo Golden Immortal power within the Buddhist bead into fragments, directly piercing through Ao Ling's dragon body. Then it coalesced into a starlight spear, pinning Ao Ling firmly to the crystal floor of the Dragon Palace. You want to ambush me? Do you even deserve it? Yiwu looked down at Ao Ling's broken dragon body with disdain, trampling over him, not treating Ao Ling as anything significant, just a small dragon. The fifth prince of the West Sea Dragon King. Just a waste. Even if the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon stood before him, Yiwu could still look down on them and rub them into the ground. The era of the dragon clan had long since turned the page. Now it was the world of the sages. Speak, what were you plotting? The dragon palace fell into silence with only Yiwu's voice echoing, the emperor's aura permeating everywhere. Layers of starlight fell wrapping around, Yiwu transforming into a celestial robe. He appeared as a death god dominating the heavens and earth, pressing down on the hearts of many dragon clan beings, making them tremble in fear, truly sensing the scent of death. Yiwu was merely a tiny golden immortal, but with the power of the heavenly court's divine office added to him, he was no different from a ruler wielding life and death. Anyone who dared to offend the majesty deserved to die. Even Taibai Jinxing had to admit at this moment that the Ziwei Emperor truly possessed an aura only slightly inferior to that of the Heavenly Emperor. Ao Ling's eyes nearly bulged out, his heart filled with 1,000 grievances, but it was useless. Being pinned down by the starlight spear, struggling was futile. The more he struggled, the more dragon blood flowed. He couldn't fathom how the plot had twisted to this point. He had a good hand, yet it was all ruined. This little dragon is bewitched. I plead the great emperor to spare my West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon King knelt on the ground, trembling and repeatedly bowing, tears streaming down his face. He knew in his heart that the tide had turned. One wrong step led to losing everything. Taking a deep breath, the West Sea Dragon King no longer dared to hide the truth, spilling everything that had happened recently. So you're saying that the hidden pawn in the East Sea was killed by you? The great hall fell silent in an instant. The West Sea Dragon King Ao Ling and a group of dragon sons and grandsons all lowered their heads, none of them expecting Yi was focused to land here. You dare touch my people? Who gave you the courage? Yiwu spoke coldly, gathering starlight in his palm, which quickly coalesced into a spear, casually throwing it, pinning the West Sea Dragon King to the floor tiles of the Dragon Palace. Those dragon sons and grandsons trembled with fury, their eyes reddening, but they could only keep their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Does the Western sect really have a way to turn hybrid dragon clans into pure blood true dragons? Ao Bing, recovering from his shock, stammered, his breathing becoming heavy. If that's true, then it's no wonder the West Sea Dragon clan would choose such a path. Only the Dragon Clan knew how outrageous it was for a hybrid dragon to transform into a pure-blood true dragon. Whether the Dragon Clan could rise again hinged entirely on this point. Ao Bing waited in his heart. If the East Sea Dragon Clan were to encounter such a thing, they too would likely be unable to withstand it. My Western sect's 2 leaders possess immense skills and profound understanding of the Dragon Clan's path. Turning hybrid dragon clans into pure-blood true dragons is just a small trick. Though Ao Ling was pinned down by the starlight spear and unable to move, he didn't let up on his words. You frogs at the bottom of the well have no idea how powerful the saints of the Tao are. Ao Bing, you East Sea will regret this sooner or later. Your current actions are nothing but a betrayal of the ancestral dragon, and it will drag the entire dragon clan into the abyss. Only the Western sect is the sole path for the dragon clan's resurgence. Ao Ling spoke with the fervor of a brainwashed fanatic, the shadows of those 2 Tao saints deeply imprinted in his bones. It is said that the Dragon Clan once possessed a treasure known as the transformation pool, which was the only thing capable of turning a mixed-blood dragon into a pure-blood true dragon. However, the transformation pool was shattered during the 3 clans' war, and its whereabouts became unknown. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhao Gongming's eyes. How did those 2 heavenly Tao saints from the Western Teach manage to accomplish that? The Tongtian sect master had also researched this before attempting to purify the bloodline of the mixed-blood dragons to transform them into pure-blood true dragons, but ultimately failed. A key technique was stuck, and he couldn't resolve it at all. However, I seem to understand a bit now. Those 2 heavenly Tao saints must have had some way to create the 8 parts celestial dragon. With saint-level methods that could rival the Dragon Clan's transformation pool, this was enough to make a large group of mixed-blood dragons envious. Even pure-blood true dragons would surely be tempted. The commotion was indeed enormous. Saintly methods. Transforming into pure-blood true dragons. To put it bluntly, it's just deceiving, you brainless fools. After hearing the whole story, Yiwu already understood clearly what tricks those people from the Western Teach were up to. Transformation pool. That object was shattered into pieces in ancient times, yet 2 fragments were secretly taken away by the 2 heavenly Tao saints from the Western Teach. Later there came the so-called 8 treasures merit transformation pool. Ao Ling's ability to turn mixed blood into pure blood relies on that. However, Yiwu had to admit that for the 2 saints from the West to piece together the shattered transformation pool was indeed not something ordinary people could accomplish. If the Western Teach really has such ability, then how come there are still mixed blood dragons among you 8-part celestial? A group of 8-part celestial dragon members not only did not doubt him, but instead began to curse Yiwu, claiming he was slandering their sect. This sin was unforgivable. Yiwu shook his head. He could see that this group of 8-part celestial dragons had long lost their sense of self, completely brainwashed by the marvels of the Western Teach. Senior brother, you just said that after the Dragon Clan's transformation pool was shattered, the fragments disappeared without a trace. Doesn't that exactly illustrate the problem? Junior brother, are you implying? Zhao Gongming's eyes widened suddenly, and an unbelievable thought popped into. Senior brother, it's exactly as you guessed. Yi Wu smiled. You know what kind of character our two uncles from the Western teach have, haven't they done such things before? Zhao Gongming took a deep breath and found himself at a loss for words. This statement was indeed not incorrect. Given their uncle's style, it was not surprising at all for them to carry out such shameless acts. My lord, what riddle are you two discussing? Little dragon can't understand. Ao Bing said with a confused look. Not understanding is exactly right. Yi Wu smiled and revealed his guess, causing a storm to surge in Ao Bing's heart. This. The fragments of the transformation pool lost by their dragon clan were actually in the hands of the Western teach. The Dragon King of the West widened his eyes, stunned by Yi Wu's words. Great Emperor, is what you said true? He couldn't believe it at all. Whether it's true or not, just ask your fifth son, and you'll know. The Dragon King of the West suddenly turned his head to look at Ao Ling, who was pinned to the ground. Ao Ling's gaze darted around, unable to look anyone in the eye. The Dragon King of the West now fully understood, feeling an indescribable chill in his heart. The Dragon Clan was once the sovereign of heaven and earth, yet now they had fallen into the hands of saints like puppets being played with. Sad. It was simply tragically sad. Standing beside him, the Taibai Jinxing had been silent like a person of air, but now he was shaken by a series of news to the point where his head buzzed, and he felt like he was about to float away, unable to utter a single word. If what the ZY Emperor said was true, then the two saints from the Western teach were indeed hiding too deeply, fooling the entire three realms, making everyone dance in their schemes. What kind of game is this with the 8-part celestial dragons recruiting the dragon clans of the 4 seas? The Western teach's chess game is simply too grand. What do you think? How should I deal with you all? As Yi Wu spoke, the entire place fell silent to the point that one could hear a needle drop. Great Emperor, please be merciful. Suddenly a voice came from afar. The Dragon King of the East rushed over in a hurry, but Yi Wu's words immediately stifled him. Dragon King of the East, who are you pleading for? Great Emperor, you see clearly. The Dragon King of the East knelt down, taking a deep breath. The Dragon King of the West truly deserves death, but the clansmen of the West Sea Dragon Clan are different. I asked the Great Emperor to give them a chance to atone for their sins. The Dragon King of the East secretly glanced at Ao Ling and those from the 8 parts celestial dragons, feeling a deep-seated hatred. If it weren't for this group, would the West Sea Dragon Clan have fallen to this point? This was an attempt to drag the entire 4 Seas Dragon Clan down together to perish. The Dragon King of the West, pinned to the ground, had a complex expression, but still desperately bowed his head, pleading with Yi Wu to spare the West Sea Dragon Clan. Ao Bing opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. He was now Yi Wu's mount, and knew very well what should and shouldn't be said. Junior brother, you can handle it however you like. If anything happens, I will cover for you. Zhao Gongming scanned the people present, and declared, my sect has not yet been bullied to such an extent. The Dragon King of the East stiffened, and the bitterness on his face deepened. Great Emperor. Taibai Jinxing stepped forward. How about we take these West Sea Dragon Clan members to the Heavenly Court, and whatever judgment is to be made, let it be made there. Is that how the Great Emperor sees it? Yi Wu instantly understood Taibai Jinxing's intention, nodding. Let's proceed. As Jinxing suggested, these West Sea Dragon Clan members will trouble you to escort them. Yes, Taibai will ensure this matter is handled properly. Taibai Jinxing finally felt some relief. Taking action against the West Sea Dragon Clan was just right to establish authority and show the 3 realms the means of the Heavenly Court. He hadn't expected Yi Wu to agree so readily. The Dragon King of the East's figure stiffened for a moment, and in the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. This outcome could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The members of the West Sea Dragon Clan lay on the ground, their blood and tears staining the ground dark red. One misstep leads to an abyss with no chance of redemption. Simply dealing with the West Sea Dragon Clan is not enough. Yi Wu's lips curled into a cold smile. The 8-part celestial dragons must also be held accountable. Taibai, you tell me, what crime do those who rebel against their superiors and attack the Emperor of the Heavenly Court commit? Taibai Jinxing's throat tightened. After a long pause, he finally exhaled, his voice as cold as ice. Unforgivable crimes. Stripped of their celestial status, cast into the cycle of reincarnation, and forever unable to ascend again. Every word struck heavily in the ears of the 8 parts celestial dragons. No, Yi Wu, Taibai Jinxing. We are from the Western teach, disciples of the saints. You Heavenly Court have no right to judge us. Ao Ling panicked, his voice rising in pitch. If they were truly taken to the Heavenly Court, their lives would be in the hands of others. No right. Yi Wu laughed out loud. Emperor Haoyan, under the command of the Tao Ancestor, governs the heavenly position. The immortals and gods of the 3 realms, regardless of their sex, are all under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. Are you from the Western teach somehow an exception? If it weren't for the fact that the occasion was not right, Taibai Jinxing would have truly wanted to cry out, my heavens, it's not that I don't want to speak for you, it's that I simply can't. He was clear in his heart that Yi Wu's words were clearly aimed at inciting hatred against Emperor Haoyan. But he couldn't stop it. Ao Ling and his group were left speechless. Ba. ZY Emperor, could you do a small favor for this monk and spare the 8 parts celestial dragons? A figure stepped slowly into the dragon palace. Ao Ling and the others grasped at this like drowning people clutching a life-saving straw, shouting with all their might, "Brother Mithria, save us!" Mithria. Zhao Gongming's figure flashed and blocked in front of Yi Wu, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. What? Is it that your Western teaches overt methods no longer work, and now you want to resort to covert ones? Mithria didn't even glance at Zhao Gongming, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Wu. He had mixed feelings. Although Yi Wu bore the title of ZY Emperor, he was ultimately just a Tai Golden Immortal. Yet time and again Yi Wu had disrupted their Western teachers' plans. This time the scheme involving the 8 parts celestial dragons was completely shattered, forcing Mithria to step in to clean up the mess. Mithria simply couldn't understand what the two saints saw in Yi Wu. To say he felt no jealousy would be a lie. Tai Bai Jinxing secretly sighed. The Western teach moved too quickly, even bringing out a grand figure like Mithria. Now wanting to take the West Sea Dragon clan and the 8 parts celestial dragons to the heavenly court would probably require considerable effort. Yi Wu's lips curled slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile. Mithria. Indeed, he is the future Buddha of the Western teach. But right now he was merely a golden immortal. If I give you face, then fine. Yi Wu's tone was light, but his gaze gradually turned cold. But when has your Western teach ever given me face? Hey, moi. You dug into my territory and think my blade isn't sharp enough, do you? As the words fell, the atmosphere in the venue grew even heavier. Mithria was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Wu to refuse him so bluntly. His face flushed with embarrassment, and the aura of the golden immortal exploded, pressing toward Yi Wu. Yi Wu, calling you ZY Emperor is giving you face, and you've really taken it to heart. Today you must release the 8 parts celestial dragons whether you want to or not. Mithria had no intention of wasting words anymore. His entire being erupted with power, and at the same time a massive bag shot up into the sky. The bag opened and a terrifying force of suction erupted, targeting Ao Ling and the group of 8 parts celestial dragons. The later heaven human seed bag. Mithria's plan was simple. First capture them, then talk. If this dragged on, the only ones to suffer losses would be the Western teach. Mithria, are you tired of living? Zhao Gongming shouted, and 24 sea stabilizing pearls soared into the air. The pearls transformed into 24 vast worlds, crashing toward Mithria with great force. Compared to before this time, the sea stabilizing pearls were even more powerful. The surface of the pearls was intertwined with a faint power of the universe, twisting the strength of the 24 pearls into one. This was something Zhao Gongming had comprehended from the universe ruler. The later heaven human seed bag was equally not spared. The attack range of the sea stabilizing pearls directly enveloped it. What a... Mithria's face changed dramatically. Under the sea calming pearl, his human species bag could not withstand the pressure, and the devouring force was instantly. With no other choice, Mithria could only grit his teeth and retract the human species bag. He dared not confront Zhao Gongming's sea calming pearl heathen. Who does not know that their Western sect is impoverished and comparable to Zhao Gongming and these celestial beings? This acquired human species bag is already the best thing he can produce. Inside the Dragon Palace of the West, C2 great Luo golden immortals began to fight directly. The entire Dragon Palace shook violently, the beams and pillars creaking, and it looked as if it would collapse. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals below were so frightened that they lost their souls, scrambling everywhere to escape. Centered around the Dragon Palace, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread, sweeping the surroundings like a tidal wave, creating towering waves on the sea. The aquatic beings in the West Sea were all trembling under this aura. The major figures in the primordial world all turned their gazes here, clearly observing what was happening in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Each of them had a rather complex expression. Has the Western sect stretched its hand too far? They actually want to hollow out the entire West Sea Dragon clan and stuff it into their 8-part heavenly dragons. This is not just poaching, it's a direct slap in the face to the heavenly court and the purple micro-emperor Yi Wu. What's worse is that they even sent Mithria personally into the sea, wanting to take all the 8-part heavenly dragons back. This shows utter disregard for anyone, completely looking down on others. While the other powerful figures looked on superficially, a few heavenly Dao saints saw deeper. They finally understood why the guide Taoist had stirred up the heavenly mechanism earlier. The root cause was here. The Tongtian cult master suddenly realized this, his expression darkening significantly. Guide Zhuan, you two really do not take my words to heart. That previous account has just been settled, and now you come with this. Although it was not directly aimed at Yi Wu, the Tongtian cult master still felt a surge of anger in his heart. However, after seeing Yi Wu's performance in the West Sea Dragon Palace, the Tongtian cult master suppressed the impulse to strike the 4 swords of slaying immortals at Mount Shumi. You two little fellows, I hope you can bring some surprises to your master. The changes in Zhao Gongming were naturally noted by the Tongtian cult master. He vaguely felt that Zhao Gongming seemed to have found his own path. Just going out for a while with Yi Wu could lead to such a significant transformation. Yi Wu, is it really you? In the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, Hao Yan watched the battle in the West Sea Dragon Palace through the Hao Yan mirror, and a smile finally appeared on his sullen face. 8-part heavenly dragons. Brothers, since you do not give me face, then I will not spare you any respect. Come, convey my edict. Build a dragon dissection platform at the South Heavenly Gate. A fierce killing intent surged from Hao Yin. If you want my West Sea Dragon clan, then I will dissect your 8-part heavenly dragons. No wonder he is a seed player of the Western sect. This Mithraea guy's realm and combat power are indeed impressive. Yiwu stood by watching the show, already draped in the Slaying Immortals array diagram, blocking all shockwaves out. Mithraea was pushed back repeatedly by the sea-calming pearl, the golden light of his towering golden body already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. With more than 20 pearls smashing down in turn, each impact made that golden body tremble violently, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. To be honest, if it were not for the acquired human species bag in Mithraea's hand continuously interfering, Zhao Gongming would have long since been able to pin him down. That bag's devouring force was quite troublesome. As long as one touched it, they would become weak and unable to exert their strength. What a pity! If this human species bag had a different master, it might have been able to exert greater power. Yiwu hid in the shadows, watching the situation on the battlefield, already starting to calculate in his mind. He clearly saw that the reason Zhao Gongming could not finish the battle quickly was because of the special abilities of that acquired human species bag constantly causing trouble. Whether it is a magical treasure or a living being, as long as they are ensnared by that suction force, they would be dragged in. If it were not for the fact that the 24 sea-calming pearls had already merged into a complete set of supreme innate spiritual treasures, they would have long been swallowed by that broken bag. Since the Western sect is so poor, losing another treasure is nothing significant. Yiwu narrowed his eyes and secretly transmitted his thoughts to Zhao Gongming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming immediately understood. Do not worry, junior brother, this matter is on my shoulders. He was already annoyed by that acquired human species bag and had long wanted to take it from Mithraea. This treasure in Mithraea's hands was simply a case of a pearl in the dust. Yao Gongbua and Bai Da had originally been watching the excitement from the side, only to suddenly feel a chill at their backs. They quickly looked up just in time to meet Yiwu's unfathomable gaze. Yiwu, senior brother. Yao Gongba's tongue began to tie, an ominous premonition surged up in his heart. Yiwu's lips curled slightly, his tone light and airy. You too, the opportunity for merit and repentance has arrived. The falling treasure money silently landed in Yao Gongba's hand, and he instantly understood what he had to do. Holding this supreme innate spiritual treasure, Yao Gongbua felt no joy in his heart. Instead, he felt heavy, as if filled with lead. But he had no choice. To be able to assist senior brother Yiwu is a blessing for me, Yao Gongbua. Meanwhile, Mithraea was in the thick of the battle, clearly understanding that if he dragged this out, he would eventually be defeated. Zhao Gongming's fists were too hard. Run. Mithraea suddenly exerted himself, pushing the power of the acquired human species bag to the maximum, preparing to shake off the sea-calming pearls, when suddenly a flash of golden light passed by. A coin with golden wings flashed by. Then, the acquired human species bag fell limply downwards. Mithraea's eyes widened in disbelief. It fell. Mithraea was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the fierce acquired human species bag was rendered powerless by that golden light. That golden light. Mithraea's mind suddenly reacted, and he reached out to grab the acquired human species bag. This was one of the few treasures he could showcase, and he absolutely could not lose it. But in that instant, PFF, Mithraea felt as if someone was smashing a heavy hammer onto his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. He was shocked and enraged to discover that the connection between him and the acquired human species bag had been severed. How is this possible? Yiwu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, fixed on the changes in Yao Gongbua. After the falling treasure money knocked down the acquired human species bag, the fortune on Yao Gongbua began to plummet dramatically. Soon black gas began to emerge from the void, invading Yao Gongba's body. Bad luck. With the loss of fortune, misfortunes naturally came knocking. As expected, just as I guessed, the price of that falling treasure money is not small. Absolutely cannot be used casually unless absolutely necessary. Yiwu's heart tightened. That item was disastrous upon contact, and he did not want to suffer misfortune. Mithraea, take another one of my moves. Zhao Gongming had long been ready, and the 24 sea-calming pearls roared down again. This time Mithraea lost the initiative and could not withstand this round of fierce attacks. With a loud bang, he was sent flying, crashing through the crystal floor of the Dragon Palace like a meteor, plunging directly into the deep sea. The acquired human species bag, after being struck by a divine light, landed steadily in Yiwu's hand. He forcibly infused it with his magical power, marking his imprint in the bag. What a fine treasure, truly a fine treasure. After roughly refining it, Yiwu immediately grasped the essence of this treasure. Although it is only a superior innate spiritual treasure in certain aspects, it is even better than some supreme innate spiritual treasures. So domineering. Senior brother, I return the falling treasure money to you. Yao Gongbua respectfully handed back the coin. After using it just once, he had completely experienced the terror of the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The power of it was simply absurd. If only he could wield this item. What a pity. Ao Ling and the 8-part heavenly dragons witnessed Mithraea's defeat, and the stone that had been hanging in their hearts fell heavily. Completely cold. If even Mithraea could not withstand Zhao Gongming, what chance did they have? Junior brother, another good treasure has been obtained. Zhao Gongming smiled in congratulations. During the earlier battle, he had personally experienced the power of the acquired human species bag. Had it not been for his superior control over the sea-calming pearls, he would have likely been swallowed by that bag. That force which could make even immortals feel weak was truly incomprehensible. Haha, it's all thanks to senior brother's cooperation. Oh, otherwise how could I have taken this bag so easily? Yiwu, Zhao Gongming. At that moment Mithriya burst out from the depths of the sea, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Yiwu, looking as if he wanted to devour him. Return my treasure. I will treat today's events as if they never happened, and I will leave immediately. Dream on. Zhao Gongming showed him no respect whatsoever. Take another sea-calming pearl from me. The 24 pearls crashed down madly, causing Mithriya to cover his head and flee in confusion. He was already not Zhao Gongming's opponent. Now, without the acquired human species bag, he had even less ability to defend himself. Before Mithriya could react, Zhao Gongming's attacks poured down incessantly. He was struck down without the ability to counterattack, collapsing on the ground like a dead dog, breathing heavily, and it seemed he could not hold on any longer. Now we should have a good chat. That acquired human species bag, who does it truly belong to? Zhao Gongming spoke, while leisurely manipulating the 24 sea-calming pearls in his hand. His movements were as relaxed as if he were cracking walnuts. He smiled at Mithriya, waiting for the other party to speak. Mithriya gritted his teeth. That is our Western sect's spiritual treasure. You Easterners cannot. Before he could finish his sentence, a beating was already upon him. The 24 sea-calming pearls smashed down in turn, each hitting Mithriya's head and causing several large lumps to swell, making him grimace in pain. The people in the West Sea Dragon Palace were all dumbfounded. Even those powerful figures hiding in the shadows watching did not dare to speak. This is too ruthless. Not only did they steal someone else's treasure, but they also forced the original owner to admit that it belonged to someone else. This is simply humiliating someone by pinning them to the ground. But strangely, this scene felt familiar. Many powerful figures were secretly wondering, had they seen this scene somewhere before? In the past, it was always the Western sect's people robbing others' things. I never expected them to experience this today. This is called retribution. Well deserved. The way of the heavens is a good cycle. The hidden powerful beings in the dark were all chuckling, delighted to see Milu suffer. How many treasures have they plundered from the east with just the words, you have fate with our west? Now it was finally the turn of the Easterners to fight back. However, what concerned them was the copper coin that had smashed down the bag of postnatal human seeds. What on earth was that? It was able to knock down a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The copper coin disappeared too quickly for them to see it clearly. Several powerful beings silently took note. That copper coin was too sinister. In the future, they must not easily reveal their spiritual treasures. If they were knocked down, it would be a great loss. Hao Tian was laughing happily. The Emperor Ziwei truly did not disappoint me. Yet despite his laughter, he felt some trepidation towards that copper coin. However, Tongtian was taken aback. How is that copper coin related to the fortune of my sect? Zhuan was furious. This is too much. Junior brother, don't act impulsively. If you really go, you might end up losing yourself. Those Eastern saints might have already set up an ambush, just waiting for us to walk into their trap. Milu was beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, with bones broken in numerous places and no good flesh left on his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to back down, insisting that the bag of postnatal human seeds belonged to his Western sect. Senior brother, I really can't swallow this anger. What is Yiwu? Why should he take me less seed bag? Zhuan had long lost the demeanor of a saint, speaking like a desperate gambler. We in the West were already poor, and losing this treasure is just adding insult to injury. Not to mention Milu is the most likely candidate to become a quasi-saint in our sect, and now he's been beaten to this extent, nearly shattering his Dao heart. I can't hold back this anger. After trying to steal a chicken, but losing rice, the Western sect had suffered a major setback. Not only had they lost face, but they had also been publicly humiliated without a shred of dignity left. Let's observe first, don't rush. The more it is this time, the less we can act rashly. Jiayin took a deep breath, almost unable to suppress the killing intent on his face. But the problem now was that the 8-part heavenly dragons were still trapped in that formation. How could they be saved? Had it not been for the ominous feeling of a saint-level killing intent locking onto them, he would have acted personally long ago. Jiayin understood that the Eastern Heavenly Saints had probably been watching their every move. Meanwhile, in the West Sea Dragon Palace, Milu was beaten to a pulp by Zhao Gongming, his head bleeding and his body broken. Even so, he still stubbornly insisted that the bag of postnatal human seeds was his, refusing to let it go. Tisk, truly a remarkable figure, beaten to such a state, yet still so resolute. That's not easy. Indeed, truly remarkable, obviously of extraordinary origin and outstanding talent. Zhao Gongming joined in the mockery, laughing even louder. He admired me less stubbornness. After all, it was just a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Was it worth being beaten to this extent without giving in? Fortunately, he wasn't born in the Western sect, otherwise he might have been just as stubborn as Milu. Milu was still trying to hold on, but upon hearing Yi Wu's sarcastic remarks, he was so infuriated that he spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Tisk, so easily flattered that he fainted. Yi Wu muttered while the powerful beings hiding in the dark. This kid had a sharp tongue, and no one could stand to hear him. Junior brother, how should we deal with this fellow? Zhao Gongming asked. They had thoroughly enjoyed beating him, but how to handle Milu was proving to be a dilemma. This guy was a precious asset of the Western sect. They couldn't just kill him. The two old saints from the West would probably really lose their temper. Yi Wu wore a meaningful smile. He actually wanted to have a good chat about life with Milu. But thinking of the two saints' protective nature, he suppressed that thought. He feared that if he went too far he might really provoke those two, and then it would backfire. Moreover, he had already acquired the bag of postnatal human seeds. A high-grade, innate spiritual treasure was enough to compensate for the mental losses that Mi Lu had caused him. One mustn't be too greedy. Don't worry, someone will come to clean up the mess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming understood Yi Wu's meaning and secretly lamented that this spectacle would not be fully witnessed. Let's go, we'll head to the heavens first. On Hao Tian's side, he was probably already itching to see them. A beam of starlight descended, transforming into a cage, capturing the West Sea Dragon King Ao Ling and the entire group of 8-part heavenly dragons. The prominent figures in the wilderness all followed Yi Wu's gaze as they descended upon the Lingxiao treasure hall. The West Sea Dragon King's group knelt on the ground, their faces filled with despair, as gray as ashes. Especially Ao Ling and the 8-part heavenly dragons, who were still dazed. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine, how had they suddenly become meat on the chopping block? So ruthless. The heavenly court has quickly set up the dragon execution platform. Hao Tian is determined to make an example out of them. If the West Sea Dragon King dies, so be it. After all, the Dragon Clan is no longer the dominant force of ancient times. Anyone can step on them. But the 8-part heavenly dragons are different. They belong to the Western sect. If Hao Tian truly slaughters all the 8-part heavenly dragons, the two from the west would probably go mad. In the shadows, the powerful beings kept chattering, each eager to see how Hao Tian would conclude this matter. Jie Yin and Zhuan's faces had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Well, Hao Tian, do you really think your little face is worth its weight in gold? Fine. Just wait, one day we will drag you down from that chair. Today I want the entire wilderness to know that the heavenly court's dignity cannot be offended. Hao Tian's gaze swept over the crowd of dragons, his killing intent as cold as a knife. Since he wanted to make an example, this chicken had to be plump enough. The West Sea Dragon Clan was barely sufficient, but still a bit light. Coincidentally, the 8-part heavenly dragons who had delivered themselves to the door were just the right weight. How could Hao Tian let go of such a plump chicken? As for whether the Western sect would explode in anger, Hao Tian sneered. If he had no justification, he certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But now the rationale was on his side. Even if those two heavenly Dao saints wanted to take action, he could handle it. The West Sea Dragon King and his entire family were brought up onto the dragon execution platform, kneeling in an. The Tai Bai Star announced the decree, his voice icy. By the order of the Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and the Emperor Ziwei, the West Sea Dragon Clan has betrayed the heavenly court, and their crimes are unforgivable. Only the West Sea Dragon King is to be executed. The 8-part heavenly dragons have committed treason by attacking the Emperor Ziwei. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Up to the dragon execution platform, carry out the execution. As soon as this was said, the powerful beings present fell silent, their hearts churning. Hao Tian was truly daring to act. The West Sea Dragon King could be killed, but it wouldn't stir up much trouble. But what about the 8-part heavenly dragons? Now there was a spectacle to watch. One dragon after another was dragged onto the platform, the flash of knives, blood splattering everywhere. The East Sea Dragon King stood aside, his face ashen, fists clenched tightly. He wanted to save them, but he didn't have the ability. The North Sea Dragon King and South Sea Dragon King also arrived, watching their kin fall one after another, shivering with cold. Yi Wu squinted, staring intently at the direction of the South Heavenly Gate, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Two seniors, please don't disappoint me. One 8-part heavenly dragon after another fell into a pool of blood, and just as it was about to be the West Sea Dragon King's turn, a figure sped in from the South Heavenly Gate. Heavenly Emperor, spare them. The people from the Western sect had arrived. It was Da Shiji. He, like Mi Lu, was one of the pillars of the younger generation of the Western sect, and was said to have the potential to step into quasi-saint status. Da Shiji truly did not want to take on this mess. But there was no choice, the Western sect could only muster these few. Mi Lu had already been beaten to a near-death state, and the only one left who could hold the scene was him. They certainly couldn't let those two heavenly Dao masters take the stage themselves, right? Not to mention whether the Eastern heavenly saints would agree or not. Just on face value, the Western sect had already lost everything. He was well aware of Mi Le's abilities, which were even higher than his. And what was the outcome? Remembering Mi Le's pitiful state, Da Shiji felt both frustrated and fearful. What if the negotiation broke down, and he ended up being beaten down as well? If Mi Le couldn't handle it, he certainly wouldn't stand a chance. Looking at the dragon execution platform, where dragons were being slaughtered alive, Da Shiji felt a pang of heartache. These 8-part heavenly dragons were precious treasures that the Western sect had painstakingly nurtured. Now they were dying just like that. Da Shiji, a grand primordial immortal of the Western sect, indeed, had profound cultivation. Zhao Gongming, standing aside, casually dropped a comment, his strength is decent, but compared to me, he's still lacking. He secretly mumbled, it's just a matter of smashing a couple of Ding Hai Shinju. Ever since being awakened by Yi Wu, Zhao Gongming's inner violent nature had become increasingly hard to hide. Yi Wu couldn't help but smile. Another fat sheep had delivered itself to the door. This time, they had to reap a good profit. Hao Tian's thoughts were similar to Yi Wu's. The Western sect had collided into them. It would be a shame not to take a big bite. Da Shiji bowed respectfully, his attitude extremely humble. I have met your majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Emperor Ziwei. He feared that he might not follow the proper etiquette and be caught by these two. However, when he raised his head and saw the expressions of Yi Wu and Hao Tian, his heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition surged through his entire body. All the powerful beings nearby perked up their ears ready to watch the show. The Western sect facing the heavenly court, with the GS sect backing them. This spectacle was bound to be explosive. Yi Wu's gaze was meaningful as he fixed his eyes onto Shi, your Western sect is quite capable of stirring things up. As soon as these words fell to Shi's heart sank. Speak up, did you come to rob the execution ground? Or did you come to assassinate me and His Majesty Hao Tian? Boom. Zhao Gongming immediately cooperated, his aura soaring as he pressed towards the Shi. Hao Tian did not hold back either. The oppressive force of the entire heavenly court surged like a tide. The Shi was so frightened that his legs went soft, nearly unable to stand. No, that's not it. Your Majesties, please allow this humble monk to explain. On Mount Shumi, both Daoist Jane and Daoist Junti fell silent. Once Daji spoke these words, the initiative was completely surrendered. This Yi Wu is even more cunning and insidious than Tongtian. Such a promising seedling, why must it belong to the Jie sect? Isn't it from their Western church? What a pity. The powerful beings present all shared the same thought. This time the Western church is likely to suffer a major setback. At that moment, a vast power erupted from deep within the Lingxiao treasure hall, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Following that, the Zhuxian formation diagram abruptly manifested, forcefully blocking all heavenly secrets within. The powerful beings outside were all extremely curious, but upon seeing that murderous formation diagram, none dared to act recklessly. That thing was too troublesome. As soon as the Zhuxian formation diagram dissipated, the heavenly secret barrier that had shrouded the Lingxiao treasure hall immediately receded. The mighty ones from all directions redirected their gazes. Tai Bai Jinxing stood beside the dragon slaughtering platform and suddenly received new orders, promptly changing his decree. According to the wishes of His Majesty Hao Tian and the Great Emperor, the way all others from the 8 parts heavenly dragons can be released, but the leader Ao Ling must be executed. Ao Ling, the dignified bodhisattva of the 8 parts heavenly dragons, a powerful Tai golden immortal within the Western church. Just like that, he was forcefully pinned to the dragon slaughtering platform as pieces of flesh were sliced away. Until the moment of his death, he could not comprehend why, despite Daji's arrival, he still met such a tragic fate. The dragon's blood turned the dragon slaughtering platform completely crimson, the stench of blood making one nauseous. The resentment of the dragon's soul transformed into a roar, tightly wrapping around the platform. The remaining 8 parts heavenly dragons survived, but they were already terrified by the scene of the previous dismemberment. Only one thought remained in their minds: to run quickly as far away from this dragon slaughtering platform as possible. These individuals were utterly ruined. Daji observed everything, his fists clenched white. The rage within him burned, causing his entire body to tremble, yet he felt utterly helpless. For these 8 parts heavenly dragons, it would take an immense cost to help them overcome this psychological trauma. Failing to keep up by a single step meant falling behind at every turn. Remembering the confrontation he had just had in the Lingxiao treasure hall with those two, Daji's sense of powerlessness deepened. The entire rhythm was firmly grasped by Yi Wu and Hao Tian. He didn't even have the opportunity to bargain, only able to continuously push out conditions. If it weren't for his teacher's earlier instructions and his understanding of the importance of the 8 parts heavenly dragons, he would have already flipped the table and walked away. In the end, after paying a price that even he found painful, Hao Tian and Yi Wu finally relented and released those followers. But even so, the bodhisattva of the 8 parts heavenly dragons, Ao Ling, still could not escape the fate of death. Not to mention senior brother Methraya's postnatal human seed bag, which could not be recovered and directly became Yi Wu's trophy. This time the Western church lost face and substance completely. Daji led his followers away without looking back. Yi Wu and Hao Tian exchanged glances and laughed together. The great Emperor Ziwei's move is ruthless, even I admire it. Heoshan's words had layers of meaning. Yi Wu also laughed. Your Majesty is not bad either. You led Daji by the nose throughout, maintaining the rhythm perfectly. But this time our heavenly court has surely offended the Western church terribly. If they catch any leverage next time, it probably won't end well. Yi Wu was well aware that the 2 heavenly Dao saints of the Western church held grudges like no other. Having suffered such a significant loss today, they would never let it go easily. What are you afraid of? Isn't there still the great Emperor Ziwei holding down the fort? I trust him. If anything goes wrong, the Emperor will definitely not stand by idly. Yi Wu chuckled and swiftly changed the topic. I plan to have senior brother Zhao Gongming join the heavenly court and take on a position. What do you think, Your Majesty? Hao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Gongming is coming to the heavenly court. He had personally witnessed the capabilities of that one. In the current heavenly court, apart from himself, there was likely no one who could match Zhao Gongming. With 24C suppressing pearls in hand, Zhao Gongming was definitely the top among the Daluo golden immortals. Strong, indeed strong. Hao Tian pondered for a moment and then nodded. Since the great Emperor Ziwei has spoken, how could I not show respect? Hao Tian smiled broadly, his gaze landing on Zhao Gongming. What divine position do you desire, Gongming? As long as it's not too outrageous, I will grant it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Gongming smiled and cupped his hands. Before the heavenly meeting, his junior brother had already discussed this matter thoroughly with him. After going through this series of events, he also understood. Joining the heavenly court may not be a bad thing. I am accustomed to being laid back and cannot endure too much restriction. I also do not wish to be busy all day without rest. Just give me a leisurely task. Zhao Gongming followed up with what had already been agreed upon. How about letting me be the god of wealth? God of wealth. Hao Yan furrowed his brow. Isn't this position a bit low? The official god of the treasury is only of the 5th rank, which is rather shabby compared to Zhao Gongming's status in the Jie sect. I am just a casual person. This position of attracting wealth and blessings is quite suitable and will bring some good fortune. Zhao Gongming smiled slightly. Hao Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, then the position of the official god of wealth is yours. Zhao Gongming cupped his hands. Thank you for your graciousness, your majesty. Outside the heavenly court, as Daji and his group departed, various powerful beings began to murmur. The alliance between Hao Yan and Yi Wu surprisingly allowed the Western Church to suffer such a significant loss, which truly caught many off guard. The commotion in the heavenly court was deafening. Although the 8 parts heavenly dragons did not all perish on the dragon slaughtering platform, Daji left with a dark expression on his face. It was evident to all that the Western Church had suffered a major setback and incurred significant losses. Someone sighed. This is truly the new generation pushing out the old, with the old washed up on the beach. With a change in personnel, life would be vastly different. After this battle, the heavenly court trampled on the face of the Western Church, exuding formidable authority. The expression of the Southern Pole immortal was not too pleasant. He was unclear about what Daji and Hao Yan had discussed in private, but one thing he understood. This was not good for him. Haoshan's position was solidified and the Ya family was rising alongside him. The power of the heavenly court would only tighten its grip. Teacher, should we follow them to take a look? A member of the Chan sect approached and asked. The Southern Pole immortal rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Follow them. Has your brain gone soft? Are you suggesting we team up with the Western Church to find trouble for the heavenly court? That would be courting death. Moreover, Hao Yan does not appear as easy to deal with as he looks on the surface. This fellow hides his capabilities well. Once matters in the heavenly court were resolved, Yi Wu pulled Zhao Gongming towards Golden Tortoise Island. On the way, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, why do you insist on me taking this position of the god of wealth? That's right, Zhao Gongming taking the position of the god of wealth was all due to Yi Wu's manipulation behind the scenes. Yi Wu smiled. Senior brother, didn't you notice? This position of the god of wealth is a perfect match for you. Zhao Gongming raised an eyebrow. Indeed. After taking the divine seal, he felt something was off, but that discomfort was not a burdener. It felt comfortable. It was as if this position was originally meant for him. It was difficult to articulate, just an inexplicable feeling. But the god of wealth at the end of the day is just a 5th rank official. Zhao Gongming frowned. That's too low. To be honest, he really looked down upon this 5th rank divine position. If it weren't for his junior brother's suggestion, he wouldn't have accepted it. Although the god of wealth could bring him some benefits, those benefits were pitifully small. A 5th rank official was like scraping meat from a mosquito's leg. There was hardly any profit. Senior brother, you're mistaken. Yi Wu's eyes held deep meaning. Right now it's a 5th rank, but who says it must always be a 5th rank? Zhao Gongming's eyes flickered. As long as it is managed well and promoted in rank, what's to say one can't aspire to be a 1st rank god of wealth or a 6th imperial god of wealth? Yi Wu's voice lowered. Moreover, the path of wealth is a grand avenue. If senior brother can comprehend it, there will surely be prospects for attaining sagehood in the future. He paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who knows, you might even be able to leverage this path to attain the legendary Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Zhao Gongming's mouth twitched, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. Junior brother, your words are truly persuasive. The notion of a 1st rank god of wealth or a 6th imperial god of wealth sounded all too real. As for that Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, Zhao Gongming found it absurd just thinking about it. His teacher Tongtian had personally stated that in the entirety of the vast wilderness, only the legendary Yangmei Daxian had touched that threshold. Aside from that, no one else could succeed. Even the Dao ancestor within the Zixiao Palace had not been able to walk this path. Zhao Gongming knew well that being able to manage a position as a quasi-saint was already a significant accomplishment. Does senior brother not believe? Yi Wu flashed a smile, his eyes twinkling. Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Zhao Gongming raised an eyebrow, feeling energized. Senior brother is now the god of wealth of the heavenly court, which means the financial fortune of the entire wilderness falls under your jurisdiction, right? Zhao Gongming nodded. That god of wealth fruit position hung within his primordial spirit, and he could sense his authority range. That's true, but the theory sounded good, but in practice it would require considerable effort. Currently, the financial fortunes within the wilderness were as tangled as a spider web, scattered and disorganized. I understand senior brother's difficulties. Yi Wu spoke as a shiny golden coin appeared in his hand. It was the Luo Bao coin. What do you think, senior brother? Can this item represent something? Zhao Gongming's eyes widened, fixated on that coin, his breathing quickening. Yi Wu sensed the moment was ripe and began to expound upon his theories of currency and wealth systems from his previous life. Zhao Gongming listened intently, his god of wealth fruit within his primordial spirit buzzing with a strange light he had never seen before. Senior brother, go to the human realm and find a major city from the Daxiao people and put this method to the test. Make it a reality. The bet we are making is simple. Once the currency is established, senior brother's authority as the god of wealth will undoubtedly soar. At that point the opportunity for quasi-sainthood will arise. Yi Wu chuckled inwardly. During this primordial era the financial fortunes were still a blank slate. His well-crafted financial theories would be like a thunderclap. Once it explodes the power will be absolutely astounding. He originally thought that the path of wealth cultivation was straightforward, but now he suddenly realized that it conceals so many twists and turns. The divine soul of his wealth department was trembling wildly, as if it had gained its own consciousness. The feeling was particularly intense. This path that Yi Wu spoke of was indeed the true direction he needed to follow in the future. A bold thought suddenly sprang into his mind. If this path of wealth could truly be traversed, perhaps he could touch the threshold of the supreme immortal of Han Yuan. At that time he would truly be the god of wealth. Zhao Gongming did not linger and turned to leave. He headed straight for the great Xia dynasty, eager to validate his thoughts. Before leaving he specifically asked Yi Wu for the falling treasure coin. He intended to use this coin as the first currency of the primordial era. If he could accomplish this the benefits would be immense. The path to becoming a true saint was incredibly difficult. With a glimmer of hope, how could Zhao Gongming let it slip away? When Yi Wu returned to Jiejiao Island, he was suddenly pulled into Bio Palace. Startled, he couldn't help but complain, "Master, could you please give me a heads up next time?" A sudden appearance like this could frighten an immortal. Just a moment ago he thought it was those two saints from the west sneaking. Tongtian Patriarch rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "You still have the face to complain. You went out without a word and caused such a commotion. You really have a talent for it. The more I think about it, the more I feel that none of my disciples combined can match the chaos you create alone. Forget the matters from the west. You even went to heaven and made my outer disciples think they were the god of wealth. Now even Zhao Gongming has gone to the mortal realm to be some sort of god of wealth." Yi Wu chuckled and quickly flattered, "Isn't it thanks to you supporting me, master? With such a golden thigh to hold on to, would I be foolish not to?" Tongtian Patriarch was both amused and exasperated. "If you keep flattering me like this, I fear I might become a foolish sage." Tongtian Patriarch snapped back to his senses and flicked Yi Wu's forehead. Yi Wu felt a sting and despite wanting to dodge obediently took it. "Stop pretending. Oh, what scheme are you really plotting?" Tongtian Patriarch's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on him. Every action of Yi Wu was fraught with calculation, and he couldn't discern his intentions at that moment. "Master, you truly have a keen eye." Yi Wu casually offered a compliment. "It's nothing much. I just want to help senior brother Zhao Gongming step into the threshold of Han Yuan true saint as soon as possible." He didn't mention a word about the calamity of the Fengshen. Bringing it up would only complicate matters and drag himself into a larger vortex. The position of god of wealth you arranged for Gongming is indeed beneficial for him. Perhaps his opportunity lies within. Tongtian Patriarch nodded. It was also because of this layer that he didn't reach out to stop it. Tongtian had intended to ask about the falling treasure coin, but upon discovering that Zhao Gongming had already taken it, he chose not to speak. However, he had a rough idea. This treasure that stirred the fate of the Jie sect was most likely that copper coin. The first copper coin in the world inherently had the ability to influence fate. The two chatted idly for a while before Yi Wu took his leave from Bio Palace and returned to his cave dwelling, beginning to count the gains from this trip. Not to mention the high-grade innate spirit treasures and the human seed bag along with the Qinquan ruler, he had also suppressed the Western teachings and the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, greatly increasing his imperial majesty. In the midst of it all, Yi Wu clearly felt that the authority of the Emperor Ziwei he wielded had expanded significantly. His fate also rose accordingly. As for the falling treasure coin, Yi Wu didn't hand it over to Zhao Gongming all at once. He had several layers of calculation. The Qinquan ruler had already been given along with an opportunity that directly led to the Great Tao. This favor was already considerable. Adding the falling treasure coin on top of that, the entanglements of causality would pile up so that Zhao Gongming wouldn't be able to repay them in the future. Too much causality could easily lead to chaos. Just like the two saints from the west who owed a debt of causality to Han Yun Laozu regarding the sacred position and couldn't repay, it ended up killing him. If Zhao Gongming couldn't repay this debt, and someone died, the matter would come to an end and the so-called favor would naturally no longer need to be remembered. That said, heavy debts of gratitude could turn into enmity. Yi Wu could not allow such a situation to arise. Though with Zhao Gongming's character coupled with the rules of the Jie sect, the likelihood of it coming to that point was actually quite low. He still needed to nip any signs of it in the bud. A wise person wouldn't place themselves in dangerous situations. Moreover, the matter of the falling treasure coin was too serious. If Zhao Gongming's plans for currency circulation in the mortal realm were to unfold smoothly, then the falling treasure coin would not merely be an item to stabilize wealth, it would also attract a massive influx of fate. And that influx of fate was precisely what Yi Wu needed the most at the moment. "Senior brother, if you could help me recover my primordial injuries sooner, it would all depend on you." With renewed determination, Yi Wu once again immersed himself in cultivation, maneuvering the forces of creation. This skill, ranked first among the heavenly title divine techniques, had always been of great concern to Yi Wu, because that power of creation could indeed help him fill the gaps in his primordial essence to a certain extent. Relying solely on his own comprehension, even if Yi Wu's talent was extraordinary, mastering the art of creation thoroughly wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. His previous insights were merely a brush with the threshold. There was still a long way to go before he could truly practice it to perfection. Time to cheat. He immediately pushed the Great Dream Heart Sutra to its limit. Layer upon layer of dream worlds enveloped Yi Wu like a tide. This time he planned to rely on the method of understanding the Tao in dreams to fully take on the art of creation. 1,000 years pass in dreams, while only a day passes in the mortal realm. By the time those dream worlds dissipated layer by layer, a year had already gone by when Yi Wu opened his eyes. In the midst of it all, it felt as if something had been awakened crashing down. It was the power of creation. It was a manifested law of the great Tao of creation. Only by comprehending the law of creation to a profound level could it be summoned. The overwhelming power of creation instantly enveloped Yi Wu's entire being. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave dwelling was filled to the brim with the power of creation. This power of creation was still evolving, coalescing into one rune after another. One by one they were inscribed into Yi Wu's body. It was exhilarating. Simply exhilarating beyond measure. Every inch of flesh and blood, every cell was wildly rejoicing, desperately absorbing that power of creation. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment also emerged on its own. Soaking in the rain formed from the power of creation, it repaired itself using the strength that descended from the law of the great Tao. The original cracks in its primordial essence visibly healed under the generous irrigation of the law of creation. The Zhoutian star tree was also released by Yi Wu from the innate chaotic gourd. Upon seeing the viscous creation material, the entire Zhoutian star tree trembled with excitement, plunging in without a moment's hesitation to devour it madly. That was the legendary power of creation. Even though they were innate spiritual roots, it was still a top-tier, nourishing substance. The moment the law of creation descended, Tongtian Patriarch sensed the disturbance. When he finally saw the scene within Yi Wu's cave dwelling, he was frozen in place, his mouth agape in disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded. Such an anomaly could only occur when the art of creation was cultivated to an extremely profound realm. Tongtian Patriarch had been cultivating the art of creation for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet even now he had not been able to reach that level of mastery. And Yi Wu? Tongtian Patriarch could only let out a long sigh. Heavenly talent truly allows one to do as they please. Even as a saint of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't compare. Far away in the chaos of the 33 heavens, Nuwa sensed the disturbance when the law of creation descended. As the creator of the innate human race using the art of creation, she was acutely sensitive to the law of creation. No one really knew what level Nuwa had cultivated the law of creation to. Interesting that Yi Wu lad could actually practice the art of creation to the extent of invoking the law of creation. Nuwa sighed. Only those who had genuinely delved deep into cultivation would understand how difficult it was to achieve this step. The art of creation, ranking first among the heavenly title divine techniques, had been practiced by many great beings of the primordial era. However, very few had made significant achievements in it. Even among those saints of the heavenly Tao, those who could practice the art of creation to a profound level were truly rare. Now another Yi Wu had emerged. Just a tiny golden immortal, yet he can reach such a level. I actually look forward to what surprises you will bring me in the future. Yi Wu, oblivious to all of this, was reaping immense benefits from the descent of the law of creation. The color of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment had unknowingly changed, wrapped in a thick layer of jade-like hue. That was the tangible manifestation of the power of creation. The primordial essence trembled violently, continuously absorbing the power of creation. At this moment, Yi Wu naturally would not hold back, pouring in a portion of the fate energy he had gathered. This was a rare opportunity that couldn't be found in 1,000 or 10,000 years. The law of creation directly descended, nearly equivalent to 1,000,000 years of his arduous cultivation. He just needed to go for it. The part of his primordial essence that had been lost was only replenished by 1/5 before. But now with the sweeping power of the law of creation, the remaining damages visibly healed by more than half. In the end, there was only a small remnant left, about 1/10, that hadn't fully recovered. Once Yi Wu finished absorbing the last bit of creation energy, the descending law of the great Tao also dissipated. He looked at his nearly restored primordial essence, grinning from ear to ear. What a huge profit. Under normal circumstances, the remaining 4/5 of the primordial essence loss would take an unknown amount of time to restore, and the fate energy consumed would be astronomical. But this time a single law of creation had resolved the vast majority of his problems. What a great treasure. It's just a pity that this law ran away too quickly. If only it could last a little longer, perhaps he could fill all the missing primordial essence. After all, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. The entire ancient tea tree of enlightenment had also undergone a transformative change, radiating an aura of Tao that was thick and indiscernible. 3,000 enlightenment tea leaves swayed gently, and Yi Wu felt his mind become crystalline, clear, his comprehension soaring to a new height. Boom. Deep within his primordial spirit, a great upheaval erupted. The bottlenecks that had stymied his cultivation were now completely unblocked. The immortal slaying array diagram manifested on its own, unfurling before him. Is this the foundation of the array diagram? The diagram offered no resistance. This time, Yi Wu finally saw through its essence. This array diagram was at its core a set of sword formations. Yet this sword formation was unique, refined into a portable scroll. That was how the immortal slaying sword array could be deployed so effortlessly. Soon a phantom-like array diagram coalesced before Yi Wu. He had fully comprehended the immortal slaying array diagram, grasping its most central essence. With a mere thought, he could manifest it. The diagram's innate spirituality awakened, growing even more intimate with Yi Wu. The sliver of immortal slaying sword intent he had previously realized was now directly imbued into the diagram. The immortal slaying array diagram blazed brightly, its radiance shifting from ethereal to solid as a terrifying pressure exploded outward. This fellow, Tongtian Jiaozhu, had been watching the commotion closely. Yi Wu's feat utterly stunned him, leaving him speechless for a long moment. That was the immortal slaying array diagram. He had so easily seen through its core secret and vividly manifested it. Even more absurdly, he had actually succeeded. Damn, could such extraordinary comprehension really allow such audacity? It was utterly unreasonable. A wave of sour envy welled up in Tongtian Jiaozhu's heart. Comparing immortals could drive an immortal to madness. Good, the true meaning of the immortal slaying array diagram has been successfully manifested. Now I have another great killing move. Yi Wu was quite satisfied. Only through true comprehension could one appreciate the sheer terror of the immortal slaying array diagram. But mastering just one diagram was far from enough for Yi Wu. I beg the master to grant me the 4 immortal slaying swords for contemplation. Yi Wu bowed deeply in the direction of Biliu Palace. This lad has quite the appetite. Tongtian Jiaozhu chuckled. He understood perfectly what Yi Wu was planning. To seize the moment and grasp the sword intent of all 4 swords in one go. Very well, I'll give you this chance. Let's see if you have the skill. The 4 immortal slaying swords hanging on the wall of Biliu Palace trembled fiercely, then transformed into a streak of light shooting outward. As Yi Wu straightened up, he found the 4 swords already suspended before him. Normally the 4 immortal slaying swords were hostile to strangers, yet they showed an unusual closeness to Yi Wu. The immortal slaying sword needed no further mention, its intent was already his. Next was the soul slaying sword. He extended his divine sense toward it. Boom. An overwhelming aura of slaughter rushed at him, fierce enough to make his scalp tingle. But in that instant a flash of insight struck Yi Wu, allowing him to grasp the soul slaying sword's very essence. Soul slaying sword intent emerged. Whoosh. A wisp of sword intent burst from Yi Wu's fingertip, resonating and quaking in harmony with the floating soul slaying sword. Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. Too fast. Under his incredulous gaze following the soul-slaying sword intent, Yi Wu comprehended the immortal vanquishing and the immortal trapping sword intents in succession. The 4 sword intents of the 4 immortal slaying swords swirled around Yi Wu, unleashing a bone-chilling murderous aura. Centered on Yi Wu's cave dwelling, a frigid killing intent spread, wildly shrouding the entire area in a grim atmosphere. The very bodies of the 4 immortal slaying swords and the array diagram raised their favorability toward Yi Wu to the maximum. It was as if they had finally found someone who understood them. Yi Wu had fully mastered the immortal slaying array diagram and the sword intents of the 4 blades. Now his hands itched for a fight to test their power. Only through battle can I know how formidable this thing truly is. The immortal slaying sword array was renowned as the premier killing formation in the primordial world. But what he had manifested was merely its essence. He had no idea if it would hold up in combat. Suddenly the sound transmission jade talisman on him vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Gongming. Junior brother, come to Daxia? I've run into trouble. Yi Wu narrowed his eyes and replied immediately, saying he would be there at once. Just as he was itching for someone to test his sword on a target came knocking. He wanted to see which reckless fool dared to lay a hand on his senior brother Zhao. Was the immortal slaying sword array just for show? He first assessed his own cultivation level and frowned. This bit of Tao is insufficient. Let's upgrade first. The moment he spoke, a terrifying suction force erupted from his body. The innate spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the divine power of the Zhoutian stars, all were devoured into his belly. 2 star fruits fell from the Zhoutian star tree, transforming into surging stars, spiritual energy that poured into his dharma power. The 5 chis within his chest drifted out, forming a massive vortex that madly consumed everything. The fragment of the Zhoutian star array he had traced also activated, helping him devour more and more fiercely. Any other immortal attempting this would either have an unstable foundation or be burst apart by the dharma power. But Yi Wu had no such problem. He absorbed as much spiritual energy as came, refining it all cleanly. The 5 chis were tempered to be as sturdy as innate spirit treasures. Tongtian Jiaozhu watched in silence. His disciple's cultivation always seemed like cheating. Late-stage Tai Golden Immortal. It didn't stop there, his aura soared all the way to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm before halting. The 5 chis within his chest had also reached their limit, exuding an aura of perfection. Yi Wu was quite satisfied. With this foundation, breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm should pose no problem. He sent the 4 immortal slaying swords back and bowed respectfully. Alright, now let's go see what's happening with senior brother Zhao. Yi Wu stepped out, and with a flash of golden light he appeared before Zhao Gongming. He looked down upon the mortal world, and saw that Daxiao was no longer what it once was. Paper money, which should not have appeared so early, was already circulating in many places. Even more surprising, statues of Zhao Gongming as the god of wealth were everywhere, surrounded by thick incense smoke and dense wish power. It's only been a little over a year and senior brother has already popularized the currency to this extent. Yiwu was genuinely astonished. This pace was many times faster than he had anticipated. At this rate, it seemed that before long the new currency could be used across the entire human domain. Zhao Gongming shook his head. I merely relied on the reputation of the immortals and gods. Without his status as the outer sect great disciple of Jie sect, and his position as the god of wealth in the heavenly court, pushing through this new currency would have been utterly impossible. He turned his hand over, revealing the money of falling treasures in his palm. This treasure had transformed compared to before. Its surface was entwined with astonishing wealth aura wrapped in thick incense and wish power, as if it were being constantly nourished. Remarkable. Over this past year, this top-grade innate spirit treasure, the money of falling treasures, seems to have reaped great benefits. Yiwu could see that within the coin a power never seen before was gestating. Not just the treasure, Zhao Gongming himself had changed even more. His aura had been compressed to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. When the time was right, he might even be able to sever the three corpses and step into the ranks of a quasi-sage. If not for junior brother's guidance, I would not have had this opportunity. I never saw what was hidden within the path of the god of wealth before. Zhao Gongming's tone carried a hint of emotion. Only by personally engaging with it did he realize the immense benefits hidden within the divine position of the god of wealth. As the currency spread further among the people, he gained not just wealth aura, but something even more terrifying, fortune aura. This fortune aura was entirely brought by the wealth aura. Senior brother, what trouble did you just mention? Yiwu grew interested. It's a bit of a bother, but nothing major. It's just that I've caught someone's eye. Once the currency spread, the profits involved were too huge. Some people grew restless. Zhao Gongming smiled, then changed the subject. But then again, it might not be trouble. Perhaps it's even an opportunity for you, junior brother. What do you mean? Yiwu was puzzled. The one causing me trouble is an old-timer from the ancient Yao court, Jimeng. Jimeng. Don't tell me it's that Jimeng. Yes, the same Jimeng who was one of the 10 great Yao gods of the heavenly court. After the Yao court fell, the 10 gods were scattered. Some died, some were injured, some fled. Jimeng was lucky. He retreated with Baze. Baze, eh? Hearing that name, Yiwu's eyes lit up, and his senior brother, tell me more. I recall that you junior brother once drew a part of the Zhoutian star array, but it was incomplete. As for the complete Zhoutian star array in the current primordial world, those who can set it up can probably be counted on one hand. One is the former Yao prince Luya, and the other is Baze. But Luya vanished completely after the Yao court collapsed, impossible to find. Baze is different. He has been appearing in various places in the primordial world. Baze was once the strategist of the Yao court, deeply trusted by Dijuan and Tai. After the Yao court fell, it was also Baze who preserved a seed for the Yao race. I've heard that Jimeng has been by Baze's side all these years. Now that he suddenly shows up here, it must be connected to Baze. Don't think that just because the Yao court has fallen, those old-timers have been idle. They've been stirring up trouble across the primordial world, hoping to turn things around one day and restore the Yao race's glory. At this point, Zhao Gongming's face was full of disdain with a cold sneer. Yiwu wore the same expression. These Yao race folks, are they dreaming? Look at the times we live in now. Pure fantasy. The good days of the Yao race were long over. With the rise of the human race, the Yao, once the overlords of the heavens, were destined to be swept into the dustbin of history. Whether they liked it or not, they had to accept it. This was the grand trend of the heavenly Tao. Now the human race was the protagonist of heaven and earth, backed by several saints. For the Yao race to try and rise again was to openly defy all the heavenly Tao saints. They would likely die without knowing how. Yes, everyone understands this, but those old-timers who experienced the Yao race's glory refuse to accept their fate. So all these years they've been secretly moving around looking for opportunities. And now they've set their sights on me, the god of... Zhao Gongming couldn't help but grin. That Jimeng is all brawn and just wants to fight. But Baze is different. He's likely already seen through the secrets behind this monetary currency. That's why he sent Jimeng to test the waters. If they could seize this wealth aura, it would be a pipe dream for the Yao race to return to their peak, but their current situation would certainly improve. If things go well, there might be a chance to return to the stage of heaven and earth, earning a voice that no one can underestimate. Zhao Gongming's expression darkened. This is not him bragging. After personally experiencing these days, Zhao Gongming has thoroughly tasted the power of monetary transactions. This thing is a terrifying force that can stir the fortunes of the primordial chaos. Though it seems tender now, once it truly grows, it will undoubtedly be a monstrous flood that no one can withstand. No wonder you were the think tank of the demon clan's heavenly court back in the day. Your vision is indeed sharp. To actually discern the potential of the monetary path. Yiwu smiled. He was well aware of the might of money. In his past life, wealth could dictate the fate of a nation. It could uplift a dynasty or bring one down. In the primordial chaos, it was quite similar, even potentially more terrifying than in his past life. The mortal realm cannot escape monetary transactions. Although immortals exchange items, they can still measure with money. Once transactions begin to operate, wealth can create waves of astonishing magnitude. Having foresight is one thing, but in this matter, Baze's calculations are bound to fail. Since the demon clan has already been swept into the annals of history, they should stay there quietly and not think about climbing out again. Yiwu shook his head. He dared to make such a plan, and let Zhao Gongming promote monetary currency not only because Zhao Gongming held the position of the wealth god in the heavenly court. More importantly, they were both disciples of the Jie sect. Behind them stood a sage. This was the true confidence of Yi Wu and his companions. If they did not have a sage backing them, they would likely be snuffed out in the cradle before they even revealed themselves. It would be impossible to lay out such a vast chessboard of monetary currency, let alone gather immense fortune through it. Zhao Gongming nodded, fully aware of the intricacies involved. If it weren't for his identity, even promoting monetary currency among the Jiejiao human race would not be an easy task. Not to mention, just the human race is no weakling. Within the heavenly court, many immortals are secretly sabotaging, trying to suppress the fortunes of the human race. However, ever since the human race became the main character of the heavenly land, countless powerful immortals have emerged. No matter how skillfully the demon clan calculates, in the end it will be a futile effort. Isn't this just right, giving us an opportunity to pick up a ready-made bargain? Finding Baizé before was truly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That guy was once one of the 10 great demon gods, a quasi-saint level expert. If he is determined to hide, even if a Taoist sage intervenes, it may not be possible to drag him out. But now they have exposed their tails themselves. As long as we set up a trap and follow the line of Jimeng, we should be able to draw Baizé out. Once Baizé appears, acquiring the formation methods for the Zhoutian star array should not be a significant problem. Zhao Gongming had personally witnessed Yi Wu's prowess in formations. If he could comprehend the complete Zhoutian star array and pair it with the authority of Emperor Ziwei, half of the heavenly court would fall into the hands of his junior brother. Yi Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was truly motivated. This is indeed a case of finding something after walking a long way without effort. Originally, he was troubled about how to find Luya and Baizé, but now Baizé had come to him. Then he couldn't be polite. However, that old Baizé was already a quasi-saint during the War of the Witches and Demons. No one knows what level he is. As for Jimeng, he is probably also of quasi-saint level. Trying to scheme against these two will likely not be simple. Yi Wu's brow furrowed. He was merely a Tai golden immortal, and Zhao Gongming was also just a great Luo golden immortal, far from being quasi-saints. The risk of small against large was too great. With just the two of them, this plan would be impossible to succeed. I have observed Jimeng. Although he is a quasi-saint, he is only at the initial stage, having slain just one evil corpse. Dealing with him is somewhat challenging, but not overly exaggerated. Don't forget, we both come from great sects. If a real fight breaks out, the treasures on us can be quite useful. Suppressing an initial stage quasi-saint should not be a significant problem. Moreover, Zhao Gongming's expression suddenly grew a bit proud, a surge of madness welling up in his gaze. Isn't he just a quasi-saint? If Jimeng can become one, why can't I? Zhao Gongming. What? Yi Wu's face changed, and he immediately showed joy. Senior brother, do you have confidence in slaying the corpse? If Zhao Gongming could truly break through to quasi-saint, his odds of planning that matter would naturally be much greater. No quasi-saint is nothing to speak of, or I have figured out some new paths. I want to try the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Yi Wu's eyes nearly popped out, staring fixedly at Zhao Gongming. This answer was truly unexpected. Zhao Gongming continued slowly. Originally, I planned to use the Dinghai God Pearl as a medium for the 3 corpses and walk the path of the 3 corpses quasi-saint. But now it's different. On this path of the Wealth God, I have seen the possibility of attaining the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. I plan to walk the path of the Wealth God. During this time, I have thoroughly pondered, and the potential of the Wealth God path is deeper than I imagined. Although attaining the Hunyuan Golden Immortal is indeed not easy, the biggest advantage compared to the 3 corpses quasi-saint is that it does not require innate spiritual treasures as a medium. This advantage is quite significant. Over the past year, Zhao Gongming had already thought through the intricacies involved. The path to quasi-saint is indeed easier, but also has many scary entanglements. In the past, he would have honestly walked the path of the 3 corpses quasi-saint. But now he saw new hope. As Yi Wu said, the path of the Wealth God is a road to the heavens. It might not be impossible to use it to touch the threshold of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Once the currency circulates across the primordial chaos, he can unknowingly push the path of the Wealth God to a very deep level. In simple terms, as the fortune increases, his path of the Wealth God can advance further. The position of the Wealth God, in a sense, is also a unique fruit position in the heavens and earth. Moreover, this position allows him to truly speak in the primordial chaos, competing with those old supreme beings. There is even a chance to stand on equal footing with sages. Baizé can see through the ways and potential of wealthy. Of course, Zhao Gongming is not foolish. Moreover, he holds the backing of the Wealth God position in the heavenly court, making this path smoother than for others. The path of the 3 corpses quasi-saint is less certain. With innate spiritual treasures as a medium, one can bolster their combat power. If not, one is just an ordinary quasi-saint. That is simply too weak. This is clearly not what Zhao Gongming desires. Good. Senior brother, if you truly want to walk this path, your junior brother will definitely support you with all my strength. Yi Wudao laughed heartily. However, there was a hint of something inexplicable hidden in that smile. Could this count as him unknowingly leading the grand trend of the heavenly Tao astray? If Zhao Gongming really manages to walk this path, he could hardly imagine the scene. If the calamity of the deification were to erupt as usual, would Zhao Gongming still fall at the hands of Luya? With this power, perhaps even the list of deifications could be shattered directly. Since senior brother is determined to venture down this path today, I will elaborate on the deeper aspects within. Junior brother, speak quickly. Zhao Gongming became excited. Over the past year, he had indeed pushed the concepts of money and currency forward. The experiments had indeed been successful, but there were still many intricacies he could not understand, leaving him with a pile of confusion. Yi Wu explained point by point, and Zhao Gongming became increasingly enlightened. The places he couldn't comprehend before suddenly became clear. Gradually, a unique aura began to emanate from Zhao Gongming, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to stir. More importantly, the falling treasure money also benefited, automatically generating brand new heavenly Dao runes. Yi Wu observed the changes in Zhao Gongming, nodding secretly. He truly was the candidate for the wealth god he had chosen, and he did not disappoint him. Zhao Gongming's talent on the path of the wealth god was remarkable. Wealth, money, currency, transactions, commerce, and economy. Each of these hides a great path behind it. Next, it depends on which path Zhao Gongming's senior brother will choose. The things hidden behind wealth are far too many. Ha ha ha, I understand. Zhao Gongming laughed loudly, grabbing the falling treasure money. Junior brother, let me borrow this falling treasure money again. Yi Wu's eyes lit up. Senior brother, feel free to use it. Zhao Gongming was about to break through. In this world, there should be wealth, money, transactions, and currency. They are all external manifestations of wealth or means of realization. Since I, Zhao Gongming, have firmly taken the position of the wealth god, I must control the path of the wealth god in the heavens and earth, completing this piece for the heavenly Dao. Zhao Gongming's voice echoed, and the aura around him became increasingly intense. This stirred the changes in the surrounding world. I am finally about to break through. However, the path chosen by Zhao Gongming's senior brother is still somewhat different from what I thought before. But this path seems to suit him better. Wealth. This is the essence of the wealth god position. Zhao Gongming's approach is also simple: to gather money, transactions, and commerce into the large basket of wealth. This way, the center point of the wealth god's divine position becomes even more distinct. Yi Wu's figure swayed as he stepped back, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At such a critical moment, there can be no mistakes. They must not let anyone disrupt Zhao Gongming's opportunity. The Tongtian cult master suddenly felt something as if a string had been plucked, and he quickly calculated with his fingers. His eyes widened instantly. His gaze shifted, locking directly onto the direction where Zhao Gongming was. Zhao Gongming is actually about to step into the Quasi-Saint level. Not quite. To be precise, it's not Quasi-Saint, but Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This outcome was something even the Tongtian cult master had not anticipated. Why did he choose the path of Hunyuan? Why abandon the three corpses Quasi-Saint to pursue this one? Master, how did you get here? Yi Wu turned around to see that the Tongtian cult master had appeared next to him, without him noticing, nearly startling him into action. You two have caused such a commotion, how could I possibly sit still? The Tongtian cult master rolled his eyes. He finally understood that his little disciple had an outrageous talent for causing trouble. He didn't even have time to react. Come on, tell me, what scheme have you concocted this time that made your senior brother Zhao Gongming abandon the well-trodden path of the three corpses to pursue the mixed element Golden Immortal? At this moment, Zhao Gongming, holding the falling treasure money, was already in a state that was hard to describe, completely unaware that the Tongtian patriarch had arrived. Yi Wu looked wronged. Master, I don't like what you're saying. Aren't I doing this all for my senior brother? The mixed element level wealth god is far stronger than an ordinary Quasi-Saint like Zhao Gongming. In a few words, Yi Wu explained everything he had discussed with Zhao Gongming along with the entire plan. After listening, the Tongtian patriarch was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. These two guys are too bold, playing such a big game without a sound. Wealth god. Wealth god. The Tongtian patriarch calculated and instantly recognized the weight and value behind this path. If Zhao Gongming can truly traverse this wealth god path, there may be opportunities to touch that supreme level in the future. He looked at Yi Wu. In this case, your senior brother Zhao Gongming owes you a tremendous favor. This is the grace of it. The debt of gratitude is immense. We are all fellow disciples. Isn't it natural to help each other? Yi Wu smiled. Today I helped senior brother Zhao Gongming, and he will surely help me in return. The Tongtian patriarch stared into Yi Wu's eyes. He could see that Yi Wu was sincere when he said this. No Good. The Tongtian patriarch repeated 3 times. Yi Wu, you have not disappointed me. Suddenly the momentum that Zhao Gongming had been accumulating exploded. A terrifying pressure surged like a tide in all directions, threatening to crush everything around. Yi Wu even mixed element Golden Immortal. Is this the level of power? The wave of power Zhao Gongming had just released clearly exceeded the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Your senior brother has already touched the threshold of the mixed element Golden Immortal. The Tongtian patriarch took a deep breath, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. He hoped that Zhao Gongming could steadily break through to that realm. At the same time, in every corner of the Great Xia dynasty, wherever a statue of Zhao Gongming the wealth god was erected, all the statues began to tremble. An indescribable force of wealth penetrated the void and directly poured into Zhao Gongming's body. The falling treasure money also erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, hovering above Zhao Gongming's head. The heavenly Dao runes inscribed upon it stirred the power of the money heavenly Dao. Not enough, still far from it. Zhao Gongming roared in his heart. Wealth god position, grant me your blessing. The divine office of the wealth god within his primordial spirit suddenly burst forth with even more dazzling light. It directly connected to the hidden power of the wealth god in the void. A terrifying energy of the wealth god crashed down, penetrating every inch of Zhao Gongming's flesh. And in the unseen depths of the void, a path of the wealth god was also seized by Zhao Gongming. He immediately used his primordial spirit to guide it fiercely, branding a trace of his primordial spirit's mark onto that path. Boom. In that instant, Zhao Gongming's aura soared once more, directly shattering the bottleneck of the great Luo Golden Immortal, successfully breaking into the realm of the mixed element Golden Immortal. At the same time, the power of the wealth god position also surged significantly. On the heavenly court side, the head of the 6 imperial lords, Hao Yin, of course, sensed the change in the wealth god position immediately. This Zhao Gongming truly is a match made in heaven with the wealth god position. Hao Yin had witnessed all the deeds Zhao Gongming had accomplished in the mortal realm over the years. He was quite impressed. Perhaps he really could create something earth-shattering with this wealth god position. However, that would be, though Hao Yin could see more than most gods, he too was limited in this matter. After all, what dreadful secrets lay behind the wealth god position had never been deeply explored. Ha ha ha, my Tao has finally been accomplished. Zhao Gongming opened his eyes and laughed heartily. Only after stepping into the realm of the mixed element Golden Immortal did he truly comprehend how terrifying this level was. Compared to the quasi-saint of the 3 corpses, the mixed element Golden Immortal condensed all his power into a single strand, making the scale of their confrontation incomparable. He understood in his heart that he had chosen the right path. Greetings, master. Seeing the Tongtian Patriarch appear, Zhao Gongming hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Yi Wu smiled and clasped his hands. Senior brother has attained the mixed element. Congratulations. Haha, it was all thanks to the guidance of my little junior brother. Without your direction, how could I have reached this point, let alone attained the mixed element? Zhao Gongming's heart was as clear as a mirror. The path he was currently walking was, to put it plainly, paved by Yi Wu himself, pushing him step by step onto the path of the mixed element Golden Immortal. This favor from my little junior brother, I will remember it in my heart. From now on, wherever you need me, whether climbing mountains or crossing seas of fire, Zhao Gongming will never hesitate. Zhao Gongming knew all too well how significant Yi Wu's favor was. This was the grace of attaining the Tao. It was tantamount to giving away a path for free. That path of the wealth god was so rare that even an ordinary person with Yi Wu's guidance could directly attain the mixed element. As long as you understand, that's good. The Tongtian Patriarch nodded. This favor is immense, so in the future you ought to shield your little junior brother from harm. That is only natural. Zhao Gongming readily agreed. From now on, my little junior brother's matters are my matters. I will not be wishy-washy. The Tongtian Patriarch suddenly looked up at the heavens and said solemnly, let's not talk about this for now. Your mixed element heavenly tribulation is about to descend. Hurry and prepare to transcend the tribulation. What a... Zhao Gongming was taken aback, and the next moment a sense of crisis exploded in his heart. He looked up at the sky. The calamity clouds silently gathered, locking him in tightly. A mere mixed element heavenly tribulation, let me show you how to smash it. Zhao Gongming roared and soared into the sky. The falling treasure money hovered above his head, showering him with a terrifying power of wealth to shield his entire body. 24 stabilizing sea pearls appeared, powered by the force of the Qian Kuan ruler, transforming into 24 great worlds enveloped in destructive force, crashing toward the calamity clouds. Zhao Gongming's arrogance was overwhelming. His thoughts were simple and crude, directly breaking the calamity by force to shatter this mixed element heavenly tribulation so he wouldn't have to suffer the blast. The nature of the mixed element Golden Immortal to assimilate all great powers gave him enough confidence. But at that very moment, as the stabilizing sea pearl shot out, the falling treasure money suddenly trembled violently and flew away from him. The change came too abruptly, how everyone present failed to react. Zhao Gongming had no chance to defend. A bolt of heavenly tribulation pierced through his protective magical power from above, leaving him charred. He was stunned, even forgetting to activate the stabilizing sea pearl to bombard the calamity clouds. His gaze instinctively followed the direction of the falling treasure money as it flew away. Yi Wu reacted similarly. He suddenly felt that the connection between himself and the falling treasure money was becoming intermittent, as if someone was secretly trying to seize control of this treasure. Who is scheming behind the scenes? Yi Wu shouted, immediately mobilizing his magical power to stabilize the falling treasure money. He truly did not expect such a thing to happen. Whoosh! The falling treasure money escaped even faster, dashing away. Yi Wu's face darkened, and the extermination immortal array diagram instantly flew out, blocking the falling treasure money's path. The Tongtian Patriarch had a strange expression. He had already figured out what was happening. You two be careful, the burning lamp Taoist is coming. The Tongtian Patriarch reminded them, having deduced the whole course of events, but he had no intention of intervening. This tribulation is tied to your causal relationship, but whether you can transcend it depends entirely on yourselves. It wasn't that the Tongtian Patriarch didn't want to help, but this calamity itself was bound to Yi Wu's opportunities. If he intervened, the portion of opportunity belonging to Yi Wu might be directly severed. Moreover, Yi Wu had so many ultimate treasures protecting him. Even though the burning lamp Taoist was formidable, he might not necessarily be able to truly harm them. Even if something went wrong with him stationed here, he could cover for them. However, Second brother, the Burning Lamp, is the deputy master of your Chan sect. It's unreasonable for a dignified deputy master to come to ambush my direct disciple. The Tongtian Patriarch pondered that it was time to pay a visit to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. What the Burning Lamp did this time had already crossed the bottom line. Burning Lamp Taoist. Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming were both taken aback. He truly is relentless. But how is he controlling the falling treasure money? Yi Wu couldn't understand. How could he sever the connection between him and the treasure out of thin air? This method was not simple. What trick did the Burning Lamp employ? How could he achieve such an outrageous feat? Zhao Gongming was infuriated, grinding his teeth as he cursed. I should have known better than to let him go last time. Last time, out of consideration for the two factions' relationship, he let that old fellow Burning Lamp go. Who would have thought he would return to bite them? A dark, eerie flame from a spiritual coffin floated over, heading straight for Zhao Gongming, as if to burn his primordial spirit to ashes. Zhao Gongming casually struck the Qiankuan ruler, and that ball of fire shattered instantly. Burning Lamp, show yourself. Zhao Gongming yelled desperately, his eyes filled with hatred, nearly burning through the sky. Didn't expect to run into you so soon again, did you, eh? The Burning Lamp Taoist appeared, smiling ominously, completely disregarding the rage of Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming. The Tongtian Patriarch stood nearby, but the Burning Lamp was completely oblivious. This is the ability of a saint. If they don't want you to see them, you won't even notice them standing right next to you. Zhao Gongming, you seized my opportunity, and now look at you walking the path of the mixed element golden immortal. The Burning Lamp ground his teeth. That was the path of the mixed element golden immortal. Now Zhao Gongming had benefited from it. He burned with jealousy, but dared not be too reckless lest he truly kill Zhao Gongming in the heavenly tribulation. After all, Zhao Gongming was a prominent figure of the Jie sect. If he died at his hands, the heavenly saint of the Jie sect would certainly not let him off, and even the master of the Chan sect would not spare him easily. All these things were originally mine. But it's not too late. When you fail to transcend the tribulation, everything will still be mine. Burning Lamp, do you really think that these little tricks can subdue us? Yi Wu coldly chuckled as he spoke. The Zhuxian array diagram suddenly unleashed an even stronger oppressive force, causing Randeng's expression to change drastically, forcing him to retreat several steps. Although the falling treasure money could drop various magical treasures, it was still under Yi Wu's control, so it was naturally powerless against the Zhuxian array diagram. Randeng was deeply apprehensive about that array, snorting coldly as a blood-red doll appeared in his hand. The doll was entangled with a thick causal thread that directly connected to the falling treasure money. Yi Wu, do you think that by taking the falling treasure money it belongs to you now? Let me tell you, dream on. Today I shall reclaim it. With a crack, the blood-red doll in Randeng's hand was crushed. In that very instant, Yi Wu felt the connection between himself and the falling treasure money suddenly severed. His face went pale, and he froze in place. It wasn't just blocked, all connections were directly erased. His expression visibly crumbled, and his lips trembled. How is this possible? A buzzing sound exploded in his mind, making it impossible for him to accept this reality. Suddenly a thought flashed through his heart, like lightning in the night. I understand. You found Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. That blood-red puppet was crafted from those two, wasn't it? All his doubts were resolved in that moment. In the entire primordial realm, only those two could have such a deep causal connection with the falling treasure money. Back at Wui Mountain, he searched everywhere, but couldn't find them. It turned out they had long fallen into Randeng's hands. And what was the result? They were directly killed and turned into a blood-red doll specifically used to sever his connection with the falling treasure money. This method was truly ruthless. However, it was absurd that Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao had died like this. Didn't this indirectly push the trend of the heaven? Currently, the investiture of the gods had not yet begun, and there wasn't even a shadow of the investiture list. With these two dead, it meant they were utterly gone. Their souls could only roll into the underworld and be reborn. They would never have the chance to be sealed as the god of wealth in this life like they had in their previous one. Haha, you only just realized it now? It's too late. Randeng laughed loudly, completely indifferent. The palace lamp surged upward, rushing towards the Zhuxian array diagram, its target clear, seizing the falling treasure money. The abilities of that copper coin were indeed extraordinary, but now the connection between it and Yi Wu had been completely severed. The one who should truly be afraid now was Yi Wu himself. The falling treasure money, freed from control, immediately began to struggle, violently charging wildly within the Zhuxian array diagram, desperately trying to escape. How much wealth and fortune had the falling treasure money accumulated during this time? It was immense. In that instant, Yi Wu sensed that the faint connection between him and the Zhuxian array diagram was abruptly cut off. In the shadows, Tongtian Jiaozhu Master let out a cold snort. That snort fell like thunder, causing the falling treasure money to emit a mournful cry, and the golden light on the coin dimmed. Who was the true master of the Zhuxian array diagram? It was Tongtian Jiaozhu Master himself. Although the falling treasure money claimed to be able to drop all spiritual treasures, it depended on whose treasures they were. When the owner of the treasure was a saint of the heavenly Tao, whether it could be dropped was an entirely different matter. The price to be paid could only be described in astronomical figures. This time the falling treasure money suffered a serious loss. Just as Randeng was about to reach out to grab the falling treasure money, a strange light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Yi Wu's lips curled up, revealing a chilling smile. Taking advantage of this gap, the falling treasure money suddenly broke free from the constraints of the Zhuxian array diagram and flew far away. Ran Deng's eyes brightened. Without a second thought, the palace lamp flew out and crashed towards Yi Wu. He himself turned around, reaching for the falling treasure money. Having witnessed the power of that broken coin, Ran Deng no longer dared to clash head-on with his own spiritual treasure. That wasn't a fight, it was delivering a meal. Yi Wu's gaze turned utterly cold, like ice solidified in the depths of winter. Senior brother, just focus on transcending your tribulation. As for the rest, I will handle it. I've been in the Jiejiao for so many years and have never been forced to this point. But today Ran Deng made me stumble hard, leaving me bruised and battered. For Yi Wu, this was more painful than being killed. Ran Deng, today, I will let you taste what it means. Regret never having done it in the first place. Ran Deng's little tricks had already crossed Yi Wu's bottom line. Then it was time to kill. With a thought, an illusory Zhuxian array diagram instantly emerged from the void. Immediately after, 4 powerful sword cries erupted and 4 murderous long swords descended from the sky, embedding themselves into the illusory array diagram with a clang. The array diagram and sword bodies merged in midair, the killing intent surging like a tide in all directions. The Zhuxian sword array. Ran Deng felt as if he was nailed to the spot, disbelief filling his eyes. Ran Deng, Deputy Sect Master, Yi Wu's voice sliced through the air like a blade. Please enter the array. Boom. The sword array unfolded in an instant, and with a thought, Yi Wu directly swallowed both Ran Deng and the falling treasure money. The falling treasure money crashed around frantically within the array like a wild bird trapped in a cage, desperately trying to escape. However, the Zhuxian sword array that Yi Wu had manifested was not an actual spiritual treasure, but an embodiment of profound meaning. The capabilities of the falling treasure money were completely impotent against such a thing. The 4 Zhuxian swords darted back and forth within the array, bringing forth waves of suffocating killing intent. Ran Deng felt every inch of his flesh and blood chilling, as if countless invisible blades were pressed against his skin, ready to shred him into pieces at any moment. The sword chi of Zhuxian, the sword chi of Livexian, the sword chi of Xinxian, and the sword chi of Juexian interwove, forming an airtight cage. Even his Deluo golden immortal level body could barely withstand it. Truly, the Zhuxian sword array was the #1 killing array of the primordial realm, a name well deserved. However, Ran Deng soon sensed that something was amiss. No way. He suddenly snapped back to reality, staring intently at the faint sword shadows surrounding him. This isn't the real Zhuxian sword array. Although the killing intent here was overwhelming, it felt as if it lacked it was as if it was fake. The thunderclouds of tribulation above Zhao Gongming roiled continuously, lightning snakes striking down wildly. Trapped in the array, Ran Deng still wore a sneer. What kind of Zhuxian sword array is this? At best, it's just a counterfeit. Although he said this, his eyes revealed a hint of the killing array laid out by Yi Wu, while not the true Zhuxian sword array, undeniably contained the genuine essence of Zuxian's kill intent. Damn it, this kid's comprehension is utterly outrageous. While Ran Deng cursed inwardly, he dared not to be careless in his actions. He pinched his fingers, his mana surging, forcing his way through the intertwined sword chi to find a sliver of a gap. But with killing intent all around, he couldn't break free. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, who was undergoing tribulation, almost had his eyes pop out. He knew that his junior apprentice brother came from the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree, naturally blessed, but this was just too exaggerated. What level of existence were the 4 Zhuxian swords combined with the array? That was the ultimate skill of his teacher Tongtian Jiaozhu master. And in such a short time had his junior apprentice brother completely comprehended it. Zhao Gongming couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's the people who make others die of envy. But then he thought again, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Ran Deng was in big trouble this time. The Zhuxian killing array had sealed off his escape route, and he wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Old bastard Ran Deng, you just wait for me. Just you wait. After I finish this tribulation, I will smash your dog head with 24C stabilizing pearl. He spoke fiercely, but deep down he still felt a bit of fear. If it hadn't been for his junior apprentice brother's timely intervention, he might have really capsized in the gutter. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but glance at the faint figure sitting far away, his teacher. Tongtian Jiaozhu master sat there expressionless, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. Zhao Gongming felt puzzled. Why hasn't the teacher made a move? At that moment, the trapped Ran Deng suddenly let out an angry roar. Ji Meng, how long are you going to watch the show? Why aren't you making a move? Ji Meng. Those 2 characters exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Was it Ji Meng, one of the 10 demon gods of the ancient demon court? Yi Wu's pupils suddenly constricted. Just as the words fell, the void suddenly tore apart, and a wave of overwhelming demonic energy surged out. A figure stepped out of the void, shrouded in thick, dark demonic energy, and a terrifying power directly bombarded towards Yi Wu. Ran Deng, you are truly useless. A mere Tai golden immortal has you at a loss. Boom. Yi Wu had no time to prepare, and could only instinctively wrap the Zhuxian array diagram around himself. The next second, he was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing through several mountain peaks. Tongtian Jiaozhu master's brow furrowed slightly. In that moment, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Ji Meng had actually gotten involved. There was surprisingly a shadow of the demon race behind this matter. This was far beyond his expectations. Ran Deng, oh Ran Deng. Tongtian Jiao master murmured softly, his tone calm, as if he were just commenting on the pleasant weather. But those who knew him understood that the more he spoke in this tone, the more it indicated that the person was out of options. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. You already turned against me, and now you still dare to stir up trouble with the old powers of the demon race. This behavior is clearly slapping the faces of our heavenly Tao saints. Quickly help me break this Zhuxian sword array, Ran Ding shouted hoarsely. Although this Zhuxian sword array was merely a weakened version, being trapped inside felt chilling. If he were to remain trapped in this thing for an extended period, he feared he might not even have bone fragments left. The falling treasure money is already in my hands. You go deal with Yi Wu, break this profound Zhuxian sword array, and then we will jointly attack Zhao Gongming to seize the sea stabilizing pearls and the Qingquan ruler. What are you shouting about? This demon god knows what to do. Jimeng cursed back. His face was a bit flushed at the moment. The punch he had just thrown was intended to leave Yi Wu half dead, yet the latter merely spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, showing no serious harm. After all, he was a quasi-saint. Striking with full force, he couldn't even gravely wound a mere Tai golden immortal. If this got out, where would he hide his old face? Jimeng, how dare you? Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with fury, nearly splitting at the edges. He had never imagined that Jimeng, having just confronted him, had already conspired with Randan Daoist in secret. These bastards were trying to snatch the money that falls from heaven amid the chaos. No, it wasn't just the money that falls from heaven. They had their eyes on his Dinghai divine pearl and cosmic ruler as well. With a flicker of thought, Zhao Gongming saw through the scheme. Master, please save the junior disciple. That Jimeng is a quasi-saint of the demon clan. The junior disciple cannot withstand him. Rest assured, your junior brother is not so easily broken. The immortal execution sword diagram protects him. Even Jimeng can do nothing to him in a short time. Tongtian Jiaozhu still remained unmoved, but his brows furrowed deeper. He could sense the opportunity belonging to Yi Wu clearer than before, yet it had never truly manifested. It felt as if it could snap at any moment. He would wait a little longer. He refused to believe that the opportunity wouldn't appear. As for Yi Wu's safety, Tongtian Jiaozhu had no concern whatsoever. He stood right there. If Jimeng could truly kill Yi Wu before his eyes, then he was no fit to be a heavenly Dao sage, and might as well pack up and leave. Zhao Gongming, you'd better worry about yourself first. Don't think I don't know your game. Before coming by, Zay told me you're full of tricks, and have no sincerity in cooperating with our demon clan. Since that's the case, we'll have to join forces with Randan Daoist, and seize the money that falls from heaven ourselves. Jimeng had just scrambled to his feet, swept his gaze locked onto Yi Wu, and without a word lunged at him again. Yet he still held back some of his strength. After all, this man had a formidable background, a direct disciple of Saint Tongtian with an awe-inspiring status. If he accidentally killed him, not only would Tongtian Jiaozhu turn the entire primordial world upside down, but even the demon clan might be buried with him. A sage's wrath was no trivial matter. Jimeng. Demon clan. Yi Wu flicked his hand, unfurling the immortal execution sword diagram, intercepting Jimeng's attack midair. A bone-chilling murderous aura erupted from him. I haven't come to settle scores with you yet, and you dare deliver yourselves to my doorstep. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A mere quasi-saint at the early stage actually thought he could swagger across heaven and earth. Yi Wu cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian Jiaozhu, who was watching the show, and felt a wave of helplessness. With a teacher like this, he had to rely on himself to clean up this mess. Jimeng and Randan Daoist are unlikely allies unless someone pulled the strings behind the scenes. Bai Zhe. That thought made it clear. The bastard was probably lurking in the shadows, fixated on the situation. Bai Zhe, oh Bai Zhe, will drag you out of hiding soon. Being schemed against like this, Yi Wu could hardly swallow his anger. The divine authority of the Ziwei Great Emperor descended instantly, attaching itself to Yi Wu, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the level of a Daluo Golden Immortal. Though temporary, it was already terrifying. By the power of the Ziwei Great Emperor's authority and power, Yi Wu drew the purple lightning hammer in one swift motion, and the thunderous power of heaven and earth surged into a frenzy, with countless terrifying supreme purity divine thunders roaring. In an instant, Jimeng was swallowed whole. The purple lightning hammer, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, contained the power of myriad thunders. This treasure was inherently attuned to the Ziwei Great Emperor's authority, making its use seamless. Jimeng's eyes bulged wide, utterly dumbfounded. Randan Daoist's face twisted with envy. Was Tongtian Jiaozhu too generous? He actually gave a treasure like the purple lightning hammer to Yi Wu. Why? When had Randan ever encountered such fortune? And this was far from over. The power of the stars in the heavens descended along with it. Countless divine lights rained down from the sky, pouring into Yi Wu's body, continuously supplying him with spiritual power to fuel the purple lightning hammer. As one of the 6 imperial lords, the Ziwei Great Emperor, Yi Wu was this arrogant, this domineering. The disturbance among the stars immediately alerted the great cultivators of the primordial world. It was that Ziwei Great Emperor, Yi Wu again. Randan Daoist was trapped within that sword formation, a sea of sword light, each strand carrying a world-destroying intent. The expressions of the surrounding great beings shifted entirely. No one had expected that Jimeng, one of the 10 great demon gods of the demon court, would attack Yi Wu. Even more unexpected was that the moment they clashed, the battle shook heaven and earth. The immortal execution sword formation beside them naturally didn't escape the eyes of these wily old foxes. They saw at a glance that it was no ordinary formation. It was a sword formation at the level of profound meaning. When they recognized who was trapped inside, all of them turned their gazes toward Kunlun, Jade Void Palace, Randan Daoist. The deputy leader of the Chan sect, a veteran who had once listened to the Tao in the Zhijiao Palace, was now pinned down in the sword formation by a Jie sect disciple unable to move. And that Jie sect disciple was under a fierce assault from Ji Ming. This was quite intriguing. Could Randan and Ji Ming have joined forces? Were they ganging up on Yi Wu? The thought alone electrified every great cultivator present. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to watch the drama unfold. If this were true, the scandal would be immense. The deputy leader of the Chan sect colluding with remnants of the demon court to besiege a direct disciple of the Jie sect. If this news spread, the entire primordial world would explode. Then their gazes shifted to another figure. Zhao, this outer disciple of the supreme purity saint, was undergoing tribulation. But the problem was, the tribulation he faced was the mixed Yuan golden immortal tribulation, not the three corpses quasi-saint tribulation. Everyone was stunned. Ever since Dao ancestor Hongjun preached in the Zhijiao Palace and passed down the three corpses quasi-saint method, the mainstream of the primordial world had changed. The path of mixed Yuan golden immortal was too arduous and difficult, a few could walk it. Yet Zhao Gongming chose the hardest path. Even their sage teacher had followed the three corpses path to enlightenment. Nanji Xianwen was the first to notice the situation below. His face instantly turned pale. His heart skipped a beat, sensing that trouble was brewing. Regardless, the Chan sect's second-in-command joining forces with the demon clan's old guard to besiege the youngest disciple of the Jie sect was an undeniable capital offense. The matter was now out in the open, all the great cultivators had seen it clearly. The Chan sect wanted to cover it up. Impossible. This time it would likely alarm his master. Tisk, have the people of the Chan sect lost their minds? How dare they do this? The Haoyan mirror clearly reflected the battle on Yi Wu's side, and the heavenly emperor watched with wide eyes, his face a picture of disbelief. But this Ziwei great emperor of mine really fights fiercely. Hao Yin squinted his eyes, calculating. Although Yi Wu's display was backed by a pile of innate spiritual treasures and the divine authority of the heavenly court, to be honest, being able to rely on them was a skill in itself. With such a commotion, Tongtian must have caught wind of it. Since that's the case, a cold glint flashed in Heosh. You old relics from the former dynasty usually hide away, and I've held back out of respect for Nuwa. But you've dared to emerge and attack one of my 6 imperial lords of the heavenly court. You've utterly disregarded the majesty of the heavenly court. This time, even Nuwa won't have a word to say. To be honest, Hao Yin had never believed those remnants of the demon court could cause any real trouble. But these bastards kept scheming in the shadows, always dreaming of restoring the former dynasty, stirring up trouble every now and then, tying up the heavenly court's energy. It was truly vexing. They were like rats in the sewers, vanishing at the slightest disturbance, hiding so well that he couldn't catch them. Now this was a gift from heaven. But Ji Ming is a brute with nothing but muscle. He couldn't have thought up a scheme to ally with Randan Daoist. There must be someone else hiding in the shadows, pulling the strings. The first name that came to Heoshin's mind was the strategist of the former demon court, Bai Zhe. To completely cut off the hopes of those old remnants, he first had to take Bai Zhe's head. Without him orchestrating in the shadows, the demon clan would be like headless flies, unable to unite. I've been searching for you for so long without finding your trail. Since you've shown yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Haoyan mirror illuminated the void for billions of miles, revealing everything clearly. Haoyan didn't act immediately. His gaze swept across the area, his mind already set. He would first uncover the hidden Bai Zhe. Remnants of the former dynasty should have rolled into the garbage heap of history long ago, not still prancing around. In the shadows, the demon god Bai Zhe kept a close watch on the battlefield. When he saw the situation on Yi Wu's side, his face fell completely, and he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Yi Wu was merely a Tai golden immortal. Even if he cultivated quickly and carried a bunch of innate spiritual treasures, he shouldn't be this formidable. Especially the evolved profound meaning immortal execution sword formation, which directly cut off his subsequent plans. No matter how thorough your plan, one punch from him, and it all falls apart. Once that sword formation descended, it sealed Randan Daoist inside, rendering the money that falls from heaven useless, and failing to restrain the immortal execution sword diagram in Yi Wu's hands. Instead, it freed the diagram to entangle Ji Ming. The most fatal blow was the appearance of the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer, which instantly drove Ji Ming into a corner. With the empowerment of the Ziwei Great Emperor's divine authority, the hammer's power was beyond even Bai Zhe's calculations. With this, the subsequent direction was clear. Bai Zhe's eyes were filled with reluctance, his clenched fists trembling. At this point, their attempt to seize the money that falls from heaven was utterly hopeless. The Jie sect must have already taken notice. Perhaps the gaze of the supreme purity saint had already fallen. No, this plan has already failed. We cannot waste any more time. Bai Zhe was always decisive in his actions. Seeing no hope, he immediately made the decision to retreat. This time it didn't work out, but there will be next time, although it will be more challenging. However, if we don't leave now, the losses will only... In those years, very few elders of the demon clan's heavenly court remained. If another Jiaming were to be sacrificed, the cost would be unbearable for the demon clan. Over at the Outshines palace, gazes were already sweeping over. In the direction of Kunlun Yushu Palace, there was also movement. The two figures almost simultaneously spotted the hidden Tongtian cult master, their expressions freezing in shock. Jiaming let out a heart-wrenching roar of fury. The purple lightning hammer came crashing down, the power of thunder surging into his body, and even with his Quasi-Saint foundation, he found it exceedingly difficult to bear. However, a Quasi-Saint is still a Quasi-Saint. Even in the early stage, their defense and sheer strength cannot be casually estimated by Yi Wu. Yi Wu. Jiaming's eyes turned red with rage, his voice altered by fury. Today this demon god must. Jiaming let out a furious roar, all previous concerns cast aside as he revealed his true form and lunged fiercely. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Wu, he had to make this brat pay a heavy price. Yi Wu sighed deeply. A Quasi-Saint level powerhouse was indeed beyond what he could handle at present. Moreover, on the side of the sword array of the extermination of immortals, he was nearing his limit. Relying on the divine authority of the Emperor Zhui, he had forcibly raised his cultivation to the level of a great Luo Jinxian, but that was not truly the perfect great Luo. Compared to the Lantern Taoist, the gap was still very apparent. Not to mention, he had to face two opponents whose realms far exceeded his own. One was 1 level higher, and the other was 2 levels higher. Being able to last this long was already quite something. If it were someone else, they would have probably perished long ago. Just as Yi Wu was about to call out to his master, Zhao Gongming finally reacted. Jiaming, go die. Enraged, Zhao Gongming smashed the heavenly calamity clouds with the Dinghai Shinju. Even if he was heavily injured by the calamity, he would forcefully transcend. Before his realm had fully stabilized, he grasped the Dinghai Shinju and the Qianquan ruler, recklessly charging towards Jiaming. Even if the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun crawl out of their graves today, they can't save you. Zhao Gongming was completely furious, disregarding everything. At that critical moment, Jiaming's movements suddenly paused, as if he had received some news. A trace of unwilling killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he forcibly restrained his hand, no longer intending to kill Yi Wu. Then without a word, he turned and fled. His speed in fleeing was even faster than when he charged over. He didn't even bother with the Lantern Taoist, who had previously allied with him. Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming were both stunned. They never expected it would turn out like this. Bai Zhe, I've found you. At the same time, the Tongtian cult master, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly brightened. He had caught the traces of Bai Zhe's concealment. Logically, if Bai Zhe were truly hiding in this area, the Saint of the Heavenly Tao would not have failed to discover him, as the Saint's divine sense could sweep through every inch of the surrounding void. However, before, the Tongtian cult master simply could not find him. There was only one explanation. Bai Zhe possessed the power of a Saint of the Heavenly Tao, using the power of the Saint to conceal his whereabouts. Bai Zhe had just contacted Jiaming with his divine sense. Although his actions were discreet, they still did not escape the perception of the Tongtian cult master. Thinking of slipping away now, isn't it a bit too late? Hao Yin, who had been hiding in the shadows, closely monitored Bai Zhe's movements. Seeing Jiaming suddenly turn to flee, he could no longer sit still. Jiaming's sudden retreat amidst his fury was undoubtedly the result of Bai Zhe secretly informing him. But when he swept the area with the supreme innate treasure, the Hao Yin mirror, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Bai Zhe. This indicated that Bai Zhe must possess some power that surpassed the supreme treasure to conceal himself, otherwise it would simply be impossible. With that thought, Hao Yin was even less likely to let Jiaming go. A Hao Yin sword suddenly slashed down from the sky, locking onto the fleeing Jiaming. Jiaming was instantly terrified, sensing the overwhelming aura of death from that sword's edge. Hao Yin. Jiaming let out a roar filled with both anger and fear. He attempted to change direction to flee, but Zhao Gongming was already pursuing from behind, giving him no opportunity to change course. In front was a Quasi-Saint level master, and behind was a Hunyuan Jinxian level foe. Surrounded on both sides, Jiaming felt an intense sense of life and death crisis for the first time, and fell into complete despair. Boom. A crack suddenly opened in the void several miles away, and a disheveled white figure tumbled out. Bai Zhe exclaimed in shock, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. He never expected that despite hiding so secretly, he would still be uncovered by the Tongtian cult master. Even the layer of shielding power on him had not been able to block the Saint's probing. Little demon Bai Zhe, I meet you, Tongtian Saint. Looking at the slowly approaching Tongtian cult master, Bai Zhe smiled bitterly as he bent down, obediently kneeling on the ground. Seeing Tongtian make a move, Haoshan's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing an expression of as expected. The Hao Yin sword originally aimed at Bai Zhe immediately changed direction, striking down at Jiaming. Demon god Jiaming, you dare to attack the Emperor of the Heavenly Court. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Chop. Haoshan's voice suddenly echoed from the sky as the Hao Yin sword ruthlessly descended towards Jiaming's head. Jiaming was instantly engulfed by a suffocating aura of death. No. Jiaming went completely mad, unleashing all his abilities and desperately squeezing out his last bit of potential just to fight for a chance at survival beneath the Hao Yin sword. Hao Yin, you can't kill me. Jiaming never imagined that the Heavenly Court's Hao Yin boy would actually make a move, catching him completely off guard and blocking all his escape routes. Bai Zhe watched helplessly as the sword light fell, his pupils constricting sharply. Hao Yin. He roared, his voice nearly tearing his throat, his whole being resembling an enraged beast, fur bristling. This was no coincidence. Hao Yin was clearly targeting this moment to strike hard. Bai Zhe understood better than anyone that the guy was simply using this opportunity to wipe out all the remnants of the previous dynasty. Jiming's life, the old officials of the Heavenly Court, were all mere obstacles in his path. Jiming cannot die. Even with the Tongtian cult master right in front of him, Bai Zhe could not care less. He raised his hand abruptly, trying to forcefully use divine abilities to block that sword light. But the next second his body seemed nailed in midair. He couldn't move. Not even a finger could he lift. A chill ran up his spine. The Tongtian saint had made his move. Bai Zhe's last bit of hope had shattered completely. Indeed, these old fellows had been targeting the personal disciples of the saints since just now. This debt, how could they possibly not settle it? To let them live until now was already a sign of the Tongtian cult master's good temper. To expect him to let himself go save Jiming. Dream on. But Bai Zhe did not give up. He turned his last hope towards another direction. Mother Nuwa. He fervently called out in his heart, his voice filled with a tone of pleading. Please, for the sake of the demon emperor and the demon sovereign, save Jiming. I implore you to show mercy. He was still gambling, betting that the former Nuwa of the demon clan would remember some old feelings. After all, Lord Fuxi had once been their Shi emperor, revered by the demon clan's fortune. As the holy mother Nuwa, she shouldn't just watch her old ministers die before her eyes, right? In the chaos, Nuwa opened her eyes. Bai Zhe's prayer was clearly transmitted to her ears. But she did not. She merely looked coldly at the battlefield, her gaze devoid of any ripple. The demon clan. They had indeed been the protagonists of heaven and earth once. But now it was different. Her tone was very flat, like ice shards striking against jade. Since you have already stepped down from your position as the protagonists of the primal world, you should stay quietly and not think of things that shouldn't be thought of. Now still secretly plotting, thinking of restoring the demon clan's heavenly court. That is simply seeking death. She had once been the Nuwa empress. Now she was indeed the leader of the demon religion. But that does not mean she had to clean up after whatever mess the demon clan made. It was impossible. If something went wrong, they had to bear it themselves. Moreover, Fuxi had long perished in the calamity of the witch and demon conflict. Later he reincarnated as one of the 3 emperors of the human race, which was completely different from the former Shi emperor. Besides, the human race was her own offspring, crafted by her own hands. No matter how biased she was, she could never favor the demon clan. Bai Zhe waited for a long time. He received nothing in return. He completely collapsed as if his spine had been pulled out. In the distance, Yi Wu watched the sword light fall, showing no sign of surprise on his face. Having created such a grand scene, if Hao Yin still did not react, that would truly be ghostly. Brother Zhao Gongming with Hao Yin watching over Jiming, that guy cannot escape. You must help me stabilize the sword array of the extermination of immortals. The lantern Taoist was violently crashing within the array, nearly causing the whole sword formation to collapse. Yi Wu's face was pale as paper, his spiritual energy almost exhausted, relying solely on a breath to hold the array together. Here it comes. Zhao Gongming saw the Hao Yin sword strike the demon god Jiming and immediately adjusted his direction, plunging into the sword array of the extermination of immortals. Lantern Taoist, weren't you quite arrogant before? Today I want to see where else you can run. New grudges and old enmities intertwined as Zhao Gongming burned with fury, channeling all his Hunyuan Jingxian power into 24 Dinghai Shinju, striking down heavily at the already exhausted Lantern Taoist. Although Zhao Gongming's Hunyuan realm had not yet fully stabilized, Hunyuan was still Hunyuan. Regardless of life levels or great laws, it was no longer on the same level as before. Lantern Taoist fought desperately to resist, but it was of no use. The 24 Dinghai Shinju struck down, and the little resistance from Lantern Taoist was like papier-mâché. The Lingjiu Palace lamp was directly knocked away, its flames flickering. The black coffin followed suit, its lid cracking under the impact. Lantern Taoist was engulfed by despair. He never expected that after Zhao Gongming broke through to Hunyuan Jinxian, his combat power would be this fierce, unable to withstand even a single blow. The flesh of the burning lamp exploded, blood splattering everywhere, and pieces of meat flew in all directions. The primordial spirit dimmed alongside it like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Yi Wu would not miss this opportunity, reaching out to draw the spirit coffin lamp towards him. This was one of the 4 great spirit lamps of the world, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure capable of communicating with the 9 nether underworld, specifically designed to burn the souls of living beings, its power terrifyingly immense. Since the burning lamp dared to scheme against him, it must pay the price. This spirit coffin lamp would serve as compensation. As for that black coffin, Yi Wu initially intended to take it as well. However, that object was too deeply bound to the burning lamp. While the falling treasure coin could sever the connection, Yi Wu found it inauspicious. A coffin was simply unlucky. If it were the legendary Taoist treasure, the burial heaven coffin, he would have taken it without a second thought. The true body of the burning lamp was simply not comparable. As for the falling treasure coin, Yi Wu would naturally not be polite, casually grasping it in his palm. This is the first time and the last time. Next time, if you dare to escape, even if you are the first copper coin to open the heavens, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, I will still smash you into pieces. Your rank has completely fallen and your essence has vanished. Isn't it just a supreme, innate spiritual treasure? This emperor lacks many things, but not this. If you don't believe me, try it, and see if I can't bring myself to do it. The falling treasure coin trembled violently in his hand, as though it were shivering. As a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it was full of spirituality and could naturally sense the unyielding intensity in Yi Wu's words. Logically speaking, supreme innate spiritual treasures were incredibly tough. Even if a Hunyuan adept saint were to come, it would not necessarily be harmed. Moreover, no one would be willing to destroy treasures of this caliber. That was its confidence. However, the problem was that Yi Wu could not be measured by common sense. Not only did he not lack such spiritual treasures himself, but he also had a saint master standing behind him. If he truly summoned the Tongtian sect leader, shattering the falling treasure coin would not be a difficult task. Would the falling treasure coin dare to gamble? It did not dare. How could the falling treasure coin risk betting on Yi Wu's resolve? It could not even bear to think of such a possibility. Though the chance of success was only 50%, the falling treasure coin was aware. Regarding a person like Yi Wu, the so-called probability was nothing but a joke. The innate spiritual treasure opened its core restrictions without hesitation, allowing Yi Wu's magical power to surge and instantly bringing it completely under his control. Yi Wu directly embedded his spiritual imprint into the core indestructible spiritual light of the falling treasure coin. With this, the falling treasure coin had completely recognized its master. From now on, no matter what tricks might arise, anyone attempting to seize it would find it far more difficult than before. Puff! Just as the burning lamp Taoist had reformed his body, the moment the falling treasure coin completely surrendered, he spat out another mouthful of old blood. He vaguely felt that something important in the grand scheme of things was now forever out of his reach. The burning lamp Taoist let out a roar filled with rage and unwillingness. He understood in his heart that all of this was closely related to the falling treasure coin, and even more so to that Yi Wu. Yi Wu must have completely taken that spiritual treasure. But that thing is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Was it really so easy to subdue? What a joke! What are you howling about here? Zhao Gongming had no intention of giving the burning lamp Taoist the slightest bit of face. In his hand, he held the sea-stabilizing pearl, and its power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Given the current pitiful state of the burning lamp Taoist, if the sea-stabilizing pearl were to strike down, it would likely shatter his very soul. However, Zhao Gongming did not use the sea-stabilizing pearl. Instead, he switched to another weapon, the Qiankuan ruler, which used to be the burning lamp Taoist's superior innate spiritual treasure. With a heavy strike of the ruler, Zhao Gongming smashed the burning lamp Taoist's head to pieces. At this moment, Yi Wu removed the extermination sword array, and the surrounding powerful beings finally saw clearly what had transpired. Everyone was stunned. This was too ruthless. They could never have imagined that the seemingly gentle and kind-hearted chief disciple of the Jie sect would be so vicious. One moment, he was smashing the person's flesh to smithereens, the next, he was turning his head into mush. This was not merely dealing with the burning lamp Taoist. It was clearly a slap in the face of the Jie sect. The South Pole immortal of the Heavenly Court watched this scene, with eyes nearly bursting with rage, his face dark enough to draw water. The 12 golden immortals naturally witnessed this scene, grinding their teeth in anger. But no matter how furious they were, they had to endure it. Their teacher, the Yuanshi Tianzuan, had already issued a death order. No one was allowed to descend to save him. At this moment, the Yuanshi Tianzuan in the Kunlun Yushu Palace had a face darker than the bottom of a pot. With each strike, Zhao Gongming dealt the burning lamp Taoist would shudder. This was not merely hitting the burning lamp. It was clearly striking the face of the Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, even if the Yuanshi Tianzuan were biased, he could not find a reason to intervene. Moreover, it was unnecessary to mention that Zhao Gongming and Yi Wu had not used lethal force, making it even harder for him to act. It wasn't that he didn't want to manage it, it was simply beyond his control. After this incident escalated, the Yuanshi Tianzuan would deduce the cause and effect, clarifying the sequence of events. In the primordial world, treasures required a connection, but it should not be excessive. Moreover, the falling treasure coin had originally been discovered and taken by Yi Wu and his companions. The burning lamp Taoist had gone to snatch it, but instead faced a beating, even losing the Qiankuan ruler. This had already brought great shame to the Jie sect. The misdeeds of the burning lamp had crossed the red line, trampling on the rules of the three teachings and the bottom line of the Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had gone to intercept Yi Wu, even attacking, while Zhao Gongming was transcending his tribulation. Who could endure that? No matter how fiercely the Jie sect and Jie sect battled behind the scenes, the Fengshen calamity had not officially commenced yet. When the two great saint sects clashed, there must be limits. But the burning lamp was so bold. If he sought revenge, so be it, but he even colluded with the remnants of the demon clan's heavenly court from back then to kill the Jie sect's direct disciples and outer sect senior brothers. This was a taboo that had long since crossed the bottom line. Watching the fate of the burning lamp, Yi Wu's lips twitched, feeling an immense sense of relief. Now you're the one seeking trouble with me, and look at you, reduced to a dead dog. The burning lamp Taoist was completely collapsed, a dignified Deluo golden immortal and deputy leader of the Jie sect, reduced to no better than waste. Had it not been for the consideration of the Jie sect leader behind him, Zhao Gongming would have smashed him into flesh paste from the very beginning with the sea-stabilizing pearl. No matter how powerful a Deluo golden immortal was, they could still be killed. As for Ji Ming, he was faring even worse, with no escape from beneath the Haotian sword. He was nailed to the ground, his blood flowing profusely, staining the earth a deep red, with demonic energy soaring. Ji Ming cried out in pain, frantically struggling on the ground, trying to break free from the Haotian sword. Unfortunately, the gap in cultivation between him and Haotian was simply too vast. No matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, cupping his hands toward the direction of the Lingxiao treasure, his gaze locked firmly on Ji Ming, the killing intent in his eyes nearly overflowing. Demonic God Ji Ming, right? You want to seize the falling treasure coin and covet the treasures on me. Fine, today I will make you understand what it means to come and not be able to leave. Zhao Gongming was filled with anger and fear. If it had not been for the teacher's early appearance giving them some warning, they could have really faced a great disaster. The burning lamp has already been crippled, next it's your turn. Zhao Gongming showed no mercy, lifting the Qiankuan ruler and directly smashing Ji Ming into pieces, his primordial spirit dimming to the brink of dispersal. Bai Zhe, who had just been brought over by the Tongtian sect leader, stared at the scene, his eyes nearly bulging with blood. Ji Ming's current state was utterly dire, on the verge of losing his quasi-saint status. If Zhao Gongming struck him once more with the ruler, he would directly fall from the quasi-saint realm. Yiwu turned to look at Bai Zhe, who was both angry and desperate, a playful smile on his lips. At this moment he had already received the divine authority and powers of the Ziwei Emperor, regaining his cultivation to the Tai Golden Immortal. No wonder you are the strategist of the Demon Clan's heavenly court, to be able to pull off such a stunt with the burning lamp. I truly underestimated you. This time, if it weren't for me holding back, you might have really succeeded. Bai Zhe wore a bitter smile. He could hear that Yiwu's words were not praise, but rather a slap harshly striking his face. According to his original plan, the burning lamp and Ji Ming should have resolved things quickly, seizing the falling treasure coin, stabilizing pearl, and Qiankuan ruler, and then escaping. He had made arrangements to block the heavenly secrets, so as long as they ran fast enough there would be no evidence left behind. But the problem lay with that Yiwu kid. Who would have thought that a mere Tai Golden Immortal could completely comprehend the essence of the extermination sword array? And it didn't stop there, he could even lay out the formation by himself. Fine, all of that could be tolerated. But the Tongtian sect leader not only provided you with a protective extermination array diagram, but even stuffed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer, into your hands. How are they supposed to play around with that? It was simply impossible to continue playing. Everyone was a normal player, yet you came in with cheats flipping the table. How could you still have any face left? Zhao Gongming raised the Qiankuan ruler again, preparing to completely cripple the demonic god Ji Ming. Zhao Gongming, wait a moment. Yiwu stopped, Zhao Gongming, his gaze still fixed on Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, how about we make a deal? Bai Zhe's eyes lit up like a drowning person finally grasping a stone on the shore. He had a faint intuition. Whether Ji Ming could survive depended on this word deal. May I ask, Your Majesty, what kind of deal do you wish to discuss? Bai Zhe asked in a low voice. A dignified quasi-saint demonic god now had to refer to a Tai Golden Immortal as Your Majesty. It was hard to swallow this pride, but he had no choice but to swallow it. His life was in another's hands, and Ji Ming was still teetering on the brink of death. If he dared to shake his head today, would end with two corpses lying here with not even their complete bodies left behind. Yiwu spoke slowly. I've heard that the Demon Clan's heavenly court once had a killing formation called the Zhou Star Do Great Array, which could mobilize the power of the stars and was comparable to the Wu Clan's 12 Divine Stars Great Array. Unfortunately, when the Demon Clan's heavenly court fell, the array vanished without a trace. Bai Zhe, as the strategist of the Demon Clan, you wouldn't be unaware of how to set it up, would you? Bai Zhe's expression changed. I am the Emperor of the Northern Polar Ziwei, one of the 6 celestial sovereigns of the heavenly court governing the myriad stars of the universe. The Zhou Star Do Great Array is indeed under my jurisdiction. Yiwu said word by word. Once it's set up, I can better serve the beings of the primordial world without failing the position granted by the Tao ancestor. You say, isn't that the truth? His speech was slow, but his gaze never left Bai Zhe's face, which grew increasingly pained. Lord Tongtian of the Jie sect stood aside, watching the spectacle with keen amusement. This young man had clearly plotted everything in advance. The Zhou Star Array had been targeted the moment Bai Zhe crossed the threshold. He remained silent, waiting to see how Bai Zhe would respond. No sooner had Bai Zhe finished speaking than Yi Wu's gaze darkened sharply. You dare bargain with me like this? Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? His tone was calm, yet each word struck the floor like a nail driven deep. Beside him, Ji Ming lay utterly immobilized under binding restrictions. Not even a single breath escaped his lips, only ragged, frantic inhalations. Bai Zhe surveyed the scene and understood at once, unless he surrendered the truth today, his very life hung by a thread. He clenched his teeth and finally bowed his head. The formation diagram of the Zhou Star Array, I do carry it upon me. When the 2 sovereigns entrusted me with the last remnants of the Yao clan, this formation was among the sacred legacies they bestowed. The moment those words left his lips, every breath in the chamber shifted. Ancient cultivators' eyes gleamed, memories surging forth of that cataclysmic war which shattered continents. In that battle, stars themselves became weapons of annihilation. So fearsome, even celestial Tao saints dared not face their wrath heeding. The mere name, Zhou Star Array, evoked nightmares across the ages. And now, this legendary formation rested within Bai Zhe's possession. Many covertly turned their glances toward Yi Wu. This Ziwei Emperor, Who precisely was he reclaiming it for? Was it for Lord Tongtian of the Jie sect, or someone else entirely? If the Jie sect claimed it, then 365 Yao deities would be filled, not by celestial generals, but by 10,000 Jie sect immortals. The sheer image sent chills down spines. At that point, what force in the entire Honghuang realm could possibly stand against them? Even the celestial Dao saints long concealed in shadow now stirred with quiet calculation. The two Western saints' eyes flared with unmistakable intensity. Meanwhile, atop the celestial throne, Yu Huang.D sat motionless, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon the armrest. His expression remained composed, but deep within his pupils turbulent currents surged. Yi Wu was his personally ordained Ziwei emperor. Should Yi Wu secure this formation, it would belong to the celestial court, by right and decree. And that reckoning, no matter how one tallied it, favored heaven. Baize, Yi Wu spoke suddenly, his voice soft, yet silencing every whisper in the hall. Do you truly believe you still hold the privilege to negotiate terms with me? Baize's face drained of color. Did I ever say I'd release you before you handed over the formation? Yi Wu took a single step forward. Yet have you considered, what if I simply extracted your soul? Would I still need your— Silence fell, absolute and suffocating. Baize froze rigid, cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. He had forgotten. This Ziwei emperor before him was no paragon of principle or restraint. Thus your sole remaining option is to surrender it, now. Yi Wu gazed down at him as one might regard a chess piece already cornered with no path left to retreat. Only then shall I consider whether you may leave this place alive. Baize barely managed a choked no when Zhao Gongming's Kuan-Dun ruler descended. That strike landed with brutal precision, shattering Ji Meng's quasi-sage foundation instantly. The malevolent corpse aura he had painstakingly severed, barely emerging into the world to assert its dominion, was obliterated utterly, leaving not even ash behind. Ji Meng's cultivation aura collapsed like a punctured vessel, his quasi-sage rank disintegrating in moments, plummeting straight to the Dailuo immortal realm. But the descent did not cease. His power continued spiraling downward, failing even to stabilize at Dailuo immortal perfection, halting instead at the latest stage Dailuo immortal threshold. All present stood stunned. None had foreseen such an outcome. A dozen gazes snapped toward Baize, weighty, oppressive, suffocating. Baize's face paled to parchment, his lips trembled violently, but no sound emerged. After delivering the blow, Zhao Gongming leisurely flicked his sleeve and flashed Baize a toothy grin. Esteemed Taoist Baize, pray do not fault this humble Taoist for severity. Had you complied earlier, none of this would have transpired. Those words cut deeper than any blade, each syllable piercing Baize's heart. Ji Meng's agonized screams still echoed in his ears. Baize's knuckles whitened as his nails dug deep into his palms. Jaw-clenched, temples pulsing with veins, he ground out through gritted teeth, I yield. The formation diagram of the Zhou Tian star array, you shall have it. Yi Wu, standing nearby, smiled faintly. He advanced 2 steps, halting directly before Baize. His voice measured, unhurried. Taoist Baize, how much simpler all this would have been had you chosen clarity from the start. Must Ji Meng endure such torment? For what purpose? Baize locked eyes with Yi Wu, his irises bloodshot, veins bulging as though ready to burst. Yet in the end, he lowered his head. That bow witnessed by all shattered not only his pride, but his very dignity, into irretrievable fragments. Zhao Gongming, having struck, broke into a wide, unrepentant grin. Oh dear. My sincerest apologies, truly my deepest regrets. A slip of the hand. I simply couldn't stop myself. How terribly sorry I am. Though his mouth uttered contrition, not a trace of remorse touched his features. Only unrestrained, triumphant mirth. Several senior cultivators lost composure outright, laughter bursting forth uncontrollably. Preposterous. Zhao Gongming was a Hun Yuan golden immortal, his mastery absolute, his control flawless. Could such a being truly slip? Not a soul believed it. Others whispered, surely this was orchestrated by Yi Wu himself, that cunning schemer. What deed was beyond his reach? Even Lord Tongtian, standing apart as observer, nearly cracked a smile. This outer disciple, once so earnest and dutiful, had transformed entirely after merely days in Yi Wu's orbit. Still, Tongtian found Yi Wu's decisive, ruthless demeanor strangely admirable, much like his own. Ji Meng, overwhelmed, collapsed into unconsciousness, blissfully unaware, freed from further anguish. Baize's visage cycled wildly, fury, terror, helplessness, each emotion flashing across his face like shifting pigments on a palette. Finally, all expressions receded, leaving only placid stillness. This misstep rests solely upon me, causing Wu Kai-shun's unfortunate slip. Here and now I offer my most sincere apology to Wu Shi Kai-shun. Zhao Gongming blinked, genuinely surprised Baize would capitulate so completely. Indeed, this man possessed remarkable flexibility, bending without breaking. A cold glint flickered in Zhao Gongming's eye. Such resilience made him dangerous. Best eliminated soon. He might well coil like a venomous serpent, striking unseen when least expected. Baize drew a slow, steadying breath, knowing full well prolonging resistance would only deepen his ruin. Zhao Gongming's strike had been unmistakably ordered by Yi Wu, a deliberate warning, a calculated demonstration of dominance. Humiliation stung, but resistance was futile. I shall now transmit the complete deployment methodology of the Zhoutian Star Array to His Majesty the Emperor. At this juncture, surrender was inevitable. Resistance was unthinkable. He possessed no choice. Beside him Lord Tongtian loomed like an immovable mountain, crushing all possibility of defiance beneath his silent, overwhelming presence. No rush. Yi Wu smiled faintly, his lips curling upward. I confess, I'm genuinely curious. How precisely did you conceal yourself so thoroughly? Not even my master initially detected your presence. At those words Bai Zhe stiffened. Differently this time panic now laced his rigidity. Lord Tongtian regarded him with a faint, enigmatic smile. Indeed, I too find this intriguing. You are but a three-body quasi-sage, yet you evaded my perception entirely. Truly impressive. His gaze pressed down. Suddenly the air thickened, pressing inward with palpable weight. Beads of sweat welled upon. Zhao Gongming's eyes lit up. My master is a celestial Dao Saint. To elude his perception, either another celestial Dao Saint stands beside you, or you bear a primordial supreme treasure. The moment those words rang out, every senior cultivator fixed their gaze upon Bai Zhe, sharp, incisive, as though their stares alone could rend his soul asunder. Even the hidden celestial Dao Saints redirected their attention, drawn irresistibly to the same chilling possibility: the Chaos Bell, the supreme treasure of the ancient Yao celestial court. Also known as the Dong Huang Bell, the innate treasure of Dong Huang Tai Yi, forged from the splinters of the creation axe itself, containing the complete Tao of space-time. That Bai Zhe could evade Lord Tongtian's awareness at such proximity implied only one thing: the Dong Huang Bell rested upon his person. As a loyal elder minister of the fallen Yao court, he bore the solemn duty entrusted by the Yao sovereigns and emperors. After the final battle of the Yao Wu War, the Dong Huang Bell vanished into the chaotic void, undetectable even to celestial Dao Saints. Yet as a primordial supreme treasure, should it stealthily re-enter the Honghuang realm, even celestial Dao Saints would remain blind to its presence. Thus, its concealment within Bai Zhe's person was perfectly plausible. Upon Mount Shumi the two Western Saints seethed, desperate to storm forth and strike Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming down. Why dissect this particular mystery? Why steer the inquiry precisely here? An ominous premonition rose within both saints' hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures materialized in rapid succession: Taishang Saint, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Niuanyang. Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming immediately bowed low in reverence. Three celestial Dao Saints stood together, eyes like blades dissecting Bai Zhe from crown to sole, as though intent on peeling him open to examine every secret within. Bai Zhe's spirit recoiled, on the verge of total collapse. He longed to tear Yi Wu limb from limb, to reduce him to dust and scatter his ashes to the winds. Just one careless remark had summoned three celestial Dao Saints. Was survival even possible anymore? Yi Wu, observing the scene, suppressed an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth. These celestial Dao Saints lacked even the patience of mortals. Over a single primordial supreme treasure, they'd abandoned all pretense and rushed here en masse. Incorrect. Bai Zhe bears no trace of the Chaos Bell's resonance. Taishang Saint and Yuanshi, Tianzuan exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. One wielded the Taiji diagram, the other the Panga banner, both born of the shattered creation axe. No one knew the three primordial supreme treasures better than they. Had the Chaos Bell truly resided with Bai Zhe, they would have sensed it instantly. Moreover, carrying their own treasure's resonance between the three would inevitably ignite, vibrating with unmistakable harmony. Yet silence reigned, utter profound silence. All cultivators stood dumbfounded. Bai Zhe carried no Dong Huang Bell. Yet Yi Wu's expression betrayed no surprise, only quiet, knowing certainty. If my perception does not deceive me, Bai Zhe, this body you inhabit is not your true form. It is merely your malevolent corpse body. Suddenly the primordial heavenly venerable spoke, directly exposing the secrets of Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's expression changed once again. In response to the primordial sage, I am indeed just an evil corpse here now. Bai Zhe admitted. There was no use denying it. Playing such tricks in front of a sage of the heavenly Tao was simply ridiculous. What a clever tactic. You had Ji Ming come in person while you only sent an evil corpse. Yi Wu suddenly, if it were to be lost, you would become an eternal sinner of the demon race. Therefore the force that can shield my master's perception must be the power of a sage. Yi Wu's statement was made with resolute certainty, causing the several sages of the heavenly Tao present to glance at him. Upon seeing Bai Zhe's face change again, everyone knew what was going on. The power of a sage. Haha, what a power of a sage. The heavenly master of the celestial church laughed heartily, yet his laughter carried a chilling undertone. His gaze swept over the primordial heavenly venerable, and then passed over Niuwa. That supreme sage Yi Wu did not plan to let go easily. However, the few demon gods along with the lantern master had initially conspired against Yi Wu and Zhao Gongming, which was not a major issue. They only needed to clean up the mess below. The scope of the repercussions was quite limited. But once the power of a sage was involved, the nature of the situation completely changed. Bai Zhe and the two demon gods, Ji Ming easily thought of Niuwa. She was the queen of the demon court back in the day, and still the master of the demon sect, deeply tied to the demon race. As for the primordial heavenly venerable, there was no need to mention it further. The lantern master was the deputy leader of the Chan sect. In this regard, no matter how tough the primordial heavenly venerable's words, he could not distance himself from the matter. The mighty beings secretly observing this side naturally also thought of this layer. Upon deeper contemplation, their expressions changed dramatically, and cold sweat broke out in their hearts. If what they guessed was true, then it would be a secret struggle between the sages. Two sages scheming behind the scenes against the facade of the Chan sect. This was definitely a matter of great importance. Niwa and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable also guessed what the Heavenly Master of the Celestial Church was pondering and immediately spoke to clarify. I absolutely did not interfere in this matter and know nothing about it. Being unjustly accused like this, Niwa's expression was certainly not pleasant, as she felt quite indignant inside. This matter has nothing to do with me. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable coldly stated, his gaze sweeping over the battered Lantern Master, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The Supreme Sage took a deep breath, shook his head, indicating that he had no involvement in this matter either. Zhao Gongming shrank back, feeling that the atmosphere was increasingly wrong. The fear in Baize's eyes grew stronger. If he could escape, he would have wanted to grow more legs to flee. Now even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. The two sages of the Heavenly Tao on Mount Shumi were more complicated than anyone else, wishing they could directly escape into chaos. Haha, Master, stop pondering aimlessly. This matter has nothing to do with our two senior uncles or Aunt Niwa. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Yi Wu spoke again. At this point, all the sages of the Heavenly Tao turned their gazes simultaneously toward Yi Wu, causing him to feel an immense pressure. What have you figured out? Hurry up and say it, and don't keep us in suspense here. The Heavenly Master of the Celestial Church scolded. Yi Wu raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, his tone casual. Master, for such a monumental event as the birth of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, even Aunt Niwa personally came over, and even those two senior uncles with innate treasures could not stay put. Logically speaking, no one should be able to withstand such a thing. Yet surprisingly, two sages of the Heavenly Tao who always complain of poverty have yet to show their faces. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Master, don't you think this situation seems strange? In an instant, two names popped into the minds of all the sages of the Heavenly Tao and the mighty beings, Jane Daoran and Juni Daoran. The immortals and gods who had experienced the Great Desolation understood who Yi Wu was referring to. This implication was almost indistinguishable from directly naming them. Indeed, those two sages of the Western Church who never showed their faces unless they had something to gain had still not appeared. If it weren't for Yi Wu bringing it up, they might have genuinely forgotten. Was it normal for those two Western sages not to come? Not normal at all. If they appeared here now, that would be normal. Yi Wu, are you implying that this matter was instigated by those two Western Church leaders? The Primordial Heavenly Venerable furrowed his brow, but I did not sense the power of those two Western Church leaders on by. The Supreme Sage Niwa and the Heavenly Master of the Celestial Church also did not detect any related fluctuations of energy. Was Yi Wu trying to pin the blame on the two Western Church sages? The thoughts in the hearts of the sages of the Heavenly Tao were surprisingly unanimous. Yi Wu was slandering those two Western leaders. Even Zhao Gongming, who had always trusted him, could not help but murmur in doubt. They felt that Yi Wu was most likely being intentional. The reason was not complicated. Those two Western sages had previously caused Yi Wu trouble multiple times. Now that they had caught a chance to retaliate, it was quite reasonable. On Mount Shumi, Jane Daoran and Junti Daoran nearly fell off the mountain. How did that little rascal see through it? They had clearly hidden it without a trace. Ha, Master, senior uncles, you wouldn't not believe. Yi Wu was momentarily stunned. Just as his words fell, an odd silence spread around. Niwa sighed softly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. It's not that we don't believe you, but your words lack any real. Simply relying on words to accuse a sage is something best left unmentioned in the future. Sages cannot be insulted, you should understand this. After all, those two Western sages were not even present, and none of the Eastern sages here had any fondness for them. Thus a cap of insulting the sage was lightly placed, and no one pursued the matter further. The Heavenly Master of the Celestial Church nodded. It's not that I don't believe you, but the fact is we truly cannot capture any remnants of the Western sage's powers from Baize's evil corpse. However, speaking of which, the expression on Baize's evil corpse clearly indicated that there was a sage's shadow behind him. The sages of the Heavenly Tao exchanged glances, and even after living countless years, their minds were struggling to. More critically, even if they utilized the power of a sage to deduce the heavenly secrets, they still could find nothing. There was a force of a sage in the shadows, cutting off all clues. At that moment, a furious shout erupted like thunder on a clear day. This matter cannot just be settled like this. Jane and Junti had arrived. As soon as they appeared, Junti began shouting, his face full of grievances, as if he had been splashed with dirty water. My senior brother, and I merely delayed for a moment, due to matters in our teachings, yet we have been splashed with dirty water like this. Sages are high above, how can they be slandered at will? Such acts of insulting a sage must be severely punished. The more Junti spoke, the more agitated he became, looking utterly wronged. Jane, although silent, wore a more sorrowful expression than usual, his eyes brimmed with grievances that could almost flow with tears. Even the hardest of hearts would soften upon seeing him. Today, if we do not get an explanation for this matter, we will not rest until we reach the Purple Cloud's palace. Jane and Junti initially planned to slip away, but upon turning around they found that the Heavenly Master of the Celestial Church and his group could not find any evidence. Since that was the case, why run? Of course they would stay to vent their anger. That little rascal Yi Wu had ruined many of their Western Church's plans. Today, they had to teach him a lesson. All the grievances they had suffered before this time, they would collect with interest. Niwa did not respond while the primordial heavenly venerable's brow was tightly furrowed, his lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. The heavenly master of the celestial church burned with rage, wishing he could reduce the two sages before him to ashes. Yet in the end he only clenched his fists, making them crack. Yiwu understood the situation with Bai Zhe. It was his own fault. If Jane and Junti had not appeared, this matter would probably have passed unnoticed. Unfortunately, even those mighty beings at this moment were holding their breath, waiting to see how this drama would unfold. Yiwu suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with mockery, showing no restraint. Jane Sage, Junti Sage, do you really think you have me cornered? Or do you still believe that what you did left no flaws? He ignored the two sages of the Western Church, turning his gaze towards Bai Zhe. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The feeling of entering a dream without form must be quite pleasant, right? Bai Zhe's face changed dramatically. Uncles, you should understand this phrase. Jane and Junti could no longer maintain their composure. Jane fixed his gaze on Yiwu, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. How could he perceive it? A terrifying thought emerged in Jiayin's mind. Junti, on the other side, seemed to have thought of something as well, their expressions mirroring each other. The heavenly master of the celestial church appeared contemplative, vaguely understanding Yiwu's implications. Are you, master, looking across the entire great desolation in terms of entering dreams apart from Uncle Jane? I am also quite skilled. Coincidentally, I have some talent in the Great Dream Sutra, having practiced it to a level, well, a bit higher than what you might think, just enough to sense the sage's aura within Bai Zhe's dream. The expression on the face of the guide Taoist completely fell apart. It was utterly shattered. What is this? Lifting a rock to smash one's own foot. Upon hearing this, Lady Niwa immediately understood the situation and burst into laughter. She was completely unconcerned by the predatory gazes of the two Western Church saints, laughing unabashedly. Her gaze towards Yiwu was also warmer than before. Just a tiny golden immortal, yet he was able to continuously make those two heavenly Tao saints of the Western Church stumble. In the entire primordial chaos, no one could achieve such a feat. The primordial lord looked at the guide, and Junti, his eyes filled with disdain. As a heavenly Tao saint, it was one thing to secretly scheme, but to leave so many flaws was simply unacceptable. Allowing a tiny golden immortal to grasp such a handle on them was utterly humiliating for the saints. Fearing that the heavenly Tao saints present would not believe him, Yiwu immediately activated the Great Dream Sutra, clearly displaying the trace of saintly power from the White Zhe Dreamland. The evidence was laid out before everyone, and even those who doubted had to believe. Yiwu was not slandering the saints. He genuinely held undeniable proof. The guide Taoist slowly calmed down his gaze towards Yiwu, now completely different. I didn't expect that. I ultimately underestimated my disciple. To have cultivated the Great Dream Sutra to this extent in such a short time. The flicker of anger in the guide Taoist's heart suddenly dissipated. His mindset had completely changed. Yiwu's talent in the Great Dream Sutra far exceeded his expectations. In the entire Western Church, there was no one as astonishing as Yiwu. Yiwu, if you are willing to join my Western Church, the position of deputy sect leader. No, that would be an insult to you. I can make you the third sect leader, standing equal with me and Junti in the church. In the future, when we step down, the entire Western Church will be under your command. Yiwu was stunned, rooted to the spot. Lady Niwa, the primordial lord, the heavenly lord of the way, and the other powerful beings present were all astonished, their mouths agape, unable to recover for a long time. How was this plot so different from what they had expected? The guide Taoist was openly poaching in front of the heavenly lord. The heavenly lord was furious, practically on the verge of exploding. Guide! He shouted, instantly gripping the Qingping sword and flashing towards the guide Taoist to strike down. Today I won't let this go. The crowd around gasped in shock. Previously, the guide Taoist and the others had only been secretly poaching, but now they were openly undermining the heavenly lord, showing utter disrespect to the Jia sect. The murderous intent of the heavenly lord was unmasked. The words of the guide Taoist essentially acknowledged that the troubles of the Jia sect were instigated by the Western Church. The expression of the primordial lord darkened instantly. He cast a cold gaze over to the burning lamp Taoist, then locked on to Junti Taoist. Junti Taoist trembled all over, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. Junti, your Western Church is truly audacious. It's one thing to scheme against the Jia sect, but you dare to meddle with my Chan sect as well. The primordial lord drew out the three treasures Jade Rui, and without a word hurled it viciously at Junti Taoist. I can't settle the accounts with the Jia sect for now, so they'll start with your Western Church. Junti Taoist hurriedly raised his hands to defend. But he was the weakest among the saints. How could he withstand the primordial lord's thunderous strike? He retreated in defeat. The four saints plunged into the depths of chaos in an instant, causing that chaos to churn wildly. Another battle among saints erupted abruptly. All the powerful beings present were left dumbfounded. 2 saint-level fights in a single day? Who could withstand? The malignant corpse of Bai Zhe fell into utter despair. Each of these battles was intricately tied to him. There was no way for him to extricate himself. His despairing gaze involuntarily turned to Lady Niwa. Lady. A thought flashed through Bai Zhe's mind, seeking help from Lady Niwa. At this moment, she was the only one who could protect him. But just as the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to begin. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, no one is exempt from this world. Lady Nuan knew exactly what Bai wanted to say and cut off his last shred of hope with one sentence. This matter had escalated too far. When 4 heavenly Tao saints fought, someone had to take the blame. Your ability to cause trouble is truly extraordinary. Lady Nua's gaze shifted to Yi Wu. In just a few sentences he had turned the entire situation upside down and dragged the 2 saints of the Western Church down with him. Evidence was smacked onto the faces of the guide and the others resounding like slaps. This was something that ordinary people could not achieve. It's just a coincidence. Now it's time to hand over the arrangement method for the Zhou Star Do formation. Yi Wu smiled and turned to the malignant corpse of Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's eyes suddenly filled with madness. Haha, Yi Wu, do you really think you can get the arrangement method now? Knowing he couldn't escape, Bai Zhe decided to go all out. Tsk tisk, Bai Zhe, you better think this through. Yi Wu's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent unabashedly exploding. It seems you want to have all 3 corpses destroyed, including your main body. Originally, I only wanted to cut off your malignant corpse, but since you're so uncooperative, I might as well fulfill your wish. What if I go find my teacher, the Heavenly Saint of the Way, and make him spill some blood to bring out your other 2 corpses and your main body? That shouldn't be too hard, right? Bai Zhe's smile instantly froze, his expression more miserable than crying. Indeed, if a Heavenly Tao Saint truly wanted to be ruthless, even if he hid in chaos, he could still be dragged out. Judging by the current situation, the Heavenly Saint of the Way could indeed pull it off. Just killing you won't quench my anger. You remnants of the demon clan's heavenly court have always been thinking about restoring the old dynasty, one reason being that there is still a prince of the demon clan living well, right? What do you want to do? Bai Zhe could no longer hold back, panic written all over his face. He had already guessed what Yi Wu intended to do. Back in the day when the 10 suns rose together, it caused chaos in the world and suffering for the people. He shot down 9 golden crows, but isn't there still one alive and kicking? Blood debts must be repaid with blood. That 3-legged golden crow has hidden for so long, it's time to send him on his way. Yi Wu's smile was exceptionally beautiful, yet the murderous intent beneath it sent chills down one's spine. That kid Luya is indeed well hidden, having deceived many over the years. But coincidentally I happen to know some clues. Lady Nuwa raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards Yi Wu filled with surprise. Your Majesty, Hao Yin, are you interested in that 3-legged golden crow? Huh. If the Emperor of Ziwei truly knows the whereabouts of that beast, I wouldn't mind personally stepping in to catch it. Hao Yin immediately chimed in, the murders committed by that guy are enough for it to die 1,000 times. Regardless of whether Yi Wu truly knew where Luya was, Hao Yin was willing to play along with him. If they could really find it, that would be the best outcome. Lady Nuwa. Bai Zhe became anxious on the spot, his eyes reddening. The Golden Crow's 10th Prince Luya was their last shred of hope, the spiritual pillar for those remaining demon soldiers. If Yi Wu really dragged him out, one could easily imagine the consequences. But the question was, did Yi Wu actually know Luya's whereabouts? Perhaps he knew. Perhaps he was just talking nonsense, deliberately trying to trick him. But Bai Zhe didn't dare to gamble. If he lost the bet, he couldn't bear the price. Hand over the Zhou Star Do formation to Yi Wu. Lady Nuwa spoke calmly, you know in your heart that this is something Yi Wu can truly accomplish. At this point Yi Wu was certain to obtain the Zhou Star Do formation. Bai Zhe and Ji Meng's scheme had given Yi Wu the perfect reason to act. As long as Bai Zhe dared to say no, Yi Wu would definitely dare to mobilize troops and sweep through the entire demon clan. At that time the Heavenly Court and the Jie sect would join forces, and the demon clan of the Primordial Chaos would face a disaster worse than the Witch Demon War. Lady Nuwa understood this clearly, which is why she said so. Bai Zhe's complexion turned bitter. He had truly lifted a rock only to smash his own foot, suffering great losses. In the end Bai Zhe still caved in and obediently revealed the arrangement method for the Zhou Star Do formation to Yi Wu. The Grand Saint stood by listening intently. He was also very curious about that formation. Unfortunately Lady Nuwa had sealed off all probing with the power of the great figures hidden in the shadows all sighed, silently feeling a deep sense of regret. Such a rare opportunity, and they were on the verge of obtaining the Zhou Star Do formation only to see it slip away. Yi Wu closed his eyes, quietly pondering the formation, cross-referencing it with the fragment of the formation he had received earlier. He also used the Zhou Star Tree to assist. Not only that, but the Great Dream Sutra was also activated, quietly entering the dream realm. He was buying himself time to fully comprehend the complete Zhou Star Do formation. Before long Yi Wu opened his eyes, and within his pupils it was as if countless stars were swirling. Countless symbols of the Zhou Star Do formation intertwined in the depths of his eyes, nearly coming to life. A terrifying power erupted forth. Indeed, you should be glad that you didn't try to fool me with a fake earlier. Yi Wu patted Bai Zhe's shoulder, quite satisfied. You. Bai Zhe felt the change in Yi Wu, completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. You don't mean? You've already comprehended the Zhou Star Do formation completely, do you? The aura emanating from Yi Wu was too reminiscent of the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Dejuan. The Grand Saint stared intently at Yi Wu. His heart was also greatly shaken. It was the first time he had witnessed such an abnormal level of comprehension from Yi Wu. Although Lady Nuwa was already prepared, seeing it with her own eyes was still shocking. Well, since you've given me the method to arrange the Zhou Star Do formation, and since you Demon Clan have no chance of turning things around, how about you hand over the remaining Zhou Star flags as well? Yi Wu's eyes sparkled, staring at Bai Zhe. To arrange the complete Zhoutian Star Do formation, 365 Zhoutian Star flags must be refined, which would take an incredibly long time. The resources consumed would be immense. Even during the time of the Demon Clan's heavenly court, they wouldn't have enough materials to refine a second set. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Zhe was astonished by Yi Wu's shamelessness, even more exaggerated than his surprise at Yi Wu's understanding. During the great battle at the end of the Witch Demon Calamity, the Zhoutian Star array was destroyed by the Witch Clan, rendering all Zhoutian Star flags useless. Bai Zhe could provide a complete formation method for the Zhoutian Star array, which was already a considerable concession. The remaining broken star flags, no matter what, he would not consider giving away. The Demon Clan still hoped to use them to their You, my nephew, that's enough. The goddess Nuwa was also astonished by this young man's greed. His appetite was too low. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If it were her holding such an advantage, she too would likely be tempted by those. After all, if one could obtain the complete Zhoutian Star flags, it would save a lot of trouble in the future. Hearing the goddess Nuwa speak, Yi Wu could only reluctantly suppress his thoughts and take a deep breath. Zhao Gongming, who had already stabilized his realm, watched this scene and shook his head in amusement. This little junior brother was indeed different. With a sage standing right in front of him, not only was he unperturbed, but he even dared to haggle. This was a skill that Zhao Gongming admitted he could not learn. The chaos outside is nearing its end. Suddenly the goddess Nuwa spoke. Shortly after, Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianzuan returned one after another. As for the two heavenly Tao sages from the Western Church, they had long since vanished. This is a branch of the seven treasure mysterious tree refined by the Taoist Zhuanti. Its power is exceptionally great. Yuanshi Tianzuan, with a serious expression, threw a branch shimmering with 7 colors into Yi Wu's hands, saying after he became a sage, he refined this treasure again, and it has already absorbed the power of a sage. In essence, this item's weight was nearly equivalent to a piece of innate spiritual treasure. It was even more precious than an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, as it contained the power of a sage. In the vastness of Honghuang, a sage is a pinnacle existence, naturally exerting a level of suppression over all. Although Zhuanti was the weakest among the heavenly Tao sages, a sage was still a sage. No matter how weak they were, still the fundamental difference in essence and rank was evident. Below the sage, level 1 could not withstand any force. Yi Wu stared at the branch of the seven treasure mysterious tree before him. Even though he had seen many fine items, he still could not help but his heart raced. He had certainly heard of the seven treasure mysterious tree. In the battle of sealing the gods, Zhuanti used this object to shatter the Qingping sword of his master Tongtian Jiaozhu. Even the renowned was divine light, which was said to be capable of destroying anything, was also diminished by it. This moment solidified the status of the seven treasure mysterious tree. Although what was placed before him was merely a branch from the true seven treasure mysterious tree, its value was still astonishing. This branch of the seven treasure mysterious tree I obtained by severing it with the Panga banner, and I have completely refined Zundi's imprint within it, so you can use it with confidence. Consider this a compensation for you. Hearing this, all the powerful beings present were taken aback, their eyes widened. The envy in their hearts was nearly driving them mad. That was the life treasure of a sage, a priceless item, and it was just given away to Yi Wu. Such luck was truly beyond belief. But then they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. That was Zundi's proof of attaining the Tao, and it was forcibly severed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. So ruthless. No wonder Yuanshi Tianzuan, who wielded the Panga banner, the foremost among the 3 innate treasures, had such a terrifying method. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanshi Tianzuan seemed to feel it was not enough. He produced a jade bottle and casually tossed it to Yi Wu. Inside are 3 drops of the 3 light divine water. It can revive the dead bones no matter how severe the injuries. As long as it is used, they can be saved. 3 light divine water. This was something incredible. Yi Wu received the jade bottle, his hands trembling. That was the 3 light divine water, the top healing holy item in the Honghuang world. It was said that it was refined by Yuanshi Tianzuan using the light of the sun, moon, and stars. An innate divine object. Its value was beyond measure. Even half a drop could cause the great figures in Honghuang to fight to the death. Some even said that only his second master Yuanshi Tianzuan could refine the 3 light divine water in the entire Honghuang. Even the grandmaster known for his alchemy Taishang Laojuan could not produce it. The one-hearted Avalokiteshvara's jade bottle also contained 3 light divine water. But there was only 1 drop. However, that single drop made the jade bottle's name resound across the 3 realms. And now he had 3 drops in hand. Shortly after, Yuanshi Tianzuan thought for a moment and tossed Zhao Gongming another jade bottle. Inside was also a drop of 3 light divine water. Zhao Gongming caught the bottle, almost losing his balance with excitement. This time he truly benefited from his junior brother. Otherwise, how could he obtain such a supreme holy item? After throwing out the items, Yuanshi Tianzuan said no more. He casually released a beam of divine light, wrapping up the fainted Randeng Taoist, and turned to head towards Kunlun Yushu Palace. Yi Wu did not stop him. All the benefits were in his pocket. Who could stop him? Moreover, even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't. Tongtian Jiaozhu remained silent. Since your second master has given you the items, you should accept them with peace of mind. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Yi. If you can comprehend something from the 7 treasure mysterious tree, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Since your second master has given you the 7 treasure mysterious tree, I, as your master, cannot be stingy. As soon as he finished speaking, Tongtian Jiaozhu flipped his hand and produced a ball of light. The light was like a dream, dazzling the eyes filled with dreams that were born and perished one after another, as if containing 3,000 great worlds. Zhao Gongming glanced at it and was immediately drawn in. It wasn't until Tongtian Jiaozhu called out loudly that he awoke, feeling a sense of lingering fear. Master this. Just now Zhao Gongming felt as if he had fallen into an endless cycle, nearly losing his newly formed primordial spirit. Yiwu was different. As soon as his hand touched the dreamlike light, his breath stopped, and he was even more excited than when he saw the branch of the 7-treasure mysterious tree. Master, this can't be. He recognized it. The source of dream. Strictly speaking, it was the dream world source evolved from the Great Dream Heart Sutra. Such a large ball of dream world source could only be condensed by the Taoist Jiejing in the entire Hongguang world. He had practiced the Great Dream Heart Sutra to such a deep level, but the dream world source he condensed was merely the size of a fingernail. Compared to this one, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon, completely incomparable. That's the one you guessed. Tongtian Jiaozhu chuckled, and then snorted coldly. That guy Jiejing dared to bully the direct disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu, and I can't let him go easily. He trapped me in the dream world, so naturally, I had to cut off a ball of the dream world source from him. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu each took out valuable compensatory items. The goddess Nuwas, in her heart, she silently lit a candle for the Taoist Jiejing and the Taoist Juanti. How tragic. Too tragic. The dignified heavenly Tao sage was being exploited like this, losing all face as a sage. After this battle, Jiejing and Juanti would likely suffer greatly. Baize once again cast a pleading glance at the goddess Nuwa, but she did not even glance at him, directly following Taishang Laojun back into the chaotic world outside. This murky water, the goddess Nuwa clearly did not want to get involved any further. However, as she was leaving, she still gave Yiwu a word. Come visit the palace of Nuwa when you have time. Upon hearing this, Yiwu immediately climbed up the ladder, respectfully replying, once I break through my cultivation, I will definitely come to pay a visit. Baize was completely dumbfounded at this point. Jiming also regained his senses at this moment. Knowing his fate, he was completely dazed. Baize, you must help me plead for mercy. I don't want to die. He could not understand how he had stumbled to this point. This was completely different from what Baize had promised before. Baize felt uneasy in his heart and did not dare to look Jiming in the eye. This was indeed a plot he had orchestrated that led Jiming to risk his life. He could only quietly mutter, I'm sorry. Zhao Gongming had already taken out the Qiankuan ruler and angrily said, Junior brother, I will kill these two pests right now. He had long disliked these two demons and wished to reduce them to ashes. What's the rush? Yiwu raised his hand to stop Zhao Gongming. Yiwu suddenly called for a stop and said to Baize, actually, I don't have to kill Jiming. Although this guy has fallen from the Quasi Saint realm, his foundation is still there. Once his injuries heal, he can naturally return to that level. Jiming, congratulations on being alive. Zhao Gongming casually released the restraints on Jiming, and immediately afterward 24C stabilizing pearls came crashing down, reducing Baize's evil corpse to ashes. Tisk, this guy must have been prepared in advance. He didn't bring any treasures with him. After flipping through Yiwu's side, Yiwu returned to Golden Ao Island with Tongtian Patriarch, while Zhao Gongming remained in the mortal realm, still busy with his financial schemes. After stepping into the realm of Hunyuan Jinxian, Zhao Gongming became even more focused on this matter. He patted his chest and assured Yiwu that he would spread currency throughout the entire human race in the shortest time possible. Yiwu had no intention of returning the falling treasure coin to Zhao Gongming. Now that the currency promotion was underway, there was no need to rely on this superb, innate spiritual treasure for protection. As long as the fortune of the monetary path was stabilized in the dark and it didn't collapse, that would be sufficient. Although this matter had already turned a page, the waves it stirred in the primordial era had not calmed down at all. On the demon side, countless great demons hated Yiwu to the core, wishing they could tear him apart and consume him. On Mount Shumi, the two Western saints were equally furious, grinding their teeth in anger, unable to maintain any semblance of a saint's compassion. They were filled with hatred. Senior brother, that Yiwu cannot be left alone any longer. The cold, murderous intent rolled in Juanti's eye. Every time we plot something, as long as Yiwu is involved, not only does it fail, but we also incur huge losses. We're practically left with nothing at all. Jane also felt a pang in his heart and nodded vigorously. This time the losses were simply too severe. It was one thing for junior brother Juanti's 7 treasures mysterious tree to be broken, but what pained him even more was that the dream world origin he had painstakingly built was forcibly reduced by 1/10 by that fellow Tongtian. That was the culmination of his countless years of cultivation. That Yiwu is filled with strange elements. I need to find an opportunity to eliminate him completely and prevent future troubles. Jiayan's eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. This time, he no longer felt the previous reluctance to part with talent. An instinct tells me that if we don't eliminate him, it could lead to a great calamity for our Western sect. Bio Palace. Tongtian Patriarch held the falling treasure coin in his hand, examining it carefully, unable to suppress the joy in his eyes. Indeed, it is this thing. He had confirmed that the invisible force stabilizing their sect's fortune was precisely this falling treasure coin. Upon hearing the reason, Yiwu could not help but widen his eyes. This falling treasure coin has such abilities. However, after a moment of thought, Yi Wu understood, recalling the unique capabilities of the falling treasure coin. This item is inherently a medium for transactions. It can utilize fortune to sever the bond between a spiritual treasure and its owner. Thus, using it to stabilize fortune is indeed a logical thing. No doubt. How about we keep this falling treasure coin with you for now, Master? Yi Wu suggested. The most pressing issue for their sect was the lack of a significant treasure to stabilize their fortune. The sect's fortune was leaking out constantly. Now that they had the falling treasure coin to stabilize it, it naturally brought peace of mind. Do you think I am like those two fellows from the Western sect, relying on treasures to maintain order? Tongtian Patriarch's eyes widened as he tossed the falling treasure coin back to Yi Wu. The reputation of the two heavenly saints from the Western sect was inexplicably brought up again. Take good care of this item yourself. There are tricks within. To use it, you must exchange it for fortune. Be careful when you use it in the future. Don't let it backfire on you. As a heavenly saint, Tongtian Patriarch quickly grasped the intricacies of the falling treasure coin. This kind of strange, innate spiritual treasure was something he had never encountered before. Don't worry, Master. I have my own measures. Yi Wu nodded and then shifted the topic. Master, I spoke with senior brother Zhao Gongming a few days ago about tidying up those unruly elements in the sect. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Yi Wu's eyes. He recounted all the recent troubles one by one. If we continue to let things go as they are, even with the falling treasure coin stabilizing our sect's fortune, it will eventually. Tongtian Patriarch remained silent for a long time, seemingly not expecting Yi Wu to bring up this topic. How could he truly be unaware of the sect's troubles? But ultimately it was his own sect, and as a master there were some things he found difficult to say. In the end he let out a long "Alright, since you brought it up, you can take care of it. Punish as you see fit, and if anyone needs to be expelled from the sect, that's up." With these words, Yi Wu finally felt reassured. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Yi Wu did not rush to rectify the sect rules, but instead first counted the gains from this time. Enormous. Beyond imagination. First I will refine that source of the dream world, and raise my cultivation of the Great Dream Sutra a notch. Yi Wu's gaze sharpened. He opened his mouth and swallowed the source of the dream world, then immediately began to operate the Great Dream Sutra with all his might. In an instant he plunged into the dream. He did not know how long had passed. When Yi Wu suddenly opened his eyes, the aura around him had transformed instantly. It worked. Yi Wu could not hide the joy in his eyes. With the source of the dream world from Jian, he forcefully elevated his cultivation of the Great Dream Sutra by 2 levels. This improvement was even more significant than he had anticipated. That sword from my master must have severely injured Jian's vitality. However, it has benefited me greatly. Yi Wu smirked. With a flick of his mind, a hazy dream world expanded around him, like a tide spreading throughout the entire cave. Following that, it began to stretch across the entire Golden Ao Island. This. Tongtian Patriarch's eyelids twitched. He nearly lost his footing. He instantly sensed the power fluctuations of the dream world. When he realized that the commotion was coming from Yi Wu, his expression momentarily froze. After a brief daze, Tongtian Patriarch couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was full of exhilaration. Good. His little disciple had never disappointed him and had once again given him a great surprise. In such a short time, he had completely refined Jian's source of the dream world. He had forcefully created his own. That was the essence condensed from the method of a saint attaining the Tao, and even a Hunyuan quasi-saint would find it difficult to digest, even 1/10 in a short time. Yet Yi Wu had effortlessly swallowed it all clean. He had even transformed it into real ability. Tongtian Patriarch did not intervene, quietly observing. As Yi Wu's dream world unfolded, all those from the Jie sect below the Great Luo Jingxian level fell into it one after another. They had no chance to resist. In the dream, they did not know what they had bumped into, falling into a deep sleep. Those above the Great Luo Jingxian level could last for a while, but they were greatly disturbed, their eyelids drooping, unable to help but slide into slumber. On the entire Golden Ao Island, only Taoist Mu Yunxiao and Jingxing Xingmu could barely stabilize their primordial spirits without directly falling asleep. This sudden change left these few direct disciples both shocked and furious. Who was so bold as to act in the heart of the Jie sect? This was simply a slap in the face of their master Tongtian Patriarch. Whoever could catch even the top Great Luo Jingxian in their trap must at least be a Hunyuan quasi-saint. They feared it had to be someone of the top echelon. Moreover, they could vaguely sense that the entire Golden Ao Island had fallen utterly silent. What this meant did not need to be elaborated. They wanted to call for help, but their eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead, and the drowsy thoughts rushed through their primordial spirits, making it impossible to reach out to the outside world. Until Tongtian Patriarch's voice rang in their minds, telling them not to panic. Junior brother. This entire commotion was actually caused by Junior brother's cultivation of the Great Dream Sutra. The actions of those people were simply more inhumane than beasts. Even if they were ground into meat paste or burned to ashes, it wouldn't wash away the filth on them. Their evil deeds were countless. Good, truly good, relying on my sect's outer door identity to commit such despicable acts, and then making us take the blame. Once I finish my current tasks, I will clean up this lot of scoundrels. It will be a case of utilizing waste. Yi Wu suppressed the surging killing intent in his chest. Now was not the time to turn against them. The Jie sect was known as a place where thousands of immortals came to pay respects, with its outer door members as numerous as the stars in the sky. At this moment, those staying on Golden Ao Island were merely a small fraction. Most had scattered across the Primordial. He could not alert the snake by striking the grass. He would wait until all the outer door members were summoned back before taking decisive action. He didn't want anyone to slip away early. After shaking off these thoughts, Yiwu gathered all the necessary evidence and retracted the dream world. If I remember correctly, it has not been many years since the Fengshen War ended, and the two Dao saints of the Western sect have already transformed it into Buddhism, completely betraying the Xianmen and establishing their own sect, no longer counting as a side path. Yiwu stared at the timeline before him, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Based on this node, the embryonic form of the Buddhist sect should have already emerged. It cannot be an empty space. He squinted his eyes, his mind racing. The two Dao saints of the Western sect had great ambitions and had long been contemplating how to break away from the Xianmen and operate independently. If it weren't for this, with just the means of the saints, they wouldn't have been able to quickly carve out a path for Buddhism from the mysteries of the Western sect. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Yiwu's lips as a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind. He found the opportunity to lay the groundwork for the Mahayana Buddhist teachings. However, it needs to be designed well to avoid revealing anything. A glint flickered in his pupils, and Yiwu chuckled softly. Isn't the Western sect always complaining about being poor and lacking people? All right, I will send a talent over to you. I will deliver a naturally born Buddhist child. He had already thought about how to operate specifically, but there was no rush. He needed to set the stage first, ensuring that this scheme was flawless and could deceive the eyes of the two saints. As long as the planning is in place, completely swallowing the Western sect is not impossible. That senior uncle even promised me in person that I would become the third leader, and in the future the Western sect would regard me as its master. Yiwu murmured softly, his smile deepening. So it is quite reasonable for me to have the Western sect in my grasp. The falling treasure money hovered above his nascent soul, suppressing the aura of the future Buddha's fruit position tightly, not leaking a hint. With the assistance of the Qingqing talisman, Yiwu did not need to worry about his future Buddha's fruit position being Only after thoroughly refining the falling treasure money did he discover that this item actually had the ability to conceal heavenly secrets, perfectly compensating for his small shortcoming. On Zhao Gongming's side, they were busy promoting monetary currency, and the falling treasure money was rising in value, growing stronger and stronger, with its ability to conceal heavenly secrets only becoming more formidable. For Yiwu, this was a tremendous boon. Next, I should see what kind of secrets are hidden within this branch of the seven treasures. A branch shimmering with seven colors landed in Yiwu's palm, and within the light seemed to wrap countless vast worlds, making one want to dive right in. Yiwu shook his head quickly, using the falling treasure money to awaken his nascent soul, breaking free from that strange state of obsession. The instrument of the saint's proof of the Tao is indeed bizarre. He exhaled. If it weren't for the fact that my second senior uncle had already refined the saint's mark in the branch clean, I fear that after that one glance, I might never wake up again. I would have been completely swallowed by that seven-colored divine light. Yiwu's comprehension was extraordinary. Without hesitation, he directly pulled the branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree into his dream realm. In the dream world, starlight surged and countless layered illusory universes continuously revolved. The branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree slithered like a snake within this layered illusory space. With each layer it passed through, the seven-colored brilliance on the branch dimmed a bit, as if being consumed by something. Meanwhile, the surface of those dreamlike vast universes began to shimmer with colorful flowing light, as if being dyed. Yiwu's courage was boundless and his actions were wildly reckless. He actually used the power of the Great Dream Heart Sutra to frantically extract the energy from the branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree, aiming to control the source power of this treasure. This idea was as absurd as dreaming, yet he managed to accomplish it. That old man, the Taoist of guidance, is truly a good person. I must burn incense for his ancestors. Yiwu grinned, his face full of pride. And Taoist Zhuanti, I must thank your entire family for 18 generations. Relying on the Great Dream Heart Sutra to absorb the power of the branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree, Yiwu had already grasped the mechanics of this treasure. A wisp of seven-colored light spilled from his fingertips, slowly coalescing into a small branch. The flowing light surged more and more, and that branch actually began to root and sprout, gradually growing and evolving. In the end, it truly transformed into a complete seven treasures wonderful tree. At this moment, Yiwu completely mastered all the powers of the seven treasures wonderful tree, even seeing through its deepest essence. No wonder it could shatter the Qingping sword of the master. This thing is incredibly formidable. Only by truly understanding it would one realize how terrifying the power of the seven treasures wonderful tree was. Compared to the five-color divine light, the seven treasures wonderful tree is the real deal that can crush anything. Moreover, its attack power is stronger, capable of both offense and defense, making it an absurdly perfect holy artifact. However, this thing relies on the power of the saints to be stimulated in order to truly exert that kind of heaven-defying effect. Yiwu understood. Without the backing of saintly power, the seven treasures wonderful tree's power, though not lacking, would lose that mysterious capability. But even so, it remains a trump card. Besides, what he lacked the least now was the power of the saints. Yi Wu grasped this branch of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree. The sealed saintly power within it was dense and unyielding enough for him to activate this divine ability dozens of times. With this thing, as long as he doesn't act foolishly, he is practically half a step into an unbeaten realm. Even if he encounters an ancient monster at the quasi-saint level, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, the opponent won't be able to take him down. To be honest, what is truly valuable is not this branch nor the ability to manipulate it smoothly. Yi Wu was clear in his mind. What he had truly gained was an understanding of the fundamental power of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree. Not only did he understand it, but he also borrowed this momentum to forcibly deduce a genuine supreme divine ability. Seven Treasures' wonderful technique. That's right. Yi Wu had already transformed the unique power of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree into a set of divine abilities that perfectly aligned with it. Even without the branch in hand, solely relying on this technique, he could still unleash the might of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree. Moreover, it was freer than the branch. Divine abilities, after all, can always be stacked and pushed deeper. This is truly the thing worth the ticket price in this journey of cultivation. Yi Wu suddenly clenched his fist. The evolving Seven Treasures' wonderful tree instantly collapsed, condensing back into a stream of seven-colored light. The colorful light continuously transformed and compressed, finally condensing into a seven-colored talisman. With a swoosh, it merged into his sea of consciousness. The Seven Treasures' wonderful technique's foundational talisman. It worked. Yi Wu grinned, unable to suppress the joy spreading across his face. Compared to that branch, he valued this divine ability more. When I flaunt this Seven Treasures' wonderful technique in front of Daoist Juanti, I guarantee his jaw will drop. Whoosh. A stream of seven-colored light shot out from his palms, slicing through the void like silk, and wherever it passed, even the ground paved with celestial gold was reduced to rubble. He casually brushed again. Those shattered celestial gold vanished in the blink of an eye, all swallowed into that seven-colored talisman of the Seven Treasures' wonderful technique. This talisman is not an empty shell. Inside it hides an entire void space supported by seven-colored divine light, welcoming both living and non-living entities. Its might is outrageously great. I wonder if I can also brush in innate spiritual treasures. Yi Wu immediately began to test. The assets he had stripped from Ji Ming came in handy at this moment. He first pulled out a piece of acquired spiritual treasure. The seven-colored light wrapped around it, and that item had no room to struggle. It was directly pulled into the void space. With a press of the seven-colored light, the power of the spiritual treasure was completely sealed, obediently turning into a piece of scrap iron. Acquired spiritual treasures also have their tiers. He tested them one by one, and only after easily brushing in a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure did Yi Wu feel assured. The Seven Treasures' wonderful technique can deal with the vast majority of acquired items. As for the level of acquired supreme treasures, he didn't even consider it. Yi Wu was well aware that some acquired supreme treasures in terms of power are not much different from innate treasures. Take the earthly Linglong Xuanquang Pagoda of my master as an example. It holds the merits of the great Tao and the primal essence of Xianwang. Just by suspending it above one's head, one can stand steadily impervious to any attacks. Even if Daoist Juanti brought the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree, he couldn't shake this tower. Naturally, his Seven Treasures' wonderful technique divine ability could be mentioned, even less it would be impossible to have any effect. I have tested acquired items, now I will try innate ones. Among the items left by Ji Ming, there was a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure called the Blood Demon Sword. That was Ji Ming's life treasure bound to him. With a flash of seven colors, the Blood Demon Sword trembled and then dove into the space of the Seven Treasures' wonderful technique talisman by itself. But just at that moment, something went wrong. The talisman space couldn't contain this sword. It couldn't be swallowed at all. The Blood Demon Sword thrashed violently inside. Large swathes of blood-colored demonic energy erupted as if it was going to tear apart the entire talisman void. The seven-colored light of the Seven Treasures' wonderful technique wavered, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Is the limit of what it can bear just this medium-grade innate spiritual treasure? Yi Wu frowned. He probed the branch of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree into the talisman void, relying on the power of the saint's proof of the Tao, and forcibly subdued the Blood Demon Sword, allowing the talisman space to stabilize once more. Then he tried the power-enhancing divine staff. The innate spiritual treasure Yi Wu had in hand, aside from the Blood Demon Sword, this was the least impressive. This time the power-enhancing divine staff only shook lightly and was not brushed away at all. The limit of what it can bear is medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, and the upper limit of what it can brush is up to top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Yi Wu was not entirely satisfied with this result. However, after pondering, he realized that he had only just formed a prototype of the Seven Treasures' wonderful technique. Achieving this level was still somewhat acceptable. Let's leave it at that for now, taking it step by step, slowly refining. Sooner or later, I will forge this Seven Treasures' wonderful technique into a true supreme divine ability that brushes through everything. When that time comes, even innate supreme treasures can be brushed into it, completely devoured. Yi Wu's ambition is, to be honest, quite substantial. The Tongtian cult master had been watching Yi Wu's cultivation closely. When he saw the seven-colored divine light continuously emanating from Yi Wu, his expression could no longer hold back. This kid has truly comprehended something from the branch of the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree. When he said something, it was not mere flattery. For Tongtian cult master, a Dao saint, to be astonished to this degree, it was certainly not something ordinary. The technique Yi Wu comprehended from the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree was something even Taoist Zhuani had never achieved. Just based on this point, one could discern how outrageous this guy's comprehension was. Tongtian cult master looked at Yi Wu fully aware in his heart. Although this Seven Treasures mystic art was derived from the Seven Treasures mystic tree of Zhuani, it has fundamentally transformed into something entirely different. The Seven Treasures mystic tree is Zhuani's innate magical treasure, its essence being the primal metal Bodhi tree, naturally one of the top 10 spiritual roots. Later, after transforming, Zhuani refined this tree into a magical treasure, adding countless innate treasures to create the current version of the Seven Treasures mystic tree. Subsequently, relying on this artifact, he achieved enlightenment and became a saint, causing the power of the treasure tree to skyrocket, taking off directly. However, the Seven Treasures mystic tree has nearly reached its current limit. To elevate it further, one would need to insert even more powerful innate divine objects. Such items are so rare that one would struggle to find even a few, even if the entire primordial chaos were turned upside down. Even if found, the value of just one might far exceed that of the Seven Treasures mystic tree itself. Alternatively, Zhuani would have to elevate his own realm, nourishing the treasure tree with his own Dao to potentially allow it to advance another level. However, this path is also fraught with difficulties. For a saint to take even a single step further is harder than for a mortal to become a saint. Yet the Seven Treasures mystic art conceived by Yi Wu is an entirely different matter. As long as he is willing to continue the derivation, it is not impossible for this technique to evolve into a true Taoist divine ability, much like the 36 methods of the Tiangang. The strength of those methods is astonishing fundamentally because they are rooted in the principles of the Tao. Each one points directly to the origin of the Tao. For instance, the foremost method, the art of transformation, is rooted in the Tao of transformation. If one could refine this method to perfection and grasp the underlying principles, one might very well pave the way to becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal through the laws. The Tongtian patriarch saw a glimmer of possibility in Yi Wu's Seven Treasures mystic art. Even this tiny prospect surpasses many others. Countless immortals and gods have trained for tens of thousands of years, yet they cannot even sense such potential. Zhuani Taoist is probably crying his eyes out this time. The corners of Tongtian patriarch's mouth curled up, a smile hiding a hint of anticipation. He truly wants to see the expression on the old man's face when Yi Wu smashes Zhuani's Seven Treasures mystic tree with his art. That scene will surely be interesting. On Kunlun Mountain within the Yushu Palace, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and the Southern Polar Immortal gathered in the main hall, the atmosphere heavy like an iron plate. The lamp igniter Taoist knelt on the ground, looking quite disheveled. It was not his choice to kneel, the wrath of the Primordial Supreme being pressed down on him, immobilizing him, causing his knees to slam heavily onto the ground. At this moment, the lamp igniter Taoist felt a chill in his heart. In the face of this patriarch, he did not even dare to say he had no regrets would be a lie, yet his regret was not for the act itself, but for not planning thoroughly, not being more discreet, and not achieving success in one go. Otherwise, how would he have fallen to this state? The Southern Polar Immortal and the 12 golden immortals stared at the lamp igniter Taoist, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, filled with unspeakable emotions. No one expected that the lamp igniter Taoist could do such a thing. It truly left them dumbfounded. Although the Chan sect and the Jie sect were not on good terms, there were unspoken rules and a bottom line. No one dared to truly harm the direct disciples of the other side. The Jie sect was the same. Both groups tacitly maintained an understanding. However, this time the deputy patriarch of the Chan sect, the lamp igniter Taoist, personally shattered this understanding. Just this alone would have sufficed, but a few harsh words could still muddle through. Yet the lamp igniter Taoist committed a grave taboo by colluding with the remnants of the demon tribe's heavenly court and engaging in acts that harmed his own sect. This has completely crossed the red line of the three teachings. Remove the lamp igniter Taoist from the position of deputy patriarch of the Chan sect and confine him beneath the Qilin cliff. He shall not be freed until the calamity has passed. The primordial supreme being's face turned dark, and with one sentence the expressions of all the deities in the hall changed. Primordial, you can't do this to me. The lamp igniter Taoist suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with madness, but the primordial supreme being did not give him the chance to argue. A decree descended directly, knocking him into the depths of the Qilin cliff, sealing him there. That Qilin cliff is no ordinary place. It was formed from the physical body of the first Qilin after the Dragon Han calamity came to an end. It is a genuine peak Hunyuan powerhouse's remains, and although it eventually fell, the cliff it left behind cannot be traversed by someone of the lamp igniter Taoist's diminished cultivation. After being sealed, the lamp igniter Taoist nearly went mad. All of his magical power was locked away, and he could not even summon a wisp of spiritual power. Want to cultivate? No chance. Want to escape? Even less chance. The primordial supreme being clearly intended to trap him here for eternity, leaving him no chance to turn things around. The more the lamp igniter thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. After all, he was someone who stood on equal footing with the primordial supreme, being a dignified deputy patriarch of the Chan sect, yet he was confined like this. Was it just because he botched one task? Does it really warrant such a severe punishment? But no matter how reluctant he was, he could not move a single finger now, but he had to accept his fate. Guang Qingzi, holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. Master, isn't this punishment a bit excessive? The primordial supreme being's expression was impassive, his voice flat, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Making mistakes means facing consequences. That's only natural, just like everyone else. He paused and glanced at those present. Don't your two senior uncles from the Western teachings engage in similar sordid affairs behind the scenes? But they are clever. Aside from these recent instances, when have they ever been caught? When have they ever suffered losses? Guang Qingzi and the others exchanged glances, and upon careful reflection, it seemed to be the case. It's fine to do bad things, it's fine to collude with fierce beasts, as long as you don't leave behind any incriminating evidence, nothing will happen. The primordial supreme being's tone suddenly turned cold. But if you commit wrongdoings, fail to succeed, and are caught on the spot, then you can only blame your own foolishness. As these words were spoken, all 12 golden immortals were taken aback. They never expected their master would say such things. But upon closer inspection, it seemed to make sense. The compassionate sea Taoist and the others exchanged glances quietly, making a resolution. This incident has escalated too much. Several heavenly saints are keeping an eye on it. If we don't deal with the lamp igniter, the Chan sect will lose all face. After the primordial supreme being finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the 12 golden immortals, his expression suddenly turning sharp. And you all, have you been too lax these years? You haven't even broken through to the quasi-saint level, and still dare to call yourselves my disciples. The faces of the 12 golden immortals changed, each one lowering their heads in silence. Zhao Gongming joined later than you all, yet he doesn't follow the path of the three corpses quasi-saints, and has managed to carve out his own path, to become a Hunyuan golden immortal. The voice of the primordial supreme being was not loud, but each word struck like a blade in the hearts of the 12 golden immortals. They were all so struck down that they could not utter a word. The southern polar immortal was not much better off, looking utterly wilted like a frostbitten leaf. Among the Chan sect, his cultivation was the highest, just a hair's breadth from the quasi-saint realm, poised to slay his first corpse and secure a quasi-saint fruit. By rights, among the three teachings aside from Xuandu, he should have been the second to achieve quasi-saint status, yet Zhao Gongming, a mere outer disciple of the Jie sect, snatched the opportunity. Now the southern polar immortal's face truly didn't know where to put itself. Not only Zhao Gongming, but also that the voice of the primordial supreme being was heavy as iron. Your uncle Tongtian sheltered him. I couldn't see through his roots, but I can be sure that it won't be long before Yiwu steps into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. When that time comes, let's see how many petals can blossom from his three flowers. If you can't even compare to Zhao Gongming, I can tolerate it, but if you can't even surpass that, Yiwu. The primordial supreme being's words reached this point, and his inner rage could no longer be contained. How many days has Yiwu cultivated? He and his group have endured an entire calamity, and now it seems that they are about to be overtaken by that young man. The primordial supreme being has always valued his face, yet he has been repeatedly slapped in the face by the Jie sect whom he looks down upon. It's utterly humiliating. However, lacking the skills to compete, he could only seethe in frustration. The members of the Chan sect lowered their heads, bowing and admitting their faults. Yet within their hearts there arose an intense sense of urgency. Being overshadowed by Zhao Gongming was one thing. If they were to be surpassed by Yiwu, these Chan sect golden immortals would truly have no face left. How would they have the face to mix in the primordial chaos afterward? The primordial supreme being looked at the group below, letting out a long sigh. He couldn't help but lament once again. Tongtian truly had struck gold. How did he manage to find such a good seedling as Yiwu? How could such talent not belong to me, the primordial supreme being? Heaven truly does not have eyes. Ever since Yiwu revealed his mastery over the great dream scripture, the primordial supreme being understood that this young man's talent is absolutely extraordinary. Had it not been for this, he would not have been able to see through the dreaming techniques of the guiding Taoist. After all, the guiding Taoist is a genuine heavenly saint. Sighing was of no use. The primordial supreme being could only grit his teeth and decide to personally lecture this ungrateful group of golden immortals. He truly does not believe that at this point the Chan sect's few golden immortals cannot touch the threshold of the three corpses quasi-saints. Brother Duobao, Sister Jinling, Sister Yunxiao, why are you all staring at me? Yiwu had just emerged from his seclusion when he was blocked at the entrance by Duobao and a few others having not yet come. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that the expressions of his senior brothers and sisters were not pleasant. His heart tightened, and he instinctively wanted to turn around and flee. What kind of situation is this? You still dare to ask us what happened? Duobao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with an indescribable grievance as he listed the good deeds Yiwu had done previously. You tell us, do you admit to these things? Even the three sisters of the Sanshao looked at him with complex expressions. Ultimately, it was still Yiwu's ability to enter dreams that was too shocking. They had all been caught off guard, and no one reacted in time, resulting in their self-esteem being crushed. Even now they had yet to recover from that shock. Off. Yiwu was taken aback for a moment, retracting his neck slightly, awkwardly laughing a couple of times. He cupped his hands. This matter was my oversight. I should have informed my senior brothers and sisters in advance. I accept my punishment. At this moment the eyes of Duobao and the others nearly popped out, their breathing becoming rapid. This is that legendary. Even Duo Bao, who was used to treasures, found it hard to hold himself together upon seeing the fruits in the plate. The expressions of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and Yun Xiao were no better, filled with shock. Indeed, it is as you think, the Zhoutian star fruit. Yiwu directly confirmed their speculation. Isn't this thing supposed to only exist in ancient texts? The Golden Spirit Saint Mother couldn't help but ask. You must understand, as a top-tier innate spiritual root, the Zhoutian star fruit, like the Huangzhong Li, is a name many have heard, but no one has ever seen it. It has never shown its face from ancient times to the present. Logically, that Zhoutian star tree should be growing in the primordial starry sky. However, the demon clan's heavenly court nearly turned the entire starry sky upside down back then, but found not a single trace. Countless manpower and effort were wasted. And the result? Yiwu just took out 3 Zhoutian star fruits in one. Each of these fruits concealed terrifying celestial divine power. They didn't look like fruits, but rather like heavy celestial orbs. Moreover, all 3 of these fruits were fully ripe. Yiwu said he would make amends, and the result was that he produced such a heaven-defying, innate spiritual item. Wait, junior brother, are you telling me you really managed to obtain the Zhoutian star tree? Duo Bao shouted out suddenly, as if he had realized something. At this moment, he was thinking exactly like the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. That Zhoutian star tree, logically speaking, could only be hidden deep within the primordial starry sky. And Yiwu had only recently taken his place as the Northern Emperor of the Purple Micro, overseeing the entire primordial starry sky. Now right in front of them, without blinking an eye, he casually tossed out the Zhoutian star fruits. Yiwu did not hide it, directly acknowledging this matter, and even revealing the entire tree. At this moment, all 3 people present were astonished, exclaiming in unison. I say, junior brother, your luck is truly enviable. Duo Bao took a deep breath, his tone filled with admiration. Compared to this great opportunity that Yiwu encountered, their previous so-called adventures seemed trivial. Swish! Duo Bao, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, and Yun Xiao did not hesitate, each reaching out to grab a star. They opened their mouths to bite down. If Yiwu only had these few fruits, they might have felt hesitant to ask. But now Yiwu had the entire innate spiritual root in his hands, with several hundred Zhoutian star fruits hanging from the tree. Since that was the case, why be polite? Just eat. The rich celestial divine power instantly exploded in their mouths, transforming into strands of silvery divine radiance that flowed down their throats into their bodies. With a twist of their mana, that celestial divine power obediently merged into their own without a single bit wasted. Truly deserving of the legendary divine fruit, the medicinal power is simply too overwhelming. Duo Bao was the first to open his eyes. The star fruit in his hand had been completely refined, transformed entirely into his own mana. He effortlessly gained an entire epoch of cultivation. It was terrifying. Not long after, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and Yun Xiao also successively refined their star fruits. Feeling the mana inexplicably increasing within them, both could not help but feel a surge of joy. Gaining cultivation for free was far more satisfying than enduring the hardships of closed-door training. Having received such a great benefit, the 3 of them once again expressed their gratitude earnestly. Actually, we came this time to ask junior brother, what method did you use to awaken Zhao Gongming, allowing him to suddenly attain the status of Hunyuan Jingxian? After chatting for a while, Duo Bao finally brought the real matter to the table. Saying something like, to demand an explanation, was just a facade. What they truly wanted to understand was how Zhao Gongming managed to walk this path to Hunyuan Jingxian. They knew that Zhao Gongming did not follow the path of the 3 corpses' true saint, but instead directly broke through to the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian, which left them greatly shaken. Initially, they were all shocked. Duo Bao, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, and Yun Xiao all stared intently at Yiwu, their eyes filled with disbelief. They could not accept that Yiwu, a junior brother who had joined the sect the latest, had actually been the first to break through to Hunyuan Jingxian. Soon after, that disbelief transformed into overwhelming jealousy, almost drowning them. As the core of the Jiejiao, they knew far more secrets than those loose cultivators. The path of the 3 corpses' true saint was the mainstream now, but the Dao fruit of Hunyuan Jingxian was the real hard currency. Back when the Dao ancestor had not yet passed down the methods of immortal cultivation, there was no such thing as the 3 corpses' true saint in the primordial lands. Everyone followed the path of Hunyuan Jingxian. Whether it was the catastrophic calamity at the beginning of the world or the later Dragon Han calamity, those powerhouses on the same level as true saints did not walk the path of the 3 corpses. They were all solidly Hunyuan Jingxians. Even the Wu and Yao calamity they personally experienced showed that the 12 ancestral witches were all Hunyuan Jingxians. Later, for various reasons, the path of the 3 corpses true saint became mainstream. But this does not mean the path of Hunyuan Jingxian was unreachable. As long as there was the slightest hope, Duo Bao and the others dreamed of becoming a true Hunyuan Jingxian, grasping all their power in their own hands. All 3 of them stared eagerly at Yiwu, waiting for him to give a definitive answer. Well, Yiwu shook his head, a faint bitter smile on his face as he spoke. Senior brothers and sisters, it's not that I am unwilling to help, it's just that this path is only suitable for senior brother Zhao Gongming. You all know that senior brother Zhao Gongming holds the position of wealth god in the heavenly court because his fate is inherently aligned with the position of wealth god. Moreover, with the subsequent series of opportunities coming together, he was able to touch the threshold of the wealth god's Dao, and thus successfully attain the status of Hunyuan Jingxian. Yiwu sincerely wished that Duo Bao and the others could walk the path of Hunyuan Jingxian as well, but the truth was this road was not something everyone could take. As for Duo Bao's future path, Yiwu was clear, but he did not dare to offer even a hint. To point it out would not simply be revealing secrets. Duo Bao would have to betray Jiejiao. By then the master of Tongtian would surely be furious and stab him with those 4 Excalibur swords one by one. Let him experience what true suffering felt like. As for the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and Yun Shao, he had even less ability to guide them. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother was already a deity of the Kan Palace Dumu after her death, governing the countless stars. Her responsibilities and divine authority were inherently in conflict with Yi Wu's position as the Northern Emperor. Even if the Golden Spirit Saint Mother ascended to the heavenly court and took this position of Kan Palace Dumu, as long as Yi Wu the Emperor of Purple Micro was still around, she would not be able to attain Hunyuan Jingxian through this path. As for Yun Shao, it was even less worth mentioning. In her previous life, they had been sealed beneath the Qilin Cliff next to the Yushu Palace, later only receiving the title of Sensing the World Immortal. But she was not like Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming truly matched with the fate of the Wealth God, allowing him to walk the Wealth God's Tao step by step to attain Hunyuan Jingxian. The fates of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and Yun Shao, however, did not align with the deified positions assigned to them during the investiture of the gods. Thus this path was naturally dead. Duo Bao and the others immediately felt deflated. The path of Hunyuan Jingxian is inherently extraordinary. Ultimately, it depends on one's own comprehension, and one must understand which great Tao laws truly suit them. After finishing, Yi Wu voluntarily proposed to discuss the Tao. Although I cannot directly point out the direction for you, I have a scroll of the Great Dream Sutra that allows one to enter dreams of 3,000 lifetimes, much like reincarnation. Perhaps it can lead to some insights for you senior brothers and sisters. Are you referring to the Great Dream Sutra of the Guiding Saint? Duo Bao's eyes widened in surprise. If there are no other sutras called the Great Dream Sutra, then it should be that one. In the past, Yi Wu had no ability to help others enter dreams and experience reincarnation, but since he had completely refined and devoured the source of the dream world from the guiding Taoist, he naturally acquired this ability. After confirming, Duo Bao and the others did not hesitate at all, nodding immediately. This opportunity to practice entering dreams was immensely beneficial for them. The sun rose and set again. The dream world in Yi Wu's cave finally dissipated, and Duo Bao and the others woke from their slumber, their confusion completely cleared, slowly enveloped by a layer of supreme divine light. Ha ha ha, Duo Bao have finally comprehended it. Duo Bao stood up and bowed to Yi Wu. The help you provided today, junior brother, I promise to repay you with all my strength when I succeed in the future. Helping junior brother attain the Tao. The dream reincarnation didn't take long in reality, but in the dream Duo Bao had reincarnated through 3,000 lifetimes. Each lifetime was a completely different experience, leaving only a trace of true spirit and will. He used this to ponder his own Tao. Needless to say, Duo Bao succeeded. Within these 3,000 lifetimes of dream reincarnation, he successfully found the path he could use to attain Hunyuan Jingxian. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother and Yun Shao were also immensely grateful to Yi Wu. Although they did not find a direct method to attain Hunyuan Jingxian, like Duo Bao, their gains were still significant. They had vaguely grasped some clues. As long as they could digest the gains from these 3,000 lifetimes of dream reincarnation, even if they could not attain Hunyuan Jingxian, their cultivation would surely advance a step. Perhaps they could even brush against the Tao fruit of the true saint in advance. Senior sister Bai Xiao rushed into the cave, glaring at Yi Wu with dissatisfaction. Junior brother, you are being too biased. You have good things and don't think of me first. She blinked her big eyes, directly revealing her intention to experience the ability of the Great Dream Sutra. They'll take a trip into the dream simulation first to see if refining the star clouds into the 5 energies in my chest actually works. This little matter is no problem. Yi Wu smiled, not wasting any more words. A glow instantly enveloped Bai Xiao, and her eyelids grew heavy as she fell asleep. What awaited her next was an entire world of 3,000 layers of dream reincarnation. Senior sister, just enjoy yourself inside. As he was about to focus on cultivation, a shout came from outside the cave. That look in Yi Wu's eyes was terrifyingly bright, reminiscent of a fan meeting their idol. Yo, that old man Bai Zhe is After receiving the ring and sending the person away, Yi Wu opened it to find it neatly containing 50 Zhou star banners, exactly the batch he had been longing for. Each banner was engraved with dense starry runes, as if an entire universe was surging upon them. Truly worthy of the Zhou star banner. Yi Wu's astonishment was evident. Each banner was of the highest quality, reaching the level of a top-tier postnatal spirit. No wonder that the Zhou star array was so formidable, back then able to withstand the 12 ancestral witches embodying Pangu. Ordinary postnatal spiritual treasures would stand no chance. No wonder the demon clan's heavenly court was so wealthy back then, yet they couldn't produce a second set. Although they were only postnatal level, the materials consumed were astronomical. Unless they also contributed from the Wu clan's treasury, it would be impossible to gather a second set. Yi Wu activated his magical power, erasing all residual energies from the banners and firmly imprinting his own mark. 50 banners. Still not enough. He sighed. Forget it, I'll focus on comprehending the Zhou star array first, and think about other things once I fully grasp it. However, Yiwu suddenly recalled a technique from the 36 heavenly forms, star movement and constellation exchange. Isn't this just a grand technique related to the stars? Perfect, this technique could help him understand the Zhoutian star array more swiftly. Besides, he was the North Emperor of the Purple Micro overseeing all the stars. If he couldn't use this technique, where would he place his face? A thought flew out and Yiwu directly sought his master for the star movement and constellation exchange. You little brat, don't keep bothering me. If you want to learn any divine abilities in the future, go figure it out yourself. The heavenly master casually tossed him a jade book inscribed with the entire set of the 36 heavenly forms and 72 earthly transformations. Thank you, master. Taking the jade book, Yiwu grinned and quickly grasped the training methods for star movement and constellation exchange. Let's verify on both sides. The ancient tea tree of comprehension manifested behind him instantly, spreading a dense aura of enlightenment. In the same moment, Yiwu sank into a dream. The Great Dream Sutra activate. In the dream, he practiced star movement and constellation exchange while comprehending the Zhoutian star array. He intended to master both in one go. In the dream world, cycles of life after life repeated. He could clearly see changes starting to occur in Yiwu. Vast starry light began to leak from his body. Every cell in his body seemed to transform into stars within the universe. He became like a starry sky holding countless stars. The sight was shockingly breathtaking. After an unknown period, Yiwu slowly awoke. Boundless starry light burst forth suddenly. The starry light intertwined, and in the blink of an eye formed a grand array above his head. That array seemed to conceal the deepest secrets of the universe. With a shift and movement, it surprisingly resonated with the entire starry sky of the primordial world. In a single thought, he could manipulate real stars. Finally fully comprehended the Zhoutian star array, and I have also mastered star movement and constellation exchange. In the dream, the mutual verification brought astonishing progress for Yiwu in both the array and divine abilities with no obstacles at all. Can the law of creation brought forth by manipulating creation also attract the law of the stars? Looking back at the ancient tea tree of comprehension behind him, a sharp, yet frenzied gleam flashed in Yiwu's eyes. The law of creation could replenish the loss of his original source. Logically speaking, the law of the stars should work as well. Yiwu was certain. Even if the restoration effect wasn't significant, it would help restore something. He had only one thought before breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. He must first restore the damaged source in his body. Only with a complete foundation could he walk this path of the great Luo Golden Immortal more steadily. Since he was already in the primordial realm, Yiwu was not without ambition. He wanted to see if he could bloom that legendary 12th rank Golden Dao flower. The Zhoutian star array gradually descended from above his head, directly penetrating into the 5 qi in his chest, merging completely with that mass of 5 qi. The 5 qi underwent a qualitative change immediately. With a crisp crack, the 5 masses of qi transformed into a real cosmic nebula, within which countless stars faintly evolved. Once this transformation occurred, the power returned to him. Yiwu's Tai Golden Immortal Realm once again loosened, deepening his foundation. Just as I guessed, it didn't let me toil in vain. Yiwu muttered quietly. The great divine ability of star movement and constellation exchange evolved directly from the 5 qi in his chest, and once it began to operate, the primordial starry sky outside also changed. Boom. In the dimness, a law of the stars truly descended, landing directly into the 5 qi within it. Unlike the law of creation, the traces of the law of the stars were a vast expanse of cosmic stars, each one dotted within the 5 qi. The rich star law essence instantly filled Yiwu's entire being, overflowing from his body and permeating the ancient tea tree of comprehension. Sensing the fishy scent, immediately rooted itself into the starry essence, frantically absorbing it. Not only that, but the leaves of the ancient tea tree also began to deepen, the rune inscriptions of the law of the stars resonating with that law. The Zhoutian star tree also sensed it, directly emerging from the innate chaotic gourd, comfortably soaking in the starry essence. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, still dreaming, was also passively bathed in this stream of starry essence, inexplicably gaining numerous benefits. This is promising. Feeling the restoration of his damaged source bit by bit, Yiwu was unable to contain his excitement. He was on the right path. At the same time, the Heavenly Master also sensed the arrival of the law of the stars. He was completely stunned. Just previously, this guy had just comprehended the great ability of manipulating creation, attracting the law of creation. Now he had also understood the great ability of star movement and constellation exchange, summoning the law of the stars as well. Is this something a human can accomplish? As one of the 3 pure ones transformed from Panga's primordial spirit, Tongtian had always believed he possessed top-tier talent in the primordial realm. However, looking around, there were only a few who could compare to him. Tongtian fell silent. Upon reflection, how long had it been since this kid began training star movement and constellation exchange? In the blink of an eye, he had directly achieved great success. How much time did he actually spend? Tongtian shook his head, unwilling to ponder further. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. It was too heart-wrenching. However, it seems he intends to rely on the 36 heavenly forms to invoke the laws of the great Tao, using the power of the laws to replenish his original source loss. This idea is a bit crazy. But on second thought, given Yi Wu's monstrous comprehension, this seemed rather normal. Normal, my ass. The law of the stars gradually dissipated. Yi Wu sighed, introspecting himself, finding that only the last trace of the damaged source remained still not replenished. What a pity. If that law could have lasted another breath, it should have completely restored it. However, since this method proved feasible, Yi Wu was unreserved. Among the great abilities of the 36 heavenly forms, he had only learned 2 so far. There were still 34 waiting for him to cultivate, each able to attract the corresponding great Tao laws. I refuse to believe that the essence of 34 great abilities cannot fill the gap in my original source. Previously just a test, now that the results were clear, Yi Wu naturally would not let go. If the 34 heavenly Tao methods couldn't resolve it, he would add the 72 earthly transformations. In any case, before becoming a great Luo golden immortal, he had to completely restore the damaged source. Yi Wu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, ambition etched across his face. Bai Xiao finally awakened from her dream. After a while she digested the after-effects brought by the cycles of 3,000 lives, her gaze brightening again. Yet her expression was somewhat bitter. She had failed. In 3,000 lives she had tried to refine the nebula into her 5 chi every lifetime, but never succeeded. Junior brother, am I unable to walk this path? Bai Xiao felt somewhat discouraged, her confidence significantly lacking. She pondered for a long time, always feeling that she was missing just one crucial element. But just as she was frowning in thought, she suddenly noticed changes within her body. Her entire being was inexplicably filled with a thick starry essence. That essence was astonishingly pure, even more refined than the starry divine light, almost touching the source of the stars. Even her 5 chi was veiled in a layer of starlight. Bai Xiao could feel that her connection with the stars had suddenly become unprecedentedly close. This was something she had never experienced before. Bai Xiao was completely stunned. She abruptly raised her head, her gaze landing on Yi Wu. Just now when I practiced star movement and constellation exchange, I inadvertently attracted the law of the stars. Yi Wu casually explained a few things, but after listening, Bai Xiao was left dumbfounded. Is this something a human would say? In the dream, without the help of creation material, it's normal for you to fail, senior sister Bai Xiao. Now senior sister, try once more and see if it works. I'll use the power of creation to assist you. After saying that, Yi Wu flipped his palm, and a massive amount of creation divine power emerged. Bai Xiao's eyes nearly popped out, followed by a wave of overwhelming joy. Alright. Without another word, Bai Xiao entered a state of cultivation. Yi Wu unhesitatingly mobilized his divine authority, forcibly pulling a nebula from the vast primordial starry sky. That nebula slowly rotated in his palm. It looked small, but the terrifying weight of its power would require even a great Luo golden immortal to approach with utmost caution. If it weren't for Yi Wu possessing authority over this aspect, controlling the Zhoutian star array, and being well-versed in the technique of star movement and constellation exchange, he would never have been able to bring this nebula over. Senior sister Bai Xiao, please don't let all my efforts go to waste. Yi Wu fixed his gaze on the nebula in his hand, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. If Bai Xiao could truly integrate this small mass of nebula into her 5 chi, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant transformation. By that time, attaining the great Tao of the Golden Immortal would become significantly easier. The cosmic nebula flowed into Bai Xiao's body, immediately beginning to operate according to the path she had previously comprehended, merging into the 5 energies within her chest. This step was remarkably smooth, as if she had rehearsed it countless times. Due to having absorbed the essence of the celestial pathways earlier, Bai Xiao's compatibility with the cosmic stars this time was astonishingly high, without the slightest hint of rejection. Soon after, the transformative material surged into Bai Xiao's body like a torrent, continuously washing over the 5 energies in her chest. The method of transformation previously employed by the Heavenly Master was starkly inferior when compared to the set of techniques that Yi Wu was currently using. The transformative material cascaded down like a mighty river, recklessly consuming Bai Xiao whole, without regret. The Heavenly Master had long since sensed that Yi Wu was up to something. Upon witnessing this scene, his mouth twitched in irritation. Compared to his little disciple, his own cultivation in the art of transformation was embarrassingly lacking. Nebulae are also clouds, you truly dare to dream. As if fearing something would go awry, Yi Wu set up the celestial star array, enveloping Bai Xiao securely. This time it should be secure, right? Bai Xiao's brows were furrowed. The cosmic nebula and the 5 energies in her chest had merged to the final step. The force of transformation surged in, completely refining the nebula. Now it was as if an entire universe was spinning within the 5 energies in her chest. Each speck of starlight resembled a star being formed. Bai Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, and deep within her gaze it was as though countless stars were hidden enough to shock anyone who looked. At this moment, Bai Xiao was absolutely thrilled. The path she had envisioned had truly opened up. The merging of the cosmic nebula with the 5 energies in her chest made her powers extraordinarily robust. Huff! Bai Xiao gently exhaled, and the 5 energies in her chest stirred, transforming her breath into a river of stars. One breath released a river of stars. Bai Xiao felt that she was now incomparably stronger than before. As long as she revealed the 5 energies in her chest, she could easily suppress her previous self. Logically, the 5 energies in her chest were quite fragile and unsuitable for combat. But now it was entirely different, as the five energies whirled around it resembled the movement of celestial stars capable of resonating with the stars above, while unleashing the power of the nebula's rotation. It was as if the celestial stars were crashing down. Anything standing in their way would be ground to dust. Boom. A fierce aura exploded from Bai Xiao. Perfected Tai Golden Immortal. And this was merely the beginning. Bai Xiao's aura continued to surge upward, and a phantom Dao flower appeared above her head on the verge of blooming. The Great Dao Flower. Bai Xiao intended to seize this opportunity to surge into the realm of the Great Dao Golden Immortal. Since junior sister has this intention, I as her junior brother must surely lend a hand. Yi Wu smiled without holding back and took out 2 celestial star fruits, directly merging them into Bai Xiao's body. The earlier essence of the celestial pathways had greatly benefited the celestial star tree, causing it to sprout 5 more fruits. Without pausing, Yi Wu activated his divine authority, drawing upon the power of the cosmic stars, pouring it over Bai Xiao like water. If a 7th grade or higher Great Dao flower doesn't bloom from this, that would truly be unacceptable. He looked on with it. Bai Xiao's foundation was already formidable, being a transformation of the primordial clouds of the heavens belonging to the category of innate deities. Now with so much transformative material poured in, nebulae cosmic divine power, and the essence of the celestial pathways, if the grade of the Dao flower didn't rise, that would be outrageous. The Heavenly Master was also busy sending forth a rich essence of the innate material, similarly injecting it into Bai Xiao's body. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao had sensed that Bai Xiao was about to break through and rushed over to guard her. With a soft pop, the Great Dao flower bloomed. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, 5 petals, 6 petals. Bai Xiao's Dao flower bloomed rapidly, reaching the limit of 6 petals in the blink of an eye. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao stood by their hearts and their throats. Although 6 petals were quite good, it was still lacking for them, the disciples of saints. Another crisp sound echoed as the Dao flower successfully ascended to 7 petals, stepping up a notch. Yet the foundation within Bai Xiao had not been entirely exhausted. It should be able to reach 8 petals. Yi Wu carefully sensed the changes within her and nodded slightly. Indeed, as Bai Xiao burned through the last of her foundation, the Great Dao flower steadily ascended to the 8th grade level. Ha ha! Bai Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, overwhelmed with excitement. An 8th grade Dao flower. According to her original plan, achieving 7 petals was already the pinnacle. She was well aware that crossing this hurdle was not an easy feat. Yet with Yi Wu's assistance, she had shattered this ceiling. An 8th grade Great Dao flower meant a completely different realm. As long as she didn't falter midway, her name would surely be among the future great powers. Once her aura had fully stabilized, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Wu with deep gratitude. Just in time, Daoist Duo Bao arrived and couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Junior brother. This is simply outrageous. After the excitement, the Sanchao sisters left one after another. Yi Wu organized his thoughts and steadied his mindset. During Bai Xiao's breakthrough, he hadn't just stood by idly, he had witnessed the entire process of ascending to the Great Dao realm, gaining valuable insights. If Bai Xiao with her foundation can bloom an 8th grade Great Dao flower, then after preparing for so long and gathering so much, it should not be too much to ask for a 10th grade Dao flower, right? Yi Wu felt a hint of expectation. A 10th grade Dao flower. He wasn't merely aiming for that. What he desired was far more than this. As for rectifying the sect's atmosphere, there was no rush. Once he broke into the Great Dao realm, he would come back with the might of the Great Dao and settle the accounts. Yi Wu closed his eyes and delved back into cultivation. This time, the great divine ability he aimed to practice was called Returning Heaven and Retrieving Sun. This technique could pierce through the heavens, searching the myriad realms, illuminating all past, present, and future with clarity. This was a genuine time-based divine ability. Among all the great Dao laws, the power of time was unparalleled. As time passed, a faint aura of time power began to emanate from Yi Wu. Centered around him, the surrounding time started to slightly distort, coalescing into a time black hole. Any time power that swept over was ensnared and devoured by that black hole, revealing an astonishing force. On the human side, after Zhao Gongming entered the realm of the primordial golden immortal, his promotion of money currency had become significantly more effective, and he had firmly established a foothold in the mortal realm. Upon witnessing the benefits of currency, the great Xia dynasty accepted it without hesitation. They weren't fools and could clearly see that behind this monetary transaction lay an opportunity to make great Xia even stronger. As for whether anyone was secretly sabotaging, that was even less likely. Who would dare to provoke a primordial golden immortal who had consolidated all power within themselves? Moreover, Zhao Gongming had the mighty Jiejiao backing him. After their previous losses, the demon race, while full of hatred, could only take a detour. Zhao Gongming's achievements were truly formidable. He had slain the demon god Bai Ze's evil corpse and had beaten the demon god Jimeng down to the quasi-saint level. His reputation spread far and wide. The overwhelming power of money surged in, transforming into wealth that made Zhao Gongming's eyes gleam. And this was just a small portion of the power of money. The wider the flow of currency, the more the Luo Bao money would naturally absorb the power of money. This item was inherently the first copper coin of the heavens and earth, impossible to evade. That said, holding the Luo Bao money and secretly controlling the power of money actually allowed him to promote his currency. Otherwise, that force would run rampant and inevitably attract a host of troubles. Deep within Zhao Gongming's primordial spirit, the divine patterns of the god of wealth pathway intertwined frantically, consuming the wealth energy that surged in. He clearly felt that his understanding of the god of wealth pathway was rapidly elevating and the foundation of his early primordial golden immortal stage visibly solidified. Refreshing. It was simply exhilarating. Ever since he stepped over the threshold of the primordial golden immortal, the excitement within Zhao Gongming had never ceased. Fortunately, I listened to Junior Brother's words back, then choosing this path of the god of wealth and walking the route of the primordial golden immortal. Had I chosen another path, it wouldn't have been so smooth sailing. Walking the path of the three corpses to cross a saint, I would have to slowly slay the good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse. How tedious. Where's the ease of now? Money in hand, I am the god of wealth. Currently, currency had just begun to establish itself in the mortal realm. Once it was fully popularized and the entire monetary transaction system became a hard currency of the mortal world, that would be the time for him to reap the rewards. However, Zhao Gongming harbored even greater ambitions. Just promoting currency among the human race, while it could yield considerable benefits, was ultimately a small scale. The mortal realm was but a small part of the vast wilderness. This world was immensely expansive. Beyond the mortal realm, there were not only demon races, but also countless other races and endless lives. No matter who it is, whether ordinary beings or powerful celestial beings, as long as they are alive, they must engage in trade. Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled. His plan was quite straightforward, to spread this currency throughout the entire wilderness. Although other races may not be the destined protagonists, their fortune can't compare to that of the human race, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Moreover, the total number of these races far exceeded that of the human race. If he could truly spread it out, the daily wealth generated from transactions would accumulate into an absolutely terrifying figure. According to Junior Brother, if I can achieve that step, the perfected primordial golden immortal would only be a starting point. Zhao Gongming grew more excited as he thought about it. At that time, monetary transactions would truly take root in the foundational system of the wilderness, becoming an essential part of this world's operation. Zhao Gongming clenched his fists, a surge of power roiling within him, giving him an unprecedented impulse. If he could firmly establish this step, he would undergo a complete transformation. To truly ascend to the celestial treasurer's throne, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Tao sovereigns. It is only a matter of time. And no sooner had the words left his lips than a message arrived from his third sister Bai Xiao. And she reported that with the assistance of their junior brother Yi Wu, she had successfully broken through to the Grand Luo immortal realm. And astonishingly, her Grand Luo Dao flower had blossomed to the 8th rank. Zhao Gongming stared at those words, frozen in place, rubbing his face hard, as if trying to awaken from a dream. And then he burst into unrestrained laughter. That his own sister had reached such a pinnacle filled him, not with pride alone, but with profound, unreserved joy. And, Junior Brother Yi has done far too much for our siblings. We must devise a way to repay this debt properly. Not fierce light gleamed in Zhao Gongming's eyes. And the news spread like wildfire across the three sects, impossible to suppress. Bai Zhao's 8th rank Dao flower and her attainment of the Grand Luo immortal realm swept through the cultivation world like a tempest. And the Jie sect erupted in jubilation. And even the Ren sect and Shan sect stood speechless, stunned into silence. 8th rank. And across both the Ren and Shan sects, no more than a handful could boast such a rank. Fewer than 10 fingers could count them. And Tai Shang, the sovereign sage, remained utterly silent. He chose not to speak. Nin the Chan sect, an oppressive stillness settled, like a colossal boulder crushing the chest. And Yuan Shi Tianzuan had just concluded his Tao discourse, still hoping his disciples might achieve breakthroughs. Yet not a single one stirred. He turned, only for the news to strike him full in the face. And he withdrew entirely into himself. And after expending every ounce of rhetoric over countless eons, not one of his direct disciples had ascended even a single realm. Yet the moment he glanced aside, Bai Xiao had already become an 8th rank Grand Luo immortal. And what could Yuan Shi Tianzuan possibly say? And he stood mute, utterly tongue-tied. And when had Tongtian's fortune grown so overwhelmingly auspicious? He had met Bai Xiao several times. Her talent was indeed exceptional. Yet to bloom an 8th rank Grand Luo Dao flower. Utterly inconceivable. And how then had she accomplished it? Driven by curiosity, Yuan Shi Tianzuan performed a divination. Naviri thread led inexorably to Yi Wu and Yuan Shi Tianzuan. And he was not the only one shattered. And Nanji Xianwing and the 12 golden immortals sank deeper into grim silence, one heavier than the next. And they retreated into seclusion. And they would not emerge until they broke through. The Chan sect disciples, once haughty beyond measure, had been struck repeatedly by the Jie sect's relentless onslaught. Their arrogance had evaporated, their self-worth lay in splinters upon the ground. All that remained was silence. And when the two sovereign sages of the Western sect learned of the news, their faces paled instantly. And through clenched teeth, they cursed the heavenly Tao for its injustice. Before the words fully faded, 2 bolts of celestial thunder struck without warning, blasting the 2 exalted sovereign sages so violently that their hair exploded into disheveled chicken coop tangles. Cultivation. In relentless cultivation. End-time energy swirled around Yi Wu, thickening into near-tangible layers. Ni's entire being appeared enshrouded in concentric veils of time, enveloped within a distinct temporal domain. More astonishing still, the space centered upon him seemed severed from the primordial world itself, cast adrift into some hidden crevice of time. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood nearby, eyelids twitching incessantly, desperately restraining the impulse to intervene. It was terrifying. In the temporal anomaly Yi Wu had conjured teetered on the edge of catastrophic peril. A single misstep, and he himself might be hurled into an endless temporal fissure, never to return. And worse still, he could vanish forever into the interstices of time, losing all trace of reality's path. Tongtian Jiaozhu had never imagined that his junior disciple, merely practicing the grand divine art of returning heaven and reversing days, could precipitate such a life-threatening crisis. Boom. One day the time energy surrounding Yi Wu detonated completely, imploding inward to form a black hole, before merging seamlessly with his very being. From the collapsing temporal singularity surged an overwhelming aura of the time Tao's fundamental laws. And Tongtian Jiaozhu watched, his gaze calm, his expression one of quiet certainty, as expected. He had foreseen precisely this outcome. In the essence of the time, Tao permeated the air, enveloping Yi. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree seized the opportunity, sinking its roots deep into that temporal black hole, voraciously absorbing the Tao's primal energies to strengthen itself. Almost there, almost there. Naiwu roared inwardly, trembling with exhilaration. And he counted second by second the restoration of his primordial foundation. As torrents of time Tao energy washed over him, his damaged foundation repaired itself visibly, swiftly, relentlessly. And boom, boom, boom. Within this process, a thunderous cacophony erupted inside Yi Wu, like the Milky Way bursting its banks, like the cosmos itself tearing open. End time, stars, and creation. Three primordial forces churned together in furious vortexes, unleashing boundless power. Again and again they scoured every fiber of his flesh, every thread of his spiritual energy. And the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree underwent the same transformation, its trunk now coiled with dense luminous Tao sigils, as if it had become a sacred tree upholding heaven and earth. Each leaf bore countless Tao imprints, giving rise to terrifying, awe-inspiring manifestations. And deep within the heart of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, a subtler, more profound metamorphosis quietly began. Boom. At the zenith of this transformation, a cataclysmic spectacle erupted. And beneath the ancient tea tree, its primordial foundation was restored, instantaneously, utterly. In that instant the scene resembled the birth of heaven and earth, the dawn of the primordial chaos, sweeping rapidly across the entire tree. An overbearing sovereign aura exploded outward. Tao sigils surged forth in dense, overlapping waves, covering the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree entirely, driving it toward a deeper, more fundamental evolution. At that moment the tree plunged its roots directly into the void, countless tendrils lashing out across the myriad realms, as if striving to draw in the very essence of Tao from the entire universe to nourish itself. The time Tao's fundamental energy had returned, yet Yi Wu no longer craved it. Ni's primordial foundation was now wholly replenished. A subtle shift resonated within him, his existential rank ascending once more. And having fallen from supreme primordial spirit root to upper-tier primordial spirit root, he now surged back, violently reclaiming the status of supreme primordial spirit root. This descent and ascent, though seemingly a simple cycle, had granted Yi Wu benefits so profound they amounted to total rebirth. The foundation of a supreme primordial spirit root and that of an upper-tier primordial spirit root were worlds apart, beyond comparison. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wu's primordial aptitude soared to the apex of innate divine mortal talent, ranking among the foremost of all primordial deities and demons. After all these eons, after all this effort, I have finally restored my foundation, reclaiming the root of a supreme primordial spirit root. Nai Wu's heart surged with ecstatic triumph. The moment he regained the supreme primordial spirit root foundation, his body erupted in seismic transformation, every filament of his primordial essence reassembling, reordering itself. His capacity to harmonize with cosmic forces multiplied exponentially. And moreover, even his most treasured asset, the peerless sharpness of his insight, underwent a profound qualitative leap. It doubled overnight. And the change was nothing short of revolutionary, rooted in a new tier of existence altogether. And what once baffled him now revealed itself with crystalline clarity. He grasped it all, utterly, completely. And the deepest mysteries of the Grand Luo immortal realm unfolded before him, lucid and undeniable. In the threshold of Grand Luo immortality holds no secret for me anymore. Shatter. Blinding divine light flashed across Yi Wu's pupils, akin to the first ray-piercing chaos at creation's dawn. Today, riding the tide of my fully restored foundation, I shall attain Grand Luo immortality. In spiritual energy surged within Yi Wu. He unleashed his full cultivation, without hesitation, hurling himself against the Grand Luo barrier with unstoppable force. The Tao principles of creation, stars, and time manifested around him. Three radiant chains entwining, channeling immense power to fuel his transcendence. Tongtian Jiaozhu, concealed in the shadows, stood utterly dumbfounded. And he had never imagined Yi Wu would restore his foundation so swiftly, fully regaining the quality of a supreme primordial spirit root. And that was not all. No sooner had the spirit root reawakened than Yi Wu launched his assault upon the Grand Luo realm. In this breakthrough flowed as naturally as water descending a mountain. Tongtian tried to intervene, but it was already too late. This child acts too rashly. He hasn't weighed the consequences. Not a flicker of anxiety crossed Tongtian's mind. He gripped his hands tightly, fearing for Yi Wu. Yi Wu's path to breakthrough was a desperate, breathless sprint, pure momentum riding the crest of fate. Though formidable in intensity and highly likely to succeed, any stumble along the way would spell utter catastrophe. Tongtian also perceived Yi Wu's boundless ambition. Mere 9th or 10th rank Grand Luo Dao flowers would never satisfy him. May no great calamity unfold. Tongtian murmured silently to himself. Pop. Na soft delicate sound. 3 blossoms unfurled above Yi Wu's head. Heaven, earth, and humanity flowers blooming in perfect unison. At that moment, every cultivator on Jiejiao Island was startled awake. Compared to Bai Zhao's Grand Luo breakthrough, Yi Wu's manifestation was even more magnificent. Above his cultivation chamber, primordial spiritual energy coalesced into a reverse tornado, pouring boundless qi inward with furious intensity. The celestial stars slowly rotated overhead, showering vast torrents of starlight, each beam converging into the spiraling vortex of energy. All disciples of the Jie sect on Jiejiao Island stood petrified, jaws agape. Everyone instantly understood what was unfolding. Nai Wu was breaking through to Grand Luo immortality. The 5th disciple Yi Wu was moments away from stepping into the Grand Luo realm, and the scale of his manifestation dwarfed even Bai Zhao's earlier breakthrough, signifying something everyone intuitively grasped. Bai Zhao's Dao flower had bloomed to the 8th rank. Then Yi Wu's must surely begin at the 9th rank, or higher. The island's commotion swiftly rippled outward, drawing keen interest from numerous great divine cultivators who now fixed their gaze upon the event. The Dao flower before Yi Wu ascended visibly, rank by rank. 1st rank, 2nd rank, 3rd rank. Its ascent accelerated effortlessly, as if rising were as natural as breathing. It surged steadily until the 9th rank, then slowed but did not halt. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood beside him, eyes wide and unblinking. A 9th rank Grand Luo Dao flower conferred eligibility for the title, possessing the potential of a sovereign sage. The 10th rank should be assured, but the 11th. Even he dared not predict with certainty. Yi Wu sensed it himself. The flower's ascent had unmistakably lost its earlier ferocity. He furrowed his brows, a surge of unwillingness rising within him. At the current pace, it would be impossible to achieve more than a 10 rank. The hope of advancing to 11 rank was almost non-existent. It was only at this moment that Yi Wu truly understood why the 3 pure ones beings transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu ultimately only reached 10 rank. It was not that they did not wish to ascend further. Rather, taking another step upwards was an absurdly daunting task. The resources consumed to move from 9 rank to 10 rank far exceeded those required to ascend from 1 rank to 9 rank combined. No wonder Hong Jun could sit in the position of Dao ancestor. The 11 rank De Luo Dao flower was indeed terrible. As for that Pangu who split open the heavens and the earth, and those top-tier chaotic demons who achieved 12 rank, just the thought of it made Yi Wu's scalp tingle. How did those people cultivate? Fortunately, I had a backup plan. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since the internal resources were insufficient, he would resort to external forces. Yi Wu clenched his fists, refusing to believe that with significant investment, he could not break through. Tongtian watched the commotion in the arena, sighing inwardly. With his sage's insight, it was clear to him. Yi Wu's De Luo Dao flower was nearing its limit. 10 rank should be all the foundational resources he had accumulated before had to be poured into this. Achieving 11 rank was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, a 10 rank De Luo Dao flower was still enough for him. A sage's potential. With Yi Wu's extraordinary comprehension, he might truly break that barrier in the future, becoming the 2nd Hunyuan De Luo Jingxian after Yang Meidasian. At that moment, a bolt of lightning exploded into being. The purple lightning hammer fell into Yi Wu's hands. His mastery over the thunder technique was profound, and he had since obtained this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The purple lightning hammer naturally resonated with the thunderous Tao of heaven and earth, nurturing myriad forms of thunder technique within it. Holding the hammer, Yi Wu absorbed the laws of lightning, as if they were peeled eggshells, devouring them in one bite. The energy of the thunderous Tao erupted dense as substance, pouring directly into his body. He understood. In the blink of an eye, another ring of law encircled the De Luo Dao flower atop his head. For strands of Tao laws rolled around the flower like lively dragons, nourishing the budding flower until it gleamed with vitality. Tongtian's eyes nearly popped out. What in the world is going on? How did this little disciple's mind work? Did he just use it as an ingredient? Insufficient quality, so he piled on quantity, using quantity to harden quality. His comprehension is astonishing, but how can he play like this? Yi Wu was delighted this understanding can truly be used as sustenance. Especially after completing his foundation, he could play however he wanted. With an additional law of the thunderous Tao, my De Luo Dao flower could nearly push to the pinnacle of 10 rank. It was still short of 11 rank by a little. Then he would continue to push forth. The 5 clusters of energy in his chest exploded open, and the great array of the heavenly stars spontaneously evolved. Dense symbols surged out like a tide. Array patterns. Those were the symbols of the array Dao laws embedding into every piece of his flesh and blood, rooting in the gaps of his bones, imprinting along his meridians. The Dao of the array, he comprehended it. A small dragon of law appeared atop the Deluo Dao flower, and in the blink of an eye 5 small dragons coiled around it. With a booming sound, the 5 small dragons of law exerted their strength simultaneously, and the Deluo Dao flower directly bloomed to 10 rank. A 10-rank Deluo Dao flower was the birthright configuration of innate deities like the 3 pure ones. The sky darkened and the tribulation clouds slowly rolled in like a grinding disk, oppressive clouds bearing down, and the pressure of the heavenly tribulation descended like an iron pot. Tongtian was utterly speechless. Using external aids to compensate for internal cultivation, then relying on internal cultivation to build a foundation, ultimately breaking through the ceiling of one's aptitude. This sounded absurd, yet it became a reality right before his eyes. A 10-rank Deluo Dao flower. Tongtian laughed heartily from the bottom of his heart, genuinely happy for his disciple. Throughout the 3 teachings combing through the entire primordial chaos, no one could be found who could match such a feat. Yi Wu's cultivation, even when compared to those top-tier old experts, could firmly secure a position in the first tier. Excellent. Simply marvelous. Tongtian could no longer contain the excitement within him, nearly jumping up in joy. He could hardly wait to witness whether Yi Wu could step into the realm of 11 rank in one go. On Jiejiao Island, the Jie sect was utterly dumbfounded. Everyone understood the significance of a 10-rank Deluo Dao flower. In the unseen realm, those saints hidden within the Dao were vaguely sensing the commotion, turning their gazes toward the direction of Jiejiao Island. 5 strands of Dao laws are still slightly lacking. Yi Wu felt the instability of his Dao foundation and could not help but lament the terror of the chaotic demons. I really don't know how that Dao ancestor cultivated to accumulate such profound roots. Even if I am truly the reincarnation of a chaotic demon, this foundation might still be exaggeratedly absurd. Then he decided to keep pushing forward. Yi Wu had no intention of stopping. As for the Deluo heavenly tribulation forming in the void, he did not take it to heart. Heavenly tribulation. He would just transcend it. Master, may I borrow the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals for a moment? Yi Wu called out toward the direction of Bo Palace, his tone respectful. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals tore through the void and stabbed directly in front of Yi Wu. Exterminating gods, slaying immortals, ensnaring immortals brings forth red light everywhere, and the transformation of immortals is infinitely marvelous, stained in the blood of Deluo immortals. What is concealed within this passage are the true meanings of the 2 Dao laws behind the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals. When he previously comprehended the sword intent of the 4 swords, Yi Wu had already faintly touched upon the threshold. Slaughter. Destruction. These 2 Dao laws jointly nurtured the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, and their fusion granted these 4 swords such immense power. The extermination array diagram represented the array Dao laws sharing the same origin as the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, imbued with the essence of the 4 swords. Because of this, the extermination array diagram could unify the 4 swords, forming the extermination sword array. It was precisely because of this that the assembled extermination sword array would be so fearsome. It deserved to be called the number 1 killing array of the primordial chaos. Previously, I had fully absorbed the sword intent of the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, laying the groundwork for the upcoming comprehension of the laws. Now that my comprehension has reached perfection, I refuse to believe I cannot grasp the true essence of these 2 Dao laws. The 4 swords of the extermination of immortals slowly rotated around him. The extermination array diagram also appeared, enveloping the 4 swords within it. The extermination sword array. Success. At that moment, Yi Wu was directly swallowed by the extermination sword array. The 3 flowers atop his head spun wildly, desperately, trying to absorb the power of the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals. Tongtian watched with bulging eyes, his heart pounding anxiously, fearing that Yi Wu might accidentally destroy himself. This was too reckless. Even the demon ancestor Luo, who from back then probably never acted this madly. He had never seen anyone cultivate the Dao laws like this. This was completely a gamble with one's life. Yet this reckless method of cultivation, when placed upon Yi Wu, strangely made sense. This comprehension is simply astonishing. Tongtian sighed, his expression complex. Had he possessed such an extraordinary comprehension back, then he would not have needed to tread the old path of the heavenly Dao saint. He could have directly attained the Dao fruit of the Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian. What he could not achieve now seemed to be within reach for Yi Wu. The aura of the heavenly tribulation grew heavier in the void. This Deluo heavenly tribulation was entirely different from others. It was gathering extraordinarily slowly, as if it were secretly preparing a grand move. The aura of destruction and devastation within was perceptible from a great distance. A terrifying force of law emerged from the void, merging with Yi Wu. At that moment, the 3 flowers atop his head erupted with astonishing killing intent mixed with a fierce aura of destruction. The 2 Dao laws of slaughter and destruction were forcibly comprehended by Yi Wu, transforming into 2 small dragons of law lying atop the Deluo Dao flower. They coexisted harmoniously with the previous 5 small dragons of Dao laws. 7. At this moment Yi Wu had mastered a total of 7 Dao laws. Each Dao law from non-existence to existence appeared to require considerable time to comprehend, but truthfully. Relying on Yi Wu's extraordinary comprehension, as long as there was a lead, he could easily understand it. Boom. The 7 Dao laws exerted their power together, and Yi Wu's foundation surged dramatically, reaching depths unfathomable. The 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man spun rapidly. Pop. A soft sound. It was not loud, but the entire Jiejiao island heard it clearly. It even spread outward. 11 rank. With this astonishing foundation, Yi Wu's Luo Dao flower finally bloomed to 11 rank. At that moment, all the gazes of the heavenly Dao saints converged. Tongtian's face turned ashen, unable to conceal his emotions any longer. Huh. Fellow Taoist, can you see my disciple now? Tongtian's laughter brimmed with pride, unabashedly showing off. The Taiji saint remained silent while Yuan Shitian Zun's face twisted almost to the point of deformation, consumed by madness from jealousy. The 2 heavenly Dao saints of the Western teachings, though envious, felt even deeper killing intent. Nuwa was dumbfounded, lost in thought for a long time. The Lady of Peace in the depths of the underworld merely cast a glance over, remaining silent. No one could comprehend how Yi Wu achieved this. Yet that 11 rank Luo Dao flower shone bright, utterly incapable of deceiving anyone. 11 rank. This was no longer the qualification of a saint. This was the potential of a Dao ancestor. No one expected Yi Wu to reach this step, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Even Tongtian himself was shocked beyond measure. All the saints of the heavens fell silent, struck speechless by Yi Wu. The news swept through the primordial chaos like a tempest, stirring up tremendous waves. 11 rank is merely the initial bloom, though far from perfection. Yi Wu sensed the transformation within him and weighed the consumption of his foundational resources, sighing inwardly. He knew that achieving a 12 rank Luo Dao flower would likely be impossible in this lifetime. It was too difficult. After manifesting the 11th grade, Yi Wu captured fragmented information from the obscure and grasped some of the mysteries of the great Luo Dao flower. Unless he could fully comprehend all 3,000 great Dao principles and merge them into his 3 flowers at the crown. Alternatively, he could delve into a single great Dao principle to its deepest core, directly touching its true origin, and use the complete essence of that principle to establish his foundation. Only then could he possibly manifest the full 12 grades. But that was no longer possible. No matter how heaven-defying his comprehension, achieving this in such a short time was utterly hopeless. The heavenly Dao of the primordial world was suppressing him. The supreme chaos demon gods could manifest 12 grades because they were born from the essence of a single great Dao. In a sense, they themselves were the very origin of the great Dao principles. Pengu the great god was even more absurdly heaven-defying. He was nurtured by the chaos green lotus, accompanied by the jade dye of creation, and wielded the heaven-opening axe. The greatest fortunes of the entire chaos were all heaped upon Pengu alone. It was for this reason that Pengu could manifest the most perfect 12-grade great Luo Dao flower. After Yi Wu's initial battle that made him famous, the combat power he displayed was simply outrageous. The 3,000 chaos demon gods were chased and hacked by him, scattered into chaos, each fleeing in disgrace. Since I cannot reach the step of the 12-grade great Luo Dao flower, I will instead fill the 11 grades to perfection. This matter must be carefully calculated. I must blend all the knowledge I have acquired into a single unified whole. After pondering for a while, Yi Wu had a clear plan in his mind. The 7 treasures mystic art. At this moment, he really had to thank Zhuanti Taoist for paving this path for him. The 7 treasures mystic art is similar to the 5-colored divine light. The 5-colored divine light is refined from the power of the 5 elements, and in essence, it is also an application of the great Tao principle of the 5 elements. So why must the 7 treasures mystic art follow only Zhuanti Taoist's path? The 7 great Tao principles I have comprehended can all be infused into it, creating my own exclusive 7 treasures mystic art. To elevate the Tao methods I cultivate to an entirely new level. Within the 3 flowers at the crown, the 7 treasures mystic art instantly blazed with light. The radiance shifted and transformed continuously. The foundation of the mystic art began to stir, rebuilding itself from the most fundamental logic. The 7 small dragons of great Tao principles rolling atop the 3 great Luo Tao flowers also began in an orderly manner to burrow into the 7 treasures mystic art. This caused the 7 treasures mystic art to undergo a massive transformation, until the 7 small dragons of great Tao principles were completely integrated into the 7 treasures mystic art, merging into one, indistinguishable from each other. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, sweeping violently in all directions. 7 colored lights swirled endlessly above the 3 flowers, containing the power of creation, the power of stars, the power of formations, the power of slaughter, the power of time, the power of destruction, and the power of lightning, evolving countless astonishing scenes. The light flickered completely, enveloping the heaven, earth, and man flowers. Using the 7 treasures mystic art to refine the 7 great Tao principles, making fundamental changes, and connecting all of one's abilities. Fully forging a great divine ability, solely his own. If it succeeds, these 11 grade flowers might truly reach their extreme, rivaling the Tao ancestor. Heavenly Lord Tongtian saw through the intent behind Yi Wu's move at a glance, and could not help but secretly marvel at his young disciple's comprehension and audacity. Truly ruthless. Such a thought would never occur to a normal person, and even if it did, few would dare to act on it. But Yiwu not only dared to think it, but he also dared to do it. Every innate deity essentially had their own innate great divine ability, and now Yiwu had also forged his own innate great divine ability. Other innate deities were born with great divine abilities nurtured by heaven and earth, but Yiwu was different. His entire set of skills was acquired through arduous cultivation. Pop. Another crisp sound spread. The petals of the 11th grade flower which had been slowly unfurling were now fully the great Luo Dao flower 11 grades perfected. At the same time, the 7 treasures mystic art that Yiwu created had completely integrated into his flesh and blood, transforming into his exclusive innate great divine ability. That unique imprint of his was deeply embedded in the depths of his soul. But Yiwu's accumulated resources were also drained to the last drop in that instant. He had no more strength left to nurture the 12th grade flower. Heavenly Lord Tongtian let out a long sigh of relief. The hanging stone in his heart finally fell. It was a success. Boom. In the void, the great Luo heavenly tribulation quickly coalesced, its aura locking firmly onto Yiwu. Yiwu took a deep breath like an abyssal whale swallowing the sea, sucking in all the heaven and earth primal energy and the divine power of the stars. He converted it all into his own Dharma power. Since it was fated that he could not manifest the 12th grade flower, he would not. With the breakthrough to the great Luo realm, the Buddha fruit position from the future erupted with greater power, desperately trying to descend from the future timeline into the present. It is not yet time for you to appear. Yiwu raised his hand and pointed. A flash of 7-colored light shot out, directly freezing the Buddha fruit position in place. Heavenly tribulation is it. Yiwu looked up, and with a flicker of his shadow he left his cave dwelling. When he reappeared, he was already standing above the eastern sea, with the rolling great Luo heavenly tribulation directly overhead. At this moment, the gazes of all heavenly Dao saints and various great powers focused sharply on Yiwu. Yet in their perception, what they saw was not Yiwu himself, but a swirling mass of 7-colored light. Even the heavenly Dao saints could not see clearly. Zhuanti Daoist frowned slightly. That mass of 7-colored light carried a familiar flavor, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The oppressive might of the heavenly tribulation overhead grew heavier. This power is far fiercer than I imagined. Yiwu squinted his eyes. If I hadn't broken through, an ordinary great Luo golden immortal standing here would likely be reduced to ashes in a single encounter. But there was no trace of tension on his face. Inside his body, the 7-colored divine light swirled wildly, continuously accumulating the power of the 7 treasures mystic art. Ever since he had fused the 7 great Dao principles into the 7 treasures mystic art, the void space within the core talisman had undergone earth-shattering changes. Heavenly Lord Tongtian stood in the distance, his gaze locked on Yiwu. His expression remained impassive, but he had secretly gathered his power, ready to intervene at any sign of trouble. The great Luo heavenly tribulation that Yiwu had drawn was, in terms of power, outrageously strong. It was only slightly weaker than the mixed Yuan golden immortal tribulation that Zhao Gongming had faced earlier. Logically, a tribulation at the great Luo level should never have had such intensity. The surrounding great powers calculated this and dared not probe further with their thoughts, fearing that even a slight brush with it would bring disaster upon themselves. The momentum of this great Luo heavenly tribulation had completely exceeded the understanding of them all. Boom! The tribulation, which had been brewing for a long time, finally descended. A pitch-black lightning pillar like ink crashed straight toward Yiwu. The pillar pierced through heaven and earth as if it were the only thing left in the universe. All the disciples of the Jie sect felt their hearts tighten in unison. The sensation of approaching death was all too clear. If any one of them were in his place, they would absolutely be unable to withstand this tribulation thunder. Changer Dingguang Xian, standing among the crowd, screamed inwardly, he must not make it through. He must not make it through. How much time had he spent? Yiwu was already about to undergo the great Luo golden immortal tribulation, on the verge of becoming a true great Luo golden immortal. Yet he himself was still only a Tai golden immortal. Unwilling. He was far too unwilling. Pilu Xian was also watching Yiwu from the shadows. A glint of sharp light flashed in his pupils, and killing intent began to spread silently. Well met. Facing the tribulation thunder that pierced heaven and earth, Yiwu showed not a trace of fear. Instead, his battle intent blazed fiercely. Let me see just how capable this heavenly tribulation is. Is your tribulation thunder more formidable, or is my 7 treasures mystic art superior? As his words fell, the accumulated 7-colored light within Yiwu's body, now dazzling to the extreme, swept out in an instant. The light was like a 7-colored rainbow spanning heaven and earth, charging straight toward the tribulation thunder. The first bolt of tribulation thunder was effortlessly shattered by the 7-colored divine light, dissipating into scattered sparks of lightning in the air. Yet the 7-colored divine light showed no sign of receding. Instead, with undiminished momentum, it swept directly toward the main body of the tribulation cloud, with a resounding crash. A bold idea arose in Yiwu's mind. He wanted to see if he could use the 7 treasures mystic art to directly shatter the tribulation cloud of the great Luo heavenly tribulation as well. Boom! The seven-colored divine light struck the tribulation cloud heavily, and the cloud shuddered violently, as if struck by a massive blow. It works. Yiwu's eyes lit up and a hint of excitement crossed his face. Without hesitation, he sent wave after wave of seven-colored divine light sweeping continuously toward the tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud, as if thoroughly enraged by his actions, began to rain down bolts of tribulation thunder madly in return. The two sides clashed heated. All the disciples of the Jie sect, as well as the great powers hidden in the shadows, were utterly dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them with mouths agape. The gazes of several heavenly Dao saints turned as if by unspoken agreement to Zhuanti Daoist, carrying an indescribable meaning. Even Jain Daoist stared at him for a long while. It was only then that Zhuanti Daoist realized why the seven-colored light on Yiwu had seemed so familiar earlier. Wasn't that seven-colored light exactly the power of his seven treasures tree? No wonder it looked familiar. That little brat Yiwu had actually stolen his seven treasures tree. In such a short time, he had already directly used the power of his branch of the seven treasures tree. No. Zhuanti Daoist frowned, quickly noticing a difference. The seven-colored light that Yiwu wielded was indeed very similar to his seven treasures tree, yet there were clear distinctions. A great divine ability. Zhuanti Daoist finally understood where the difference lay. Yiwu had actually used the power of his seven treasures tree as a foundation to comprehend a remarkable supreme, great divine ability on his own. And it felt to him as if it were even more formidable than the original. This feeling was like a solid slap across Zhuanti Daoist's face. His face went numb. If Zhuanti Daoist could see this, the other heavenly Dao saints naturally perceived it clearly as well. The scene was eerily silent. Yet in the hearts of every heavenly Dao saint, tumultuous waves were crashing. Rumble, rumble. The great Luo heavenly thunder directly engulfed Yiwu, exploding into a vast sea of lightning. Within the sea of lightning, a streak of seven-colored light dashed madly, sweeping from east to west and back again. It forcibly carved a path through the lightning sea. The great Luo heavenly tribulation is indeed fierce, but unfortunately, it cannot stop my seven treasures. Yiwu's eyes flashed with brilliance as the seven treasures' mystic art altered its course. This time, after shattering the heavenly thunder, it did not pause, but directly swallowed the fragments into the void of the talismanic laws. His innate spiritual treasures also surged into the fray, forcibly crushing the power of the swallowed heavenly thunder. What does the heavenly tribulation matter? It is still my nourishment. It can make me stronger. At this moment, the rolling heavenly thunder was forcibly refined into his own magical power, replenishing the essence he had previously expended. After the Thunder Dao laws absorbed the power of the tribulation, they surged significantly. Transcending tribulation seems to be a good method for cultivating the Thunder Dao. Within this tribulation, the power of the Thunder Dao laws is evidently stronger than usual. Swish, 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 swallow, swallow, swallow. He continued to swallow mouthful after mouthful. The seven-colored divine radiance surged explosively, its might becoming increasingly formidable. That heavenly tribulation was violently shattered by the seven treasures' mystic art, completely dissipating in the air. Refreshing. As the tribulation lightning dispersed, Yiwu leisurely stretched his muscles, exuding a torrent of grand Deluo pressure. Early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. With the residual energy of the tribulation, his cultivation was finally stabilized at the early perfect stage. In gratitude to my master today, I achieved Deluo. Yiwu bowed towards the direction of Baiyu Palace, and the laughter of the Tongtian Patriarch immediately echoed through the skies, his pride impossible to conceal. Good, good, good. The news of Yiwu breaking through to Luo inevitably spread throughout the primordial heath. The few golden immortals of the Chan sect inexplicably suffered misfortune. The primordial lord felt humiliated, and in a fit of anger sent them all into a special small world for tempering. Out of sight, out of mind. Seven treasures mystic art. The primordial lord's gaze was deep, as if endless chaos swirled within his pupils. The branch of the seven treasures mystic tree that the Zhuanti Daoist had personally severed and given to Yiwu as compensation resulted in just a short time in Yiwu comprehending an even stronger seven treasures mystic art. The primordial lord's sharp gaze instantly discerned that this seven treasures mystic art had become Yiwu's innate divine ability. He understood what that represented. More importantly, from the innate divine ability Yiwu displayed, he detected traces of several Dao laws. The seven treasures mystic art was composed of seven colored divine lights, each containing a distinct Dao law. The so-called seven treasures mystic art was surprisingly a fusion and refinement of seven completely different Dao laws. This was somewhat alarming. Among those seven Dao laws, he even sensed the aura of the 36 heavenly gangs. Such comprehension. The primordial lord was left speechless. To bear the fully bloomed 11-petaled Luo Dao flower, it was no wonder he possessed such understanding. Reflecting on his own greatest disciple Guang Qingzi, who had also derived a method from the turning heaven seal, it paled in comparison to Yiwu's seven treasures mystic art. The sweep of the seven-colored divine light threatened to take the turning heaven seal in an instant. Yet that seven treasures mystic tree was merely a branch of a saint's body from which Yiwu could derive such an unparalleled divine ability. Looking at Guang Qingzi, the turning heaven seal was crafted from the backbone of the father god, a heavenly pillar, making it fundamentally stronger than the 7 treasures mystic tree by immeasurable multiples. The more the primordial lord thought about it, the more frustrated he became, his face darkening to the point of resembling a charred pot bottom. The turning heaven seal that he had labored over, its power was now inferior to before. Meanwhile, Guang Qingzi had just been thrown into a special small world for tempering and was still trying to grasp the situation when suddenly a 3 treasures jade rui emerged from the void. Bang! A stick struck him squarely on the forehead. Guang Qingzi could not evade, and a large bump immediately formed on his forehead, making him resemble a proud figure. After striking this one, the 3 treasures jade rui seemed unsatisfied and turned to seek out other golden immortals of the Chan sect. Each of the 12 golden immortals received a whack. They were all stunned. Upon returning to Mount Sumeru, the Zhuan-Ti Daoist was nearly infuriated, his teeth almost cracking from the strain. Brother, that Yi Wu must die? He must not be allowed to grow any stronger. It was only at this moment that the Zhuan-Ti Daoist truly understood why the Tongtian Patriarch valued Yi Wu so highly. If it were him, he would treasure this kid even more. That comprehension was simply terrifying. Within a single 7 treasures mystic art, he fused and refined 7 completely different Dao laws. Zhao Gongming, under Yi Wu's guidance, has already relied on the power of wealth to prove the Dao of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Although he may not become a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, being the first under the saints is undoubtedly a certainty. Looking at the commotion Yi Wu is causing, he might very well be aiming for the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With the Deluo flower blossoming to 11 petals and utilizing 7 laws to prove the Dao, he could indeed follow the path of the Yang Mei de Xian. At the mention of Yang Mei de Xian, the Jiayin Daoist's heart skipped a beat. He had heard the legends of that de Xian. It is said that Yang Mei de Xian not only proved the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, but also once fought with the Dao ancestor in the chaos, using spatial divine abilities to seize all the Dao ancestor's treasures. However, for some unknown reason, he could never re-enter the primordial world. The Jiayin Daoist took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart. Even if Yi Wu has the qualifications, he cannot reach that point in the current primordial world. The Dao ancestor will not permit it, nor will the heavenly Dao. That is true, but Yi Wu has already brought us considerable trouble. Zhuan-Ti Daoist gritted his teeth. At first, the Jiayin Daoist was quite fond of talent, wishing to bring Yi Wu to his side. Yet now that thought had long since faded. It seems we must find a way to deal with Yi Wu lest he continues to be a hindrance in the future. After all, he belongs to the Jia sect. If he disrupts our great plans one day, it will not be easy to clean up. Good, it seems I did not waste my affection on you. The Tongtian Patriarch looked at Yi Wu, his face filled with satisfaction. The achievement of an 11-petal Deluo Dao flower is something that would delight anyone who sees it. Though you have stepped into the realm of Deluo and achieved such results, do not be arrogant. Talent is talent, but if you fall midway without proving the Dao, that would be a wasted effort. Since the beginning of time, this kind of misfortune has not been seen for the first time. Do not worry, master, I am well aware and will not let you down. Yi Wu grinned. Within the cave dwelling, many disciples of the Jia sect had come, and congratulatory gifts piled up like a small mountain. Anyone with sense could see that this 5th direct disciple of the Jia sect surely had a boundless future. Now is not the time to hold back, just when should we wait? The Dragon Clan was not stingy, either, bringing a pile of treasures as gifts. The Dragon King of the East Sea stood on the surface of the sea, sighing for a long time. His previous move was indeed the right one. This time the Dragon Clan could be said to have latched onto a sturdy leg. It is a pity that the Emperor Ziwei has no interest in the Dragon Maiden otherwise. The Heavenly Emperor Haoyan, the human sect, the Chan sect, and the Wuzhuang Guan all sent congratulatory gifts. Who would dare to take lightly an 11-petal perfect Dao flower, Deluo Golden Immortal? As for a premature end, that possibility is even smaller. Yi Wu had the backing of the Jia sect's Shangqing Saint. Who would dare to touch him? Did they think that the Tongtian Saints' 4 swords of extermination were mere decorations? Little junior brother, you have truly gained fame in the primordial world. Even the currency I promoted in the mortal realm has been expedited due to your deeds. Zhao Gongming expressed his sentiments and could not help but laugh on the way back. Your story has been turned into a tale spreading throughout the mortal realm. Hearing Zhao Gongming say this, Yi Wu's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. It was quite awkward. Alright, let's not talk. Since Zhao senior brother has returned, it is a perfect opportunity to properly rectify the atmosphere of our Jia sect. Yi Wu shifted the topic, a cold gleam in his eyes. The master has already nodded, just waiting for action. Senior brother, you are the outer sect's eldest senior brother. It is suitable for you to take the lead. So soon to take action. Then do not dawdle. Clean up these troublesome matters quickly, so this group of useless people does not continue to harm the Jia sect. As soon as Zhao Gongming's words fell, a flash of light flickered from his fingertips and the 3 individuals were directly thrown to the ground. They were all Jia sect members, each one fainted, their primordial spirit sealed, and their powers completely locked. These 3 are the ones I captured during my promotion of the money decree. In the mortal realm, refining souls with blood on their hands. With the name of Jia sect immortals, they engaged in the filthy deeds of the demon race. Their deaths are of no concern. Zhao Gongming spoke with a cold light in his eyes. Were it not for the sect rules prohibiting harm among the same sect, he would have long since smacked these 3 into a pulp. Duo Bao Daoist was stunned, looking utterly bewildered. What are you all talking about? He was the eldest senior brother of the Jie sect. How did he end up feeling like an outsider unaware of anything? Zhao Gongming laid out the whole story along with the trouble he found out. Duo Bao, senior brother, you make the call. What should we do with these scoundrels? If this drags on any longer, the Jie sect's luck will be completely drained by these pests. By then, if we want to take action, it will be too late. Zhao Gongming spoke without holding back. He saw with his own eyes what those three beasts had done. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Besides, the mischief these guys caused directly hindered his promotion of wealth. Blocking his path was worse than killing his parents. This grudge must be avenged. Isn't this commotion too big? Duo Bao Daoist frowned, looking somewhat hesitant. If we truly act with such ruthlessness, the Jie sect's reputation of all immortals coming to pay respects will likely shrink by a large margin. He was not completely unaware of what the outer sect was doing. He just did not take it seriously. Who would have known that things could become this rotten behind the scenes? More critically, little junior brother and Zhao Gongming clearly intended to turn everything upside down and conduct a thorough cleansing. If they followed the regulations they suggested, the Jie sect would have to expel at least a small half of its members. This cost was something Duo Bao could hardly bear. We can take our time to teach them. As long as those guys are willing to change, sincerely repent, just like the Western teachings say. One must be given a chance to lay down the butcher's knife. Laying down the butcher's knife. Yi Wu shot him a glance, his expression unchanged. But he did not respond. Yi Wu's tone was as hard as iron, showing no room for negotiation. Duo Bao, senior brother, you should take a look for yourself first. After seeing it, then decide whether or not to spare those beasts. He summoned the selling treasure money, drawing Duo Bao Daoist's divine sense directly into the sea of the Jie sect's luck. That surge of fortune was vast and mighty, like a gigantic canopy, completely shrouding the entire Jie sect. Daoist Duo Bao was taken aback. His divine sense actually managed to enter so easily. Normally, a great sect's fortune was off limits even to their direct disciples, unless a saint intervened. This was the innate barrier of fortune. However, with the appearance of the treasure money, it directly tore open a gap in the Jie sect's fortune, allowing Yi Wu to effortlessly obtain the key. Daoist Duo Bao gazed at the phantom of the treasure money leading the way and finally came to his senses. That treasure money, which stirred up storms, was actually devouring the great sect's fortune. As a senior figure of the Jie sect, Daoist Duo Bao understood better than anyone the sect's Achilles heel. It was the lack of a treasure capable of stabilizing their fortune. Without it, the fortune would eventually drain away. Now that the treasure money was here, the situation was completely different. Yet the deeper they went, the more alarmed Daoist Duo Bao became. Large swathes of black qi were embedded within the fortune like maggots burrowing and impossible to extract. If it were just a few black spots, it wouldn't be a big deal under the pressure of the fortune's auspicious clouds. The problem was that those black qi were growing wildly, spreading gradually in all directions. That thing was precisely what everyone feared, karmic retribution. Only because the fortune's auspicious clouds were pressing down hard did the karmic black qi fail to explode. But once the Jie sect's fortune became unstable, even a slight slip would prompt an immediate backlash from the suppressed karmic forces. Daoist Duo Bao was fully aware of what would happen then. The further they advanced, the more horrifying the sights became. Some karmic black qi had grown as thick as black dragons, and upon seeing Yi Wu and the others approach, they let out a fierce roar and charged at them ferociously. Karma was more ferocious than evil spirits, but once touched, survival was impossible. Daoist Duo Bao raised his hand to attack, but the breath emitted by the karmic black dragon clung to him like poison, tightly wrapping around him. Sizzle! His divine sense manifestation was corroded away in an instant. Get away from me! Yi Wu shouted angrily, and the seven-colored light around him suddenly erupted, the seven treasures' mystical art sweeping forward in unison. The powers of the seven great laws naturally surged forth, directly crushing toward the black dragon. The karmic black dragon had to retreat repeatedly, awkwardly burrowing deep into the sect's fortune. Only its pair of blood-red eyes remained glaring viciously at Yi Wu. As the treasure money shook, the fortune's auspicious clouds immediately trembled, erupting with blinding golden light. With the guidance of the treasure money, the auspicious clouds actively released deeper powers. No longer merely passive in defense, it struck with force, no longer restrained and suffocated. This was the advantage of possessing a treasure of fortune. One could draw upon the power of the treasure to unleash the full might of fortune. It transformed the sect's fortune into a true offensive weapon. When the karmic black dragon was struck by the golden light of fortune, it let out a piercing, painful roar and dove deep into the fortune. It vanished completely. However, the golden light of fortune also dispersed part of the karmic black qi on it. Yi Wu and Daoist Duo Bao's divine senses then withdrew. Even after leaving the auspicious clouds, the karmic force that clung to them from the black dragon was still carried out. Daoist Duo Bao's face was ashen. This must be dealt with. This matter cannot be tolerated. Those outer sect members are simply outrageous, practically digging at the roots of our Jie sect. If we don't take care of them soon, the Jie sect will inevitably be brought down by them. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. After experiencing it for himself, he truly understood how urgent this situation was. The damage caused by that karmic black dragon, Daoist Duo Bao estimated, would take at least 100 years to completely eliminate. This harm was truly severe. Just one karmic black dragon was already this terrifying, and deep within the auspicious clouds there were more than just one such dragon. Thinking of this Taoist duo, Bao took a deep breath. He had already experienced the power of that karmic black dragon. It was exceedingly fearsome. If several more appeared, he would likely not make it out alive. Yiwu smiled slightly, fully expecting Taoist duo Bao's reaction. Under normal circumstances, Taoist duo Bao would definitely oppose fiercely. When the fishing drum sounded, it created quite a commotion. This item served as the highest level summons for the Jie sect, far more effective than any sound transmission talisman. Taoist duo Bao stood in front of the great hall, his hand still on the drum surface, his face so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He was acutely aware that this would undermine his authority as the senior brother. However, to be fair, having personally experienced the scene of the auspicious clouds, if he were to ignore it as he had before, Yiwu would likely suspect that this senior brother had been plotting to switch sides all along. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the fishing drum echoed from Golden Claw Island, wave after wave, sweeping across the entire primordial wilderness. Speaking of which, there was a golden bell on the Chan sect side. When its bell rang, everyone wandering outside had to hurry back to Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace. The Jie sect was not much different. The supreme, innate spiritual treasure in the hands of the Heavenly Lord, the fishing drum, was used precisely for this purpose. At this moment, the drum's sound was deafening, meaning clearly everyone in the Jie sect, regardless of whether they had tasks or not, had to rush back to Golden Claw Island immediately. Anyone who dared to dawdle would have to weigh the consequences. Indeed, as the news spread, the scattered Jie sect members across the primordial wilderness all perked up their ears. They were first stunned, pondering why the drum sounded so suddenly. Then no one dared to hesitate. They all turned and rushed towards Golden Claw Island. The onlookers, powerful beings from the primordial wilderness, were all dumbfounded, looking at each other, unaware of what scheme the Jie sect was brewing. Could it be that something major had occurred? On Golden Claw Island, many who saw Taoist duo Bao beating the drum were all filled with questions. Some approached hoping to get clarity. Taoist duo Bao did not offer a good expression, only tossing out a line. Once everyone is gathered, you will naturally know. At this moment, he had calmed down from the earlier anger. Yet the intent to kill had instead grown stronger, like a knife, impossible to conceal. He secretly sighed. Bloodshed was likely to occur on Golden Claw Island. He didn't know how many outer sect members would have to risk their lives this time. But for the future of the Jie sect, this price was worth. Naturally, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of No Return also received the news, understanding why Taoist duo Bao was beating the drum. None of them stopped him. Especially the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who had long felt that the Jie sect needed a proper rectification. She glanced at Taoist duo Bao and said softly, "It's still junior brother who has the courage and the means." Taoist duo Bao did not respond, his face tightening further. Yet internally, he cursed junior sister Jinling. "Don't think that just because you didn't make it explicit, I can't tell that you're nudging me." In Bayou Palace, the Heavenly Lord sat high above, coldly watching the unfolding drama below. Not a word was spoken. Since he entrusted this matter to Yiwu, he would observe how he would stir things up. He merely hoped that this young man would not scare away the group he had painstakingly gathered. At this moment, the long-jeered Heavenly Master was still nestled in his cave abode, not in a hurry to rush out. With the sound of the fishing drum ringing, he was too lazy to move. He sat there, his eyes darting around, and the sense of unease within him grew stronger. The long-jeered Heavenly Master frowned tightly, feeling uneasy all over. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if the air around him was closing in. Why do I have this sense of impending danger? He couldn't fathom it. As the senior brother of the Jie sect, since Taoist duo Bao had sounded the fishing drum, it must have been under the Heavenly Lord's orders to summon all members. Wasn't that perfectly reasonable? Yet at this critical juncture, he actually sensed danger. The long-jeered Heavenly Master never doubted his intuition. This was his innate ability. Relying on this divine power, he had escaped countless life-threatening troubles. If it weren't for this skill with the things he had done in secret, he would have been killed many times over. This sense of crisis is too intense. Should I go or not? The long-jeered Heavenly Master was conflicted in his heart. If he didn't go, he feared something would happen. But if he went, given that the fishing drum was already ringing and he was on Golden Claw Island, if he simply turned around and left, that wouldn't do. Not only would it offend Taoist duo Bao, who was beating the drum, but it would also slap the Heavenly Lord's face. To offend a saint was to risk one's life. On the other side, Bai Lucien was also feeling anxious. He shared a similar feeling with the long-jeered Heavenly Master, vaguely sensing that some misfortune was about to befall him. It was as if a massive net was slowly tightening around him. Yiwu sat in his own cave abode, his spiritual awareness already elevated above Golden Claw Island. Every blade of grass and every action of every person on the island was under his scrutiny. Having achieved the Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and cultivated the 11-tiered Great Luo Tao Flower, Yiwu's abilities were on a completely different level from ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals. The Jie sect is almost being hollowed out by these pests. Yiwu sighed and shook his head. As those Jie sect members wandering outside gradually returned, Yiwu could distinctly sense that more karmic forces were surging towards Golden Claw Island. These karmic forces were all brought back by those outer sect members. Precisely for this reason, Yiwu stated that some individuals were indeed the pests of the Jie sect. The accumulation of karmic forces had even stirred the auspicious clouds of the Jie sect. Through the treasure money, Yi Wu could even detect that deeper within the fortune, more karmic black dragons were surfacing. Those black dragons were crazily gnawing and polluting the normal fortune, attempting to drag the Jie sect into an abyss of no return. It won't be long now. Once all these pests are gathered, I'll clean them up in one go, giving the great sect's fortune a thorough sweep. Yi Wu muttered to himself. Beneath his calm eyes lay an uncontainable murderous intent. Daoist Duo Bao was calculating, intently fearful that the old fellow would intervene halfway, so he secretly shared the changes within the auspicious clouds. Upon receiving this information, Daoist Duo Bao's expression seemed to freeze, stiffening slightly. The rhythm of his drum was becoming increasingly forceful, faintly revealing a sense of killing intent. They must die? Indeed they must die. Just a moment ago he had felt a twinge of compassion, wondering if he could spare a few innocents. But now, these creatures must all perish. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Days passed, and the Jie sect members gradually returned to Golden Claw Island. No one could say for sure. Days passed one after another. Before long, every disciple of the Jie sect had assembled a dense dark mass that crowded the entire Golden Ao Island. What a sight! A myriad of immortals paying homage. What a grand spectacle! The mightiest sect of the Primordial era. The overwhelming aura of celestial beings surged from the island, scattering the surrounding aquatic creatures, in panic, not daring to make a sound. The scattered cultivators on nearby islands had long fled without a trace. With such a commotion from the Jie sect, even a fool knew something monumental was about to unfold. The moment the last one landed, the protective grand formation of Golden Ao Island roared to life, enveloping the entire island in an impenetrable barrier. What's going on? Why has the formation been activated? Has someone come to attack? The Jie sect disciples were utterly bewildered, falling into chaos as they buzzed with frantic speculation. The sudden activation of the grand formation caught everyone off guard. The ominous feeling in Changer Dingguang Xian's heart surged to its peak. He swiftly exchanged a glance with Jingguang Xian and Lingya Xian. All of you shut up. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, and the aura of a Hunyuan golden immortal exploded outward, crushing all the clamor into silence. This only drew countless fervent gazes. Now the entire Jie sect knew that their outer sect senior brother Zhao Gongming was the first among the three sects to attain the realm of Hunyuan golden immortal. Moreover, empowered by the god of wealth's fortune, his luck was terrifyingly formidable. Zhao Gongming, why did the master summon us back? Jingguang Xian stepped forward, staring intently at Zhao Gongming. At these words, everyone pricked up their ears. It wasn't the master who summoned us. Zhao Gongming shook his head. You'll find out soon enough. All eyes turned sharply to Duo Bao Daoren. But Duo Bao merely narrowed his eyes, his lips sealed tight. He had no intention of speaking. These wicked wretches were no longer worth his breath. A dark mass crashed down like a meteor, shaking the ground and sending dust billowing everywhere. As the dust settled, everyone around froze. The three figures lying on the ground were unmistakable. They were members. Yao Gongbua and Bai Da exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking like stones. They recognized those three faces, and a foreboding dread exploded within them, clenching their fists. It was over. This time the heavens would surely be shattered. Because the deeds of those three were even more heinous than their own. Senior brother Yi Wu, what is the meaning of this? Jingguang Xian frowned, shouting at Yi Wu, utterly baffled by his actions. Everyone stared at Yi Wu, their eyes filled with question marks. Lingya Xian quietly shuffled back half a step, but the hatred and ruthlessness in his eyes were impossible to conceal. Yi Wu ignored Jingguang Xian's query, his gaze slowly sweeping over every person present. Those he locked eyes with involuntarily lowered their heads, or averted their gaze, none daring to meet his stare. That look was suffocating. Ever since stepping into the threshold of the Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm, Yi Wu's oppressive presence had grown as terrifying as a thundercloud. He exuded an air of dominance that chilled one to the bone. Changer Dingguang Xian and Pilu Xian exchanged a swift glance, their eyes darting between Yi Wu and the three on the ground. Their hearts skipped a beat, vaguely guessing his intent. But where did he find the audacity? And how could Tongtian Jiaozhu have consented to such a thing? You all want to know what's really happening, don't you? Yi Wu's voice rang out unhurried. Very well, I'll make it clear now. Today I, Yi Wu, preside over this assembly for one purpose alone. To purge the sect. Purge the sect. Those four words crashed down like the collapse of Mount Buzhou, striking every heart with brutal force. Only then did they realize why those three had been bound and discarded like dead dogs. In everyone's eyes, Yi Wu had transformed into a god of slaughter, wielding the sect's laws. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. Changer Dingguang Xian slammed the table and shot up, his gaze locked onto Yi Wu, his voice trembling with barely restrained fury. Yi Wu, what exactly are you trying to do? He was nearly shouting. My Jie sect has thousands of disciples, its fortune at its peak. Which one of them isn't a righteous cultivator? What sect is there to purge? Your words are clearly meant to deceive the master, suppress dissent, and turn the Jie sect into your personal domain. Changer Dingguang Xian's heart was already trembling with fear. He knew better than anyone what he had done. If they were to settle old scores according to the rules, he wouldn't escape. Because the crimes of those three on the ground were child's play compared to his. Senior brother Duo Bao, won't you say something? Are you just going to let Yi Wu run wild and throw the entire Jie sect into chaos? Changer Dingguang Xian's voice turned hoarse, almost a tearful roar. He put on a show of sacrificing everything for the Jia sect. With the first to speak, the Jia sect cultivators who had been silenced by Yi Wu erupted like a boiling pot. They joined the clamor. No way. If they were to be investigated one by one according to the sect rules, how many of them could walk? Obliteration of the soul would probably be a mercy. They knew all too well the dark deeds they had done. This must never come to pass, or none of them would survive. The master has already said this matter is entirely in junior brother Yi Wu's hands. I won't interfere. Duo Bao Daoren glanced casually at Changer Dingguang Xian, seeing right through his schemes. In the past, he might have stopped Yi Wu, but now, he was eager to see these parasites of the Jia sect's fortune utterly. Why would he save them? Changer Dingguang Xian's face went rigid. The clamoring Jia sect cultivators fell silent in an instant. No one had expected this answer. I'm going to see the master. I don't believe he would give such an absurd order. Panic-stricken, Changer Dingguang Xian turned and rushed toward Bio Palace. Boom. A group of guilty Jia sect cultivators immediately followed. They began to riot. Everyone understood this was their only chance at survival. Though none could fathom how Yi Wu had convinced Tongtian Jiaozhu. As long as they could make the master change his mind, they might live. Even now their minds were in turmoil. How had things spiraled to this point? Why were old scores being brought up now? Wasn't what they did just the law of the jungle? Back in the demon clan's heavenly court, wasn't that how everyone operated? Changer Dingguang Xian clung to that belief, that Yi Wu had forged the sage's decree to settle personal scores. Swish! Just then a beam of seven-colored light swept out, landing squarely before the crowd. A chill exploded in Changer Dingguang Xian's heart, his scalp tingling. Before he could react, the seven-colored divine light struck him fiercely. Seven treasures mystic art. He instinctively channeled his mana to block the blow, but against the seven treasures mystic art, his resistance was pitiful. He was blasted away, crashing heavily into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The ground was instantly stained a deep red. Changer Dingguang Xian's cultivation was not weak. He was at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal with Daluo within reach. Yet against Yi Wu he couldn't even withstand a single move. One strike of the seven-colored divine light crippled him. From now on I will preside over this assembly. Who agrees? Who opposes? The words fell, and the scene descended into dead silence, broken only by Changer Dingguang Xian's furious howls. All the Jia sect disciples stood stunned, as if still processing what had just happened. Yi Wu's move was too sudden, no one had anticipated it. That was Changer Dingguang Xian, one of the seven attendant immortals. The most favored disciple by Tongtian Jiaozhu's side. Though not a sage's personal disciple, his status surpassed many others. But now, he lay battered on the ground, drenched in blood like a mangy dog. Duo Bao Daoren and Zhao Gongming were also taken aback. They hadn't expected Yi Wu to act so decisively, making an example of Changer Dingguang Xian. One strike of the seven treasures mystic art had crippled him. Oppose? Who would dare to oppose? Yi Wu not only crushed Changer Dingguang Xian, but also unleashed his complete Daluo aura. The pressure made everyone present break out in cold sweat. None could withstand that overwhelming might. From the expressions on the Jia sect disciples' faces, it was clear that Yi Wu's move had achieved immediate effect. Only fear remained in Dingguang Xian's eyes, while Lingya Xian kept shrinking back, trembling violently. He truly hadn't expected Yi Wu to be so ruthless, showing no regard for face. Pilu Xian's face betrayed nothing as he stood motionless, but inside a storm was raging. He only wanted to flee. Trouble was brewing. Yi Wu had truly struck without leaving any room for mercy. The gruesome sight of the three on the ground made everyone gasp. Just how many Jia sect disciples would be expelled? What was Tongtian Jiaozhu thinking? Changer Dingguang Xian's body had shattered into several pieces, slowly piecing itself back together. His mind was a turmoil of rage and fear. Rage that Yi Wu dared to go for the kill, fear that Yi Wu had no intention of stopping. He could feel the genuine killing intent radiating from Yi Wu. This was not a show to intimidate others nor a performance. Yi Wu truly wanted him dead. What made Changer Dingguang Xian even more despairing was that he couldn't even withstand a single move against Yi Wu. That seven-colored divine light had struck him, crippling him instantly, leaving him without the strength to struggle. The divine light still rampaged within his body, slowly devouring his mana, as if intent on grinding him out of existence. The gap was too vast. So vast it chilled the soul. Summon the Qingping sword. As the words fell, the Qingping sword flew out from Bio Palace, landing steadily in Yi Wu's hand. Yi Wu didn't spare another glance at Changer Dingguang Xian. In his eyes the man was as good as dead. If not for the fact that he was one of the master's seven attendant immortals, making a direct kill somewhat troublesome, that earlier seven treasures mystic art would have shattered him completely, leaving him no chance to reassemble his body. But this was where it ended. Sooner or later this man would die. The moment the Qingping sword appeared, every Jia sect disciple fell silent. A chill seeped out from the very marrow of their bones. Everyone understands. Tongtian sect master clearly recognizes Yi Wu's actions. He genuinely intends to use Yi Wu's hands to cleanse the sect and rectify its conduct. No one can accept this outcome. I know you are unwilling to accept this in your hearts. Yi Wu scanned the crowd. Today I will make you all submit and face death willingly. Look for yourselves and see what good deeds you have done and the great calamity you have brought upon my sect. Since he had already made his move, he would not give these people any chance to turn things around. Not a single one of you will escape. The power of the Great Dream spread out, encompassing the entire Jiejiao island in a dream of 3,000 realms. Almost all the members of the sect present were drawn into it. Some attempted to flee, but it was impossible, as the power of the dream pressed down their bodies uncontrollably fell into the dream. Dreaming. The void above Bo Palace split open, revealing cracks. Every scene within the dream was vividly reflected before everyone's eyes. Every event unfolded precisely as Yi Wu had orchestrated without a single hitch. The dreamlike images gradually revealed themselves, so real, it was unbelievable. San Shao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit stared intensely at the void, their fists clenched tightly. A cold light gleamed in their eyes. Were these all disciples of the sect? It would not be an exaggeration to call them demons. Zhao Gongming snorted coldly, not surprised by the scene before him. He had seen it all before. Daobao Daoist stood aside, his teeth grinding, his whole body trembling. He finally understood why his junior brother Yi Wu and junior brother Zhao Gongming were so adamant about reforming the sect's atmosphere. So it was like this. The deeds these beasts committed were 1,000 times more disgusting than he had previously imagined. They had already crossed lines that should never be crossed. Still wished to protect them. It was no longer possible to cover it up. Boom. Bo Palace exploded, and the purple Shangqing divine thunder shattered everything. The surroundings were turned upside down, and the entire void was thrown into chaos. This was the wrath of the Tongtian sect master. Some extracted souls to refine the 10,000 souls banner, others used flesh and blood to refine pills. To satisfy their cravings, they devoured an entire city of people. Some disguised themselves as deities, enslaving hundreds of cities, forcing the common people to offer incense and tributes. Due to a minor personal grudge, they exterminated an entire clan. For amusement, they captured 1 million female cultivators as cauldrons. After using them, they killed them, leaving a mountain of vengeful spirits. Others secretly killed emissaries of the underworld, disrupting the 6 paths of reincarnation, stealing souls to practice evil arts. One incident after another, each capable of piercing the heavens with their wickedness. But because they belonged to the sect, all of it had been suppressed. The Jie sect, the greatest sect of the primordial era. This identity was too useful. As long as they did not clash with the upper echelons of other sects, almost no one dared to turn against them. Even the disciples of those powerful beings in the primordial era could only go around them. No one dared to escalate matters. The Tongtian sect master never expected that his own disciples could be so ruthless outside. They had gone too far. No wonder those who mixed outside returned, causing a significant shift in fortune and calamity to surge one after another. The root of it all lay here. They must die. Truly must die. The Tongtian sect master murmured softly, a hint of murderous intent rising in his eyes. The sins of these individuals were far deeper than I had imagined. Yi Wu reviewed the fragmented memories of the Jie sect, and his murderous aura surged even more fiercely. These people were no longer immortals. They wore the skin of immortals, yet their essence was that of malevolent spirits. Even the vengeful ghosts from hell could not compare to their deeds. The dream dissipated. The members of the Jie sect awoke. They looked up to see the illusions still playing out in the sky, and their faces changed drastically. Fear became the only thing left in their eyes. Some trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand firm. Whoosh. A few, fully aware of their deep sins and certain they could not be forgiven, turned and fled without a word. As long as they could escape Jiejiao Island, would Yi Wu really be able to hunt them down one by one? Flee. Yi Wu, do you think you can escape? The mountain protecting formation had long been activated, sealing Jiejiao Island tightly. A beam of sword light illuminated the area. That sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, filling every inch of space on Jiejiao Island. No matter whether they were desperately fleeing or resigned to waiting for death, all were swallowed by the sword light. A burst of blood light erupted. Between heaven and earth, only a sea of blood surged. Red became the only color in this world. The eyes of many Jie sect members turned completely crimson. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even Daobao Daoist and Zhao Gongming, upon witnessing the scene before them, with a single sword strike, over 30,000 deeply sinful Jie sect disciples were forcibly erased. Not a single living soul was left. The blood soaked the ground of Jiejiao Island, turning it crimson. The stench of blood surged into the sky, dyeing half the heavens red. In the sky, one could faintly hear the echoes of wails. The Jie sect's protective formation actually failed to obstruct these scenes, instead allowing them to manifest outside. This scene left the great figures who had been watching the Jie sect's movements in a state of shock. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable terror. What did they witness? That was the holy ground of the saints. Yet now the holy ground was stained with blood, unleashing a tide of slaughter. Who could be so bold as to dare create such a bloody scene in the holy ground of the saints? It was terrifying. This was clearly a blatant slap in the face of the saints. The Jie sect now had the most members from that recently returned group. Thus, a thought that was unimaginable suddenly emerged in the minds of all the powerful beings present. They could not help but shiver. Some loose cultivators from the East Sea also observed this matter, subtly piecing together the shaking and unable to contain their excitement. On Jiejiao Island, a full 30,000 Jie sect disciples were beheaded, their sins immense. The resentment exploded, transforming into a dark purple cloud, rushing towards Yi Wu. Within that cloud dwelled the souls of the 30,000 Jie sect disciples transformed into vengeful spirits after their deaths. These 30,000 Jie sect disciples having dared to commit such heinous acts were naturally no good fellows. It was not surprising that they turned into vengeful spirits immediately after being slain. They had no desire to be reborn. Kill, kill, kill. You just killed us, now it's our turn to kill you. These vengeful spirits, overwhelmed by resentment and hatred, had long lost the little wisdom they possessed in life. Only one thought remained in their minds: to kill Yiwu, eat his flesh, swallow his soul, and ensure he could never rise again. Daobao Daoist and the others witnessing this scene had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. After the Jie sect disciples died, they collectively transformed into vengeful spirits, which was simply trampling the Jie sect's reputation into the ground. The emissaries of the underworld sensed the aura of death from Jiejiao Island and hurried over. However, each one dared not step foot into the island, remaining on the surface of the sea. What a joke! This was the holy ground of the saints, the most supreme place, and they as emissaries and spirits dared not intrude. Those emissaries knew better than other powerful beings that the deceased were indeed members of the Jie sect. They became even more panicked. What had happened on Jiejiao Island? What could cause so many Jie sect disciples to perish at once, and why did they all turn into vengeful spirits? While you were alive, I could slay you. Now that you've become vengeful spirits, I can still annihilate you all. Yiwu looked at the charging vengeful spirits with disdain, not taking them seriously at all. Boom. The sky suddenly erupted with a mass of dark clouds, and lightning struck down with a deafening roar. Those vengeful spirits were all locked in place, not a single one escaped. As the lightning struck them, they were instantly turned to ashes. Since you don't wish to be human, nor do you wish to be reborn, then don't blame me for not sparing your lives. Even after death, these vengeful spirits still bore the weight of karma, a dark ball of energy. It was because of this that they turned into vengeful spirits after death. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly thunder struck, continuously engulfing the entire area in a sea of lightning. 30,000 vengeful spirits, if released into the mortal realm, would have caused chaos. But now with a few strikes of heavenly thunder, they were completely cleared. Even the procedure of being summoned to the underworld was spared. With their souls gone, what was there to judge? Turned to ashes. Yiwu's ruthlessness made one's scalp tingle. That decisiveness would chill anyone's heart. The emissaries outside Jiejiao Island who were preparing to collect souls sensed that the souls they were to lock were all gone and were stunned on the spot. By the time they figured out what had happened, their eyes were filled with horror. Many Jie sect disciples witnessing this scene and looking at Yiwu had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Ruthless. Truly too ruthless. He was a living god of slaughter. At the very moment when the souls of the 30,000 Jie sect immortals completely dissipated, the karma entwined within their sect's fortune began to dissipate little by little. Several black dragons of karma emitted unwilling roars, struggling desperately, but could not hold on, only able to watch themselves slowly vanish. The Tongtian sect master sensed the changes in the fortune cloud and sighed. This sect master, who had been rebellious all his life, felt a bit fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he had accepted Yiwu as his disciple. Otherwise, how could there be such a scene today? No one to cleanse the sect, no one to rectify its atmosphere. He himself could not take action, only watching as the sect's fortune flowed away little by little. The 30,000 disciples Yiwu killed were the most sinful among them. The remaining individuals had lighter karma. What if? Should they be cut down as well? This thought unwittingly crept into the Tongtian sect master's mind. Those trembling Jie sect disciples suddenly shivered inexplicably. That feeling. It was as if in the depths of fate they were being targeted by something terrifying. The souls of this group were quaking. Could it be that Yiwu's killing intent had re-emerged, planning to chop them all? They had no idea that the one wielding the blade behind them was the Tongtian sect master himself. Those who have committed heinous sins have already been cut down, all expelled from the Jie sect. The rest will face heavenly retribution and similarly roll out. From now on, anyone who dares to flaunt the name of the Jie sect outside should not blame me for being merciless. Whether you run to the ends of the earth or hide in the underworld, I will kill without mercy. As soon as Yiwu's words fell, the expressions of the Jie sect disciples changed drastically. No one expected him to be so ruthless to the extent of sweeping everyone out. This time over 100,000 people were expelled in one go. No one could bear such a cost. We do not acknowledge this punishment. On what grounds do you kick us out of the Jie sect? We haven't violated any sect rules. Unfortunately, what awaited them was a barrage of heavenly lightning. A dense array struck directly at those Jie sect immortals entangled in karmic debts. I am not discussing this with you. I am merely informing you. You no longer have the qualifications to bargain with me. From this moment on, you have no relation to the Jie sect. The cries of despair echoed one after another, causing those outside Jiejiao Island to break into a cold sweat. This is too ruthless. Those who were unaware felt like cats on hot bricks, eager to know what was happening on the island today. Those in the know were equally anxious, curious about the progression of events. Although Tongtian did not intentionally conceal the happenings on the island, it was still the domain of a sage. Who dared to pry? The representatives from Beijing Palace and Yushu Palace, observing the drama on Jiejiao Island, fell silent. What was Tongtian up to? Indeed, he chose this moment to clean house and rectify the sect's atmosphere. However, one must say Yiwu was deciding such strong measures. Yuan Tianzun watched closely, finding himself increasingly fond of Yi Wu. He had never held the chaotic crowd of the Jie sect in high regard, and now Yi Wu's actions suited his taste perfectly. The more he observed, the more pleasing it became. Duo Bao Dao Run remained silent. Truth be told, he never expected Yi Wu could stir up such a commotion. In one fell swoop, he expelled over 100,000 members of the Jie sect. So ruthless. Duo Bao calculated in his heart. After Yi Wu's actions, the remaining members of the Jie sect numbered only a few thousand. Upon realizing this figure, Duo Bao was stunned, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, his body trembling slightly. This outcome was somewhat hard for him to accept. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. Would the master be so furious as to vomit blood later? Tongtian also calculated that number, his mouth agape, unable to close for quite a while. His prideful 10,000 immortals coming to court was lost just like that. His vast Jie sect was thus finished. Over 100,000 disciples dead or expelled. Only a few thousand remained. It was simply like a few kittens left. While compared to the Rin sect and Shan sect, the remaining Jie sect members still seemed, but compared to before, it was a completely different matter. Tongtian suddenly suspected that his little disciple might be an undercover from a Western sect, specifically aiming to dismantle his Jie sect. Yi Wu, have you gone a bit too far in expelling so many disciples? The master spoke, his voice reaching Yi Wu's ears. I see they carry some karmic debts, but they are not as severe as the punish them to do good deeds to eliminate their karmic debts, and that would be enough. Yi Wu had long anticipated that the master would be unable to stay calm, and indeed it was as he expected. Master, since you entrusted this matter to me, let me handle it. Or why not take it on yourself, and I won't interfere? Joking. Yi Wu would never agree to Tongshan's discussion. He intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly eliminate those Jie sect disciples with excessive karmic debts. Both killing and expulsion were viable methods. Karmic debts are something everyone in the wilderness carries to some extent. As long as one does not cross the line, there would be no issue. But once that line is crossed, the consequences are self-explanatory. Should they be given a chance to reform? Did they ever offer such chances to the lives they oppressed before? The calamity of canonization is approaching. Keeping these troublemakers to continue tarnishing the Jie sect's reputation is tantamount to seeking death. Streamlining the ranks and consolidating luck is the pressing matter. Tongshan's face darkened, remaining silent for a long time before finally shaking his sleeves and simply saying, "Do as you please," completely relinquishing control. He clearly understood. If he were to reclaim the authority of disposal at this time, it would not only slap Yi Wu's face, but also tarnish his own reputation as a sage. Many were waiting outside to see the Jie sect's joke. If that were to happen, the Jie sect's status would likely plummet. He could not. The more Tongtian thought, the more he felt that Yi Wu had pinpointed his weakness, daring to act so recklessly against him. But what surprised him most was that after Yi Wu expelled those over 100,000 Jie sect members, the karmic black dragons lurking deep within the Jie sect's luck began to dissipate at a visible rate. It wouldn't be long before those rolling black dragons would completely vanish. What remained were merely some thin wisps of karmic black mist. The luck is surging. Watching the clear energy that had finally begun to coalesce, Tongtian could not bear to let this thing become tainted. With the clarity of luck, he as the sect leader experienced a considerable elevation in his own state of mind. His innate sensitivity also became extraordinarily keen. Forget it, let them do as they wish. He would not interfere. Tongtian understood that everything Yi Wu had done was entirely for the sake of the Jie sect. He genuinely wanted what was best for the Jie sect. Moreover, after this series of actions, the Jie sect indeed reaped what reason did he have to stop it? Ultimately, Tongtian was merely feeling a bit unaccustomed to the Jie sect suddenly becoming so empty. He did not genuinely want to block Yi Wu's path. After grasping Tongshan's thoughts, Yi Wu's gaze swept over the Jie sect members who were struck by heavenly lightning. As expected, several tens of thousands were directly obliterated under that tribulation, unable to withstand it at all. Yi Wu had already anticipated this. The departed souls drifted in the void, utterly powerless like lambs awaiting slaughter. The fortunate survivors knelt on the ground, trembling, having long lost any thought of resistance. Yi Wu's actions had completely crushed all their hidden thoughts. Resistance? Huh. They were simply no match for over tens of thousands bound together. On Jiejiao Island, with the advantage of the terrain and the powerful island protecting formation, what could they use to fight against him? Once the door of Jiejiao Island closed, they were already finished. Had they known that returning would lead to this result, it would have been better to defect from the Jie sect directly. At least their cultivation could be preserved, avoiding the heavenly lightning. The few thousand Jie sect members standing outside were now trembling in their legs. Only now did they finally understand. The intensity of the strike was indeed ruthless. Especially those whose karmic debts were precisely on the threshold. Although they were not cleared this time, their fear remained intact. Just a tiny bit more. Really just a tiny bit more, and they would have become like those on the ground. These individuals immediately made a resolution. Starting now, they must do more good deeds, accumulate merits, and cleanse all the dirt from their bodies. Previously, when Tongtian did not take action, they had never regarded merits and karmic debt seriously. After all, with a sage protecting them and the luck of a great sect shielding them, it was like the heavenly cord of the demon race. As long as the Jie sect did not fall, no one could touch them. Now, it was different. This Yi Wu was serious. Those working in the underworld come out. Once the island's protective formation was lifted, the outside spirits immediately heard the commotion and looked towards the sound. Upon seeing this, their souls nearly flew away in fright. The sage's dojo was filled with blood. There were bodies sprawled all over the ground. What are you dawdling for? Hurry in and take the souls away. Yes. Yes. The underworld workers were blank-minded, following Yi Wu's orders one after another, entering the island. They began to capture those GS sect souls. Wait. By the time they reacted, their hands were shaking. Great Emperor, these souls. The leading spirit's face fell. They could capture them, but how to deal with these GS sect souls? The local spirits did not dare make a decision. This matter had to depend on how the sage and great sect decided. From now on, these people have no connection to the GS sect. Act according to the rules of the underworld. Those who should be judged go to be judged, and those who should reincarnate go to reincarnate. Anyone who dares to act unjustly shall not be let go. Boom. Although they had already heard this once outside the island, hearing it in person felt completely different. The GS sect was truly beginning to rectify itself. It was genuinely starting to clean house. The shock that lingered in Yi Wu's heart had yet to fully dissipate, but a strange excitement began to rise within him. So exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The underworld spirits knew more than ordinary people. The unscrupulous deeds done by those GS sect members outside, just pulling one out was enough to make people grind their teeth. Those sins, let alone going through the 18 layers of hell, once even traversing 10 rounds, would not cleanse the dirt off. Previously no one dared to intervene, not because they stood behind the GS sect's banner. But now, the eyes of the spirits lit up with clusters of ghostly light. Since these people have already been swept out by the GS sect, what need is there for courtesy? The delightful things in the 18 layers of hell are just waiting for them to taste one by one, and not a single one shall escape. The moment the captured souls were targeted by the spirits, they trembled uncontrollably. The fear seeping from their bones made them unable to speak coherently. The spirits left. This time they returned with abundant gains. The rest of those expelled from the GS sect were all driven out of Jiejiao Island. Not a single one was left behind. What chilled them to the bone was Tongtian Patriarch's ruthless resolve. Once he declared a purge of his sect, he carried it out without hesitation or mercy, swift and decisive enough to send shivers down one's spine. What on earth did Yi Wu say to Tongtian to provoke such severity? Among the celestial sages, Yuanshi Tianzuan was the most baffled. Back then, at Kunlun Mountain, relations between GS sect and Chan sect had deteriorated beyond repair, and Yuanshi Tianzuan's rift with Tongtian stemmed precisely from those morally dubious disciples of GS sect. And yet, within the blink of an eye, Tongtian had eradicated every single one of his wicked disciples. It was utterly unexpected. I've long maintained this should have been done ages ago. Yuanshi Tianzuan observed clearly those GS sect disciples burdened with karmic debt were either slain or exiled, and the sect's celestial fortune grew markedly purer. Not only did its dissipation slow, but it began gradually coalescing once more. Though their numbers dwindled, the fortune scarcely waned. At this rate, the lost portion would soon be fully restored. Deep down, Yuanshi Tianzuan genuinely rejoiced for Tongtian. Yet almost immediately another thought arose: how could Yi Wu of all disciples belong to GS sect? What cosmic stroke of luck had Tongtian drawn to acquire such a peerless disciple? Heaven itself seemed unjust. Taishang's sage meticulously reconstructed the entire sequence of events, and found himself growing ever more impressed by Yi Wu. To compel Tongtian, the unyielding, bull-headed patriarch, to willingly purge his own troublemaking disciples demonstrated a mastery of influence truly extraordinary. Alas, alas, this prodigy belonged to GS sect, not Ren sect. Why should Tongtian alone be blessed with such? It was maddening. Upon grasping the full chain of causality, Nuwa Lady's fascination with Yi Wu deepened. Previously he had independently comprehended the heaven-defying art of harmonizing creation, so profoundly that even the Tao of creation itself manifested to bear witness. Later he penetrated the 7 treasures mystic tree wielded by Zhen Ti Daoren and distilled from it another supreme art, the 7 treasures art. Most astonishingly, he forcibly integrated 7 fundamentally distinct Tao principles into the 7 treasures art, transforming it irrevocably into his ultimate closely guarded technique. Now he had masterminded GS sect's sweeping transformation, dragging it back from the brink of utter ruin. As a celestial sage bound to the heavenly Tao, Nuwa perceived this with absolute clarity. With GS sect's unruly disciples multiplying and their karmic debt piling ever higher, the sect, lacking supreme artifacts or robust celestial fortune, would inevitably collapse under karmic erosion within no time. Yet now, this downward spiral had been halted. It required no speculation. So long as Yi Wu maintained control over GS sect, such catastrophe would never unfold. Senior brother, our opportunity has arrived. On Shumi Mountain, Zhen Ti Daoren's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity as he gazed upon the GS sect disciples cast out, his pupils practically glowing emerald with avarice. These were prime acquisitions. Though laden with karmic debt, purification was trivial. For celestial sages, such burdens held no weight. What truly captivated them were the immense advantages concealed behind these tens of thousands of immortals. If all could be absorbed into their Western religion, its celestial fortune and foundational strength would surge overnight. The gains were simply too colossal to refuse. The Western religion suffered a dire shortage of cultivators. Though these exiled Jie sect disciples appeared ragged here in the Western realms, their status and treatment would be incomparable. Moreover, their innate aptitude far surpassed those forcibly converted earlier, whose cultivation foundations had been painstakingly coerced through every conceivable means. This disparity epitomized the chasm between East and West. Were they not desperate for talent, even celestial sages would not spend eternity begging alms across the realms. But might this offend elder brother Tongtian? Jiayin Daoren hesitated, his heart unsettled. To scramble after Jie sect's discarded rubbish. What did that reduce the Western religion to? What narrow vision is this? Zhen T. Doran's expression darkened. Look closely. These people are the very foundation upon which our Western religion shall rise again. With them our doctrines will mature swiftly, and once perfected, what feat could we not accomplish? Once this matter concludes, their fate rests entirely in our hands. A glacial coldness flickered in Zhen Ti's eyes as he spoke the final words. Jiayin pondered briefly, then nodded. The logic was sound. Those who undertake great deeds cannot afford petty scruples. To elevate the Western religion was indeed the rare blessing of these unfortunate outcasts. While the two Western sages fixed their gaze upon the exiles, Zhao Gongming had already slipped silently from Jiejiao Island, shadowing the departing throng from afar. These disciples mastered Jie sect arts. Yet having been expelled, they ought to surrender their cultivation before departure. Our master showed mercy and spared their cultivation. But after reaping such immense benefits from Jie sect, can they truly depart so lightly? At the very least, they must yield something of value. Tens of thousands of Jie sect disciples were thus cast out, plunged from imperial grandeur into abject disgrace. Who could endure such a catastrophic fall in status? We must not disband, one disciple reasoned coolly, his heart half frozen. Only unity offers survival, dispersion spells certain doom. Previously bearing the Jie sect name granted impunity. Even grave transgressions rarely provoke reprisal. Now, however, everything had changed. Their talisman of invincibility was gone. Those immortals they'd once oppressed would surely seize vengeance. They were likely already en route, determined to settle old scores. Hearing this, the other exiles paled, their faces turning ashen. The vertigo of such precipitous descent was unbearable. After prolonged deliberation, they resolved to seek shelter first, to recuperate their wounds before proceeding further. Jiejiao Island's vicinity was no longer safe, a lingering risk disaster. Scarcely had the exiles departed when a host of immortals gave pursuit. Grudges demanded redress, karma demanded balance. Yiwu observed it all with crystalline clarity, his mind focused on a single thought. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, you're up next. The strategy of repurposing discarded assets must now commence. Moreover, for the upcoming investiture of the Gods' War, retaining these figures under his direct control was strategically indispensable. Yet, when Yiwu swept his gaze across Jiejiao Island and beheld only several thousand remaining Jie sect disciples, was this all that remained? Had his actions been overly severe? Once famed as the 10,000 immortals pay homage, Jie sect now lay grievously wounded. Had he not just cleaved another wound into the heavenly Tao's grand design? After his intervention, nearly all karmic debt within Jie sect's celestial fortune had been cleansed. Once the remaining disciples purified their residual karma, the fortune would naturally regain its lucidity. Coupled with his treasure-subduing coin anchoring the sect's celestial fortune, the hemorrhaging ceased entirely. Thus, stabilized Jie sect's fortune rendered one fundamental precondition for the investiture of the Gods' Tribulation effectively obsolete. How intriguing this turned out to be. Yiwu attentively sensed the subtle fluctuations of the cosmos, his brows rising ever higher as a dawning realization stirred within him. The grand design of heaven. What constitutes the grand design? To flow naturally along its course. That alone is the grand design. Jie sect stood on the verge of terminal decay, and I, a Jie sect disciple, rose to reverse its fate, performing radical surgery upon this celestial sect, restoring its purity and clarity. That is the grand design. Even the will of celestial sages forms an intrinsic part of the grand design. By aligning myself with its current, I act in perfect accord with destiny. Even if my actions reshape the investiture of the gods, they remain wholly contained within heaven's framework, thus altering not the Tao's ultimate trajectory. Through this trial, Yiwu had begun to grasp profound truths. The grand design could not be defied. Yet whether defiance occurred, or was permitted, rested solely with heaven itself. Prematurely releasing core future Buddhist figures would instantly draw heaven's scrutiny. Logically, his own interventions should likewise trigger divine attention, yet none manifested. The grand designs will seem utterly inert, offering no response whatsoever, let alone manifesting to confront him directly. Thus, acting from the correct position, executing the correct deeds lies beyond reproach, and does not obstruct heaven's grand design. Even if my path diverges completely from known history, no deviation occurs. Yiwu's eyes grew steadily. He understood. If this holds true, the scope for maneuvering becomes boundless. Until now, fear of violating the grand design had shackled his every move, restraining him from bold action. He dreaded attracting heaven's gaze and inviting unforeseen calamity. Even this Jie sect reform had merely served as a probe to test heaven's disposition. Little did he expect the probe to reveal an answer beyond his wildest imagination. Now implementing his plan became vastly simpler. and might well unleash consequences even he could not foresee. Yi Wu's gaze instinctively drifted toward Chang, heir Dingguangxian, who crouched on the ground suddenly gripped by an overwhelming chill. His premonition was catastrophically dire. The Jie sect traitors were fleeing en masse, while pursuing immortals swelled in number behind them. Fury and humiliation seethed within them. In former days they would have slaughtered pursuers without hesitation, but now they dared not lift a finger. Without Jie sect's golden seal of protection, any retaliation meant instant death. They never imagined retribution would strike so swiftly, leaving no time to react. Shua. At that very moment a seven-colored treasure tree erupted across the heavens, its radiant blinding light enveloping every fleeing Jie sect traitor. As the light dissipated, the shadows of the traitors gradually vanished as if they had never existed. All gone. The celestial beings who rushed from behind were stunned upon witnessing this scene. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Then a single thought simultaneously sprang into everyone's mind. The Western Church's Saint of the Precept had intervened, taking these traitors of the Jie sect away. The seven-colored treasure tree that spanned the heavens was the undeniable proof. The seven treasures wonderful tree refined from the Gungjin Bodhi tree was known to any celestial being of repute in the primordial world. Moreover, it was entirely normal for the Saint of the Precept to do such a thing. After all, he had previously forcibly converted countless Eastern Celestials and brought them to the Western Shumi Mountain. Now, with such a large piece of meat laid out before them, how could the two saints of the Western Church resist the temptation? Clearly it was impossible. The Saint of the Precept, who had just arrived and was still hiding in the shadows, had his smile freeze on his face upon witnessing. The face of the Saint of the Precept turned green. Where did the people go? Weren't they just here? How could so many have disappeared in the blink of an eye? The seven-colored divine light. There was no mistaking it. It was definitely the seven-colored divine light. Yi Wu. The Saint of the Precept emerged from the void, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom, with fury boiling in his eyes. That distinctive seven-colored light, he could recognize it even with his eyes closed. It was the unique divine ability of his seven treasures wonderful tree. The seven treasures wonderful tree still firmly rested in his own hands. Throughout the entire primordial world, aside from the Saint of the Precept himself, only Yi Wu possessed a branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree capable of executing such an ability. Yi Wu, you really are something. On the surface you agree to release them, yet behind the scenes you gather them all back. The Saint of the Precept's words were clearly heard by the surrounding celestial beings who were watching the spectacle. However, what he received in return was a chorus of disdainful glances. You want to frame Yi Wu for your own dirty deeds. After all, you are a saint of the heavenly Tao, have you no shame? To so brazenly cast dirt on another saint's reputation is truly audacious of you. With just the seven-colored divine light, perhaps everyone would actually be fooled. After all, Yi Wu indeed derived his own miraculous techniques from the seven treasures wonderful tree, so it wouldn't be impossible for him to put on a show. But that complete seven treasures wonderful tree artifact could not be faked. In Yi Wu's hands, after all, there was only a single branch. How could one branch be sufficient to evolve into a complete seven treasures wonderful tree? What a joke. The treasure of a saint's proof of Tao is not something one can find on the streets like cabbages. Moreover, the Saint of the Precept's seven treasures wonderful tree is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, specifically the innate Gungjin Bodhi tree. Unless a second one can be found in this world. It seems the Saint of the Precept has not improved at all, maintaining that absurd thickness of skin, having taken advantage, yet still wanting to appear virtuous. The Saint of the Precept sensed the thoughts of the celestial beings below. His expression stiffened, and he could no longer hold it together. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. When Zhao Gongming returned to Golden Ao Island, his back was soaked with sweat. That earlier scene almost allowed that old fellow from the west to succeed. Junior Brother's scheme is truly brilliant. He wiped his cold sweat, still feeling apprehensive. If the Jie sect had not set up beforehand, those expelled disciples would have surely fallen into the hands of the Saint of the Precept. Those recently expelled Jie sect disciples can turn around and become disciples of another great saint. There's no such cheap deal in the world. Unless they are completely drained of their last bit of value, how could they be easily let go? The Lord of all heavens, seated at the head, twitched his lips. Zhao Gongming recognized the branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree in his hand at a glance. Yet another trick by that Yi Wu. The thoughts of all the celestial beings on the island pressed towards the Saint of the Precept like an iron wall. The Saint of the Precept opened his mouth, then closed it again. Explanation. What was there to explain? What his eyes saw was the truth. Even celestial beings were no exception. At this moment no one would believe him. They would only think he was making up lies. After all, Yi Wu was still on Golden Ao Island, and had never come out. Where would he find the time to commit such acts? The Saint of the Precept gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Well done, Yi Wu, I underestimated you. After calming down, he began to understand. This kid aimed to throw dirt on him, making him bear the blame. Moreover, Yi Wu truly succeeded. What shocked the Saint of the Precept even more was that this kid could evolve nearly complete power using just a branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree. Such a talent was simply frighteningly exceptional. He cast a deep glance toward the direction of Golden Ao Island and turned to leave. There was no point in staying any longer. Since Yi Wu dared to do this, he must have paved the way for his retreat, confident that the Saint of the Precept wouldn't dare seek him out for retribution. This matter could only be swallowed and endured with no complaints. Yi Wu hadn't openly invoked his name, he had only used a branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree. Those words of throwing dirt were merely conjectures made by others having nothing to do with Yi Wu. The Lord of all heavens did not intervene. He also wanted to see what Yi Wu was truly up to. After receiving the message from Zhao Gongming, Yi Wu finally sighed in relief. As long as it worked out. If those traitors truly became disciples of the Western Church, the aftermath would be difficult to handle. Wouldn't the plan of utilizing the useless be completely ruined? I am the attending celestial of the Lord Yi Wu, you have no right to treat me this way. The long-eared celestial was panicked. He sensed death in Yi Wu's eyes, this person truly dared to kill. The three, Xiao Celestial, Ling Yi Celestial, and Jingguang Celestial, stepped forward glaring at Yi Wu, questioning what he intended to do. Yi Wu did not immediately kill the long-eared celestial, but only severely injured him, intending to make an example. The message was clear. He was still wary of these seven attending celestials of the Lord, and did not dare to treat them as he did the other traitors of the Jie sect. Moreover, Yi Wu's sparing of them earlier indicated that this matter was settled, and he would not seek retribution against them. Therefore they had no need to show Yi Wu any goodwill. Besides, among the Jie sect traitors that Yi Wu dealt with earlier, there were descendants of their bloodlines. This slap to their faces was intolerable. Xiao Celestial, Ling Yi Celestial, Jingguang Celestial. Yi Wu brandished the Qingping sword, pointing its tip directly at the three, causing Ling Yi Celestial and the others to shudder and retreat several steps. I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you come knocking on my door. Good, let's settle the accounts one by one. Yi Wu smiled. Having dealt with those minor characters, it was now time for the attending seven celestials. Some among them had committed just as many misdeeds as the others. Daoist Duo Bao was stunned, finally unable to maintain his composure. Yi Wu actually intended to target the attending seven celestials by the master's side. Was he insane? What? What do you want? What do I want? How don't you all know? The deeds your descendants have done, are you really unaware? And the sins you yourselves have committed, I'm sure there are quite a few, right? With that, the power of the dream unfolded once more, this time targeting the seven attending celestials. Just because he hadn't acted against them earlier didn't mean he was truly afraid. Yi Wu, you dare? The three of Ling Yi Celestial were terrified, their souls nearly fleeing, and without a word they turned and ran, not daring to be caught up in that dream. They never expected that Yi Wu would deal with them last. The long-eared celestial also wanted to flee, but his body felt as if it were nailed in midair, and he couldn't even lift a finger. The Wu Yin Celestial, Pai Lu Celestial, and Jing Gu Celestial merely frowned, but did not take any extreme actions. Brother Yi Wu, please show mercy later. Everyone has things they don't wish to be known, and some matters we also prefer not to bring to light. The Wu Yun Celestial cupped his hands. Ha ha ha, rest assured. In the dream there are predetermined fates, oh what shouldn't be revealed, I will never let it be exposed. As the dream enveloped them, those three who had intended to flee soon fell from the sky. They fell into a deep sleep. The scenes in the dream began to unfold. Eating humans, devouring souls, using the lives of an entire city for blood sacrifices, capturing female cultivators to serve as cauldrons. Each act was no less heinous than those traitors who had been beheaded or expelled before. Especially the long-eared celestial, whose actions were more extreme than anyone else's. He specialized in the path of joy, and the number of female cultivators he captured far exceeded that of an entire city. Once used, they were not wasted. He devoured them directly or refined them into artifacts to enhance their power. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Danger, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the few female cultivators looked on in disdain. They wished they could chop the long-eared celestial into pieces on the spot. They never expected that this long-eared celestial was actually a devil who devoured people without spitting out bones. The Lord of all heavens opened his mouth, originally intending to intervene and save some face for the attending seven celestials. He thought that his own few disciples couldn't be too terrible. But then, this thought was like a slap in the face, striking him hard and leaving the Jie sect saint dizzy. He could not utter a single word. Is my discerning eye for choosing disciples truly this poor? The facts laid out before him told him just how absurd his judgment in selecting disciples had been. The Jie sect intercepts the slivers of life in the world. He had given these people a chance to escape death. Yet these individuals had severed the paths of life from many others, seizing others' chances of life to make them their own. Is this still the path of the Jie sect I desire? This has completely strayed from my initial intention. The Lord of all heavens fell into a complete state of self-doubt. Yi Wu snapped his fingers, and the attending seven celestials awakened from the dream. The long-eared celestial and the others felt utterly cold inside. Yi Wu was fully aware of the scenes he had witnessed in the dream. I would like to give you a chance to live, but unfortunately you lack. Yi Wu wore a smile, but it was as cold as a blade. Long-eared celestial, Ling Yi Celestial, Jingguang Celestial, Qiao Celestial, you tell me, is this the case? The faces of the long-eared celestial and the others changed instantly. Ling Yi Celestial and Qiao Celestial in later tales became sworn brothers with the golden-winged Great Peng on Lion Trojan Ridge, devouring countless beings. Though those events had yet to unfold, one cannot hold them accountable for future deeds. Yet the scenes revealed in the dream showed that these individuals had already begun their attacks on humanity. Wherever he went, 9 out of 10 households were empty. The atrocities committed were countless. The Jingguang Xian was only slightly stronger, but not by much. Seeing this, how could Yi Wu not feel murderous intent? As for Wu Yun Xian Jin Gu Xian and Pai Lu Xian, although they had also committed numerous sins, their karmic debts were not as heavy, and they had not yet crossed that line. You are the 7 immortals, serving the leader supposed to set an example, yet you have engaged in such vile acts. How could I possibly spare you? The Chang'er Dingguang Xian roared. We are under the master. Only the master can deal with us. On what basis do you Yi Wu have the right to challenge us? What rules exist in the wilderness? The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Those useless beings should have been consumed by us to enhance our strength. What is wrong with that? Indeed, without the law of the strong devouring the weak, how can we cultivate? How can we become gods? If you want to use this as an argument, then what about the things Yi Wu did before? Which of them was not a crime? You deserve to die. Several immortals had completely torn their facade. Yi Wu replied indifferently. You are right, the law of the jungle holds true. Since I am stronger than you, it is only natural for me to slaughter you. Where is the crime in that? Before his words fell, several bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, directly cheering Ling Yixian and the others. If you utter another word, I will ensure you can never speak again. Yi Wu turned around and bowed towards the direction of Baiyu Palace. Please, master, make your decision. He directly passed this matter to the Tongtian Jiaozhu master. He also wanted to see how his master would handle it. Hopefully he would not be disappointed. From this day forth, Yi Wu shall be the vice master of my Jiejiao, overseeing all matters of punishment within the Jiejiao. Yi Wu stood atop the Jiejiao Great Hall, his voice as cold as ice. As vice master, I shall govern all punitive matters of the Jiejiao. The moment these words left his mouth, the faces of Chang'er Dingguang Xian and his followers instantly froze. Everyone understood that the Tongtian Jiaozhu master was granting Yi Wu power. From now on, every corner of the Jiejiao would fall under his control. Even these 7 immortals could not escape. This was truly a move against his own brethren. Duo Bao Dao Ren and Zhao Gongming were stunned for a while, completely not expecting their master to make such a ruthless decision, directly placing the young junior brother in the vice master position, wielding the authority of punishment. This was no trivial matter. The clever ones below immediately bowed and greeted. We pay our respects to the vice master. Their attitude was one of utmost respect. After this round of reformation, the entire Jiejiao had long witnessed Yi Wu's methods. Not only within Jiejiao, but across the entire wilderness, no one dared to underestimate the name of Yi Wu. Now am I qualified to deal with you? Yi Wu's gaze swept over Chang'er Dingguang Xian and the others. As vice master, I hereby expel you from the Jiejiao today. The faces of several people instantly turned pale. There was no hope left. They knew this time it was truly over. Puff, puff, puff. A rabbit, a golden-haired roar, a yellow-toothed white elephant, and a blue glowing lion all revealed their true forms. Chang'er Dingguang Xian, Jingguang Xian, Ling Yixian, and Xiao Xian. The cultivation of these 7 immortals was instantly crippled by Yi Wu. They had no chance to struggle. Since you have learned from the Jiejiao, you are no longer part of it, yet you still wish to leave with our sect's cultivation. Yi Wu's face darkened, showing no mercy. These fellows were originally from the demon clan's heavenly court. After the heavenly court collapsed, they wandered around and were noticed by the Tongtian Jiaozhu master, becoming the 7 immortals serving him. In their bones they were still demons. Yi Wu felt a bit regretful. He had not found evidence of Chang'er Dingguang Xian colluding with the Western Teach in his dreams. Based on the timeline, this guy should have already made contact with those 2 saints from the west. It seems the saints are secretly. My Demeng Xian Jing still lacks a bit of finesse, Yi Wu thought. When it comes to matters related to the saints, mistakes are easy to make. The Demeng Xian Jing also has its shortcomings. It was too passive. Wu Yun Xian and the others watched in shock, unable to help but frown. Yi Wu's move was indeed ruthless. Thousands of years of cultivation were instantly wasted, and Chang'er Dingguang Xian and his companions had completely lost hope. With this strike, Yi Wu not only reduced them to beasts, but he also smothered the glimmers of spiritual light within their souls. From now on, even if they wished to cultivate again, who knows how many lifetimes it would take. Swish! A flash of golden light, and Chang'er Dingguang Xian, the yellow-toothed white elephant, and the other demons were directly thrown out of Jinao Island. A group of immortals who had been waiting outside rushed in without hesitation. Although Chang'er Dingguang Xian and the others had their cultivation crippled and returned to their original forms, it did not mean that their past grudges were erased. In the past, they had been powerless. Now that the opportunity lay before them, who could resist? They were determined to make these beasts repay their debts with. But just at this critical moment, a beam of 7-colored light suddenly swept over, directly whisking away Chang'er Dingguang Xian and the other demons. The immortals following behind were all stunned, their expressions frozen like stone. Zhuan Ti Shengren. The immortals who thought of this were filled with frustration, their anger burning so fiercely their eyes turned red. Can the saints really act with such impunity? After Zhuan Ti Daoren snatched the items, they had no chance to strike back. Zhao Gongming instinctively touched the 7 treasures' mysterious tree branch on him. Clearly, it was still there, so why did the 7-colored divine light emerge? Zhuan Ti Shengren. Indeed, it was the leader of the Western Teach, who ultimately could not sit still. Master Zhuan Ti, your timing is impeccable. Yi Wu smiled with crescent-shaped eyes and respectfully bowed towards Baiyu Palace. Master, I just expelled those traitors from the Jiejiao, and Master Xuanti shows up just in time to take them away. Looking at his demeanor, he probably wants to recruit them into the Western Teach as his disciples. Isn't this blatantly slapping our Jiejiao in the face? They claim we lack vision. Master, I cannot swallow this anger. Duo Bao and the others' faces twitched. Why did Yi Wu's words sound so much like pouring oil on the fire? Boom. Before Yi Wu's words had fallen, a wave of saintly pressure exploded, and a figure stepped out from Bayou Palace heading straight towards the western Sumi Mountain. Little junior brother, what are you? Duo Bao Dao Run and the others were all dumbfounded. Could it be played like this? Senior brother, we have stirred up such a huge mess in Jiejiao. Surely the master is holding back his anger. As disciples, we must certainly vent this anger for the master. Duo Bao and the others were all stunned, staring at Yi Wu's face in silence for a long time. Listen to yourself. Does this sound like human speech? Can you manage to suppress that grin of yours? Stop smiling so broadly. Even the innate supreme treasures cannot restrain your grin reaching your ears. Why are you so happy about this? Sumi Mountain. Just as Xuanti Daoren had sent Chang Er Dingguang Xian and the others over, he was still calculating that this trip had not been in vain. Although these fellows had their cultivation crippled, their realms remained. The Western Teach's secret techniques would allow them to recover. It was merely a matter of time. The only pity was that those thousands of Jiejiao disciples were all taken back by that little brat Yi Wu. Who knows what he intended to do with those traitors? Before Xuanti could finish his thought, the killing intent from Tongtian Jiaozhu Master came slicing through like a knife, heading straight for Sumi Mountain without a hint of concealment. Xuanti, my Jiejiao discarded the trash, and you in the Western Teach picked it up as treasure. Where shall I place my face? If you do not give me an explanation today, this matter will not end. Boom. The sky was filled with sword energy exploding, and the Qingping sword came crashing down towards Xuanti. Xuanti was completely dumbfounded. In an instant he understood what was happening, cursing Yi Wu's ancestors within his heart. He truly did not expect that Yi Wu could be so malicious. Previously he had to bear such a huge blame, and now he had dug such a deep pit for him. Was he trying to bury him alive? Such a heart is deserving of punishment. The battle between saints reignited. Simply put, Tongtian Jiaozhu Master had been harboring a belly full of anger to release, and his attacks were merciless, making Xuanti scream in agony. Xuanti's hatred for Yi Wu rose several levels in his heart. Achoo! Yi Wu sneezed violently, rubbing his Which fairy is missing me? Duo Bao and the others all turned their faces away, unable to bear the sight of Yi Wu's narcissistic demeanor. Fairy. The people from the Western Teach not cursing him was already a blessing. The saints from all realms witnessing this sudden outbreak of the saint battle all unconsciously pinched their temples. This Yi Wu. His methods are too vicious. Just a few casual words managed to instigate a battle between two saints. Upon reflection, because of this brat, the spectacle of saints fighting had played out several times. This guy is simply a troublemaker. The two saints from the Western Teach truly have the worst luck. Tongtian, if you do not stop, I will truly turn against you. Xuanti Daoren was beaten until his face was covered in bruises filled with both frustration and anger. When Jiayin Daoren saw this situation, he could no longer sit still and dove into the fray. Let them fight. As a result, the more Tongtian Jiaozhu Master fought, the more invigorated he became. Did he really think the reputation of the Western Teach was worthless? But who would have thought that at this moment Tongtian Jiaozhu Master would withdraw? After a bout, he had released the pent-up frustration in his chest, and his mood was indeed much more pleasant. Alright, this master will not quarrel with you anymore. Next time I will find a time to play with you again properly. Swish. Tongtian Jiaozhu Master tore through the void and directly left Sumi Mountain, returning to Bayou Palace. Jiayin Daoren and Xuanti Daoren were so furious their teeth itched, yet they had no way to deal with him. After all, his fists were hard. However, their hatred for Yi Wu grew even deeper. Yi Wu must die? The sect's atmosphere has been reformed. Next, it is time to establish new rules. I think everyone present should have no objections. Yi Wu took a deep breath and directly laid out the plan he had been contemplating. Rules must exist. Moreover, some areas need to be defined even more meticulously. The previous rules of the Jiejiao were far too simplistic and careless. They seemed to impose restrictions, yet they were riddled with loopholes. Otherwise, the Jiejiao would not have sunk deeper into the quagmire, nearly unable to escape. Thus, a group of people responded in unison, expressing their willingness to listen to the new rules set by Yi Wu. The Master of Heaven leaned back against the chair in Bo Palace, captivated by the discussion. Yi Wu's words came one after another. Master, what you speak of is an inclusive doctrine aimed at seizing a glimmer of hope for all beings. Yet this does not mean that everyone can act recklessly, nor does it imply that there are no rules to follow. Seizing hope means taking it from the heavens and the earth, not harming others. In the wilderness, the law of the jungle prevails. It is the strong who dictate the fate of the weak, who are ultimately eliminated. Heavenly treasures and fortuitous encounters. Whoever has the capability should seize them. There is no issue with that. The Master of Heaven did not interrupt him. He was able to absorb these words. These sentiments had been expressed to him before by Taishang and Yuanshi, but at that time, he had not heeded them at all. Everyone's path is akin to their own nature. Ultimately, the Tao is an extension of one's character. To seize a glimmer of hope for all beings is not a misstep. Inclusiveness is also not wrong. But the mistake lies in the fact that he had not set any thresholds. Having gone through this experience, the Master of Heaven vaguely understood every living being is qualified to vie for that glimmer of hope, but not every being is entitled to obtain it from him. Moreover, not every being deserves a glimmer of hope. Some things, when in certain people's hands,